I'm going to be making a very big announcement on Tuesday, November 15th at Mar-a-Lago in Palm Beach, Florida.
Meanwhile, a legal fight escalated overnight in Pennsylvania over mail-in ballots. Democrats, including Senate candidate John Fetterman's campaign, filed a lawsuit demanding that undated mail-in ballots be counted after the state's Supreme Court earlier ruled that they should not be included. Last year, the U.S. Supreme Court did rule that undated ballots in another Pennsylvania race should be counted. And in Georgia, a judge has extended the absentee ballot deadline to November 14th after more than 1,000 people were not mailed their ballots after requesting them. The Justice Department has announced it plans to monitor elections in 46 cities and counties across 24 states to ensure no one intimidates voters or otherwise interferes with the process. Francis?
We're seeing the trouble and the complications already before the polls even open this morning. Bree, it's going to be a long day, a night, and maybe even week. Thank you.
Hopefully not a month. Well, if you want to know just how high the stakes are in today's midterms, all you have to do is follow the money. Let's bring in Richard Louie. And Richard, this isn't one-sided. Both parties are spending really big this election.
Yeah, and good morning to you, Aaron and Francis. There's a lot of money to be followed, by the way. Money, 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 as they say. A midterm estimated to set a record in spending. How big of a record? This big number here. Open Secrets estimates it will exceed $16.7 billion. That's divided by federal races and state races. Now, the last record was 2018. That year, we had $14 billion. Also a gargantuan number. The previous three midterms, they pale in comparison, only at around $10 billion on average. Okay, now, the top spending candidates all vying here for the Senate. Here's just 5 of the top 10 for you, all of them Democrats. You can see here in Georgia, Raphael Warnock going for almost $100 million at number 1. Arizona and Mark Kelly at $79 million. We have Val Demings of Florida, and Pennsylvania's John Fetterman at $56.7 million. Tim Ryan just shy of $50 million. Now the top 10 here all raised, listen to this, 0.5 or $500 million. How about this? $500 million, and that is a lot of money. Now to the most expensive candidate races. That includes super PAC money, outside other groups and their money, candidate money, all together. Bigger bucks when we look at this category. Now we're looking at over 142 million in Georgia, followed by Pennsylvania at 140 million. We've got Wisconsin at 86 million. We did a little calculation there, and this 86 million, you divide that up by all the independent voters, that's about $66 per independent voter or potential swing vote. You know, that coveted swing vote that they're looking for. Listen to this, though. Aaron and Francis just counting the top 10 expensive statewide candidate races. That is close to $1 billion. It's
crazy the money we're talking about here. Okay, so you're talking about candidate races. Let's talk about the most expensive race in the country. Has nothing to do with Congress, Richard. Talk about that.
It has nothing to do with Congress. Can you imagine that? And this is what it is right here for you. It is, yes, a gamble of a bit. $372 million. It's a proposition that breaks the record books, and it is about gambling, whether to allow or deny online and mobile sports betting in California. This is the most expensive race in the great land, and Aaron and Francis, the second most expensive race in America? Curious? Also a proposition, also in California, also about gambling.
Makes sense. A lot of money at stake when it comes to that, so sinking a lot of money into it.
Thanks so much, Richard.
Now to the swing state of Ohio, and Republican J.D. Vance and Democrat Tim Ryan are in a tight race for the Senate. In a state that has seen factories close and promises broken, the race might very well be decided by who voters trust on the economy. Our Jesse Kirsch is on the ground there.
In the race for Ohio's open Senate seat, both candidates are betting on the economy.
I voted with Trump on trade. I'll take on China to bring jobs back to Ohio and fight for a tax cut.
Longtime Democratic Congressman Tim Ryan largely sidestepping party leaders and talking points to focus on blue-collar voters. Republican J.D. Vance, backed by former President Donald Trump, blames Democrats, including Ryan, for skyrocketing inflation.
He voted 100% for Biden Pelosi's liberal plans for trillions in new spending and taxes.
Meanwhile, President Biden talks up economic wins.
Just since I've been president, we've created 700,000 new manufacturing jobs,
including in Ohio, where companies like Intel and Honda promise more jobs down the road, something Republican Governor Mike DeWine also touts.
Is it one person or one party's doing, or does it look like something they can both celebrate as a victory?
Probably say both, yeah.
Yeah, I would say both.
We're going to give props to our governor or to our Senate or whoever it is. We're not going to give props to the president if like another state is doing terribly compared to Ohio.
We sat down with 3 young voters, each recently hired at this steel tubing plant in Middletown, Ohio, Vance's hometown. All feel good about their finances. All are independent. All were undecided days before the election.
Whoever really is supporting jobs and wants to keep jobs like us, you look at that and you like that about a person who's running.
And despite an Ohio manufacturing boom, for some, job security concerns are baked into this state's Rust Belt DNA.
But there's still that underlying trepidation.
Oh, I feel like there always is.
And our thanks to Jesse for that report.
Okay, so hold on to those tickets. The drawing for the record-setting Powerball jackpot was just delayed before the 11 p.m. Eastern set time. The Multi-State Lottery Association said in a statement that one participating lottery needed time to process its sales. And due to the length of the delay, it's likely the official results won't be revealed until later this morning. A lot of fingernail biting going on. Officials said once the outstanding submission is sent to the Powerball, the drawing can go on. The $1.9 billion with a B dollar jackpot is the largest prize in U.S. lottery history.
Florida's East Coast is on high alert as subtropical storm Nicole moves north. Nicole could strengthen and create hurricane or tropical storm conditions on the state's coastline when it is expected to make landfall Wednesday night into Thursday. The South Florida Water Management District has started lowering the water in their canals in advance. Strong winds, heavy rain, coastal flooding, and dangerous storm surges are all expected.
All right, for more on the storm, let's bring in the expert, NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman. What's going on down there?
Hey there, guys. Yeah, we're looking at a subtropical storm. It's late in the season. It officially ends November 30th, but we are looking at a strong storm. It could strengthen to a hurricane status as it reaches the northwestern Bahamas. So let's take a look at the latest on subtropical storm Nicole, because we're looking at winds at 45 miles per hour. It's moving northwest at 7 miles per hour. It's about 415 miles east-northeast of the northwestern Bahamas. We do expect hurricane conditions as early as later on tonight and then eventually into Florida tomorrow night, Wednesday night. So Nicole's going to intensify as it reaches the Bahamas. The outer rain bands may begin to impact Florida. We're going to start to see that today. Then as we go throughout tomorrow, it's going to near Florida. We're going to see very heavy rain, powerful winds in the Bahamas, some dangerous storm surge as well. Conditions along Florida's coast deteriorate. And then as we go throughout Thursday, we're looking at Florida impacted. So we're looking at downpours for central and northern Florida. Remember, some of these places that have been hit hard by Ian. Also some very strong winds, some strong, dangerous storm surge. We could see some possible power outages. And then as we go throughout Friday, we're going to see that rain kind of spread up the East Coast. So we're looking at some heavy rain in portions of the Northeast as well. This is what we have in terms of tropical alerts. We have hurricane warnings. We have hurricane watches, also tropical storm watches. So we have these alerts for the Bahamas and also Georgia and the southeast portions of Florida. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. All right, we're looking at temperatures really chilly in portions of the Intermountain West, also the Northern Plains, 30s and 40s, some snow falling in Billings, and then it's summer-like in the Southeast, temperatures into the 80s, 86 in New Orleans. All right, it's election day, so we have your forecast coming up.
Okay, that's very important. Thank you, Michelle. Monday was a day to celebrate in Houston. An estimated crowd of over 1 million packed into downtown Houston for the Astros championship parade. The Astros won their second World Series in 6 seasons, beating the Phillies on Saturday. And one of the Astros' biggest fans is piling his winnings to the moon. That is Mattress Mac, as he's known. Cashed in on a $75 million payout on his team winning the World Series. That is believed to be the largest win in sports betting history.
Wow. Well, we're back in 1 minute with the Tyson Foods executive that's doing more than ruffling a few feathers. Stay tuned.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
NBC News, streaming free now.
New this morning, it's not a bird, it's not a plane, but it just might be a meteor that authorities in Northern California are investigating as the cause of a house fire. The, quote, flaming basketball is seen on video falling from the sky. The footage was captured around the same time that the homeowner, Dustin Procida, heard a loud bang at his house shortly before it became engulfed in flames. According to CAL FIRE, the blaze killed one dog and took 3 hours to be contained. NASA reports that every year from September to November, the Earth can be hit by debris from the comet Enki.
It's really scary.
Yeah.
A new study has found that Pfizer's antiviral drug Paxlovid may reduce the risk of long COVID. Researchers analyzed medical records of patients who had at least one risk factor for severe COVID. They found that those who took the drug within 5 days of testing positive were 26% less likely to have a wide range of post-COVID symptoms around 90 days later compared to those who did not take it. The study, however, was published without peer review and does not indicate whether antivirals may be beneficial for patients without high-risk medical conditions.
Let's hope it works. Well, foul behavior from the CFO of Tyson Foods, John R. Tyson, who is the son of the chairman, was arrested after police say he was drunk and then fell asleep at the wrong house. A woman called police after she found him passed out in her own bed. And when police arrived, they found the clothes on the floor. They tried to wake him up. He briefly sat up and then laid back down. Tyson was arrested for trespassing and public intoxication. He was released on a $415 bond and is due in court December 1st.
Right, the DOJ announced it seized more than $3.3 billion worth of stolen Bitcoin. The raid on a Georgia fraudster happened a year ago, but the details of the bust were not made public until now. James Zine had over 50,000 Bitcoin that authorities say he stole from a dark web marketplace in 2012. The Bitcoin was found on a physical drive at his home. On Friday, Zong pleaded guilty to wire fraud. Since the seizure, the value of that Bitcoin has plummeted to roughly $1 billion.
And still to come, say you'll be there. The Spice Girls reunite to celebrate Ginger Spice. That should be something.
Yeah, plus beating the odds. A Delaware woman hits 2 jackpots in a month.
Wow.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
David Beckham is spicing up Instagram, sharing a glimpse into a mini Spice Girls reunion. You got Posh there, Baby, and Sporty helped Ginger Spice, Jerry Halliwell, celebrate her 50th birthday by singing along to their 1996 hit, Say You'll Be There. The soccer star gave a shout out to Scary Spice Mel B, who was not there. She was absent from the video, saying she was missed, reassuring fans that friendship does last forever. And in their case, the clock is in reverse because they look fantastic.
And it's so nice that they're dancing in all their songs. I mean, they don't take themselves too seriously,
no, it's
right?
So fun.
It's great. Well, she may not have hit the Powerball jackpot. A Delaware woman scratched off a big prize totaling $400,000. And she claimed her prizes all in one day. The unidentified woman first won $100,000 from an Ultimate Cash instant game scratch-off ticket. And then, on her way home from claiming those winnings, she bought 3 serious money tickets, one of which scored her another $300,000. And my advice to the unidentified woman is to go to Vegas.
Yes, right? Or stay unidentified. Don't let anybody know. And then don't make it too obvious. Yeah. All right, Michelle has your Election Day forecast. That's coming up next.
Plus, the rare sight in the sky you don't want to miss because it won't be there for another 3 years. We'll be right back.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
NBC News, streaming free now.
Okay, so you're up right now. How about taking a look outside your window? The blood moon is making its final appearance for the next 3 years. According to NASA, it will be the last visible full lunar eclipse until March of 2025. It kicked off a few minutes ago, so if you're looking to catch a glimpse, you have until just after 6:30 a.m. Eastern time to see the moon in its full copper state. And unlike a solar eclipse, it's safe to watch this farewell tour with the naked eye as long as you don't have too many clouds and the visibility is pretty good where you are.
And if you do see it out your window, take a picture for us because we have no windows in here. So I'd like to get a snapshot of it. Now let's check out your Election Day forecast with NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman. Hey, Michelle.
Hey there, guys. Great to see you. And we are looking pretty good in the Northeast, the Mid-Atlantic, the Great Lakes. We're looking at lots of sunshine. So a nice day to get out and vote. The Southeast, most of the Southeast looking good, although some showers in portions of southern Florida. Showers, too, in portions of the Midwest. Minneapolis, you're going to see some rain falling, as well as Oklahoma City. Some flash flooding possible in Southern California. So that's going to be a wet one. Also looking at rain and snow in the Northwest. We'll be right back.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. The big variable, the storm surge. Why was it important for you to be here? What kind of training, Rachel? How you doing, Lester?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
House Speaker Nancy Pelosi breaking her silence after her husband was brutally attacked with a hammer in their San Francisco home. She shared her experience on CNN, saying in part that she was very scared when Capitol Police pounded on her door in Washington to tell her about the assault. According to court documents, David DePape broke into their home looking for her.
Of course, I'm sad because of my husband, but I'm also sad because for our country, unless we can get over this and have enough people out there say, while I may not agree with everything the Democrats are for or the Republicans are for, I do agree that our democracy is important and that we must protect it. It is a model to the world.
During her interview on CNN, Pelosi also said that her decision on retirement, if the Democrats lost the House in the midterms, has been affected by the attack.
Voters won't just decide who will control Congress when they head to the polls today. Across the country, there are key measures on the ballot, from recreational marijuana to women's rights. NBC's Hallie Jackson breaks it down for us.
Abortion, cannabis, and slavery, key topics, among others, for some of the ballot measures voters will decide on. Start with access to abortion, now a rallying cry for some voters after the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade. In California, Vermont, and battleground Michigan, people will decide whether to change their state's constitution to make abortion a legal right. But in Kentucky, the ballot measure asks voters whether they should change their state's constitution to say abortion is not a protected right. Number 2, legalizing recreational cannabis. Arkansas, Missouri, Maryland, North Dakota, and South Dakota now asking voters whether they should allow it. If passed, adults 21 and up would be able to buy and possess marijuana, and in some states, they'd be able to grow it too. And number 3, slavery, because slavery as punishment for crime is technically still legal in some states. Now, prisoners are not legally considered slaves in the United States, but supporters for some of these ballot measures say they're treated much the same, forced to work for little or no pay. So the question for voters in Vermont, Oregon, Louisiana, Alabama, and Tennessee, whether to change that wording in their state's constitutions or get rid of the punishment exception altogether.
All right, thanks to Hallie Jackson for that report. A whole lot to consider, a whole lot to delve into before we head to the polls already today, if you haven't already.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for starting your election day with Early Today. I'm Frances Rivera.
And I'm Erin O'Hearn. Coming up on the Today Show, a big one for fans of Fixer Upper. Joanna Gaines is live to talk about her new memoir. Have a great Tuesday, and be sure to tune in tomorrow morning for our election coverage. We'll be breaking down the results all morning long. Have a great day.
It is Election Day in the USA. With control of Congress hanging in the balance, candidates make their final pitches to voters, with polls set to open across the country in just hours.
And History on the Ballot will introduce you to the candidates on the verge of breaking new barriers in American politics.
House Speaker Nancy Pelosi breaks her silence, her message to voters in her first interview since the shocking, brutal attack on her husband.
We can all keep dreaming that we hit the Powerball for just a little bit longer. What's the holdup behind the drawing for the nearly $2 billion jackpot?
And in the eye of the tweet storm, the turmoil at Twitter as new owner Elon Musk shakes up the social media site. It's Election Day. Early Today starts right now.
And good Tuesday morning to you. I'm Erin O'Hearn.
So glad you're with us early this morning on this important day. I'm Frances Rivera. The battle over control of Congress has been building to this very day. 42 million Americans have already cast a record number of early ballots before polls even open this election day. Republicans need to win just 5 seats to take control of the House. In the Senate, they need to flip just 1. 9 Senate seats this year are considered competitive. Let's turn to NBC's Bree Jackson now, who joins us from D.C. And Bree, good morning. Leaders of both parties were out trying to energize their supporters. Last night they've been doing all week, but this is their final push.
This is the final push. Good morning, Francis. Well, President Biden has been laser focused on his message that today's election is historic. He spoke at a rally overnight in Maryland for Wes Moore, who is running for governor. And former President Trump was in Ohio supporting Senate candidate J.D. Vance, while also giving clues about his own political future.
Our lifetimes are going to be shaped by what happens the next year to 3 years. It's going to shape what the next couple decades look like, for real. And let's be clear, this election is not a referendum, it's a choice. It's a choice between two very different visions of America.
This is the year we're going to take back the House, we're going to take back the Senate, and we're going to take back America. And in 2024, most importantly, we are going to take back our magnificent White House. I'm going to be making a very big announcement on Tuesday, November 15th at Mar-a-Lago in Palm Beach, Florida.
Meanwhile, a legal fight escalated overnight in Pennsylvania over mail-in ballots. Democrats, including Senate candidate John Fetterman's campaign, filed a lawsuit demanding that undated mail-in ballots be counted after the state's Supreme Court earlier ruled that they should not be included. Last year, the U.S. Supreme Court did rule that undated ballots in another Pennsylvania race should be counted. And in Georgia, a judge has extended the absentee ballot deadline to November 14th. This after more than 1,000 people were not mailed their ballots after requesting them. The Justice Department has announced it plans to monitor elections in 46 cities and counties across 24 states. Now, to ensure that no one intimidates voters or otherwise interferes with the process. Francis?
Okay, Bree Jackson for us. Bree, thank you.
Well, today, across the country, there is going to be history on the ballot. Let's bring in Richard Louie for more. And Richard, we have been anticipating this day for months. It has been the topic at water coolers, Pee-wee soccer games, you name it. And it is finally here. And it's not just major issues at stake. We really could see some groundbreakers this election. What have you got for us?
And a lot of them. Good morning to you, Aaron and Francis. Barry, this election, we can see for the first time, for instance, we can see the first black female governor in history. 3 states to watch: Georgia, Iowa, and Alabama, as you can see right here. All Democratic candidates. The polls say Stacey Abrams is the closest by far to get into the record books you can see here in Georgia. Also possible, the first Latino Hispanic to serve in Congress from their respective state. 8 candidates trying to make history here, hailing from Georgia, Maryland, Nebraska, Pennsylvania, and Virginia. 2 Republicans, 6 Democrats. One of them, Eurypsie Morgan, right here, daughter of immigrants and a Republican candidate. For the Asian American and Pacific Islander community, 3 potential history makers for Congress: Massachusetts, Minnesota, and Rhode Island. All Republican candidates here, like Maylor Seong, as you see here, among American candidate in Minnesota. All 13 states have elected, or rather only 13 states have elected an AAPI to Congress to date. And I want to finish with a record that has already been set. Indigenous people running for federal or state office, a historic 117 candidates, says Indian Country Today. Of note, Aaron and Francis, this is just the tip of the iceberg for Native Americans. There are also over 10,000 leaders elected to tribal governments across the country.
Yeah, we're seeing that, you've been saying that it's historic, but even more so with the diversity there. Okay,
yeah.
So Richard, there is also a new wave of politicians just reaching the age of eligibility. What kind of records are we setting with that?
That's right, the age of eligibility. You know what we're talking about? Gen Zers in Congress. There are 2 25-year-olds who could win. We have New Hampshire's Carolyn Levitt. We also have Florida's Maxwell Frost. Now, you might wonder, who is the youngest ever to be elected? Well, that was Tennessee's William Charles Cole Claiborne. He may also have the longest name, for that matter. He was 22 in 1797 when he was elected. In the modern era, that was Jed Johnson Jr., who won in Oklahoma in 1965. My friends, he was kind of old, 25.
Yeah, we're going way back in history to dig for those days. All right. Thank you, Richard. One of the states to watch today is Georgia. Last election cycle, the peach state helped give Democrats control of both the White House and the Senate. Now the big question is, will that diverse coalition return to the polls today? Our Gabe Gutierrez reports from Atlanta.
Battleground Georgia, a possible indicator of whether Democrats can hold on to crucial voters they swayed in 2020.
I'm worried about the country. I think worried about our democratic system.
2 years ago, Georgia shocked the political world by turning purple. Joe Biden, then John Ossoff, and Raphael Warnock squeaked out narrow victories here by corralling a coalition of voters, including suburban women and young people.
Women's rights is one of the biggest things that...
20-year-old Kayla Chambers now voting early for Warnock, but...
I will say that, of course, going to the store and seeing those prices hike up, you're like, oh, what's going on, y'all?
Here in Georgia, just 15% of registered voters ages 18 to 40 have voted so far, compared to nearly 50% of those between 50 and 75.
Why do you think more young people haven't voted early, and is that a problem for Democrats?
Well, I think there is a way in which our politics has become so divided that we still have a ways to go in terms of helping people to stay engaged in the process.
Still, a record 2.5 million people in the state have already cast their ballots in person or by mail.
Governor, what do you see as the key issue to convince people who voted Democrat during the last election to switch to Republican this time around?
Well, I think it's a pocketbook election and a public safety election.
Just ask suburban voter Tori Cook, who told us she voted early for Kemp enthusiastically and Herschel Walker reluctantly.
What's the most important issue in this election?
Probably the economy right now, and I think that Governor Kemp can continue to lead Georgia and keep us first.
The state has launched an investigation into how hundreds of voters never received their absentee ballots in the mail. A judge has now extended the deadline for their votes to be counted until next week.
And our thanks to Gabe for that report.
Well, new this morning, House Speaker Nancy Pelosi speaking on CNN about how she first found out about her husband's brutal assault.
I'm very scared. I see this Capitol Police, and they said, we have to come in to talk to you. And I'm thinking, my children, my grandchildren. I never thought it would be Paul. We didn't even know where he was or what his condition was. We just knew there was an assault on him in our home.
Speaker Pelosi also discussed her concerns for the country and democracy. According to court documents, David DePape broke into the home looking for her before striking Paul Pelosi with a hammer and fracturing his skull. During her interview on CNN, Pelosi also said that her decision on retirement, if the Democrats lost the House in the midterms, has been affected by the attack.
Florida's east coast is on high alert as subtropical storm Nicole moves north. Nicole could strengthen and create hurricane or tropical storm conditions on the state's coastline when it is expected to make landfall Wednesday night into Thursday. The South Florida Water Management District has started lowering the water in the canals in advance. Strong winds, heavy rain, coastal flooding, and dangerous storm surges are all expected there.
Certainly something Florida does not need. And for the latest on the storm, let's turn to NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman. Hey, Michelle.
Hey there, guys. Great to see you. Yeah, many people still recovering from what we saw with Ian, and we're going to see some impacts as early as tomorrow night. Tonight into the Bahamas, we're looking at maybe hurricane-force winds, too, as we go throughout tonight in the Bahamas. So here is the latest on Nicole. We are looking at winds at 45 miles per hour. It's moving northwest at 8 miles per hour. It could strengthen into a hurricane as it nears the northwestern Bahamas. Either way, we're looking at impacts there. We have a hurricane warning for portions of the Bahamas, also a tropical storm warning. Notice the southeast, too. The state of Florida into Georgia, we're looking at tropical storm watches, tropical storm warnings, also a hurricane watch. And we do have the threat for some strong, dangerous storm surge, some really heavy rainfall, also some gusty winds. These could all cause power outages. But first, storm surge. This is when we have that wall of water. It created all that destruction with Ian. It kind of moves onto that dry land. So we're looking at storm surge as high as 3 to 5 feet, where you see the orange along portions of Georgia into northern and central Florida. Also winds, they're going to be a big impact. Winds gusting up to 72 miles per hour at some times. That could cause some structural damage to houses and buildings. Also bring down some trees, bringing power outages and also impassable roads. Heavy rain, that will be a concern as well. We could see up to 7 inches in some spots. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. All right, we're looking at temperatures really chilly in the northern plains, the Intermountain West, heavy snow falling in portions of the Intermountain West, and then it's summer-like in the south. Temperatures in the 80s in a lot of spots, 83 in Shreveport. All right, it's Election Day Tuesday. We're going to have your forecast coming up.
Okay, thank you, Michelle. Okay, keep holding on to those tickets. The drawing for the record-setting Powerball jackpot was delayed just before the 11 p.m. Eastern set time. The Multi-State Lottery Association said in a statement that one participating lottery needed time to process its sales. And due to the length of the delay, it is likely the official results won't be revealed until later this morning. Officials said once the outstanding submission is sent, the drawing can go on. The $1.9 billion jackpot is the largest in U.S. lottery history.
And if you don't see us tomorrow, you'll know who won. We're back in 60 seconds with the funeral plans for slain rapper Takeoff.
Plus, the Tyson Foods executive is doing more than ruffling a few feathers.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The big variable, the storm surge. Why was it important for you to be here? What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester? The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Why was it important for you to be here? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
NBC News, streaming free now. NBC News, streaming free now.
New this morning, we are learning details about the funeral for slain rapper Takeoff. Local station WSB-TV reports a service will be held for the Migos founding member at Atlanta's State Farm Arena at 1 p.m. on Friday. The arena seats 21,000 people, but it is still unclear if the service will be open to the public. Takeoff was shot and killed after a dispute at a Houston bowling alley a week ago. He was just 28 years old. No one has been arrested yet over the killing.
Some foul behavior from the CFO of Tyson Foods, John R. Tyson, the son of the chairman, was arrested after police say he was drunk and fell asleep in the wrong house. A woman called police after she found him passed out in her bed. When police arrived, they found the clothes on him on the floor. They tried to wake him up. He briefly sat up and then he just laid back down. Tyson was arrested for trespassing and public intoxication. He was released on a $415 bond and is due in court December 1st.
And as much as we would like your full attention here on Early Today, you might want to take a quick look out your window. The blood moon is making its final appearance for the next 3 years. According to NASA, it will be the last visible full lunar eclipse until March 2025. It kicked off just a few minutes ago, and if you're looking to catch a glimpse, you have until just after 6:30 a.m. to see the moon in its full copper state, and it looks like a beauty. And unlike a solar eclipse, it is safe to watch this farewell tour with the naked eye.
One of the perks of being awake at this time of the night or morning. Still to come, more trouble at Twitter, the cascading chaos since Elon Musk's takeover.
And from tech scandal to basketball scandal as Kyrie Irving gears up to meet the NBA commissioner. We'll be right back.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that.
Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Lynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Wall Street is keeping a close eye on election results. Futures are flat ahead of the open, coming off a hot day for markets. The Dow jumped over 400 points yesterday, while the S&P and NASDAQ were both up nearly 1%.
More turmoil at Twitter this morning. Elon Musk's tenure as the new CEO is off to a chaotic start. The billionaire is also using the platform to break his pledge of neutrality. Here's Tom Costello.
Twitter owner Elon Musk seemed to contradict his own tweet from last April that Twitter should be politically neutral, encouraging independent-minded voters to vote Republicans into Congress. The move comes as advertisers have fled a surge in hate speech and conspiracy theories. Musk reposted Twitter's rules but said they will evolve over time.
Content moderation policies have not changed at Twitter.
Musk has reportedly started hiring back some of the content moderation staff he laid off on Friday. Roughly 3,700 employees let go, with Musk now saying they will receive 3 months of pay. Also concern and confusion over the verified blue check marks that Musk says he'll soon charge $8 a month for. He now says he will suspend users who impersonate others, including him, without making the parody clear.
It is chaotic. And Elon Musk tends to operate sort of as an agent of chaos. Which side is going to win out? The getting stuff done Elon Musk when it comes to fixing Twitter, or the chaotic Elon Musk?
Meanwhile, a month after the FBI warned foreign governments could try to influence voters with online disinformation, cybersecurity experts say changes at Twitter could invite more interference.
If we see Twitter make these changes here in the coming days, I would expect that Russian influence actors would move very aggressively to establish accounts.
Also, the Wall Street Journal reports Meta Facebook is considering big layoffs this week. The stock is down 71%, and so far, it's bet on virtual reality is not paying off. Back to you.
Hey, Tom, thank you.
And more news ahead, including why exactly park officials want people to stop licking toads.
Then Spice Girls spicing up your life with a surprise reunion.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Lynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive. The big variable, the storm surge. Why was it important for you to be here? What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The big variable, the storm surge. Why was it important for you to be here? What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester? As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful?
Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Welcome back on this election day. Weather looking really good in the Great Lakes, also the Ohio Valley into the Northeast, the Mid-Atlantic, portions of the Southeast. So Boston to Raleigh, lots of sunshine, no problems there. Could see some showers in Minneapolis, also Oklahoma City. So portions of the Midwest to the Central Plains. And then it's a mess out west. We're looking at flooding potentials in portions of Southern California, Los Angeles, not looking great. Also higher elevation snow. So as we zoom in a little closer to the north, that's the spot to be in because we're looking at temperatures really nice and comfortable, sunny and warm. With some wind in portions of New Hampshire, also Pennsylvania, mostly sunny. Rain late in the northwest, so portions of Wisconsin, you could see a little shower activity later. North Carolina, sun and clouds, mostly sunny and mild in Georgia. Back to you guys.
Okay, thank you, Michelle. Next on Early Today, beating the odds. A Delaware woman hits 2 jackpots in a month.
The big variable, the storm surge. Why was it important for you to be here? What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful?
Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
The big variable, the storm surge. Why was it important for you to be here? It's kind of a training regimen. How you doing, Lester?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. NBC News, streaming free now.
Quantum backing in. Continues to go to work with the move and the throwdown. Vicious.
Big plays like that were made across the NBA last night. All 30 teams played on Monday, and no one takes the court today. The NBA scheduled 0 games on Election Day for the first time in league history.
And the NBA's commissioner has a meeting with Kyrie Irving days after the Nets star was suspended. A source close to Irving tells NBC News he's set to meet with Adam Silver later today. Irving apologized late last week after posting the link to an anti-Semitic movie on social media. Silver said in a statement last week that Irving was, quote, reckless in posting a link to the film, calling it deeply offensive.
The Ravens and Saints capped off Week 9 with a struggle in the Big Easy. Lamar Jackson threw his 100th career touchdown pass to give the Ravens the early lead. Baltimore's rushing game was electric, outgaining the Saints on the ground by 140 yards. The Ravens marched into New Orleans and beat the Saints 27-13. And with that, the NFL season is halfway through. And here are your league leaders through Week 9. The Patriots' Matt Judon is on pace to break the league's single-season sacks record.
And the National Park Service is unhappy. Don't give me credit for that one. With some recent visitor behavior and urging people to stop licking the Sonoran Desert toad. It secretes the hallucinogenic DMT, which is found in some psychedelic drugs, which are banned in the United States. The plea was posted to social media to protect the amphibian, which has become a recent poaching target, and to remind people that the toad's toxin can cause illness or even death and will not turn into a prince.
Pretty serious if you're going to get that posted. Maybe just stick to some shrooms. Right. Okay, David Beckham is spicing up Instagram, sharing a glimpse into a mini Spice Girl reunion. So you got Posh, you got Baby, Sporty, helped Ginger Spice Jerry Halliwell celebrate her 50th birthday by singing along to their 1996 hit, Say You'll Be There. And also reassuring fans that friendship does last forever. The soccer star gave a shout out to Scary Spice, Mel B, who is absent from the videos, saying she was missed. This is just like any crew of girlfriends just dancing. It just happens to be their own music. That's so cool.
Exactly. Well, while she may not have hit the Powerball jackpot, a Delaware woman scratched off a big prize totaling $400,000, and she claimed her prizes all in one day. The unidentified woman first won $100,000 from an Ultimate Cash instant game scratch-off, and then came home and bought another series of tickets and won those. Pretty amazing, huh?
Hopefully we have that same luck with that Powerball drawing any minute now. Have a great one. Happy Election Day.
Good morning and happy Election Day. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Right now on Morning News Now, Decision Day is finally here. This morning, polls opening up across the country for the midterm elections, and Democrats and Republicans are making their final pitch for your vote.
We know in our bones that our democracy is at risk, and we know that this is your moment to defend it. Preserve or protect it, choose it.
And if you want to stop the destruction of our country and save the American dream, you must vote Republican in a giant red wave that we've all been hearing about.
Plus, former President Donald Trump hinting at a potential run in 2024, how it could impact the outcome of today's biggest races. Plus, a ballot battle. brewing in battleground Pennsylvania. Why Democrats, including Senate candidate John Fetterman, are already filing suit. We have team coverage this morning. Also this morning, mixed messages on the war in Ukraine as Russia pushes back against reports of major casualties after an attack in Eastern Europe. What we're learning from a letter believed to be from an elite Russian Marine group. And Scroll Stopper, why more people are choosing to put down their phones, plus tips on how to break an addiction to social media. Something we can all use, maybe on a day like today.
Or maybe not today.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe
we'll all be looking at our phones no matter what. As you know, at home, it is Election Day in America. Thank you for being with us this morning. Now, after a final push for votes, it's time for your voice to be heard, and the stakes could not be higher.
With Democrats holding a slight edge in the House and with a 50-50 split in the Senate, control of Congress is up for grabs. Leading candidates and party heavyweights spent the last full day of campaigning yesterday in a last-minute blitz to get out the vote. A new NBC News poll shows Democrats have pulled even with Republicans when it comes to voter interest. 73% of respondents from both parties say they are eager to cast their ballots. Republicans had a 9-point enthusiasm advantage just a month ago. And with razor-thin contests from coast to coast, it's all going to come down to turnout. We have team coverage following all the key races and developments for you this morning. NBC News correspondent Lindsay Reiser is tracking the race for governor in New York. Spotlight PA government reporter Kate Huanpu is following the races in Pennsylvania. But we are going to start with NBC News senior political editor Mark Murray, who's on set here with us. He doesn't know this yet, but we have superglued him to that chair.
Yeah, basically, yeah. We promised yesterday.
Let me out. Yeah, exactly. So you'll be saying that in about 24 hours. All right, so we've been talking about this early turnout. Nearly 45 million ballots cast so far nationwide early, far more than we saw in 2018. Does that benefit one party more than another? And then what can we expect as far as actual turnout today at the polls?
We are bracing for unprecedented midterm turnout. Voters are fired up. And yes, we have actually seen more early vote that we've actually had for a previous midterm election. Not quite the 2020 level, but of course that's a presidential contest. And disproportionately, the early voters are Democratic voters. Election day voters are disproportionately Republicans. And how that yin and yang kind of comes out. There are going to be some states that we're going to find out they're going to release the early vote first. There's some states that actually release the election day first. And so you're going to have to go through Chuck Todd, Steve Kornacki, and the great people at our decision desk to kind of wave through the different tranches of data that we're going to see throughout election night.
Also, sort of in the same vein, when we talk about this potential for showing up, Joe mentions enthusiasm, how it seems to have sort of leveled out after Republicans had this advantage. You know, the party in the White House often has an uphill battle, but we have seen this spike in Democratic enthusiasm. What does that mean you're looking out for in terms of those numbers there?
Yeah, Savannah, potential uncertainty. I mean, those of us who've covered midterm races in the past kind of expect this, like, well, this is not going to be a great Democratic year. The president's approval rating is at 44%. People think the country's headed in the wrong direction. But as you ended up mentioning, we do see that spike in Democratic enthusiasm. And even in the 2018 midterms, which was a really good year for Democrats, Republicans held their own with the polarization. You saw them fired up just as well. And so that polarization where everybody's kind of in their camps, you normally don't have the big red waves or blue waves we've seen in past midterm cycles when the party in power is just as fired up as the opposition is.
So when it comes to control of Congress, specifically control of the Senate, there are these major battlegrounds we're following. Top of mind, you've got Georgia, Pennsylvania, Nevada. Maybe those are the big three. Also keeping an eye on Ohio and Arizona. This time tomorrow, or maybe even Thursday, what do you think could be the state that we are looking at that could actually determine who controls the Senate?
I think Pennsylvania, and it might take us a few days to kind of settle who ends up winning that contest. But for Democrats to hold on control of the U.S. Senate, they need to flip the Pennsylvania seat. That is currently a Republican-held seat. Pat Toomey is retiring. And if Democrats are able to win that, then that puts pressure on Republicans. And then they have to win in Nevada and in Georgia to take control of the U.S. Senate. So to me, Pennsylvania is the whole ballgame. But really, that shorthand, there are really 3 Senate seats to watch over the next few days. And that's going to be be Nevada, Georgia, and Pennsylvania. And the party that wins 2 of those 3 will most likely end up controlling the U.S. Senate. And do remember, Georgia, if no one cracks 50%, goes to a runoff in December.
Yeah, which is what we saw before. I asked you your hottest take talking before the show. You said Pennsylvania, that's the one. There we go. We'll keep an eye on it. Joe just mentioned this. Maybe it'll be Thursday morning that we're still talking about this, still waiting on results. What do you anticipate? Because so many of these races are so tight in terms of when we will have answers. And also remind us what this has looked like in midterms past.
Yeah, I'm expecting a very long week ahead of us. And you should do the midterms last, the last presidential contest, we didn't find out until the Saturday after Election Day that Joe Biden had been projected to be the winner of that presidential contest. It has taken a while to count mail-in ballots. And some states like Pennsylvania and Wisconsin don't allow you to start processing mail-in ballots until Election Day, which is why it sometimes takes a while to do it. But other states like Arizona has just notoriously been a very slow state to count. And even in 2018, when Kyrsten Sinema ended up winning that Senate contest and Joe Biden winning that in the presidential race, those were, at the end of the day, 2 percentage point victories, but it took 3, 4, 5, 6 days to be able to count. And so the guidance that we've been kind of shouting from the mountaintops here at NBC News is like, it's Election Day, but let's get ready for Election Week as well.
Yeah, all right. Absolutely. In Nevada, I think they're already warning 10 days maybe. All right. Yeah. Thanks, Mark. As we said yesterday, we'll be seeing a lot of you. We really appreciate you being with us this morning. All right. Let's now go to Pennsylvania. Mark Murray's hottest take. NBC News correspondent Maura Barrett and Kate Whampoa, who's the government reporter for Spotlight Pennsylvania, are both there to report for us. Maura, I will begin with you. Good to see you with us. So 2 big races there. One for the Senate, so one we were just talking about between Oz and Fetterman, also one for governor. The big news today, though, let's start with this breaking news. Democrats are filing a lawsuit demanding that undated or incorrectly dated mail-in ballots actually be counted. Maura, explain to us how this lawsuit came to be and what Democrats are arguing.
Well, Savannah, back in 2020, we saw a plethora of lawsuits here in Pennsylvania, and we were expecting the same this year, but maybe not so soon. Democrats filing this suit last night, upset about the fact that these mail-in ballots might not be counted. To give you some context here, the Pennsylvania State Supreme Court had seen a challenge about these ballots, questions over whether counting undated or incorrectly dated ballots qualified as violating federal law. The Supreme Court was evenly divided on this, and so they told counties to set those ballots aside and not count them for now. Democrats and other civil rights groups like the ACLU are arguing that this could disenfranchise certain voter groups. And this is something that the state has encouraged counties to let voters know if they fall into that bucket of undated or incorrectly dated ballots, to give them the opportunity to come back, fix their mail-in ballot, make sure that it's counted come processing once Election Day closes here today. And so that's something you might be wondering, how many votes is that? It could be a couple thousand votes, but at the end of the day, this is very important for some campaigns like the Democrats, because Democrats lean towards those mail-in ballots. And just a reminder, in both 2016 and 2020, Pennsylvania came down to less than 1% of the voter population. So those that small fraction of mail-in ballots that are being set aside could really matter, Savannah.
Absolutely. Kate, let's bring you in here on the same topic, because I know you reported extensively last week about mail-in voting, what it ultimately means for counting ballots following the election. Now here we've got this lawsuit. As Maura just mentioned, we know Democrats tend to favor those mail-in votes. Explain to us where these ballots are coming from in the state of Pennsylvania and what this means in terms of how long it could take for this vote to be counted.
Yeah, by and large, they're coming from the 2 sort of big cities of Pennsylvania, either Allegheny County, which is where Pittsburgh is, or Philadelphia County, which is where Philly is. They're also sort of coming from the smaller regional cities like Scranton, Wilkes-Barre, Erie, and the collar counties surrounding those 2 big cities.
Absolutely. Maura, all right, now let's get to the good stuff this morning. Polls are open in Pennsylvania. It's expected to be a close race, of course, on this Senate race. John Fetterman and Mehmet Oz. What can we expect from the candidates today, and what are you seeing as polls are open?
Well, voters were just let into the polling place behind me here in Montgomery County, but it is that Senate race that has kept all of us on the edge of our seats. You heard Mark Murray talking about how important this Pennsylvania Senate race is. Fetterman and Oz in a statistical dead heat when we look at polling. And so it really is going to come down to turnout here. And when I'm checking in with the campaigns, the Democrats are really focusing on and letting us know, we might see a Republican lead from the in-person voting, today, but they are really going to be waiting
planning for that mail-in turnout. Now, in terms of last-minute activations, we saw campaigns across the state holding Get Out the Vote rallies to encourage voters to get out in person today. Text messages are flying to all Pennsylvania voters, both Fetterman and Oz, putting out their closing argument ads yesterday, as well as they're all over social media. Fetterman's expected to have his victory party over in Western Pennsylvania tonight, while Oz will be here in Montgomery County. We are waiting at the polling place where Democratic gubernatorial candidate Josh Shapiro is set to be voting in the next hour. So it is certain to be a busy day of voting, and we will continue watching to see how the results for this Senate race shake out, Savannah.
Yeah, Kate, let's talk about that particular voter and his race for governor. So polls show Democrat Josh Shapiro with a sizable lead over Republican Doug Mastriano. Let's talk about why this race has been closely watched in this state in particular. Now, we know governor races in general. I mean, it's important when you think about the certification of elections, which obviously has become quite a bit of conversation since 2020. It's going to be a big storyline in terms of abortion in certain states. Walk us through this particular race in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, I think you listed some of the biggest reasons. In 2020, Pennsylvania was a key state when certifying the election for Joe Biden. That's definitely a factor coming up on 2024. And again, abortion is a huge issue here and really has caused a huge spike in registration, especially in female voters in the state. And Mastriano and Shapiro are offering two extremely different views on that. Mastriano has said he would be okay with a total ban with no exception for rape, abortion, or the life of the mother, where Shapiro is definitely more of the centrist lane. He said he would protect abortion rights as they stand in Pennsylvania.
And Kate, is that right there one of the biggest sort of attack lines we've seen between the two of them in campaigns?
Oh, certainly. In both elections, both Senate and governor, you can see attack ads the world over about both Oz and Mastriano's lines on abortion just being repeated.
Kate, thank you so much. Maura, thank you so much. We are watching as Pennsylvania polls are now open on this election day.
And it's not just swing states like Pennsylvania that are seeing some contests that might be too close for comfort. President Biden actually spent part of Sunday in the Democratic stronghold of New York. Even though registered Democrats outnumber Republicans more than 2-1, the state's governor, Kathy Hochul, is facing a serious challenge from Republican Congressman Lee Zeldin. For more on this, we're joined by MSNBC anchor Lindsay Reiser, who's in Cold Spring, New York this morning. Lindsay, good to have you with us. So for a bit of context here, New York has not seen a Republican governor since George Pataki. That was nearly 2 decades ago. We know Republicans now really focusing on crime, the economy to try and get through to voters. So is that what's behind this tight race between the two? Take us through how we got here.
Yeah, what a turn of events. Joe, good to be with you. It's about the issues that are mattering to voters. It's about the money that's being poured into some of these races. So let's focus on New York governor first. Kathy Hochul, Lee Zeldin. Kathy Hochul has been enjoying wide margins in this race until recently. In fact, in October, Quinnipiac poll only put her at 4 points above Zeldin. Her fundraising has been extraordinary, breaking a state record. She's pulled in nearly $49 million. But lately, Lee Zeldin has been getting a lot of help from Republican super PACs. He's endorsed by Trump, and his contributions of late have been just extraordinary. He's been hammering home on the airwaves crime, inflation. We do know crime numbers, even though felonies are down, homicides are down year to year. According to the NYPD, overall crime is up about 6%. That's mostly being driven by grand theft auto. And we know that a lot of people behind the scenes have been pushing Hochul to talk about what she's doing to reduce crime that people are feeling, especially in the city, talking about cameras on the subways, more law enforcement presence. But Joe, as you mentioned, it would be an incredible turn of events here if that governor's mansion in Albany were to turn red, and certainly a race that's so close we're all going to be watching very closely today.
Yeah, and to be clear, Lindsay, it's not just Governor Hochul who's facing stiff competition in New York today. A top House Democrat is also locked in a very tight race of his own. Explain to us what's going on there.
Sean Patrick Maloney, he is right now the highest seated Democrat to be in a vulnerable seat. He was elected in 2012 to Congress. He's the head of the DCCC. He is in charge of that campaign arm, making sure that Democrats keep the House. But his own seat right now is vulnerable. New York Assemblyman Mike Lawler has proven to be a formidable opponent. At first, a lot of the fundraising that they were doing here was kind of considered a joke, but now it is really, he's really become a contender, again, focusing on crime, time, focusing on inflation, what people are spending at the grocery store. Sean Patrick Maloney has been talking about voting rights, reproductive rights, and he was on Meet the Press on Sunday with Chuck Todd, and he said he has to go out and fight every 2 years for this seat to earn it. It's not like in years past this has been a cakewalk for him, but this year there has been redistricting. He is introducing himself to a lot of constituents, and he'll be voting later today. We'll catch up with him, ask him a few questions, and also hopefully catch up with Lawler later today too, Joe.
I mean, so Lindsay, just overall, what is it Democrats are saying about the fact that they are playing defense in what's historically a deep blue state? How much does that concern them?
So there's been a lot of talk behind the scenes of worries about, was there mixed messaging? Should they have focused earlier on inflation and crime as opposed to reproductive rights? Of course, when you ask people, again, Sean Patrick Maloney on Meet the Press saying, look, we don't know the results yet. We don't know if it's bad messaging or what's resonating with voters. But certainly, if you look at the fundraising, Joe, if you look at, you had mentioned President Biden coming here on that crucial weekend before the election to stump for Kathy Hochul and other Democrats here, it really shows how much these races are in play and the effects down ballot they could have as well. There are some competitive races in Long Island for Congress, and also a New York Assembly Democrats in danger of losing their veto-proof supermajority this race, Joe.
Lindsay Reiser following some surprisingly close races in New York. Lindsay, thanks.
Now to battleground Georgia, where incumbent Democratic Senator Raphael Warnock is facing off against Republican challenger Herschel Walker in a fiercely competitive race. The latest polling data actually shows the candidates are neck and neck, and a record-breaking 2.5 million people have already voted early in the state of Georgia, which is where you find NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez. He's in Atlanta. Hey, Gabe, good morning. So this has become this incredibly tight race in recent weeks, and it has seen its fair share of drama. First, just tell us where we're at right now. We heard from both candidates. We saw them make their final campaign push last night. What did they say?
Yes, Savannah, both candidates searching for every last vote. And first I want to take a live look, though, at the folks that have showed up to vote here. Polls opening just a short time ago, minutes ago, and a line started forming even before the polls opened. Several dozen people have been waiting in line. We just saw a few of them go inside right now, but still a small line outside of this polling place in Atlanta. Now, as you mentioned, this is a tight contest between football legend Herschel Walker, who was denied allegations during the campaign that he paid for 2 women's abortions, and he's tried to link incumbent Senator Raphael Warnock to President Biden and rising inflation. Now, Warnock, a minister, has slammed Walker as unfit for office and a pathological liar. And as you said, with control of the U.S. Senate hanging in the balance, more than $250 million has already poured into this race. And Savannah, there is a third-party candidate here, and in Georgia, if no candidate reaches that 50% threshold, that means that this all goes to a runoff next month. So this might not be over tonight or even this week, Savannah.
Yeah, we might be doing this all again in a matter of 4 weeks or so. Gabe, let's talk now, of course, about what's important here, what's ultimately going to make the decision, and that's the voters. What are you hearing from voters on the ground about this race in particular? There was so much question, so much speculation about if the allegations against Herschel Walker would change anyone's mind. What are some of the biggest issues and the biggest takeaways from that?
Well, certainly, Savannah, and there are several key demographics here, and the question will be which way these groups go in this election. Of course, suburban women, the youth voters, young people, who they will vote for, or whether they will turn out at all. I spoke with several folks on both sides of the aisle yesterday. Take a listen to what they had to say.
I believe in Herschel, and we need to get the economy back where it should be, and I think he'd make the best one. You go to the grocery store and you don't have, you just spend so much money in gas, and I just feel sorry for people that don't have money to make a living.
And you blame President Biden for that?
Oh, yes, I do, 100%.
Why are you supporting Senator Warnock?
I'm a Democrat, and first of all, his intelligence level is off the chart. And I think he's a good person to be in the Senate. You're always going to blame the person in power to get in power yourself. So Biden is doing a very good job working with the people around him for the United States of America. There's a lot of things happening in America right now. And it's not necessarily the economy here. Inflation is all around the globe.
So Republican voters, many of them telling me that their top issue this election cycle is the economy. Other Democrat voters that I spoke with said that it was reproductive rights, as well as threats to democracy that were really driving their vote. Again, voters here already going to the polls here in Georgia. The polls stay open until 7 p.m. Eastern time tonight.
Absolutely. Gabe, also, I mentioned the interest in this particular state in voting early and absentee voting, 2.5 million people voting early. I know also, though, now that the state has launched an investigation into absentee ballots that were not mailed to voters. What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, Savannah, another example of how every vote counts here, and especially in such a tight race. But Cobb County, which is a county, suburban Atlanta, essentially, the state has launched an investigation as to how more than 1,000 ballots were not mailed in time, basically. The ACLU had filed a lawsuit saying more than 1,000 ballots had not been mailed in time by mail to voters who had requested them. And several hundred of those voters ended up voting in person, but there were still several hundred others that did not get those ballots in a timely fashion. So there's some question about whether they would be able to get the ballots in by today. By the way, Savannah, Georgia is one of those states, and in some other parts of the country, you need to have your ballot postmarked by Election Day. Here, it needs to be received by Election Day, and there was some concern that the ballots would not be able to be received. So now a judge has extended the deadline for those several hundred ballots in Cobb County, absentee ballots, to be counted until next week. But again, another example of just how much every vote counts in this especially tight race in Georgia.
Absolutely. One of the big three that we are watching, according to Mark Murray, and you will keep an eye on it for us. Gabe, thanks so much.
To Arizona we go, and if we're going to Arizona, that means we're going to NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard. Two closely watched races there. So let's start, Vaughn, with the Senate race. You've got the Democratic Senator Mark Kelly, who just won a special election 2 years ago. His challenger is Blake Masters. They both made their final push to voters yesterday. What are their closing messages?
Yeah, good morning, you guys. This is major. I mean, if Blake Masters upsets Mark Kelly in this race, and we should know Blake Masters has consistently been down in polling ever since he won his August primary. If he wins, it could shift the balance of power in the U.S. Senate. I want to let you hear directly from both candidates, though, yesterday on the campaign trail.
And right now, we face some pretty serious challenges, like drought and rising costs. And my opponent, he's proven that he's not up to the task. And I think, frankly, Arizonans can't afford him or his dangerous beliefs in the United States Senate.
After just 20 months, our backs are against the wall here. We can't take much more of Biden-Harris. We can't take much more of Mark Kelly just rubber stamping their demented agenda. I really feel like this is a save the country election. Do you agree?
Masters is heavily focused on an economic pitch as well as border security. And Kelly there has talked about a myriad of issues, but he is also heavily focused on women's reproductive rights as well as the threats the Republican posed to the election process. This is a moment here where in a longtime conservative state, Democrats are trying to win a U.S. Senate seat for the third cycle in a row, which would be significant here, again, in this longtime conservative state.
So, Vaughn, you mentioned the election process. That might be the key issue in the governor's race, which is getting so much attention. Carrie Lake is one of many Republicans this election cycle who's echoed former President Trump's claims the 2020 election was rigged, which we know is false. But how is that resonating with voters?
Right. She has been at the forefront of this effort, propagating these 2020 election conspiracy theories, and she has made it a key part of her campaign, not only during her primary, but also just last night up on stage, previewing what she says is a reason for her to be worried about what was to come today. Take a listen to her last night.
And these back there don't want us talking about stolen elections. Well, it doesn't matter what they attempt tomorrow because we're going to show up like our lives depend on it. And there's not a darn thing that Katie Hobbs can screw up tomorrow to make our win any less significant.
Of course, this is the same Republican candidate who you'll recall in the primary suggested that there were signs of fraud and irregularities, but never provided any evidence of it, and then went quiet after she won that primary. And as you just heard last night, she's suggesting the same thing now, but again, providing no specific evidence or any specific allegations of actual fraud or rigging of this election.
And so, Yvonne, I quickly want to ask you about Maricopa County, because it's getting a lot of attention over misinformation surrounding midterms, increased threats to election workers, voter intimidation. Real quick, what's the county doing to try and ensure safety today?
Right. This was the county that was at the epicenter of the scrutiny, the audits, and the conspiracies of the 2020 election. We've seen voter intimidation at these ballot drop box locations. The Maricopa County Sheriff's just last night said that the office is not only setting up fencing and barbed wire around the tabulation center. This is the building where the ballots are being processed and counted, but they've also positioned deputies around this particular building because of the threats made against election workers.
All right, Yvonne Hilliard in Arizona. Yvonne, thank you so much. And stick with NBC News Now today. Be sure to tune in tonight for our special election night coverage starting at 6 p.m. Eastern with live results and analysis beginning then at 8. And of course, we will have continuing coverage tomorrow morning right here on Morning News Now.
That is right. Now this morning we're tracking subtropical storm Nicole.
Meteorologist Michelle Grossman joins us with that. Hey, Michelle, good morning.
Hey there, guys. Great to see you. Yeah, we're tracking the tropics. They are active right now. Subtropical storm Nicole is expected to strengthen into a tropical storm later today and could become a hurricane as it nears the northwestern parts of the Bahamas. So here is the latest on Nicole, because we are looking at winds strengthened since the last advisories. 50 miles per hour. It's moving northwest at 8 miles per hour. The location is 380 miles east-northeast of the northwestern Bahamas, and that's where we expect to see the brunt of the storm later on tonight into Wednesday, and then later Wednesday impacting the state of Florida into Thursday. So we do have tropical alerts where you see the red. That is a hurricane warning. That is for most of the Bahamas, the northwestern parts of the Bahamas. We also have a tropical storm warning, but you can see Florida with tropical alerts as well into the coastal portions of Georgia. And we are talking major impacts as we go throughout the next couple of days. So here's the forecast track. We're looking at strong winds impacting Florida by tomorrow morning. Where you see this orange coloring, that is the tropical storm force wind. So it's well outside of the cone. And as we go throughout time here, you're going to see this track impacting portions of Florida as we go throughout tomorrow morning. And then we do expect landfall early Thursday morning as a Category 1 storm. That has been updated as well. So we will watch that very, very closely. We're expecting storm surge, very heavy rainfall, and some damaging winds that could cause some power outages. It's going to take a right-hand turn due to an area of high pressure off the coast, and it's going to go up the east coast. So we're going to see heavy rain impacting anywhere from the Carolinas into portions of the Northeast Friday and also Saturday. We could see up to 7 inches of rain. That's one of the major impacts, especially in portions of Florida where we are so heavily impacted by Ian. We're looking at more rain there, flooding of highways, poor drainage areas, and also some small streams could be impacted as well. Then as we go throughout time here, it moves to the northeast. We're looking at heavy downpours late Friday into Saturday. We're also talking about storm surge, guys. This is a big one. This is where we see that wall of water inland, and we're looking at 3 to 5 foot storm surge along the coast of Florida. Back to you.
Right, Michelle, thank you so much.
Thanks, Michelle.
Sure. Coming up on Morning News Now, new developments on the war in Ukraine.
Yeah, we'll tell you about a potentially major blow to Russian forces as the fighting intensifies. We'll be right back.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that.
Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
We're back with the latest developments in the war in Ukraine. Russian officials are pushing back against allegations in a letter believed to come from an elite Marine group that says that they suffered major casualties in an attack in Eastern Europe.
Yeah, the open letter sent to a Russian governor claims the brigade were thrown into a, quote, incomprehensible battle. Joining us now to discuss is NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter. Molly, good to see you. So tell us a little bit about this and what Russian officials are now saying.
Savannah, Joe, good morning to you. I want to be really clear that NBC News has not confirmed this letter. This was an open letter posted by pro-Russian bloggers on Telegram. And as you say, Savannah, it was addressed to a governor in a very small region in the east of the country. Now, the letter says that this Marine unit, this elite Marine unit, suffered incomprehensible losses during this assault. Now, the Russian MOD actually did respond, which is incredibly rare. And the fact that they felt like they needed to deny this and needed to respond is certainly indicative of the fact that they are feeling like they need to kind of lessen the discontent, not only among their troops, but also at home. They said this division did suffer losses, but had not suffered, quote, significant losses. Guys?
So, Molly, of course, it is Election Day here in the U.S. One of the issues that's on the ballot indirectly is the war in Ukraine. And that's because some Republicans have said they would slash military aid if they win power. How concerned are Ukrainians about that possibility?
Absolutely. And you can bet that, capitals from Kyiv to Brussels across Europe are watching very, very closely. And really, the midterms are being seen as kind of a litmus test of foreign aid to Ukraine. We asked the regional governor of the Kyiv region yesterday about this. Take a listen, and I'll talk to you on the backside.
What happens and how does it affect your region if the U.S. scales back aid of all kinds?
This will be a very painful issue for all Ukrainian people because we are receiving so much help from the U.S. right now, and we are very grateful for everything the U.S. does for us. I don't even want to consider what might happen, but I can't say for sure that it won't affect our fighting spirit.
He wouldn't even kind of entertain the possibility if a Republican-controlled Congress, scaled back aid, not just, defense aid, but also humanitarian aid to this country. But certainly they'll be watching very closely, guys.
Molly, also sticking with what's going on here in the U.S. today, Election Day, we have some concerning news here. Yesterday, we heard an admission of election interference from a Russian businessman, also a close ally to Putin. Tell us a little bit about more who this person is, what he said, and how unprecedented it is.
Yeah, Yevgeny Prigozhin is a serious power player. He's often called Putin's chef. He is very close to Putin. He is also the founder and the executive of the Wagner Group. Is it a mercenary fighting force right now? They are fighting in one of the hottest fronts in eastern Ukraine near Bakhmut in the Donbass region. And he posted yesterday on VK, it's the Russian version of Facebook. He says, "We have interfered. We are interfering, and we will continue to interfere carefully, accurately, surgically, and in our own way as we know how to do it. During our pinpoint operations," he continued, "we will remove both kidneys and the liver at once." Now, 4 years ago, Prigozhin was actually indicted along with others for interference in the 2016 elections. That related to a troll farm related to him. But this is someone who stays fairly under the radar, and we have seen him start to speak out much more about the war, actually criticize, although veiled, criticize Russian generals, which is why his Wagner Group has really come into such prominence. And we should mention to you guys, he is under U.S. sanctions already.
All right, Molly Hunter, thank you so much for following the latest there. Stay safe.
More now on what's going on around the world. New headlines coming out of the COP27 Climate Change Summit.
That's right. NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavanga joins us now from Rome with that and more. Hey, Claudio, good to see you.
Good morning. Yes, as you mentioned, at the COP27 Climate Change Summit in Egypt, the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres said that vulnerable communities in climate hotspots are being blindsided by cascading climate disasters without any means of prior alert. For this reason, the United Nations on Monday has announced a plan to make sure people in developing countries are warned ahead of the time when there is a risk of climate-related hazards like extreme storms and floods. Let's move back here to Italy, where a humanitarian crisis is escalating after the new right-wing government has been trying to stop migrants rescued in the Mediterranean from disembarking. 2 ships run by NGOs have been docked at a port in Sicily where with 35 migrants on board who are not allowed to disembark. Another one carrying 95 migrants has entered Italian waters without permission, while another ship run by SOS Mediterranee remains in international waters of Sicily with 234 rescued people on board. Let's jump over to Wales, where a baby alpaca was born in the middle of a stormy weather. The Manorafon Farm Park in Abergele posted a picture of the cute baby alpaca, very cute, who hasn't been named yet. The farm doesn't even know its gender because it wrote that after the dramatic birth in the middle of a storm, they are giving mommy and baby a little more space before they take a look. That's very cute.
It is. I feel like Al the alpaca is too obvious, right?
I like that.
Okay, we're going with it. Starting the campaign now.
That was a nice little break, too. This morning, we got a lot going on. Nice to look at an alpaca for a moment.
Thanks, Claudio.
Thank you. And coming up, making history even before polls close.
After the break, more on the record number of black Republicans running for office and how it could be impacting voters' choices today. This is Morning News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Welcome back. As voters head to the polls, a record number of black Republicans filed to run for office this year.
NBC News Now correspondent Zincle Asamoah spoke to one black candidate and also voters in Texas to learn more about what's motivating them this election season.
We need black excellence everywhere. Republican, Democrat, Independent.
A key Democratic voting bloc, black people, may be turning to the Republican Party.
Because at least we're in the room to at least add some color, if you will.
I met Wesley Hunt at a Trump rally in Robstown, Texas.
That is the America that I know and love.
He's a Republican running for the state's U.S. House District 38 seat, one of a record 178 black Republican candidates running for office in 2022. Black Republicans are not new, but Howard University's Dr. Kenesha Grant says today motivators for black voters are shifting.
And so whereas people would think about race first,
in the past, they now think about something like the economy first, or they might think about education first, or they might think about religion first.
This does differ by gender, with black men nearly 3 times more likely than black women to have voted for Trump. For black Republicans I spoke with, issues of faith and economy are critical.
I don't believe in homosexuality. I don't support same-sex marriage. I don't support abortion.
Thomas Isbell says religion moved his vote. Chandra, who asked to be identified by her first name, believes Democratic policies keep communities of color, quote, down economically.
The Democrat Party has never really done anything to help.
Still, Dr. Grant says these beliefs come with some reservation.
I think it's important to note that black voters describe themselves as conservative, but they face a barrier when they have to decide what to do with that conservatism.
One study in the University of Chicago Press Journals suggesting black voters are more likely to identify as Democrats around other black voters, even if they are Republican. But candidates like Wesley Hunt, now backed by former President Trump, aren't shy about their beliefs.
I'm mindful that Trump is also supported by white supremacist groups as well. Yeah. Some black voters view statements he's made as racist. What do you say?
You know, what I'll say is there's extremism on both sides. What I'm really focused on are actually the policies that are actually going to raise us from the situation that we're in right now.
I know a lot of black voters are focused on it.
Yeah.
Are you worried about them?
People are really having a hard time putting food on their table. That's where the majority of people are focused on right now.
Hunt betting on the economy as a major voter issue.
I think that's why we're going to see a big red wave, particularly when it comes to black and brown people.
It's a bet that could bring major wins or losses.
Our thanks to Zincle Esama for that report. Now, of the record 178 black Republicans who filed to run for office this year, 75 made it through their primaries and 29 are in competitive House races.
Latino voters could also play a major role in this year's elections. Candidates in key battleground states hope that critical voting bloc will give them an edge.
That's right. That's because the number of eligible Latino voters is on the rise. 34.5 million Latinos can now cast their ballots, and that number is up by, get this, 4.7 million compared to 2018's midterms.
Let's bring in Juan Rosa for more on this. He is the National Director of Civic Engagement for the National Association of Latino Democratic Officials. Juan, good to have you with us. So first, let's get the broader picture here. Can you tell us exactly how much influence Latino voters are going to have in this year's elections? Are we seeing Latino voters more enthusiastic this year about casting their ballots?
Thank you so much, Joe and Savannah. So a small correction. We are the National Association of Latino Elected and Appointed Officials. Just a small correction. To answer your question, yes, Latino voters are going to be decisive in key races across the country. For example, in states like Colorado, Nevada, and Arizona, the share of Latino voters tend to be well over the difference between the winner and the loser of last elections, right? So, for example, in some states, the margin of victory between one candidate and the other for governor or senator was 4%. And Latino voters in that state averaged well over more than 10%, right? So we know that Latino voters are going to be decisive in key races, but just nationally, we project that 11.6 million Latinos will vote in these elections.
Absolutely. Juan, I do also want to ask about a concern here. This is misinformation spreading specifically within the Latino community. Advocacy groups have been warning about this. Why and how is this particular population, specifically the targets of these campaigns, and how much of an impact does it seem to have had?
Right. So Latinos are getting their news and information from social media. A lot of them claim that YouTube is a prime source for them to get information about elections and just about every other facet of life. So we know that, one, they are on social media a lot, which makes disinformation and misinformation easier to spread. Latinos also rely on encrypted networks for communication with their family members or their church circles or their professional circles. Those encrypted networks are harder to monitor. So it's not like there's a monitoring effort in place to make sure that mis and disinformation is not being widely shared. So we at NALO Educational Fund, together with a few partner organizations, have been monitoring for the spread of misinfo and disinfo targeting Latinos. And particularly, Savannah, we're interested in things that affect the operations of elections, right? So the validity of vote by mail, for example, is a prime example of what we're monitoring for. There are efforts to say to Latino voters that vote by mail doesn't count, or that vote by mail is more fraudulent than in-person voting. So we are doing daily monitoring sessions of social media. We have established connections with social media companies to flag sort of egregious incidents of misinfo and disinfo.
All right, Juan Rosa, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
And coming up, if you thought taking the SATs was bad, imagine being forced to take them again.
And what might be even worse is the reason why. Up next on Morning News Now, what UPS is saying after dozens of exams flew out of one of their trucks. And no, this is not a bad dream. Stay with us.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. The big variable, the storm surge. Why was it important for you to be here? What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
You've heard the expression, the dog ate my homework. Well, in Texas, some SAT tests have disappeared, and they can't blame the dog.
Yeah, just wait till you hear what they can blame. This happened in El Paso, and a UPS truck carrying those completed tests opened up while driving. It's a nightmare for students, depending on those scores, of course. NBC News correspondent Nyala Charles has more on that story.
Hours upon hours of studying gone in the blink of an eye.
I just saw a bunch of papers everywhere.
I had no idea what it was. I didn't think much of it, but I just decided to grab my phone and record it.
Video capturing more than 200 SAT tests flying out of a UPS truck in El Paso, Texas.
I looked and I could see the bubbles.
Some people found the visual funny at first.
My mom, as a joke, was like, oh, they're your PSAT scores.
Until seniors at El Paso High realized it was their SAT Scantrons, sharing the news on social media.
Today, I just found out that they were actually the SAT scores from our school.
The district says the faculty combed the streets collecting those tests. However, 55 weren't recovered, meaning those students may have to sit through that 3-hour test again. Since the pandemic, many colleges don't require standardized testing, but according to data from the College Board, who runs the SAT, almost 2 million high school seniors still took the test last year. In a statement, the College Board said they will work with El Paso High School to ensure students can retest as soon as possible. But in the meantime, students' concerns go beyond college admissions.
We have all our information and identification on the score, and it stinks because our identity is out there right now.
Our thanks to Niella for that report. Although UPS did not say how the driver lost the test, it has apologized for the mishap. In a statement to NBC News, UPS says that its employees worked to recover as many tests as possible, that the driver's actions in this case were not representative of UPS protocols, and that it has addressed this with him. I'm sure he feels awful.
That helps those students. All right, let's get to some financial headlines. Tesla is seeing its lowest stock numbers in over a year.
CNBC's Bertha Coombs has more on why this might be happening and other financial headlines. Bertha, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Joe and Savannah. We've got shares of Tesla falling to their lowest levels since June of last year. The move coming as CEO Elon Musk devotes attention to his newest company, Twitter. Top tech analyst Gene Munster of Loop Ventures tells CNBC growing losses at Twitter could actually force Musk to sell more of his Tesla stake in order to prop up the country if he can't, or the company rather, if he can't turn the fortunes of the social media platform around. Some big Tesla investors are also expressing frustration about reports that Tesla employees are helping Musk with his efforts at Twitter. Meantime, Airbnb is making changes to how it displays prices on the platform after customers complain that they aren't transparent. Starting next month, guests will be able to see the total price that they're required to pay up front. Airbnb will also prioritize the total price versus the nightly rate in its search algorithm and will launch a new pricing and discount tools to help hosts set more competitive prices. Airbnb's CEO says guests should also not have to do unreasonable checkout tasks such as stripping the beds, doing the laundry, or vacuuming, because that's not a vacation. Meantime, Instagram is rolling out new in-app scheduling tools to all professional accounts after testing the features over the last few weeks. It'll allow you to schedule photos, carousels, and reels directly in-app up to 75 days in advance. It doesn't really add anything new, because creators have been able to schedule posts through the Creator Studio since 2020, but it could make it easier for Savannah to manage her content on the go or say on set, as the producer is saying, move on to the next story, Savannah. Not that that ever happens.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
I think it's happening right now, though.
75 days, yeah. We got to go. All right, Bertha, thank you.
Bertha.
And coming up, more people choosing to close their social media and put their phones away.
We'll talk about why that's so hard to break the habit and stop scrolling in our weekly mental health check-in. That's next on Morning News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Welcome back. It's time for our weekly mental health check-in, and we're taking a closer look at how anxiety could keep people from casting their ballots today in this year's midterm election.
Plus, new evidence showing how people adopt extremist views. It could be linked to a more common emotion.
Board-certified psychiatrist Dr. Sue Varma joins us now for more on these headlines. Dr. Varma, good morning. So let's start with that election anxiety on election morning. What are some of the psychological reasons that could keep someone, from casting their vote? Are there ways also to overcome that?
Absolutely. You know, I think a lot of people are feeling overwhelmed. They feel like there's a lot of information out there, but they don't know who to believe or who to trust. They feel like they haven't necessarily done their research sometimes, or if they have done their research, they may have lost trust and faith in their leaders in being able to deliver on the important issues to them. So I would say the most important thing is to talk to people outside your social circle to gather new information, head to trusted resources. I personally had a very interesting experience going on a canvas in Philadelphia this weekend with an organization called Indian American Impact with South Asian women. So we went door to door and talked to people. So I think that if you can talk to people that you respect, that you look up to, but also verify trusted sources, this can help alleviate some of our election anxiety.
On the topic of politics, new research is showing loneliness could actually make someone more vulnerable to extremist views. Walk us through how that happens and if there's anything we can do to protect ourselves or perhaps protect someone in our family or a friend.
Absolutely. Yes, something very interesting happens when we're lonely. Our mind begins to look for threat in the environment, and we end up shutting down. We end up focusing on becoming hypervigilant and thinking that doomsday is around the corner. Now, look, the reality is that we have been through so much, and so many horrible things have happened in the last several years, a pandemic to begin with that we never could have imagined. But it's important to decrease that isolation, to connect with people, both like-minded, but also people who have different ways of thinking. Loneliness, when left unchecked, can lead to depression and anxiety, which furthers loneliness and isolation. So we have to break the cycle somewhere.
Absolutely. All right, here's something maybe could help people just putting their phones down altogether. More people are doing this to try to break social media addictions. First, just walk us through, we've got about a minute here, why social media is so addictive, but then also how difficult it can be to try to step away.
You know, the brain reward system responds to social media with dopamine spikes just the way it does to chocolate, to sex, to bungee jumping, to anything that is fun, exciting, novel, pleasurable, challenging, dangerous. And social media has that potential to really suck people in because it offers this parallel universe in a way that has so much connection, novelty, interest. You can learn recipes. You're on there for hair blogs. You're on there for the politics. You're on there for social connection. You're using it to DM and message your friends. So it's a one-stop shopping, and it's very hard to break away. Your life is very much intertwined. You know, in fact, I was saying this weekend to a group of interesting leaders that I was like, you know, we're all connected here because of social media, and yet we're all in some way feels like our lives are being divided and we're being torn apart. So one thing I would say is if you can be very intentional about it, I've done something new, which is setting a timer through your phone, through the Apple iPhone, but a lot of phones have it, and it comes up with a time limit, and then it offers you the choice. It says your 1 hour, let's say, if for the day is over, do you want to continue? Do you want to go in 15-minute increments? Do you want to ignore it for the rest of the day? And I found that a lot of times it makes you question, do I really need to be on this? Is this a necessity? And I would say when you're having dinner with people, put your phone down. It increases trust. It increases the depth in relationships and the depth in conversation that you normally wouldn't have just by the appearance of having a phone. People say, hey, I don't know if I can go deep here.
All right, Dr. Sue Varma, thank you so much.
And stay right here for continuing coverage of Decision 2022. We're going to have full team coverage of all the critical races with results and analysis. Coverage kicks off at 6 o'clock tonight. And, of course, we'll have full coverage tomorrow morning right here on Morning News Now. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Good morning. Happy Election Day. I'm Savannah Sellers.
And I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, that music tells us one thing. It is Decision Day. Polling places are opening up across the country this morning in a midterm election that could shake up Washington and beyond.
The outcome is going to shape our country for decades to come.
If you want to stop the destruction of our country and save the American dream, you must go out and vote Republican.
President Biden's agenda and control of Congress are all on the line as Republicans step up their fights in key races. We're going to show you how the decisions voters are making today could impact nationwide issues like inflation and abortion. On the battleground, there is a small handful of states that could make the call on which party controls Congress. We're looking at you, Arizona, Wisconsin, Nevada. Don't worry, we've got journalists in all those battlegrounds. We'll tell you which races to keep your eyes on tonight. Also this morning, bracing for Nicole. Just 6 weeks after the most devastating hurricane in Florida history, the region is preparing for another hit. Subtropical storm Nicole has its sights set on Florida's east coast. NBC News meteorologist Michelle Grossman has the storm's latest track. Plus, Powerball pause. Yeah, last night's nearly $2 billion Powerball drawing, well, it still hasn't happened, all because of a tech issue. That means someone out there could still be holding on to a winning ticket. We'll tell you what we know about the delay and when the drawing could actually happen. Of course, we don't know if it's a winning ticket because there's been no drawing yet. So
right. I'm not refreshing the website or anything.
Not at all, because you bought a lottery ticket.
I did for the first time in a long time. But actually, I haven't been checking because it's election morning.
There you go. We got more important issues to talk about. We're going to begin with the high-stakes midterm election as polls across the country are opening this morning.
Yeah, but get this, more than 44 million people have already cast their ballot, and then millions more are expected, of course, to vote in person today. Now, the balance of power in Washington is very much up for grabs. Democrats currently hold the majority in the Senate, but that's only due to Vice President Harris's tie-breaking vote. They also hold a slim majority in the House. Republicans are confident, though, that they'll take back power in possibly one or both of those chambers. We have team coverage this morning, beginning with NBC News Chief White House correspondent Peter Alexander covering one of the biggest races we are watching, and that is in the battleground state of Pennsylvania.
Good morning to you. After a long and chaotic campaign, it is finally Election Day, one of the most consequential midterms in modern history. We are in those crucial Philadelphia suburbs that could decide the races in this state, with the direction of our democracy and control of Congress on the line. And for Republicans, a possible last-minute distraction with the former president, Donald Trump, already promoting his own future plans.
This morning, Decision Day. After all the rallies and wall-to-wall political ads, voters across the country get the final say whether Democrats retain control of Congress or Republicans regain majorities in the House and Senate. Overnight, President Biden arriving back at the White House, acknowledging Democrats have an uphill battle.
The Democrats win the House. I think it's going to be tough, but I think we can. I think we'll win the Senate. I think the House is tougher.
That after he and former President Trump hosted dueling rallies.
We know in our bones that our democracy is at risk.
Mr. Trump in Ohio is predicting a Republican rout.
If you want to save your rights and liberties, you have to start by dealing a humiliating rebuke to the radical left in this election.
And hinting at a possible comeback White House bid.
I'm going to be making a very big announcement on Tuesday, November 15th at Mar-a-Lago.
Republicans need to gain just 5 more seats to win control of the House. And in the Senate, Republicans need to gain just 1, with 9 Senate seats considered competitive. And Democratic incumbents facing tough challenges in states like Arizona, Nevada, and Georgia. Here in Pennsylvania, it would be a Democratic pickup if John Fetterman can beat Republican Dr. Mehmet Oz.
I need every one of you to get out the votes.
This is a transformative election. It's going to send a loud message to Washington.
The heightened tensions across the country and some candidates who've already cast doubts on election results, leading to security concerns. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi back in Washington after her husband was brutally attacked, casting many Republicans' rhetoric as dangerous, speaking to CNN.
There is one party that is doubting the outcome of the election, feeding that flame, and mocking any violence that happens.
U.S. intelligence and law enforcement agencies are gearing up for a variety of potential threats today, according to Justice Department officials, from extremist violence and cyber attacks to intimidation of election workers and voters. The FBI says the threats are highest in states where Donald Trump contested the 2020 election results.
And here in Pennsylvania, it could be several days before we know the winner, certainly in that race that's razor thin between Dr. Oz and John Fetterman. Under Pennsylvania law, they can't begin scanning and counting mail-in ballots until today, when the polls open at 7 a.m. The acting Secretary of State saying it could be a few days before they know the winner. Back to you.
All right, Peter, thank you so much. From Pennsylvania, let's head to battleground Wisconsin and NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster. Shaq, good morning. So we got two key races in that state, one for Senate, one for governor. First up, what's the latest there?
Good morning. Well, polls just opened, so that's the latest. You see a line of people behind me. We saw a few dozen people here in Milwaukee gathered before those doors open. Let's just get the basics. Polling and for Election Day here in Wisconsin, polls are open from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. If you're in line at 8 p.m., you can stay and make sure you cast your ballot. But look, these are marquee races that have been watched and observed from all across the country. There's that governor's race, one of the most expensive races in the country, the most expensive race in history in the state of Wisconsin, between Governor Tony Evers, the Democrat, and Republican Tim Michels, who's been endorsed by former President Trump. And then there's that Senate race. This is a race that Democrats felt optimistic to or about coming into Election Day. That's between Lieutenant Governor Mandela Barnes, the Democrat in this race, going up against the incumbent Senator Ron Johnson. Some big races, some expensive races, but now it's time for voters to have their say, Joe.
So, Shaq, obviously all those candidates you just mentioned were on the trail yesterday making their final push to voters. What are they focusing on?
Turnout. Turnout was the name of the game yesterday. We know that even before we got into Election Day, more than 700 Wisconsinites already cast the ballot. For many of the candidates, it was let's keep it going. Let's keep up that momentum. Let's start with the Senate candidates and what we were hearing there. I mentioned that Democrats felt optimistic coming into this general election, but the polls as we head into Election Day show that Senator Ron Johnson had a slight lead, though it's still well within the margin of error. Listen to the messages, those closing messages from Lieutenant Governor Mandela Barnes and Senator Ron Johnson yesterday.
Polls go up and polls go down, but I will say for anybody who's frustrated about a poll that had us down, show that frustration by showing up to vote. And if you're that frustrated, bring 3 more people with you to vote.
Why would he want to represent a bunch of people he thinks institutionalized racism? Do you want him representing you?
And then there's the governor's race, a race with serious national implications. This governor's race could determine the future of voting laws in the state of Wisconsin and what happens in 2024. Also, the fate of abortion laws in this state, where access to abortion for women is nearly totally banned across the state. I want you to listen to what we heard of the closing messages from Governor Tony Evers and from his Republican challenger, Tim Michels.
I don't consider either one of us are underdogs because the polling is clear. And Wisconsin's clear. It's a purple state. I get that.
To make life better for future generations to come here in Wisconsin, I'm going to stand with law enforcement.
In the average of polls, that gubernatorial race is nearly tied. They're separated by about 1/3 of a percentage point. So that is where a lot of attention is going to be focused on tonight, Joe.
So, Shaq, I want to ask you about an interesting development. The Department of Justice announced yesterday it's going to monitor election sites in 24 states around the country to ensure compliance with voting rights laws. Milwaukee and Racine are 2 of the sites on that list. So what are the concerns there, and what could we expect to actually see at those polling locations today?
Yeah, you're going to see this in nearly half the country, some 64 jurisdictions across the country. And look, this is the Department of Justice not saying that they know of any problem, that anything is being violated, but this is how they're enforcing the Voting Rights Act. They're sending monitors to Milwaukee and Racine, as you mentioned. They're there to make sure that federal voting laws are being complied with. They're also there in case voters have an issue. They have someone who they can bring that issue to directly. Of course, there's also a hotline and also websites available. But the big emphasis is it's not that they know that there's something wrong. It's to make sure that nothing is wrong today.
And, Shaq, we're trying to set expectations for our viewers as they brace for tonight and the days to come. So in Wisconsin, the state's early votes and absentee votes, they can actually start being counted today. Just walk us through what the process is going to look like there.
The big headline is be patient for that vote here in Wisconsin. In this state, election workers are not allowed to even process the absentee ballots until polls open today. So before, when they get all these absentee ballots, about a third of all ballots in the state are expected to be those absentee ballots. All they could really do is organize them by address. Now they're starting to open up the envelopes. After sitting in envelopes for sometimes weeks and months, they get to flatten the ballots and then run those through the tabulators. All of that takes a lot of time. Here in Milwaukee, that was a process that wasn't concluded until the overnight hours in 2020. Election officials this time around tell me they expect to have Milwaukee's results by midnight. This is the biggest population center in the state, so that gives you a sense of when we can expect those final results in this election. But remember, this is going to be a close race. That is something that all candidates on all sides, at least for that governor's race, all candidates from both sides acknowledge. And it's going to be a long night of counting and a long night of reporting for us.
And a long night of not sleeping for you, Shaq. All right. Shaquille Brewster, thanks so much. Appreciate it.
That's right. All right, let's keep checking in on the big races, and let's head south and west to Arizona. That's where we find Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Rafa, who is up very early for us. Ali, thanks so much. So we are watching two tight races here, Senate and governor. Tell us the latest.
That's right, Savannah. All eyes, both nationally and also here, obviously, in Arizona on the state's Senate and governor's races because of just how tight the margins have become in recent days. You have Democratic incumbent Senator Mark Kelly running against Republican Blake Masters, around 50%, really holding this very slight lead well within the margin of error in recent polls. And then in the governor's race, you have Republican and Trump ally Carrie Lake running against the state's Secretary of State Katie Hobbs. This is one of several races nationally that's testing the candidacy of election deniers that are running for office, Savannah.
What issues, Ali, are we hearing that are important to voters there, especially with these races being so neck and neck? What is it that it's going to come down to for them?
Yeah, I spoke with many voters yesterday, and what they told me was really what we're hearing across the board nationally and what we're seeing in poll after poll, that voters are most concerned about the economy, rising gas prices, inflation. I even spoke with some Democrats who told me that they split their vote, voting for Republicans in these key races, the Senate and governor's races, and then voting for Democrats lower down on the ballot for local races. Take a listen to what one of them told me.
The economy, you name it. I mean, gas prices, everything that's going on with the schools, you name it. I mean, there isn't really a thing that doesn't affect this election.
Savannah, that voter, one of hundreds of thousands that are getting out today to cast their ballot. We're here at the Maricopa County Recorder's Office, the tabulation center, where all of the ballots will eventually get here tonight. And we're already seeing people driving by, dropping off their ballots, before polls close here at 7 p.m. local.
Ali, also, I do want to ask you about the fact that over the weekend, a Carrie Lake staffer opened an envelope containing suspicious white powder. This was at Lake's campaign headquarters in Phoenix, again, a candidate for governor. Has this had any effect on the governor's race and security on Election Day?
Yeah, so we know that the FBI is investigating that whole incident right now. We know that that substance was sent to an FBI lab here in Arizona, and it's being investigated. But more broadly, it really raised the stakes and the awareness by law enforcement on the threats not only facing candidates, but facing voters, facing election officials, as well as law enforcement officials in the days leading up to the election. And also today, I actually spoke with the Maricopa County Sheriff Paul Penzone yesterday, who talked about all of the resources that are being diverted to better protect election officials and voters, not only today, but in the next few days and next few weeks, however long it's going to take to get final results in this election. Take a listen to a bit of what he told me.
I'm going to be respectful and ethical, but I'm going to be zero tolerance. Anyone who poses a threat, the first person who wants to jump the fence to a crowd that wants to knock it over, we are not going to give up an inch. We will not allow for there to be failure in Maricopa County for this election.
The Maricopa County Sheriff telling me that there will be plainclothes officers blending in with crowds at polling locations. There will be officers on horseback to implement crowd control measures. Savannah, he even told me that there is going to be aerial monitoring of the vehicles that are transporting these ballot boxes from the polling locations here to the tabulation center later today. So really no resource being spared on Election Day.
Yeah, and hopefully that makes voters feel good about the safety of their vote. Allie, thank you so much.
Let's head just northwest of Arizona to Nevada and bring in NBC News correspondent Jacob Soboroff. So, Jacob, walk us through this high-stakes Senate race between Democratic incumbent Catherine Cortez Masto and GOP challenger Adam Laxalt. This might be the best chance Republicans have to actually flip a Senate seat. So walk us through what's at stake here.
Yeah, hey, Joe, good morning. It might be, but the Democrats are counting on that absolutely not being the case. Sort of the background of what's going on here in Nevada is that it is a state with one of the highest inflation rates, one of the highest unemployment rates in the country. Here in Vegas, where they were hit particularly hard by the pandemic and have had a very slow recovery, the issue you continually hear as you go door to door is that it's an unaffordable way of living in Las Vegas. It's too expensive to rent, to pay a mortgage, even to have a car payment. And so that's what the Republicans are hoping to capitalize on. The Democrats are hoping to capitalize on Adam Laxalt's anti-abortion stance in particular, but also trying to say that they've got a plan to rebound the economy on their own. And Cortez Masto and Laxalt both have been crisscrossing this state on bus tours, by foot, by car, with every surrogate that they can possibly bring out.
You mentioned some of the big issues on people's minds there. How are people actually feeling on this Election Day when you speak with them?
Well, luckily for all of them, they're still sleeping. But ahead of Election Day, it's been really extraordinary, honestly, Joe, to get to spend time with the folks of Nevada. We have crisscrossed the city of Las Vegas with canvassers from that powerful culinary workers union. That's that 60,000 member strong group made up of the people who make this place run. Las Vegas, we're talking about cooks, cleaners, bartenders, you name it, here at the hotel or out on the strip. They're the people who are powering Las Vegas, and what you hear from them time and time again is that they just want to feel represented. You're looking at Brian and Rocio on your screen. Rocio is a non-citizen but a legal resident. She said she's out there canvassing because she wants other people like Ms. Taylor here and her grandson Jamie to be their voice. They say too it's very unaffordable here in Nevada. They really want things to turn around, but the two of them, the ones that you're looking at right there, they say they're going Democratic all the way.
And Jacob, we know election security is a major concern there in Nevada. You actually got an exclusive tour of the Clark County Elections Department, spoke with the election chief, Joe Gloria. What did you learn?
That he is really concerned about people's impressions of the integrity of the election, but not of the election integrity itself here in Nevada. This comes on the heels of the Department of Justice announcing that they are sending federal election monitors all across the country, 64 different election jurisdictions, including to Joe Gloria's jurisdiction, Clark County, Nevada. He says he is confident that the votes will be counted fairly, the votes will be counted accurately, and those folks from the federal government are not coming out because of civil rights violations or voting rights violations, but to protect people from potential civil rights and voting rights violations. You'll remember that 2 years ago, I was here, I watched with my own eyes, Adam Laxalt, the Republican senatorial challenger, literally challenged the results of the presidential election by saying there were thousands of illegitimate, illegal ballots here in Nevada. That turned out to be totally bogus, a debunked conspiracy theory claim, but it has sowed doubt amongst the population here in Nevada that they will have a free, a fair, and accurate election. Joe Gloria says that's not something for people to worry about. Another thing people shouldn't worry about, he tells me, is that if it is close here in Nevada, it is not going to be an early night in Las Vegas. They could count these votes for up to 10 days, not because they're bad at their job or because they're slow counters, but because state law calls for a slow count to ensure a fair and accurate vote here in Las Vegas and in Nevada, guys.
So Jacob Soboroff in a state we're going to be talking about a lot in the coming days in Nevada. Jacob, thanks so much.
Now, President Biden's agenda is, of course, on the ballot today, along with his ability to get things done over the next 2 years if he does lose control of Congress.
In his final bid to voters while campaigning in Maryland yesterday, President Biden warned that the direction of the country and the future of democracy is on the ballot.
And let's be clear, this election is not a referendum, it's a choice. It's a choice between two very different visions of America.
Joining us now is NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli and NBC News reporter Julie Sirkin. Good morning to the both of you.
Yeah, Mike, let's start with you. The president ended his 2022 midterm push in the state where he unofficially kicked off the Democrats' campaign efforts in late August. Tell us more about his final stop and the message he had to voters there.
Well, Joe, yesterday we were talking about President Biden spending Sunday night in a blue state where Democrats are seeing an unexpectedly close race. Kathy Hochul in a real tough bid to keep her job as governor. Well, last night, Biden was in another blue state, this one, Maryland, where really the race is not in doubt. Wes Moore is the Democratic candidate for governor there. Polls show him with a double-digit lead. So this is about the president trying to end on a high note, a place where Democrats tonight are going to see a real bright spot and a real rising star in the party. Now, it is interesting to see the president trying to focus on a bright spot at a time when Democrats are bracing for tough losses. You heard the president in his message last night talking about Democratic accomplishments, but also talking about what was at risk if Republicans take control. It would mean the end of some of those accomplishments, like lower prescription drug costs, but he also warned entitlement programs are also on the chopping block if Republicans take control. This is all about, you heard it, President Biden talking about this as a choice, not a referendum. Now, today, President Biden's going to be spending Election Day at the White House. He'll have some last-minute radio interviews to try to get out the vote, and then he'll be like us, watching returns and knowing that his agenda is at stake as well.
You know, he might be like all of us watching returns for a long, long time. We'll have to see. Julie, let's bring you here into this conversation and talk about the former president. So yesterday, Trump visited Ohio. This was to urge voters to back J.D. Vance, against Democrat Congressman Tim Ryan. Tell us about that, and also tell us about something else everybody's talking about, the former president hinting at 2024.
Yeah, good morning, Savannah and Joe. Look, last night was the last and final push for all candidates in these tight races around the country to really get out there and appeal to voters one last time before they woke up this morning and hit the polls and went to cast their ballots. And that's why it's important to note that this is where former President Trump decided to make his final pit stop on the campaign trail, campaigning for J.D. Vance, who's in a dead heat against Tim Ryan. All polls, virtually all of them, have shown both candidates very tight margins, and none of them leading outside of the margin of error. So that's important to know as you look at where former President Trump decided to go for his last stop. But that one thing that you just brought up, whether he was going to announce whether he'll run in 2024, I was talking to a lot of allies in his inner circle who have told me that across the weekend in Florida, where he was on Saturday, where he hinted to announcing potentially yesterday in Ohio, former President Trump clearly is ready. His sight is on 2024. His closest allies, though, trying to keep him on 2022. And that's in part because when you look at the seat that Vance and Ryan are vying for, it's that of retiring Senator Republican Rob Portman, a moderate in the Senate, a deal maker across the aisle, one that is close with Leader McConnell as well. Take a listen to what former President Trump decided to tease at the rally instead.
I'm going to be making a very big announcement on Tuesday, November 15th, at Mar-a-Lago in Palm Beach, Florida. We want nothing to detract from the importance of tomorrow. You understand that, JD?
Yeah, the former president saying he'll make some kind of announcement instead next week on Tuesday. Should note, by the way, that is also the same day that his former vice president, Mike Pence's book, is coming out.
All right, so, Mike, we have to talk about the current president. The latest polling shows his approval is 44%. That is strikingly similar to approval ratings for Clinton, Obama, Trump in their first midterms. And, of course, they lost majorities in Congress. So how is the Biden White House preparing for the possibility they could lose their majority? Quickly on this one.
Well, we heard from the president last night. He said he's still optimistic, ever optimistic about Democratic chances, but he acknowledged it is going to be tough. And White House officials are stressing the historical trends. Only twice in the last century has the president's party actually gained seats in their first midterm election, so they knew they were working against the curve. But here's the thing. We may be able to look back at 1996 and 2012 to see Obama and Clinton winning re-election despite bad midterms, but they were 48 and 49 respectively. Joe Biden coming up on 80 this month, and that's a lot of questions about his political future.
Mike Memoli and Julie Sirkin, thank you both so much. Make sure you tune in tonight for our special election night coverage. It starts at 6 p.m. Eastern with live results and analysis beginning at 8 p.m. And then, of course, we're going to continue the coverage the morning after. There will still be a lot of questions, a lot of vote coming in. That's right here on Morning News Now.
Let's get a check on your Morning News Now weather.
That means it's time to go to meteorologist Michelle Grossman, hear what's happening on this election day. Hey, Michelle.
Hey there, guys. Great to see you. And yeah, weather does play a role in getting people out to the polls. So we'll start with the good news because we're looking at really nice weather in the Great Lakes, also the Ohio Valley, New England, the Northeast, Mid-Atlantic, into portions of the Southeast. Lots of sunshine, really comfortable temperatures. We do have showers in the forecast for portions of Florida, especially southern Florida, and also through the Midwest, down through parts of the Central Plains. So Minneapolis, also Oklahoma City, you may need the umbrella as you head out to the polls. It's to the west, so we have a mess out there. We're looking at high elevation snow up to 4 feet in some spots, lower elevation rain. We could see some flooding rains in portions of Los Angeles, 61 degrees, 55 in San Francisco. We're looking at some rain there. So it's going to be cool. It's going to be a chilly rain as well. That's one of the big stories. The second big story is subtropical storm Nicole. We do expect this to transition to a tropical storm later on today, but we're looking at winds at 50 miles per hour. It is starting to strengthen and moving northwest at 8 miles per hour. It will impact portions of the Bahamas late tonight into tomorrow, and then eventually into Florida and Georgia tomorrow into Thursday. So tropical alerts posted. We do have a hurricane warning for portions of the Bahamas, northwestern Bahamas. That's where you see the red. Also a tropical storm warning. That is the orange. But notice Florida and coastal portions of Georgia. Also tropical alerts posted. We have tropical storm watches, tropical storm warnings, also a hurricane watch. So we're going to be watching this story very, very closely. Here's the forecasted track. Notice this tropical storm force winds. It goes well beyond the cone. So we do expect Florida to feel some of these winds as early as tomorrow morning, where you see Daytona Beach, Melbourne, also Jacksonville. And then as we go throughout time here, Thursday morning, hurricane the landfall is likely, and it could be a hurricane, so a Category 1 storm. We're going to watch that very closely. Whether it's a tropical storm or a hurricane, we're still going to have an impact there with heavy winds, also some heavy rain and some storm surge. So we're going to continue to watch this, but we're looking at the chance for 3 to 5 storm foot surge as we go throughout tomorrow, Thursday.
All right, Michelle, thanks so much. We know you'll stay on it.
Sure. Thank you.
And our Election Day coverage continues all morning, but we are following several other big stories right now.
Yeah, that includes a surge in flu cases. Doctors are warning this could be one of the worst flu seasons we've had in years. The pressure this outbreak is putting on an already stressed hospital system. Stick with us.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. There is new evidence that flu season is hitting earlier and harder than it has in years.
That's right. Across the country, hospitals are filling up and some schools are now even shutting down. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky joins us from Fort Worth, Texas with the details. Hey, Morgan, good morning.
Yeah, Josephina, good morning. Some doctors are calling this a surge, others an explosion in flu cases. But here at Cook Children's, it's gotten so bad that staff has now switched to emergency protocols. And unfortunately, you'll find similar stories at hospitals all across the nation. And this morning, one Alabama family is sounding the alarm after nearly losing their daughter.
This morning, a real medical emergency. A flu epidemic quickly spiraling out of control nationwide as cases take off from coast to coast, especially in children.
We've been worried for 2 years because influenza and RSV have been at historic lows that we haven't been beefing our own immunity up.
With flu hospitalizations at their highest level since 2010, federal health officials say the U.S. crossed the epidemic threshold. The CDC estimating more than 1.5 million Americans have already contracted the influenza virus so far this season. 730 of those cases proving deadly, including 2 children.
I am surprised it has flipped as quickly as it's done, and I'm surprised it's flipped as much with pediatric.
Stephen Love with the Texas Hospital Association says 88% of pediatric beds across the state are full. He says contributing factors include everything from kids in close contact at school to fewer masks and lagging trust in vaccines.
Is there a concern that people have held off on the COVID vaccine and as a result missed their flu shot?
Yes, I've heard that from several doctors.
And that could put them even more at risk?
It could, yes, because they have the risk of the flu and of COVID.
Just outside Dallas, McKinney schools are mourning the loss of Amanda Kelly, recently recognized as the district's Teacher of the Year. The wife and mother died last week from flu complications.
I think she made an impact on everybody's life.
The South seeing some of the highest cases of influenza-like illnesses, especially in Tennessee, South Carolina, and Alabama, where a spike in cases forced one school district to send students home this week for virtual learning. Brittany Mothershed is keeping a close eye on her 14-year-old daughter, Miley. The immunocompromised teen is now fighting sepsis after flu complications put her in a hospital.
The flu doesn't discriminate. Viruses don't discriminate.
And with so many people pouring into hospitals as a result of these flu cases, doctors say that wait times are growing. And in some instances, they are asking parents to make sure that it is a serious case of flu with actual distress, breathing problems, trying to take in air, because otherwise, if a mild case comes in, that could just prolong a chance for someone else who really needs to see a doctor here.
Yeah.
Guys.
Morgan Chesky. Morgan, thank you.
Thank you. Now let's get to some international headlines, starting with some news concerning last week's election in Israel.
NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavaga joins us from Rome with that and more. Claudio, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Yes, on Monday, the White House spokesperson confirmed that President Biden has congratulated the incoming Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu on his recent election victory and said that Washington will monitor the government formation process. By winning the elections, Netanyahu staged a major political comeback and will now be called to form a government which will likely include religious and far-right parties. Let's go to North Korea, where state media has denied accusations made by the United States that the country is supplying Russia with a significant number of artillery shell for its war in Ukraine. The claim was made by White House National Security spokesperson John Kirby last week, but North Korea replied that it has never sold weapons to Moscow and has no plans to do so. Let's jump over to Britain, where the new cipher of Camilla, the Queen consort, has been unveiled by Buckingham Palace. And look at that. The cipher combines the letter C for Camilla and the letter R for Regina, Queen in Latin. The new cipher will be used by Camilla on personal letterheads, cards, and gifts. So, guys, if you receive a letter or a gift with that cipher on, you know who sent it to you.
Right. Keep my eyes open for the mail.
Yeah, exactly.
All right.
Yeah,
I'm sure it's coming any day now.
All right, Claudia, thank you so much.
Our Election Day coverage picks up in just a few minutes.
Yeah, we'll take a look at the impact political heavyweights like former Presidents Trump and Obama are having on voters and which party has the most momentum headed into today. That's up next.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. Millions of people are expected to get out and vote in today's midterm election.
Yeah, but how are the political parties feeling as votes are cast around the country? Are they confident they'll come out on top tonight? Let's bring in NBC's senior Washington correspondent and News Now anchor Hallie Jackson. She's here in New York on set with us.
Hello.
Long night ahead for you. Thanks for being up early.
Big morning ahead tomorrow for you,
I know,
which may still be election morning 24 hours.
Yeah,
from now.
pretty sure it will be. Yeah, it might be election week. All right, Hallie, so, we've seen this surge in Democratic enthusiasm. It seemed like Republicans were in the lead on that. Now we've seen that spike. And then yesterday we have this tease of an announcement next Tuesday from former President Trump. How's that playing in here? I know you've been talking to insiders about what that's doing to enthusiasm, what that means for both parties, kind of having that little news here.
Yeah. I was on the phone late last night with somebody who was close to the former president who was with him very, very recently. And I was like, what is up, right? Like, what's going on with this? What's the timing here? Because, yes, there had been some discussion about, wouldn't it be better, the thinking went, if the former president made a decision about running for 2024 after the midterms, right? So that it wasn't the shadow, the specter of it hanging over, maybe mobilizing Democrats to turn out, et cetera. So technically, he is announcing after the midterms, right? But this announcement of an announcement the night before the midterms is certainly interesting. Here's the thing, though. Like, it's fairly baked in. He's been hinting heavily handed, right, for months now that he is likely going to run in 2024. We've seen him step up to the line again and again. So, to some degree, some of it is baked in. I will say this source close to the former president says I said, tell me about the mood, right? Angry was the word that came up, meaning like aggrieved, still aggrieved at the way he was treated for the 4 years that he was in the White House. He feels the words deep state came up, the words, the sort of media issues came up that the former president feels he had. I would also say, there is, I think, a sense that maybe he will box out some in the Republican field, other candidates may think about running, who are maybe on the bubble. I don't know that a decision, I got to tell you, like, I don't have this from people that are saying this, but just my sense of it is, I think Ron DeSantis, Governor DeSantis of Florida, if he wins, tonight, I think he's probably going to run. I think Mike Pence, pretty baked in that he's going to run. Do you know what also happens on November 15th, by the way? Former Vice President Mike Pence's book comes out. Yeah. That's his book drop date, right? Which has been a lot of the discussion in Pence world about big media blitz, et cetera, et cetera. So just some interesting timing.
Well, and also big issue could be Ron DeSantis could very well win big in Florida.
Yeah. That's the thing, right? And then,
So let's talk about what both parties, how they're feeling heading into this, starting with the Jupi. Clearly, they have the momentum. They're the party that's not in power. That's an advantage.
History's on their side.
Exactly. So what are GOP leaders saying right now as they head into this?
Talk to some Republicans. The mood is just good. I mean, it's just they're in a good mood. I don't think anybody is counting chickens at this point. I think, but I did hear a couple of times just talking with people who know the party well, who are in the party, managing expectations, which when you're on the momentum side, meaning somebody used the analogy, if you score 15 touchdowns and win, but everyone thought you were going to score 30 touchdowns and win, does it mean like maybe your win wasn't as good? It's still a win, right? So, but the fact that that's where the conversation even is on the Republican side, I think is pretty telling. Obviously, there are some very close races, and then it could go better for Democrats. There are questions, of course, about polling, et cetera. What does it really show? How much stake can you put in that? But I think generally, at least when it comes to the House, Republicans are feeling good. The House of Representatives, obviously, where they only need a net flip of 5 to win.
Yeah, and let's talk about the other side. I mentioned we've seen this spike in enthusiasm, at least in our last NBC News poll. There are some issues on the ballot, like abortion, that we think sort of hyper surged this sort of electorate. What do you think about how Democrats are feeling?
One person said to me, uncertain, and I think that's a generous, probably, categorization. I would say fairly grim as it relates to some of the prospects. Now, that doesn't mean they're going to be wiped out across the board. I certainly don't think. Who knows, right? But that seems kind of unlikely at this point. However, yes, abortion access has been mobilizing, but so has crime. That came up in a couple conversations just as I was doing calls yesterday to kind of check in with folks. Crime being an issue. The Democrats feel like they've really been on defense on. And then, as you said, Joe, the fundamentals here, the environment, history, the economy, those numbers are not in Democrats' favor. I talked to one Democratic member of Congress overnight who said, yeah, they're preparing for a House Speaker, Kevin McCarthy.
Wow. All right, that says a lot. Hallie, thank you so much. Great to see you.
Good to see you, Hallie.
Lots of you.
And we'll see you a lot today and tonight.
Thank you.
Tomorrow morning.
Yes, hopefully.
All right.
Oh, my God.
Let's head back out to Battleground. You think I could say Battleground by now. Battleground State of Georgia, which is holding key Senate and gubernatorial contests today. NBC News correspondent Tremaine Lee is in Atlanta for us this morning. Tremaine, good to have you with us. I mean, you've been focusing on black voters. Tell us what the early voting turnout has been like there so far, and is Georgia's new voting law, which allows people to challenge voter eligibility, is that having any impact?
I'll tell you what, Joe, there's been so much excitement here in Georgia that's led to record turnout. More than 2.5 million people have already voted early in the state, and a huge proportion of that, that surge has been black voters. Black voters are showing up or showed up for early voting at a proportion higher than the numbers of registered voters in the state. So they really came out. But when it comes to the new voter law and how some of those challenges may be impacting the whole process, more than 65,000 challenges have been made. Very few of them have stuck. But there is some concern about how people are interpreting that law. So some people think you can just show up at the polling place and then challenge any voter you want, which has happened to a student and some other folks who've showed up. But really, the challenge is supposed to happen, in early voting. They have exact match here in Georgia. So if you believe someone is voting in a district they shouldn't and their signatures don't match, it's for that. And so there's concern that not only will it kind of muck up the system, but it is a form of intimidation. So there is some concern there, but very few of these challenges have actually kept people from being able to actually vote.
Absolutely. And Tremaine, we talked last hour with our friend Gabe Gutierrez. We've been talking all week, of course, about the Senate race between Raphael Warnock and Herschel Walker. But we're also, of course, obviously watching the race for governor. This is between the Republican incumbent Brian Kemp and then Democratic challenger Stacey Abrams, who's also become a big name. How are things shaping up there, and what is support like among black voters for each candidate?
So let's start with the Senate race. So certainly Raphael Warnock, a very prominent figure here, went to Morehouse. He's a known quantity here in this city, and black folks in this state and black folks do really appreciate and love Raphael Warnock. But Herschel Walker is a legend here in this state. So there are a number of black people who remember him from his football playing days, or might also skew conservative. And so while the polling has showed that Raphael Warnock has maintained a slight lead, it's still pretty neck and neck. Now, when it comes to the rematch between Governor Brian Kemp and Stacey Abrams, the narrative there has always been, you know, does Stacey Abrams have enough support among black men in particular? Has Brian Kemp made some inroads? Now, Stacey Abrams' camp is feeling a little more enthused, believing that the polling that suggested that Kemp was way ahead might not be so true, especially as the numbers start rolling out, early votes and how many black folks are actually participating, that all those efforts for her organizing voters, registering voters all across the state may show some promise for her campaign. But again, she's still trailing from the latest polls, but she's hopeful.
So, Tremaine, on top of that new voting law we talked about just a moment ago, walk us through some of the other changes voters can expect today, the impact that could have on turnout.
So one of the big ones, Joe, and we've been talking about this since the law was implemented, that if there are long lines, people will not be able to just hand out water and food. But so far, there's been so much early voting, we just haven't seen those long lines. That's one thing. But perhaps the bigger one that voters might not see but could be impacted by in some way is that on the county level now, these counties can start actually counting their early votes before polls close. They can't release that information until after polls close. But in some of these counties that saw that influx of early voting, they're going to actually start tabulating that stuff as early as now. And so that's one of the big differences. But everyone has been talking about, you know, the hydration and the food supplies for folks who are in line. That's the other big one. But I think that counting one is a major shift from what we've seen in the past.
All right, Tremaine, thanks so much for joining us. We appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you. And coming up, the economy is a top issue for a lot of voters.
So with rising prices and concerns over a recession, what could the outcome of this election mean for our wallets? We'll take a closer look next.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that.
Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Welcome back, and time for our CNBC Money Minute. And we're going to start with Volkswagen. They settled a lawsuit over car parts that were actually polluting the environment instead of reducing emissions.
CNBC's Bertha Coombs joins us with more on that. Bertha, good morning.
Good morning, guys. That is the story. California has settled a lawsuit against a German auto supplier stemming from the emission scandal that hit Volkswagen and Fiat. Bosch will pay $25 million to settle allegations by the state. VW and Fiat were found to have installed defeat devices in thousands of diesel cars sold in California, which made it seem that the vehicles had passed emission tests. The latest case claims that Bosch knew or should have known that automakers were violating environmental and consumer protection laws. Lyft reported record revenue in the third quarter thanks to higher prices and longer trips as airport rides continue to recover. But the company says the number of people hailing rides remains below pre-pandemic level, and that was not what Wall Street wanted to hear. That is in contrast, in fact, to rival Uber, which says its rider count has bounced back to pre-pandemic numbers. Last week, Lyft announced that it's going to be cutting 13% of its workforce, about 700 jobs. The latest tech company to reduce costs amid concerns that high inflation and a slowing economy could hurt business. And it may seem like the cost of traveling is going ever higher, but there's one fee that is actually dropping. TSA is lowering the cost to enroll in its pre-check program from $85 to $78. The cost to renew membership online will remain at $70. TSA pre-check membership is good for 5 years. And it's kind of interesting because in September, consumer inflation was up 8.2% year over year, and they're lowering the cost here, 8.2%. So like, sort of a fitting discount.
Yeah, it's like $15 a year, which is less than a hot dog at the airport. So
exactly, or even a watermelon.
Exactly.
All right, Bertha, thank you so much.
So for many voters on this election day, the economy is the top priority.
Yeah, so as we were just saying, with inflation still stubbornly high, stock markets down, and widespread concerns about a potential recession, what impact will the midterms have on your money? It's a big question that NBC News correspondent Tom Costello is going to help us answer.
Yeah, you know, the truth is Congress has very little, if any, direct impact on things like inflation, gas prices, the financial markets. But surveys indicate the midterms could come down to a simple question. Which party is going to help you at home pay your bills?
As voters head to the polls, many say their number one priority is what's in their wallet.
And definitely the economy, gas prices, food prices. I'm single. I'm a teacher, but I have 5 other jobs.
Big thing that's driving my vote is just trying to get a handle on inflation and try to hopefully make a difference.
But economists point out inflation is the result of complex global forces, and it's the independent Federal Reserve, not Congress, that's actually in charge of fighting inflation.
The reality is that elected officials really don't have a lot of tools at their disposal that can address inflation.
But what they can do is impact taxes or pass spending bills. President Biden is defending his record.
Since I came to office, we've created 10 million brand new jobs.
While Republicans blame high inflation on the current administration.
Inflation is all tied to reckless government spending.
If Republicans take control of Congress, they're expected to extend or reinstate Trump-era tax cuts on corporations and wealthy individuals, a move the president is likely to resist.
So they can talk a lot about wanting to cut taxes or extend the 2017 tax cut, but they will have to negotiate essentially with the White House to achieve what it is they want to do.
If Democrats stay in control, they might push for expanded social benefits like paid family leave or universal pre-K and extend the child tax credit. Meanwhile, in more than a dozen states, voters will be deciding on ballot measures affecting their own bottom line. From Massachusetts and California, considering new taxes on high earners, to Nebraska and Nevada, where the minimum wage could be raised.
They've never raised it to match inflation. It's never happened. It's never going to happen.
And for millions of Americans looking at their sagging investments and retirement accounts, a smooth, fair election should help boost stock markets, regardless of which party comes out on top.
Economists also say one consequence could be another round of battles over the debt ceiling, which the government is expected to hit in early 23. Republicans have suggested that they would only agree to raise that in exchange for spending cuts. Why does that matter? The last time that happened during the Obama administration, the federal government lost its AAA credit rating. The stock market tanked more than 5%. Back to you.
All right, Tom, thank you.
Coming up, hold on to those Powerball tickets.
That's right. If you have one, you probably already know that because of a tech issue, last night's winning numbers have not been drawn. What we know about the delay next.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Why was it important for you to be here? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Leslie?
Welcome back. And if you woke up early to make your way to the polls and looked up at the sky, you might have been greeted with a special Election Day surprise, a total lunar eclipse called a beaver blood moon. Now, this big moment happens when the moon passes into the Earth's shadow, making it appear red. And then that beaver part comes from the traditional name for the first full moon of November, as this month is when beavers start to shelter for the winter. I know, kind of a cute name there. Now, if you caught it, lucky you, because guess what? The next lunar eclipse won't be until 2025. And I am kind of embarrassed to say that we were up and on our way to work, but I forgot to check it out.
Because we were so focused on election coverage.
We had to report.
And this next story, the latest on the largest lottery jackpot in U.S. history.
Yeah, the nearly $2 billion prize drawing was set to happen last night, but was delayed to a security issue, according to lottery officials. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock joins us now from Coral Gables, Florida, with more on this. Sam, I'll just be honest, I've been refreshing throughout the morning, but tell us the latest.
Yes, no, I've been refreshing my Twitter feed as well, and it says remains delayed. I just love the way, though, that Joe just said that so dramatically that it captures what's going on right now. Look, guys, you have 48 participating lotteries, 45 states, Puerto Rico, the U.S. Virgin Islands, and also the District of Columbia. One of them, and we don't know who the culprit is, has not reported all of its sales data yet. Until that happens, no lottery drawing.
Powerball pandemonium this morning. If you're waiting to see whether you woke up a billionaire, get ready to wait a little longer. After a dramatic delay, drawing for that record-breaking $1.9 billion jackpot overnight after a processing issue for one state.
Because of a technical problem tonight, we are unable to bring you the Powerball drawing at this time.
Following that announcement, an agonizing all-night wait, the Powerball website showing results pending. The Multi-State Lottery Association releasing a statement overnight saying Powerball has stringent security requirements to protect the integrity of the game, and that One participating lottery is still processing its sales and play data. Powerball requires all 48 participating lotteries to submit their data prior to the winning numbers being selected. And we still don't know when a lucky winner could be announced.
As soon as we're able to resolve the issue and conduct the drawing, it will be available for viewing on Powerball.com and on our YouTube channel.
For the past week, Powerball fever reaching an all-time high.
This is the largest jackpot in United States history.
With the $1.9 billion up for grabs Monday night, Americans across the country were hoping to beat the odds.
Probably buy an island for the family. And
this morning, as the wait for winning numbers continues, officials say players should hold on to their tickets as lottery dreams are deferred.
Now, the question right now that is still outstanding, guys, if you buy a lottery ticket at this moment, does it count for this historic $1.9 billion jackpot, or is it deferred to the next one? We reached out to the Multi-State Association, Lottery Association. They couldn't clarify at this point, but we have a little test case here. I have two different tickets. The darker colored one I bought yesterday, it does say on the bottom, Powerball 1.9 billion jackpot. This one we bought this morning does not say that. So the odds are if you bought your ticket today, more than likely, you are not getting a $2 billion reward should you win. Just keep that in mind.
Wouldn't that be a disappointment? All right. You got the right numbers, but you were too late.
Just a little.
All right, Sam, thank you. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues on this election day right now.
Good morning and happy Election Day. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Right now on Morning News Now, Decision Day is finally here. This morning, polls opening up across the country for the midterm elections. And Democrats and Republicans are making their final pitch for your vote.
We know in our bones that our democracy is at risk, and we know that this is your moment to defend it. Preserve it, protect it, choose it.
And if you want to stop the destruction of our country and save the American dream, you must vote Republican in a giant red wave that we've all been hearing about.
Plus, former President Donald Trump hinting at a potential run in 2024, how it could impact the outcome of today's biggest races. Plus, a ballot battle brewing in battleground Pennsylvania, why Democrats, including Senate candidate John Fetterman, are already filing suit. We have team coverage this morning. Also this morning, mixed messages on the war in Ukraine as Russia pushes back against reports of major casualties after an attack in Eastern Europe. What we're learning from a letter believed to be from an elite Russian Marine group. And Scroll Stopper, why more people are choosing to put down their phones, plus tips on how to break an addiction to social media. Something we can all use, maybe on a day like today.
Or maybe not today.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe
we'll all be looking at our phones no matter what. As you know, at home, it is Election Day in America. Thank you for being with us this morning. Now, after a final push for votes, it's time for your voice to be heard, and the stakes could not be higher.
With Democrats holding a slight edge in the House and with a 50-50 split in the Senate, control of Congress is up for grabs. Leading candidates and party heavyweights spent the last full day of campaigning yesterday in a last-minute blitz to get out the vote. A new NBC News poll shows Democrats have pulled even with Republicans when it comes to voter interest. 73% of respondents from both parties say they are eager to cast their ballots. Republicans had a 9-point enthusiasm advantage just a month ago. And with razor-thin contests from coast to coast, it's all going to come down to turnout. We have team coverage following all the key races and developments for you this morning. NBC News correspondent Lindsay Reiser is tracking the race for governor in New York. Spotlight PA government reporter Kate Huanpu is following the races in Pennsylvania. But we are going to start with NBC News senior political editor Mark Murray, who's on set here with us. He doesn't know this yet, but we have super glued him to that chair.
Yeah, basically, yeah. We promised yesterday.
Let me out, let me out.
Yeah, exactly. So you'll be saying that in about 24 hours. All right, so we've been talking about this early turnout. It's nearly 45 million ballots cast so far nationwide early, far more than we saw in 2018. Does that benefit one party more than another? And then what can we expect as far as actual turnout today at the polls?
We are bracing for unprecedented midterm turnout. Voters are fired up. And yes, we have actually seen more early vote that we've actually had for a previous midterm election. Not quite the 2020 level, but of course that's a presidential contest. And disproportionately, the early voters are Democratic voters. Election day voters are disproportionately Republicans. And how that yin and yang kind of comes out, there are going to be some states that we're going to find out they're going to release the early vote first. There's some states that actually release the election day first. And so you're going to have to go through Chuck Todd, Steve Kornacki, and the great people at our decision desk to kind of wave through the different tranches of data that we're going to see throughout election night.
Also, sort of in the same vein, when we talk about this potential for showing up, Joe mentions enthusiasm, how it seems to have sort of leveled out after Republicans had this advantage. You know, the party in the White House often has an uphill battle, but we have seen this spike in Democratic enthusiasm. What does that mean you're looking out for in terms of those numbers there?
Yeah, Savannah, potential uncertainty. I mean, those of us who've covered midterm races in the past kind of expect this, like, well, this is not going to be a great Democratic year. The president's approval rating is at 44%. People think the country's headed in the wrong direction. But as you ended up mentioning, we do see that spike in Democratic enthusiasm. And even in the 2018 midterms, which was a really good year for Democrats, Republicans held their own with the polarization. You saw them fired up just as well. And so that polarization where everybody's kind of in their camps, you normally don't have the big red waves or blue waves we've seen in past midterm cycles when the party in power is just as fired up as the opposition is.
So when it comes to control of Congress, specifically control of the Senate, there are these major battlegrounds we're following. Top of mind, you've got Georgia, Pennsylvania, Nevada. Maybe those are the big three. Also keeping an eye on Ohio and Arizona. This time tomorrow, or maybe even Thursday, what do you think could be the state that we are looking at that could actually determine who controls the Senate?
I think Pennsylvania, and it might take us a few days to kind of settle who ends up winning that contest. But for Democrats to hold on control of the U.S. Senate, they need to flip the Pennsylvania seat. That is currently a Republican-held seat. Pat Toomey is retiring. And if Democrats are able to win that, then that puts pressure on Republicans. And then they have to win in Nevada and in Georgia to take control of the U.S. Senate. So to me, Pennsylvania is the whole ballgame. But really, that shorthand, there are really 3 Senate seats to watch over the next few days. And that's going to be Nevada, Georgia, and Pennsylvania. And the party that wins 2 of those 3 will most likely end up controlling the U.S. Senate. And do remember, Georgia, if no one cracks 50%, goes to a runoff in December.
Yeah, which is what we saw before. I asked you your hottest take talking before the show. You said Pennsylvania, that's the one. There we go. We'll keep an eye on it. Joe just mentioned this. Maybe it'll be Thursday morning that we're still talking about this, still waiting on results. What do you anticipate? Because so many of these races are so tight in terms of when we will have answers. And also remind us what this has looked like in midterms past.
Yeah, I'm expecting a very long week ahead of us. And you should do the midterms last, the last presidential contest, we didn't find out until the Saturday after Election Day that Joe Biden had been projected to be the winner of that presidential contest. It has taken a while to count mail-in ballots. And some states like Pennsylvania and Wisconsin don't allow you to start processing mail-in ballots until Election Day, which is why it sometimes takes a while to do it. But other states like Arizona has just notoriously been a very slow state to count. And even in 2018, when Kyrsten Sinema ended up winning that Senate contest and Joe Biden winning that in the presidential race, those were, at the end of the day, 2 percentage point victories, but it took 3, 4, 5, 6 days to be able to count. And so the guidance that we've been kind of shouting from the mountaintops here at NBC News is like, it's Election Day, but let's get ready for Election Week as well.
Yeah, all right. Absolutely. In Nevada, I think they're only warning 10 days maybe. All right. Yeah. Thanks, Mark. As we said yesterday, we'll be seeing a lot of you. We really appreciate you being with us this morning. All right. Let's now go to Pennsylvania. Mark Murray's hottest take. NBC News correspondent Maura Barrett and Kate Whampoa, who's the government reporter for Spotlight Pennsylvania, are both there to report for us. Maura, I will begin with you. Good to see you with us. So 2 big races there. One for the Senate, so one we were just talking about between Oz and Fetterman, also one for governor. The big news today, though, let's start with this breaking news. Democrats are filing a lawsuit demanding that undated or incorrectly dated mail-in ballots actually be counted. Maura, explain to us how this lawsuit came to be and what Democrats are arguing.
Well, Savannah, back in 2020, we saw a plethora of lawsuits here in Pennsylvania, and we were expecting the same this year, but maybe not so soon. Democrats filing this suit last night, upset about the fact that these mail-in ballots might not be counted. To give you some context here, the Pennsylvania State Supreme Court had seen a challenge about these ballots, questions over whether counting undated or incorrectly dated ballots qualified as violating federal law. The Supreme Court was evenly divided on this, and so they told counties to set those ballots aside and not count them for now. Democrats and other civil rights groups like the ACLU are arguing that this could disenfranchise certain voter groups. And this is something that the state has encouraged counties to let voters know if they fall into that bucket of undated or incorrectly dated ballots, to give them the opportunity to come back, fix their mail-in ballot, make sure that it's counted come processing once Election Day closes here today. And so that's something you might be wondering, how many votes is that? It could be a couple thousand votes, but at the end of the day, this is very important for some campaigns like the Democrats, because Democrats lean towards those mail-in ballots. And just a reminder, in both 2016 and 2020, Pennsylvania came down to less than 1% of the voter population. So those that small fraction of mail-in ballots that are being set aside could really matter, Savannah.
Absolutely. Kate, let's bring you in here on the same topic, because I know you reported extensively last week about mail-in voting, what it ultimately means for counting ballots following the election. Now here we've got this lawsuit. As Maura just mentioned, we know Democrats tend to favor those mail-in votes. Explain to us where these ballots are coming from in the state of Pennsylvania and what this means in terms of how long it could take for this vote to be counted.
Yeah, by and large, they're coming from the two sort of big cities of Pennsylvania, either Allegheny County, which is where Pittsburgh is, or Philadelphia County, which is where Philly is. They're also sort of coming from the smaller regional cities like Scranton, Wilkes-Barre, Erie, and the collar counties surrounding those two big cities.
Absolutely. Maura, all right, now let's get to the good stuff this morning. Polls are open in Pennsylvania. It's expected to be a close race, of course, on this Senate race. John Fetterman and Mehmet Oz. What can we expect from the candidates today, and what are you seeing as polls are open?
Well, voters were just let into the polling place behind me here in Montgomery County, but it is that Senate race that has kept all of us on the edge of our seats. You heard Mark Murray talking about how important this Pennsylvania Senate race is. Fetterman and Oz in a statistical dead heat when we look at polling. And so it really is going to come down to turnout here. And when I'm checking in with the campaigns, the Democrats are really focusing on and letting us know, we might see a Republican lead from the in-person voting, today, but they are really going to be waiting for that mail-in turnout. Now, in terms of last-minute activations, we saw campaigns across the state holding Get Out the Vote rallies to encourage voters to get out in person today. Text messages are flying to all Pennsylvania voters, both Fetterman and Oz, putting out their closing argument ads yesterday, as well as they're all over social media. Fetterman's expected to have his victory party over in Western Pennsylvania tonight, while Oz will be here in Montgomery County. We are waiting at the polling place where Democratic gubernatorial candidate Josh Shapiro is set to be voting in the next hour. So it is certain to be a busy day of voting, and we will continue watching to see how the results for this Senate race shake out, Savannah.
Yeah, Kate, let's talk about that particular voter and his race for governor. So polls show Democrat Josh Shapiro with a sizable lead over Republican Doug Mastriano. Let's talk about why this race has been closely watched in this state in particular. Now, we know governor races in general. I mean, it's important when you think about the certification of elections, which obviously has become quite a bit of conversation since 2020. It's going to be a big storyline in terms of abortion in certain states. Walk us through this particular race in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, I think you listed some of the biggest reasons. In 2020, Pennsylvania was a key state when certifying the election for Joe Biden. That's definitely a factor coming up on 2024. And again, abortion is a huge issue here and really has caused a huge spike in registration, especially in female voters in the state. And Mastriano and Shapiro are offering two extremely different views on that. Mastriano has said he would be okay with a total ban with no exception for rape, abortion, or the life of the mother, where Shapiro is definitely more of the centrist lane. He said he would protect abortion rights as they stand in Pennsylvania.
And Kate, is that right there one of the biggest sort of attack lines we've seen between the two of them in campaigns?
Oh, certainly. In both elections, both Senate and governor, you can see attack ads the world over about both Oz and Mastriano's lines on abortion just being repeated.
Kate, thank you so much. Maura, thank you so much. We are watching as Pennsylvania polls are now open on this election day.
And it's not just swing states like Pennsylvania that are seeing some contests that might be too close for comfort. President Biden actually spent part of Sunday in the Democratic stronghold of New York. Even though registered Democrats outnumber Republicans more than 2-1, the state's governor, Kathy Hochul, is facing a serious challenge from Republican Congressman Lee Zeldin. For more on this, we're joined by MSNBC anchor Lindsay Reiser, who's in Cold Spring, New York this morning. Lindsay, good to have you with us. So for a bit of context here, New York has not seen a Republican governor since George Pataki. That was nearly 2 decades ago. We know Republicans now really focusing on crime, the economy, to try and get through to voters. So is that what's behind this tight race between the two? Take us through how we got here.
Yeah, what a turn of events. Joe, good to be with you. It's about the issues that are mattering to voters. It's about the money that's being poured into some of these races. So let's focus on New York governor first. Kathy Hochul, Lee Zeldin. Kathy Hochul has been enjoying wide margins in this race until recently. In fact, in October, Quinnipiac poll only put her at 4 points above Zeldin. Her fundraising has been extraordinary, breaking a state record. She's pulled in nearly $49 million. But lately, Lee Zeldin has been getting a lot of help from Republican super PACs. He's endorsed by Trump, and his contributions of late have been just extraordinary. He's been hammering home on the airwaves crime, inflation. We do know crime numbers, even though felonies are down, homicides are down year to year. According to the NYPD, overall crime is up about 6%. That's mostly being driven by grand theft auto. And we know that a lot of people behind the scenes have been pushing Hochul to talk about what she's doing to reduce crime that people are feeling, especially in the city, talking about cameras on the subways, more law enforcement presence. But Joe, as you mentioned, it would be an incredible turn of events here if that governor's mansion in Albany were to turn red, and certainly a race that's so close we're all going to be watching very closely today.
Yeah, and to be clear, Lindsay, it's not just Governor Hochul who's facing stiff competition in New York today. A top House Democrat is also locked in a very tight race of his own. Explain to us what's going on there.
Sean Patrick Maloney, he is right now the highest seated Democrat to be in a vulnerable seat. He was elected in 2012 to Congress. He's the head of the DCCC. He is in charge of that campaign arm, making sure that Democrats keep the House. But his own seat right now is vulnerable. New York Assemblyman Mike Lawler has proven to be a formidable opponent. At first, a lot of the fundraising that they were doing here was kind of considered a joke, but now it is really, he's really become a contender, again, focusing on crime, focusing on inflation, what people are spending at the grocery store. Sean Patrick Maloney has been talking about voting rights, reproductive rights, and he was on Meet the Press on Sunday with Chuck Todd, and he said he has to go out and fight every 2 years for this seat to earn it. It's not like in years past this has been a cakewalk for him, but this year there has been redistricting. He is introducing himself to a lot of constituents, and he'll be voting later today. We'll catch up with him, ask him a few questions, and also hopefully catch up with Lawler later today too, Joe.
I mean, so Lindsay, just overall, what is it Democrats are saying about the fact that they are playing defense in what's historically a deep blue state? How much does that concern them?
So there's been a lot of talk behind the scenes of worries about, was there mixed messaging? Should they have focused earlier on inflation and crime as opposed to reproductive rights? Of course, when you ask people, again, Sean Patrick Maloney on Meet the Press saying, look, we don't know the results yet. We don't know if it's bad messaging or what's resonating with voters. But certainly, if you look at the fundraising, Joe, if you look at, you had mentioned President Biden coming here on that crucial weekend before the election to stump for Kathy Hochul and other Democrats here, it really shows how much these races are in play and the effects down ballot they could have as well. There are some competitive races in Long Island for Congress, and also a New York Assembly Democrats in danger of losing their veto-proof supermajority this race, Joe.
Lindsay Reiser following some surprisingly close races in New York. Lindsay, thanks.
Now to battleground Georgia, where incumbent Democratic Senator Raphael Warnock is facing off against Republican challenger Herschel Walker in a fiercely competitive race. The latest polling data actually shows the candidates are neck and neck, and a record-breaking 2.5 million people have already voted early in the state of Georgia, which is where you find NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez. He's in Atlanta. Hey, Gabe, good morning. So this has become this incredibly tight race in recent weeks, and it has seen its fair share of drama. First, just tell us where we're at right now. We heard from both candidates. We saw them make their final campaign push last night. What did they say?
Yes, Savannah, both candidates searching for every last vote. And first, I want to take a live look, though, at the folks that have showed up to vote here polls opening just a short time ago, minutes ago, and a line started forming even before the polls opened. Several dozen people have been waiting in line. We just saw a few of them go inside right now, but still a small line outside of this polling place in Atlanta. Now, as you mentioned, this is a tight contest between football legend Herschel Walker, who was denied allegations during the campaign that he paid for 2 women's abortions, and he's tried to link incumbent Senator Raphael Warnock to President Biden and rising inflation. Now, Warnock, a minister, has slammed Walker as unfit for office and a pathological liar. And as you said, with control of the U.S. Senate hanging in the balance, more than $250 million has already poured into this race. And Savannah, there is a third-party candidate here, and in Georgia, if no candidate reaches that 50% threshold, that means that this all goes to a runoff next month. So this might not be over tonight or even this week, Savannah.
Yeah, we might be doing this all again in a matter of 4 weeks or so. Gabe, let's talk now, of course, about what's important here, what's ultimately going to make the decision, and that's the voters. What are you hearing from voters on the ground about this race in particular? There was so much question, so much speculation about if the allegations against Herschel Walker would change anyone's mind. What are some of the biggest issues and the biggest takeaways from that?
Well, certainly, Savannah, and there are several key demographics here, and the question will be which way these groups go in this election. Of course, suburban women, the youth voters, young people, who they will vote for, or whether they will turn out at all. I spoke with several folks on both sides of the aisle yesterday. Take a listen to what they had to say.
I believe in Herschel, and we need to get the economy back where it should be, and I think he'd make the best one. You go to the grocery store and you don't have, you just spend so much money in gas, and I just feel sorry for people that don't have money to make a living.
And you blame President Biden for that?
Oh, yes, I do, 100%.
Why are you supporting Senator Warnock?
I'm a Democrat, and first of all, his intelligence level is off the chart. And I think he's a good person to be in the Senate. You're always going to blame the person in power to get in power yourself. So Biden is doing a very good job working with the people around him for the United States of America. There's a lot of things happening in America right now. And it's not necessarily the economy here. Inflation is all around the globe.
So Republican voters, many of them telling me that their top issue this election cycle is the economy. Other Democrat voters that I spoke with said that it was reproductive rights, as well as threats to democracy that were really driving their vote. Again, voters here already going to the polls here in Georgia. The polls stay open until 7 p.m. Eastern time tonight.
Absolutely. Gabe, also, I mentioned the interest in this particular state in voting early and absentee voting, 2.5 million people voting early. I know also, though, now that the state has launched an investigation into absentee ballots that were not mailed to voters. What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, Savannah, another example of how every vote counts here, and especially in such a tight race. But Cobb County, which is a county, suburban Atlanta, essentially, the state has launched an investigation as to how more than 1,000 ballots were not mailed in time, basically. The ACLU had filed a lawsuit saying more than 1,000 ballots had not been mailed in time by mail to voters who had requested them. And several hundred of those voters ended up voting in person, but there were still several hundred others that did not get those ballots in a timely fashion. So there was some question about whether they would be able to get the ballots in by today. By the way, Savannah, Georgia is one of those states, and in some other parts of the country, you need to have your ballot postmarked by Election Day. Here, it needs to be received by Election Day, and there was some concern that the ballots would not be able to be received. So now a judge has extended the deadline for those several hundred ballots in Cobb County, absentee ballots, to be counted until next week. But again, another example of just how much every vote counts in this especially tight race in Georgia.
Absolutely. One of the big three that we are watching, according to Mark Murray, and you will keep an eye on it for us. Gabe, thanks so much.
To Arizona we go, and if we're going to Arizona, that means we're going to NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard. 2 closely watched races there. So let's start, Vaughn, with the Senate race. You've got the Democratic Senator Mark Kelly, who just won a special election 2 years ago. His challenger is Blake Masters. They both made their final push to voters yesterday. What are their closing messages?
Yeah, good morning, you guys. This is major. I mean, if Blake Masters upsets Mark Kelly in this race, and we should know Blake Masters has consistently been down in polling ever since he won his August primary. If he wins, it could shift the balance of power in the U.S. Senate. I want to let you hear directly from both candidates, though, yesterday on the campaign trail.
And right now, we face some pretty serious challenges, like drought and rising costs. And my opponent, he's proven that he's not up to the task. And I think, frankly, Arizonans can't afford him or his dangerous beliefs in the United States Senate.
After just 20 months, our backs are against the wall here. We can't take much more of Biden-Harris. We can't take much more of Mark Kelly just rubber stamping their demented agenda. I really feel like this is a save the country election. Do you agree?
Masters is heavily focused on an economic pitch as well as border security. And Kelly there has talked about a myriad of issues, but he is also heavily focused on women's reproductive rights as well as the threats the Republican posed to the election process. This is a moment here where in a longtime conservative state, Democrats are trying to win a U.S. Senate seat for the third cycle in a row, which would be significant here, again, in this longtime conservative state.
So, Vaughn, you mentioned the election process. That might be the key issue in the governor's race, which is getting so much attention. Carrie Lake is one of many Republicans this election cycle who's echoed former President Trump's claims the 2020 election was rigged, which we know is false. But how is that resonating with voters?
Right. She has been at the forefront of this effort, propagating these 2020 election conspiracy theories, and she has made it a key part of her campaign, not only during her primary, but also just last night up on stage, previewing what she says is a reason for her to be worried about what was to come today. Take a listen to her last night.
And these back there don't want us talking about stolen elections. Well, it doesn't matter what they attempt tomorrow because we're going to show up like our lives depend on it. And there's not a darn thing that Katie Hobbs can screw up tomorrow to make our win any less significant.
Of course, this is the same Republican candidate who you'll recall in the primary suggested that there were signs of fraud and irregularities, but never provided any evidence of it, and then went quiet after she won that primary. And as you just heard last night, she's suggesting the same thing now, but again, providing no specific evidence or any specific allegations of actual fraud or rigging of this election.
And so, Vaughn, I quickly want to ask you about Maricopa County because it's getting a lot of attention over misinformation surrounding midterms, increased threats to election workers, voter intimidation. Real quick, what's the county doing to try and ensure safety today?
Right. This was the county that was at the epicenter of the scrutiny, the audits, and the conspiracies of the 2020 election. We've seen voter intimidation at these ballot drop box locations. The Maricopa County Sheriff's just last night said that the office is not only setting up fencing and barbed wire around the tabulation center. This is the building where the ballots are being processed and counted, but they've also positioned deputies around this particular building because of the threats made against election workers.
All right, Vaughn Hilliard in Arizona. Vaughn, thank you so much. And stick with NBC News Now today, and be sure to tune in tonight for our special election night coverage starting at 6 p.m. Eastern with live results and analysis beginning then at 8. And of course, we will have continuing coverage tomorrow morning right here on Morning News Now.
That is right. Now this morning we're tracking subtropical storm Nicole.
Meteorologist Michelle Grossman joins us with that. Hey, Michelle, good morning.
Hey there, guys. Great to see you. Yeah, we're tracking the tropics. They are active right now. Subtropical storm Nicole is expected to strengthen into a tropical storm later today and could become a hurricane as it nears the northwestern parts of the Bahamas. So here is the latest on Nicole because we are looking at winds strengthened since the last advisories, 50 miles per hour. It's moving northwest at 8 miles per hour. The location is 380 miles east-northeast of the northwestern Bahamas, and that's where we expect to see the brunt of the storm later on tonight into Wednesday, and then later Wednesday impacting the state of Florida into Thursday. So we do have tropical alerts where you see the red. That is a hurricane warning. That is for most of the Bahamas, the northwestern parts of the Bahamas. We also have a tropical storm warning, but you can see Florida with tropical alerts as well into the coastal portions of Georgia. And we are talking major impacts as we go throughout the next couple of days. So here's the forecast track. We're looking at strong winds impacting Florida by tomorrow morning. Where you see this orange coloring, that is the tropical storm force wind. So it's well outside of the cone. And as we go throughout time here, You're going to see this track impacting portions of Florida as we go throughout tomorrow morning. And then we do expect landfall early Thursday morning as a Category 1 storm. That has been updated as well. So we will watch that very, very closely. We're expecting storm surge, very heavy rainfall, and some damaging winds that could cause some power outages. It's going to take a right-hand turn due to an area of high pressure off the coast. And it's going to go up the east coast. So we're going to see heavy rain impacting anywhere from the Carolinas into portions of the Northeast Friday and also Saturday. We could see up to 7 inches of rain. That's one of the major impacts, especially in portions of Florida where we are so heavily impacted by Ian. We're looking at more rain there, flooding of highways, poor drainage areas, and also some small streams could be impacted as well. Then as we go throughout time here, it moves to the Northeast. We're looking at heavy downpours late Friday into Saturday. We're also talking about storm surge, guys. This is a big one. This is where we see that wall of water inland, and we're looking at 3 to 5 foot storm surge along the coast of Florida. Back to you.
Right, Michelle, thank you so much.
Thanks, Michelle.
Sure.
Coming up on Morning News Now, new developments on the war in Ukraine.
Yeah, we'll tell you about a potentially major blow to Russian forces as the fighting intensifies. We'll be right back.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Can you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
The day's biggest political stories, with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Can you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Right now on NBC News Now, we begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
Stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
What are the resources that people need right now? Can they get basic necessities?
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge.
This is big when we're talking about November.
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground?
What do you think when you see the activism? Do you think this could have happened without social media? We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
We're back with the latest developments in the war in Ukraine. Russian officials are pushing back against allegations in a letter believed to come from an elite Marine group that says that they suffered major casualties in an attack in Eastern Europe.
Yeah, the open letter sent to a Russian governor claims the brigade were thrown into a, quote, incomprehensible battle. Joining us now to discuss is NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter. Molly, good to see you. So tell us a little bit about this and what Russian officials are now saying.
Savannah, Joe, good morning to you. I want to be really clear that NBC News has not confirmed this letter. This was an open letter posted by pro-Russian bloggers on Telegram. And as you say, Savannah, it was addressed to a governor in a very small region in the east of the country. Now, the letter says that this elite Marine unit suffered incomprehensible losses during this assault. Now, the Russian MOD actually did respond, which is incredibly rare. And the fact that they felt like they needed to deny this and needed to respond is certainly indicative of the fact that they are feeling like they need to kind of lessen the discontent, not only among their troops, but also at home. They said this division did suffer losses, but had not suffered, quote, significant losses. Guys?
So, Molly, of course, it is Election Day here in the U.S. One of the issues that's on the ballot indirectly is the war in Ukraine. And that's because some Republicans have said they would slash military aid if they win power. How concerned are Ukrainians about that possibility?
Absolutely. And you can bet that, capitals from Kyiv to Brussels across Europe are watching very, very closely. And really, the midterms are being seen as kind of a litmus test of foreign aid to Ukraine. We asked the regional governor of the Kyiv region yesterday about this. Take a listen, and I'll talk to you on the backside.
What happens and how does it affect your region if the U.S. scales back aid of all kinds?
This will be a very painful issue for all Ukrainian people because we are receiving so much help from the U.S. right now, and we are very grateful for everything the U.S. does for us. I don't even want to consider what might happen, but I can't say for sure that it won't affect our fighting spirit.
He wouldn't even kind of entertain the possibility if a Republican-controlled Congress, scaled back aid, not just, defense aid, but also humanitarian aid to this country. But certainly they'll be watching very closely, guys.
Molly, also sticking with what's going on here in the U.S. today, Election Day, we have some concerning news here. Yesterday, we heard an admission of election interference from a Russian businessman, also a close ally to Putin. Tell us a little bit about more who this person is, what he said, and how unprecedented it is.
Yeah, Yevgeny Prigozhin is a serious power player. He's often called Putin's chef. He is very close to Putin. He is also the founder and the executive of the Wagner Group. Is it a mercenary fighting force right now? They are fighting in one of the hottest fronts in eastern Ukraine near Bakhmut in the Donbass region. And he posted yesterday on VK, it's the Russian version of Facebook. He says, "We have interfered. We are interfering, and we will continue to interfere carefully, accurately, surgically, and in our own way as we know how to do it. During our pinpoint operations," he continued, "we will remove both kidneys and the liver at once." Now, 4 years ago, Prigozhin was actually indicted along with others for interference in the 2016 elections. That related to a troll farm related to him. But this is someone who stays fairly under the radar, and we have seen him start to speak out much more about the war, actually criticize, although veiled, criticize Russian generals, which is why his Wagner Group has really come into such prominence. And we should mention to you guys, he is under U.S. sanctions already.
All right, Molly Hunter, thank you so much for following the latest there. Stay safe.
More now on what's going on around the world. New headlines coming out of the COP27 Climate Change Summit.
That's right. NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavanga joins us now from Rome with that and more. Hey, Claudio, good to see you.
Good morning. Yes, as you mentioned, at the COP27 Climate Change Summit in Egypt, the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres said that vulnerable communities in climate hotspots are being blindsided by cascading climate disasters without any means of prior alert. For this reason, the United Nations on Monday has announced a plan to make sure people in developing countries are warned ahead of the time when there is a risk of climate-related hazards like extreme storms and floods. Let's move back here to Italy, where a humanitarian crisis is escalating after the new right-wing government has been trying to stop migrants rescued in the Mediterranean from disembarking. 2 ships run by NGOs have been docked at a port in Sicily where with 35 migrants on board who are not allowed to disembark. Another one carrying 95 migrants has entered Italian waters without permission, while another ship run by SOS Mediterranee remains in international waters of Sicily with 234 rescued people on board. Let's jump over to Wales, where a baby alpaca was born in the middle of a stormy weather. The Manorafon Farm Park in Abergele posted a picture of the cute baby alpaca, very cute, who hasn't been named yet. The farm doesn't even know its gender because it wrote that after the dramatic birth in the middle of a storm, they are giving mommy and baby a little more space before they take a look. That's very cute.
It is. I feel like Al the alpaca is too obvious, right?
I like that.
Okay, we're going with it. Starting the campaign.
That was a nice little break, too. This morning, we got a lot going on. Nice to look at an alpaca for a moment.
Thanks, Claudio.
Thank you. And coming up, making history even before polls close.
After the break, more on the record number of black Republicans running for office and how it could be impacting voters' choices today. This is Morning News Now.
News is happening now.
To look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Why was it important for you to be here? But our top story tonight. You guys okay?
Yeah.
What kind of training is it? How you doing, Leslie?
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. But let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. Yeah, you were.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. But let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. Yeah, you were.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
NBC News, streaming free now. NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. As voters head to the polls, a record number of black Republicans filed to run for office this year.
NBC News Now correspondent Zincle Asamoah spoke to one black candidate and also voters in Texas to learn more about what's motivating them this election season.
We need black excellence everywhere. Republican, Democrat, Independent.
A key Democratic voting bloc, black people, may be turning to the Republican Party.
Because at least we're in the room to at least add some color, if you will.
I met Wesley Hunt at a Trump rally in Robstown, Texas.
That is the America that I know and love.
He's a Republican running for the state's U.S. House District 38 seat, one of a record 178 black Republican candidates running for office in 2022. Black Republicans are not new, but Howard University's Dr. Kenesha Grant says today motivators for black voters are shifting.
And so whereas people would think about race first, in the past, they now think about something like the economy first, or they might think about education first, or they might think about religion first.
This does differ by gender, with black men nearly 3 times more likely than black women to have voted for Trump. For black Republicans I spoke with, issues of faith and economy are critical.
I don't believe in homosexuality. I don't support same-sex marriage. I don't support abortion.
Thomas Isbell says religion moved his vote. Chandra, who asked to be identified by her first name, believes Democratic policies keep communities of color, quote, down economically.
The Democrat Party has never really done anything to help.
Still, Dr. Grant says these beliefs come with some reservation.
I think it's important to note that black voters describe themselves as conservative, but they face a barrier when they have to decide what to do with that conservatism.
One study in the University of Chicago Press Journals suggesting black voters are more likely to identify as Democrats around other black voters, even if they are Republican. But candidates like Wesley Hunt, now backed by former President Trump, aren't shy about their beliefs.
I'm mindful that Trump is also supported by white supremacist groups as well. Some black voters view statements he's made as racist. What do you say?
You know, what I'll say is there's extremism on both sides. What I'm really focused on are actually the policies that are actually going to raise us from the situation that we're in right now.
I know a lot of black voters are focused on it.
Yeah.
Are you worried about them?
People are really having a hard time putting food on their table. That's where the majority of people are focused on right now.
Hunt betting on the economy as a major voter issue.
I think that's why we're going to see a big red wave, particularly when it comes to black and brown people.
It's a bet that could bring major wins or losses.
Our thanks to Zincle Esama for that report. Now, of the record 178 black Republicans who filed to run for office this year, 75 made it through their primaries and 29 are in competitive House races.
Latino voters could also play a major role in this year's elections. Candidates in key battleground states hope that critical voting bloc will give them an edge.
That's right. That's because the number of eligible Latino voters is on the rise. 34.5 million Latinos can now cast their ballots, and that number is up by, get this, 4.7 million compared to 2018's midterms.
Let's bring in Juan Rosa for more on this. He is the National Director of Civic Engagement for the National Association of Latino Democratic Officials. Juan, good to have you with us. So first, let's get the broader picture here. Can you tell us exactly how much influence Latino voters are going to have in this year's elections? Are we seeing Latino voters more enthusiastic this year about casting their ballots?
Thank you so much, Joe and Savannah. So a small correction. We are the National Association of Latino Elected and Appointed Officials. Just a small correction. To answer your question, yes, Latino voters are going to be decisive in key races across the country. For example, in states like Colorado, Nevada, and Arizona, the share of Latino voters tend to be well over the difference between the winner and the loser of last elections, right? So, for example, in some states, the margin of victory between one candidate and the other for governor or senator was 4%. And Latino voters in that state average well over more than 10%, right? So we know that Latino voters are going to be decisive in key races, but just nationally, we project that 11.6 million Latinos will vote in these elections.
Absolutely. Juan, I do also want to ask about a concern here. This is misinformation spreading specifically within the Latino community. Advocacy groups have been warning about this. Why and how is this particular population, specifically the targets of these campaigns, and how much of an impact does it seem to have had?
Right. So Latinos are getting their news and information from social media. A lot of them claim that YouTube is a prime source for them to get information about elections and just about every other facet of life. So we know that, one, they are on social media a lot, which makes disinformation and misinformation easier to spread. Latinos also rely on encrypted networks for communication with their family members or their church circles or their professional circles. Those encrypted networks are harder to monitor. So it's not like there's a monitoring effort in place to make sure that mis and disinformation is not being widely shared. So we, an educational fund, together with a few partner organizations, have been monitoring for the spread of misinfo and disinfo targeting Latinos. And particularly, Savannah, we're interested in things that affect the operations of the elections, right? So the validity of vote by mail, for example, is a prime example of what we're monitoring for. There are efforts to say to Latino voters that vote by mail doesn't count, or that vote by mail is more fraudulent than in-person voting. So we are doing daily monitoring sessions of social media. We have established connections with social media companies to flag sort of egregious incidents of misinfo and disinfo.
All right, Juan Rosa, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
And coming up, if you thought taking the SATs was bad, imagine being forced to take them again.
And what might be even worse is the reason why. Up next on Morning News Now, what UPS is saying after dozens of exams flew out of one of their trucks. And no, this is not a bad dream. Stay with us.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. back. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Why was it important for you to be here? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Leslie?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
The big variable, the storm surge. Why was it important for you to be here? What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Leslie?
NBC News, streaming free now.
You've heard the expression, the dog ate my homework. Well, in Texas, some SAT tests have disappeared, and they can't blame the dog.
Yeah, just wait till you hear what they can blame. This happened in El Paso, and a UPS truck carrying those completed tests opened up while driving. It's a nightmare for students, depending on those scores, of course. NBC News correspondent Nyala Charles has more on that story.
Hours upon hours of studying gone in the blink of an eye.
I just saw a bunch of papers everywhere. I had no idea what it was. I didn't think much of it, but I just decided to grab my phone and record it.
Video capturing more than 200 SAT tests flying out of a UPS truck in El Paso, Texas.
I looked and I could see the bubbles.
Some people found the visual funny at first.
My mom, as a joke, was like, oh, they're your PSAT scores.
Until seniors at El Paso High realized it was their SAT Scantrons, sharing the news on social media.
Today, I just found out that they were actually the SAT scores from our school.
The district says the faculty combed the streets collecting those tests. However, 55 weren't recovered, meaning those students may have to sit through that 3-hour test again. Since the pandemic, many colleges don't require standardized testing, but according to data from the College Board, who runs the SAT, almost 2 million high school seniors still took the test last year. In a statement, the College Board said they will work with El Paso High School to ensure students can retest as soon as possible. But in the meantime, students' concerns go beyond college admissions.
We have all our information and identification on the score, and it stinks because our identity is out there right now.
Our thanks to Nyala for that report. Although UPS did not say how the driver lost the test, it has apologized for the mishap. In a statement to NBC News, UPS says that its employees worked to recover as many tests as possible, that the driver's actions in this case were not representative of UPS protocols, and that it has addressed this with him. I'm sure he feels awful.
That helps those students. All right, let's get to some financial headlines. Tesla is seeing its lowest stock numbers in over a year.
CNBC's Bertha Coombs has more on why this might be happening and other financial headlines. Bertha, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Joan, Savannah. We've got shares of Tesla falling to their lowest levels since June of last year. The move coming as CEO Elon Musk devotes attention to his newest company, Twitter. Top tech analyst Gene Munster of Loop Ventures tells CNBC growing losses at Twitter could actually force Musk to sell more of his Tesla stake in order to prop up the country if he can't, or the company rather, if he can't turn the fortunes of the social media platform around. Some big Tesla investors are also expressing frustration about reports that Tesla employees are helping Musk with his efforts at Twitter. Meantime, Airbnb is making changes to how it displays prices on the platform after customers complain that they aren't transparent. Starting next month, guests will be able to see the total price that they're required to pay up front. Airbnb will also prioritize the total price versus the nightly rate in its search algorithm and will launch a new pricing and discount tools to help hosts set more competitive prices. Airbnb's CEO says guests should also not have to do unreasonable checkout tasks such as stripping the beds, doing the laundry, or vacuuming, because that's not a vacation. Meantime, Instagram is rolling out new in-app scheduling tools to all professional accounts after testing the features over the last few weeks. It'll allow you to schedule photos, carousels, and reels directly in-app up to 75 days in advance. It doesn't really add anything new, because creators have been able to schedule posts through the Creator Studio since 2020, but it could make it easier for Savannah to manage her content on the go or say on set, as the producer is saying, move on to the next story, Savannah. Not that that ever happens.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
I think it's happening right now, though.
75 days, yeah. We got to go. All right, Bertha, thank you.
Bertha.
And coming up, more people choosing to close their social media and put their phones away.
We'll talk about why that's so hard to break the habit and stop scrolling in our weekly mental health check-in. That's next on Morning News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive. The big variable, the storm surge. Why was it important for you to be here? It's kind of a training regimen. How you doing, Lester? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Welcome back. It's time for our weekly mental health check-in, and we're taking a closer look at how anxiety could keep people from casting their ballots today in this year's midterm election.
Plus, new evidence showing how people adopt extremist views. It could be linked to a more common emotion.
Board-certified psychiatrist Dr. Sue Varma joins us now for more on these headlines. Dr. Varma, good morning. So let's start with that election anxiety on election morning. What are some of the psychological reasons that could keep someone, from casting their vote? Are there ways also to overcome that?
Absolutely. I think a lot of people are feeling overwhelmed. They feel like there's a lot of information out there, but they don't know who to believe or who to trust. They feel like they haven't necessarily done their research sometimes, or if they have done their research, they may have lost trust and faith in their leaders in being able to deliver on the important issues to them. So I would say the most important thing is to talk to people outside your social circle to gather new information, head to trusted resources. I personally had a very interesting experience going on a canvas in Philadelphia this weekend with an organization called Indian American Impact with South Asian women. So we went door to door and talked to people. So I think that if you can talk to people that you respect, that you look up to, but also verify trusted sources, this can help alleviate some of our election anxiety.
On the topic of politics, new research is showing loneliness could actually make someone more vulnerable to extremist views. Walk us through how that happens and if there's anything we can do to protect ourselves or perhaps protect someone in our family or a friend.
Absolutely.
Yes, something very interesting happens when we're lonely. Our mind begins to look for threat in the environment, and we end up shutting down. We end up focusing on becoming hypervigilant and thinking that doomsday is around the corner. Now, look, the reality is that we have been through so much, and so many horrible things have happened in the last several years, a pandemic to begin with that we never could have imagined. But it's important to decrease that isolation, to connect with people, both like-minded, but also people who have different ways of thinking. Loneliness, when left unchecked, can lead to depression and anxiety, which furthers loneliness and isolation. So we have to break the cycle somewhere.
Absolutely. All right, here's something maybe could help people just putting their phones down altogether. More people are doing this to try to break social media addictions. First, just walk us through, we've got about a minute here, why social media is so addictive, but then also how difficult it can be to try to step away.
You know, the brain reward system responds to social media with dopamine spikes just the way it does to chocolate, to sex, to bungee jumping, to anything that is fun, exciting, novel, pleasurable, challenging, dangerous. And social media has that potential to really suck people in because it offers this parallel universe in a way that has so much connection, novelty, interest. You can learn recipes. You're on there for hair blogs. You're on there for the politics. You're on there for social connection. You're using it to DM and message your friends. So it's a one-stop shopping, and it's very hard to break away. Your life is very much intertwined. You know, in fact, I was saying this weekend to a group of interesting leaders that I was like, you know, we're all connected here because of social media, and yet we're all in some way feels like our lives are being divided and we're being torn apart. So one thing I would say is if you can be very intentional about it, I've done something new, which is setting a timer through your phone, through the Apple iPhone, but a lot of phones have it, and it comes up with a time limit, and then it offers you the choice. It says your 1 hour, let's say, if for the day is over, do you want to continue? Do you want to go in 15-minute increments? Do you want to ignore it for the rest of the day? And I found that a lot of times it makes you question, do I really need to be on this? Is this a necessity? And I would say when you're having dinner with people, put your phone down. It increases trust. It increases the depth in relationships and the depth in conversation that you normally wouldn't have just by the appearance of having a phone. People say, hey, I don't know if I can go deep here.
All right, Dr. Sue Varma, thank you so much.
And stay right here for continuing coverage of Decision 2022. We're going to have full team coverage of all the critical races with results and analysis. Coverage kicks off at 6 o'clock tonight. And, of course, we'll have full coverage tomorrow morning right here on Morning News Now. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Good morning. Happy Election Day. I'm Savannah Sellers.
And I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, that music tells us one thing. It is Decision Day. Polling places are opening up across the country this morning in a midterm election that could shake up Washington and beyond.
The outcome is going to shape our country for decades to come.
If you want to stop the destruction of our country and save the American dream, you must go out and vote Republican.
President Biden's agenda and control of Congress are all on the line as Republicans step up their fights in key races. We're going to show you how the decisions voters are making today could impact nationwide issues like inflation and abortion. On the battleground, there is a small handful of states that could make the call on which party controls Congress. We're looking at you, Arizona, Wisconsin, Nevada. Don't worry, we've got journalists in all those battlegrounds. We'll tell you which races to keep your eyes on tonight. Also this morning, bracing for Nicole. Just 6 weeks after the most devastating hurricane in Florida history, the region is preparing for another hit. Subtropical storm Nicole has its sights set on Florida's east coast. NBC News meteorologist Michelle Grossman has the storm's latest track. Plus, Powerball pause. Yeah, last night's nearly $2 billion Powerball drawing, well, it still hasn't happened, all because of a tech issue. That means someone out there could still be holding on to a winning ticket. We'll tell you what we know about the delay and when the drawing could actually happen. Of course, we don't know if it's a winning ticket because there's been no drawing yet. So
right. I'm not refreshing the website or anything.
Not at all, because you bought a lottery ticket.
I did for the first time in a long time. But actually, I haven't been checking because it's election morning.
There you go. We got more important issues to talk about. We're going to begin with the high-stakes midterm election as polls across the country are opening this morning.
Yeah, but get this, more than 44 million people have already cast their ballot, and then millions more are expected, of course, to vote in person today. Now, the balance of power in Washington is very much up for grabs. Democrats currently hold the majority in the Senate, but that's only due to Vice President Harris's tie-breaking vote. They also hold a slim majority in the House. Republicans are confident, though, that they'll take back power in possibly one or both of those chambers. We have team coverage this morning, beginning with NBC News Chief White House correspondent Peter Alexander covering one of the biggest races we are watching, and that is in the battleground state of Pennsylvania.
Good morning to you. After a long and chaotic campaign, it is finally Election Day, one of the most consequential midterms in modern history. We are in those crucial Philadelphia suburbs that could decide the races in this state, with the direction of our democracy and control of Congress on the line. And for Republicans, a possible last-minute distraction, with the former president, Donald Trump, already promoting his own future plans.
This morning, Decision Day. After all the rallies and wall-to-wall political ads, voters across the country get the final say whether Democrats retain control of Congress or Republicans regain majorities in the House and Senate. Overnight, President Biden arriving back at the White House, acknowledging Democrats have an uphill battle.
The Democrats win the House?
I think it's going to be tough, but I think we can. I think we'll win the Senate, and I think the House is tougher.
That after he and former President Trump hosted dueling rallies.
We know in our bones that our democracy is at risk.
Mr. Trump in Ohio is predicting a Republican rout.
If you want to save your rights and liberties, you have to start by dealing a humiliating rebuke to the radical left in this election.
And hinting at a possible comeback White House bid.
I'm going to be making a very big announcement on Tuesday, November 15th at Mar-a-Lago.
Republicans need to gain just 5 more seats to win control of the House. And in the Senate, Republicans need to gain just 1, with 9 Senate seats considered competitive. And Democratic incumbents facing tough challenges in states like Arizona, Nevada, and Georgia. Here in Pennsylvania, it would be a Democratic pickup if John Fetterman can beat Republican Dr. Mehmet Oz.
I need every one of you to get out the votes. This is a transformative election. It's going to send a loud message to Washington.
The heightened tensions across the country and some candidates who've already cast doubts on election results, leading to security concerns. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi back in Washington after her husband was brutally attacked, casting many Republicans' rhetoric as dangerous, speaking to CNN.
There is one party that is doubting the outcome of the election, feeding that flame, and mocking any violence that happens.
U.S. intelligence and law enforcement agencies are gearing up for a variety of potential threats today, according to Justice Department officials, from extremist violence and cyber attacks to intimidation of election workers and voters. The FBI says the threats are highest in states where Donald Trump contested the 2020 election results.
And here in Pennsylvania, it could be several days before we know the winner, certainly in that race that's razor thin between Dr. Oz and John Fetterman. Under Pennsylvania law, they can't begin scanning and counting mail-in ballots until today, when the polls open at 7 a.m. The acting Secretary of State saying it could be a few days before they know the winner. Back to you.
All right, Peter, thank you so much. From Pennsylvania, let's head to battleground Wisconsin and NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster. Shaq, good morning. So we got 2 key races in that state, one for Senate, one for governor. First up, what's the latest there?
Good morning. Well, polls just opened, so that's the latest. You see a line of people behind me. We saw a few dozen people here in Milwaukee gathered before those doors open. Let's just get the basics. Polling and for Election Day here in Wisconsin, polls are open from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. If you're in line at 8 p.m., you can stay and make sure you cast your ballot. But look, these are marquee races that have been watched and observed from all across the country. There's that governor's race, one of the most expensive races in the country, the most expensive race in history history in the state of Wisconsin between Governor Tony Evers, the Democrat, and Republican Tim Michels, who's been endorsed by former President Trump. And then there's that Senate race. This is a race that Democrats felt optimistic or about coming into Election Day. That's between Lieutenant Governor Mandela Barnes, the Democrat in this race, going up against the incumbent Senator Ron Johnson. Some big races, some expensive races, but now it's time for voters to have their say, Joe.
So, Shaq, obviously all those candidates you just mentioned were on the trail yesterday making their final push to voters. What are they focusing on?
Turnout. Turnout was the name of the game yesterday. We know that even before we got into Election Day, more than 700 Wisconsinites already cast the ballot. For many of the candidates, it was let's keep it going. Let's keep up that momentum. Let's start with the Senate candidates and what we were hearing there. I mentioned that Democrats felt optimistic coming into this general election, but the polls as we head into Election Day show that Senator Ron Johnson had a slight lead, though it's still well within the margin of error. Listen to the messages, those closing messages from Lieutenant Governor Mandela Barnes and Senator Ron Johnson yesterday.
Polls go up and polls go down, but I will say for anybody who's frustrated about a poll that had us down, show that frustration by showing up to vote. And if you're that frustrated, bring 3 more people with you to vote.
Why would he want to represent a bunch of people he thinks institutionalized racism? Do you want him representing you?
And then there's the governor's race, a race with serious national implications. This governor's race could determine the future of voting laws in the state of Wisconsin and what happens in 2024. Also, the fate of abortion laws in this state, where access to abortion for women is nearly totally banned across the state. I want you to listen to what we heard of the closing messages from Governor Tony Evers and from his Republican challenger, Tim Michels.
I don't consider either one of us are underdogs because the polling is clear. And Wisconsin's clear. It's a purple state. I get that.
To make life better for future generations to come here in Wisconsin, I'm going to stand with law enforcement.
In the average of polls, that gubernatorial race is nearly tied. They're separated by about 1/3 of a percentage point. So that is where a lot of attention is going to be focused on tonight, Joe.
So, Shaq, I want to ask you about an interesting development. The Department of Justice announced yesterday it's going to monitor election sites in 24 states around the country to ensure compliance with voting rights laws. Milwaukee and Racine are 2 of the sites on that list. So what are the concerns there, and what could we expect to actually see at those polling locations today?
Yeah, you're going to see this in nearly half the country, some 64 jurisdictions across the country. And look, this is the Department of Justice not saying that they know of any problem, that anything is being violated, but this is how they're enforcing the Voting Rights Act. They're sending monitors to Milwaukee and Racine, as you mentioned. They're there to make sure that federal voting laws are being complied with. They're also there in case voters have an issue. They have someone who they can bring that issue to directly. Of course, there's also a hotline and also websites available. But the big emphasis is it's not that they know that there's something wrong. It's to make sure that nothing is wrong today.
And, Shaq, we're trying to set expectations for our viewers as they brace for tonight and the days to come. So in Wisconsin, the state's early votes and absentee votes, they can actually start being counted today. Just walk us through what the process is going to look like there.
The big headline is be patient for that vote here in Wisconsin. In this state, election workers are not allowed to even process the absentee ballots until polls open today. So before, when they get all these absentee ballots, about 1/3 of all ballots in the state are expected to be those absentee ballots. All they could really do is organize them by address. Now they're starting to open up the envelopes. After sitting in envelopes for sometimes weeks and months, they get to flatten the ballots and then run those through the tabulators. All of that takes a lot of time. Here in Milwaukee, that was a process that wasn't concluded until the overnight hours in 2020. Election officials this time around tell me they expect to have Milwaukee's results by midnight. This is the biggest population center in the state, so that gives you a sense of when we can expect those final results in this election. But remember, this is going to be a close race. That is something that all candidates on all sides, at least for that governor's race, all candidates from both sides acknowledge. And it's going to be a long night of counting and a long night of reporting for us.
And a long night of not sleeping for you, Shaq. All right. Shaquille Brewster, thanks so much. Appreciate it.
That's right. All right, let's keep checking in on the big races, and let's head south and west to Arizona. That's where we find Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Rafa, who is up very early for us. Ali, thanks so much. So we are watching two tight races here, Senate and governor. Tell us the latest.
That's right, Savannah. All eyes, both nationally and also here, obviously, in Arizona on the state's Senate and governor's races because of just how tight the margins have become in recent days. You have Democratic incumbent Senator Mark Kelly running against Republican Blake Masters, around 50%, really holding this very slight lead, well within the margin of error in recent polls. And then in the governor's race, you have Republican and Trump ally Carrie Lake running against the state's Secretary of State Katie Hobbs. This is one of several races nationally that's testing the candidacy of election deniers that are running for office, Savannah.
What issues, Allie, are we hearing that are important to voters there, especially with these races being so neck and neck? What is it that it's going to come down to for them?
Yeah, I spoke with many voters yesterday, and what they told me was really what we're hearing across the board nationally and what we're seeing in poll after poll, that voters are most concerned about the economy, rising gas prices, inflation. I even spoke with some Democrats who told me that they split their vote, voting for Republicans in these key races, the Senate and governor's races, and then voting for Democrats lower down on the ballot for local races. Take a listen to what one of them told me.
The economy, you name it. I mean, gas prices, everything that's going on with the schools, you name it. I mean, there isn't really a thing that doesn't affect this election.
Savannah, that voter, one of hundreds of thousands that are getting out today to cast their ballot. We're here at the Maricopa County Recorder's Office, the tabulation center, where all of the ballots will eventually get here tonight. And we're already seeing people driving by, dropping off their ballots, before polls close here at 7 p.m. local.
Allie, also, I do want to ask you about the fact that over the weekend, a Carrie Lake staffer opened an envelope containing suspicious white powder. This was at Lake's campaign headquarters in Phoenix, again, a candidate for governor. Has this had any effect on the governor's race and security on Election Day?
Yeah, so we know that the FBI is investigating that whole incident right now. We know that that substance was sent to an FBI lab here in Arizona, and it's being investigated. But more broadly, it really raised the stakes and the awareness by law enforcement on the threats not only facing candidates, but facing voters, facing election officials, as well as law enforcement officials in the days leading up to the election. And also today, I actually spoke with the Maricopa County Sheriff Paul Penzone yesterday, who talked about all of the resources that are being diverted to better protect election officials and voters, not only today, but in the next few days and next few weeks, however long it's going to take to get final results in this election. Take a listen to a bit of what he told me.
I'm going to be respectful and ethical, but I'm going to be zero tolerance. Anyone who poses a threat, the first person who wants to jump the fence to a crowd that wants to knock it over, we are not going to give up an inch. We will not allow for there to be failure in Maricopa County for this election.
The Maricopa County Sheriff telling me that there will be plainclothes officers blending in with crowds at polling locations. There will be officers on horseback to implement crowd control measures. Savannah, he even told me that there is going to be aerial monitoring of the vehicles that are transporting these ballot boxes from the polling locations here to the tabulation center later today. So really no resource being spared on Election Day.
Yeah, and hopefully that makes voters feel good about the safety of their vote. Allie, thank you so much.
Let's head just northwest of Arizona to Nevada and bring in NBC News correspondent Jacob Soboroff. So, Jacob, walk us through this high-stakes Senate race between Democratic incumbent Catherine Cortez Masto and GOP challenger Adam Laxalt. This might be the best chance Republicans have to actually flip a Senate seat. So walk us through what's at stake here.
Yeah, hey, Joe, good morning. It might be, but the Democrats are counting on that absolutely not being the case. Sort of the background of what's going on here in Nevada is that it is a state with one of the highest inflation rates, one of the highest unemployment rates in the country. Here in Vegas, where they were hit particularly hard by the pandemic and have had a very slow recovery, the issue you continually hear as you go door to door is that it's an unaffordable way of living in Las Vegas. It's too expensive to rent, to pay a mortgage, even to have a car payments. And so that's what the Republicans are hoping to capitalize on. The Democrats are hoping to capitalize on Adam Laxalt's anti-abortion stance in particular, but also trying to say that they've got a plan to rebound the economy on their own. And Cortez Masto and Laxalt both have been crisscrossing this state on bus tours, by foot, by car, with every surrogate that they can possibly bring out.
You mentioned some of the big issues on people's minds there. How are people actually feeling on this election day when you speak with them?
Well, luckily for all of them, they're still sleeping. But ahead of Election Day, it's been really extraordinary, honestly, Joe, to get to spend time with the folks of Nevada. We have crisscrossed the city of Las Vegas with canvassers from that powerful culinary workers union. That's that 60,000 member strong group made up of the people who make this place run. Las Vegas, we're talking about cooks, cleaners, bartenders, you name it, here at the hotel or out on the strip. They're the people who are powering Las Vegas. And what you hear from them time and time again is that they just want to feel represented. You're looking at Brian and Rocio on your screen. Rocio is a non-citizen but a legal resident. She said she's out there canvassing because she wants other people like Miss Taylor here and her grandson Jamie to be their voice. They say, too, it's very unaffordable here in Nevada. They really want things to turn around. But the two of them, the ones that you're looking at right there, they say they're going Democratic all the way.
And, Jacob, we know election security is a major concern there in Nevada. You actually got an exclusive tour of the Clark County Elections Department, spoke with the election chief, Joe Gloria. What did you learn?
That he is really concerned about people's impressions of the integrity of the election, but not of the election integrity itself here in Nevada. This comes on the heels of the Department of Justice announcing that they are sending federal election monitors all across the country, 64 different election jurisdictions, including to Joe Gloria's jurisdiction, Clark County, Nevada. He says he is confident that the votes will be counted fairly, the votes will be counted accurately, and those folks from the federal government are not coming out because of civil rights violations or voting rights violations, but to protect people from potential civil rights and voting rights violations. You'll remember that 2 years ago, I was here, I watched with my own eyes, Adam Laxalt, the Republican senatorial challenger, literally challenged the results of the presidential election by saying there were thousands of illegitimate, illegal ballots here in Nevada. That turned out to be totally bogus, a debunked conspiracy theory claim, but it has sowed doubt amongst the population here in Nevada that they will have a free, a fair, and accurate election. Joe Gloria says that's not something for people to worry about. Another thing people shouldn't worry about, he tells me, is that if it is close here in Nevada, it is not going to be an early night in Las Vegas. They could count these votes for up to 10 days, not because they're bad at their job or because they're slow counters, but because state law calls for a slow count to ensure a fair and accurate vote here in Las Vegas and in Nevada, guys.
So Jacob Sobroff in a state we're going to be talking about a lot in the coming days in Nevada. Jacob, thanks so much.
Now, President Biden's agenda is, of course, on the ballot today, along with his ability to get things done over the next 2 years if he does lose control of Congress.
In his final bid to voters while campaigning in Maryland yesterday, President Biden warned that the direction of the country and the future of democracy is on the ballot.
And let's be clear. This election is not a referendum. It's a choice. It's a choice between two very different visions of America.
Joining us now is NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli and NBC News reporter Julie Sirkin. Good morning to the both of you.
Yeah, Mike, let's start with you. The president ended his 2022 midterm push in the state where he unofficially kicked off the Democrats' campaign efforts in late August. Tell us more about his final stop and the message he had to voters there.
Well, Joe, yesterday we were talking about President Biden spending Sunday night in a blue state where Democrats are seeing an unexpectedly close race. Kathy Hochul in a real tough bid to keep her job as governor. Well, last night, Biden was in another blue state, this one, Maryland, where really the race is not in doubt. Wes Moore is the Democratic candidate for governor there. Polls show him with a double-digit lead. So this is about the president trying to end on a high note, a place where Democrats tonight are going to see a real bright spot and a real rising star in the party. Now, it is interesting to see the president trying to focus on a bright spot at a time when Democrats are bracing for tough losses. You heard the president in his message last night talking about Democratic accomplishments, but also talking about what was at risk if Republicans take control. It would mean the end of some of those accomplishments, like lower prescription drug costs, but he also warned entitlement programs are also on the chopping block if Republicans take control. This is all about, you heard it, President Biden talking about this as a choice, not a referendum. Now, today, President President Biden's going to be spending Election Day at the White House. He'll have some last-minute radio interviews to try to get out the vote, and then he'll be like us, watching returns and knowing that his agenda is at stake as well.
You know, he might be like all of us watching returns for a long, long time. We'll have to see. Julie, let's bring you here into this conversation and talk about the former president. So yesterday, Trump visited Ohio. This was to urge voters to back J.D. Vance, against Democrat Congressman Tim Ryan. Tell us about that, and also tell us about something else everybody's talking about, the former president hinting at 2024.
Yeah, good morning, Savannah and Joe. Look, last night was the last and final push for all candidates in these tight races around the country to really get out there and appeal to voters one last time before they woke up this morning and hit the polls and went to cast their ballots. And that's why it's important to note that this is where former President Trump decided to make his final pit stop on the campaign trail, campaigning for J.D. Vance, who's in a dead heat against Tim Ryan. All polls, virtually all of them, have shown both candidates very tight margins, and none of them leading outside of the margin of error. So that's important to know as you look at where former President Trump decided to go for his last stop. But that one thing that you just brought up, whether he was going to announce whether he'll run in 2024, I was talking to a lot of allies in his inner circle who have told me that across the weekend in Florida, where he was on Saturday, where he hinted to announcing potentially yesterday in Ohio, former President Trump clearly is ready. His sight is on 2024. His closest allies, though, trying to keep him on 2022. And that's in part because when you look at the seat that Vance and Ryan are vying for, it's that of retiring Senator Republican Rob Portman, a moderate in the Senate, a deal maker across the aisle, one that is close with Leader McConnell as well. Take a listen to what former President Trump decided to tease at the rally instead.
I'm going to be making a very big announcement on Tuesday, November 15th, at Mar-a-Lago in Palm Beach, Florida. We want nothing to detract from the importance of tomorrow. You understand that, JD?
Yeah, the former president saying he'll make some kind of announcement instead next week on Tuesday. Should note, by the way, that is also the same day that his former vice president, Mike Pence's book, is coming out.
All right, so, Mike, we have to talk about the current president. The latest polling shows his approval is 44%. That is strikingly similar to approval ratings for Clinton, Obama, Trump in their first midterms. And, of course, they lost majorities in Congress. So how is the Biden White House preparing for the possibility they could lose their majority? Quickly on this one.
Well, we heard from the president last night. He said he's still optimistic, ever optimistic about Democratic chances, but he acknowledged it is going to be tough. And White House officials are stressing the historical trends. Only twice in the last century has the president's party actually gained seats in their first midterm election. So they knew they were working against the curve. But here's the thing. We may be able to look back at 1996 and 2012 to see Obama and Clinton winning re-election despite bad midterms. But they were 48 and 49, respectively. Joe Biden coming up on 80 this month. And that's a lot of questions about his political future.
Mike Memoli and Julie Sirkin, thank you both so much. Make sure you tune in tonight for our special election night coverage. It starts at 6 p.m. Eastern with live results and analysis beginning at 8 p.m. And then, of course, we're going to continue the coverage the morning after. There will still be a lot of questions, a lot of vote coming in. That's right here on Morning News Now.
Let's get a check on your Morning News Now weather.
That means it's time to go to meteorologist Michelle Grossman, hear what's happening on this election day. Hey, Michelle.
Hey there, guys. Great to see you. And yeah, weather does play a role in getting people out to the polls. So we'll start with the good news because we're looking at really nice weather in the Great Lakes, also the Ohio Valley, New England, the Northeast, Mid-Atlantic, into portions of the Southeast. Lots of sunshine, really comfortable temperatures. We do have showers in the forecast for portions of Florida, especially southern Florida, and also through the Midwest, down through parts of the Central Plains. So Minneapolis, also Oklahoma City, you may need the umbrella as you head out to the polls. It's to the west, so we have a mess out there. We're looking at high elevation snow up to 4 feet in some spots, lower elevation rain. We could see some flooding rains in portions of Los Angeles, 61 degrees, 55 in San Francisco. We're looking at some rain there. So it's going to be cool. It's going to be a chilly rain as well. That's one of the big stories. The second big story is subtropical storm Nicole. We do expect this to transition to a tropical storm later on today, but we're looking at winds at 50 miles per hour. It is starting to strengthen and moving northwest at 8 miles per hour will impact portions of the Bahamas late tonight into into tomorrow, and then eventually into Florida and Georgia tomorrow into Thursday. So tropical alerts posted. We do have a hurricane warning for portions of the Bahamas, northwestern Bahamas. That's where you see the red. Also a tropical storm warning. That is the orange. But notice Florida and coastal portions of Georgia. Also tropical alerts posted. We have tropical storm watches, tropical storm warnings, also a hurricane watch. So we're going to be watching this story very, very closely. Here's the forecasted track. Notice this tropical storm force winds. It goes well beyond the cone. So we do expect Florida to feel some of these winds as early as tomorrow morning, where you see Daytona Beach, Melbourne, also Jacksonville. And then as we go throughout time here, Thursday morning, hurricane landfall is likely, and it could be a hurricane. So a Category 1 storm. We're going to watch that very closely. Whether it's a tropical storm or a hurricane, we're still going to have an impact there with heavy winds, also some heavy rain and some storm surge. So we're going to continue to watch this, but we're looking at the chance for 3 to 5 storm foot surge as we go throughout Thursday.
All right, Michelle, thanks so much. We know you'll stay on it.
Sure. Thank you.
And our Election Day coverage continues all morning, but we are following several other big stories right now.
Yeah, that includes a surge in flu cases. Doctors are warning this could be one of the worst flu seasons we've had in years. The pressure this outbreak is putting on an already stressed hospital system. Stick with us.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that.
Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? With our NBC News exclusive.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You are
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that.
Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
NBC News, streaming free now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Welcome back. There is new evidence that flu season is hitting earlier and harder than it has in years.
That's right. Across the country, hospitals are filling up and some schools are now even shutting down. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky joins us from Fort Worth, Texas with the details. Hey, Morgan, good morning.
Yeah, Josephina, good morning. Some doctors are calling this a surge, others an explosion in flu cases. But here at Cook Children's, it's gotten so bad that staff has now switched to emergency protocols. And unfortunately, you'll find similar stories at hospitals all across the nation. And this morning, one Alabama family is sounding the alarm after nearly losing their daughter. This morning, a real medical emergency. A flu epidemic quickly spiraling out of control nationwide as cases take off from coast to coast, especially in children.
We've been worried for 2 years because influenza and RSV have been at historic lows that we haven't been beefing our own immunity up.
With flu hospitalizations at their highest level since 2010, federal health officials say the U.S. crossed the epidemic threshold. The CDC estimating more than 1.5 million Americans have already contracted the influenza virus so far this season. 730 of those cases proving deadly, including 2 children.
I am surprised it has flipped as quickly as it's done, and I'm surprised it's flipped as much with pediatric.
Stephen Love with the Texas Hospital Association says 88% of pediatric beds across the state are full. He says contributing factors include everything from kids in close contact at school to fewer masks and lagging trust in vaccines. Is there a concern that people have held off on the COVID vaccine and as a result missed their flu shot?
Yes, I've heard that from several doctors.
And that could put them even more at risk?
It could, yes, because they have the risk of the flu and of COVID.
Just outside Dallas, McKinney schools are mourning the loss of Amanda Kelly, recently recognized as the district's Teacher of the Year. The wife and mother died last week from flu complications.
I think she made an impact on everybody's life.
The South seeing some of the highest cases of influenza-like illnesses, especially in Tennessee, South Carolina, and Alabama, where a spike in cases forced one school district to send students home this week for virtual learning. Brittany Mothershed is keeping a close eye on her 14-year-old daughter, Miley. The immunocompromised teen is now fighting sepsis after flu complications put her in a hospital.
The flu doesn't discriminate. Viruses don't discriminate.
And with so many people pouring into hospitals as a result of these flu cases, doctors say that wait times are growing. And in some instances, they are asking parents to make sure that it is a serious case of flu with actual distress, breathing problems, trying to take in air, because otherwise, if a mild case comes in, that could just prolong a chance for someone else who really needs to see a doctor here.
Yeah.
Guys.
Right. Morgan Chesky. Morgan, thank you.
Thank you. Now let's get to some international headlines, starting with some news concerning last week's election in Israel.
NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavaga joins us from Rome with that and more. Claudio, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Yes, on Monday, the White House spokesperson confirmed that President Biden has congratulated the incoming Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu on his recent election victory and said that Washington will monitor the government formation process. By winning the elections, Netanyahu staged a major political comeback and will now be called to form a government which will likely include religious and far-right parties. Let's go to North Korea, where state media has denied accusations made by the United States that the country is supplying Russia with a significant number of artillery shell for its war in Ukraine. The claim was made by White House National Security spokesperson John Kirby last week, but North Korea replied that it has never sold weapons to Moscow and has no plans to do so. Let's jump over to Britain, where the new cipher of Camilla, the Queen Consort, has been unveiled by Buckingham Palace. And look at that. The cipher combines the letter C for Camilla and the letter R for Regina, Queen in Latin. The new cipher will be used by Camilla on personal letterheads, cards, and gifts. So, guys, if you receive a letter or a gift with that cipher on, you know who sent it to you.
Right. Keep my eyes open for the mail.
Yeah, exactly.
All right.
Yeah,
I'm sure it's coming any day now.
All right, Claudia, thank you so much.
Our Election Day coverage picks up in just a few minutes.
Yeah, we'll take a look at the impact political heavyweights like former Presidents Trump and Obama are having on voters and which party has the most momentum headed into today. That's up next.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested, and frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. Millions of people are expected to get out and vote in today's midterm election.
Yeah, but how are the political parties feeling as votes are cast around the country? Are they confident they'll come out on top tonight? Let's bring in NBC's senior Washington correspondent and News Now anchor Hallie Jackson. She's here in New York on set with us.
Hello.
Long night ahead for you. Thanks for being up early.
Big morning ahead tomorrow for you,
I know,
which may still be election morning 24 hours.
Yeah, pretty sure it will be. Yeah, it might be election week. All right, Hallie. So, we've seen this surge in Democratic enthusiasm. It seemed like Republicans were in the lead on that. Now we've seen that spike. And then yesterday we have this tease of an announcement next Tuesday from former President Trump. How's that playing in here? I know you've been talking to insiders about what that's doing to enthusiasm, what that means for both parties, kind of having that little news here.
Yeah. I was on the phone late last night with somebody who was close to the former president who was with him very, very recently. And I was like, what is up, right? Like, what's going on with this? What's the timing here? Because, yes, there had been some discussion about, wouldn't it be better, the thinking went, if the former president made a decision about running for 2024 after the midterms, right? So that it wasn't the shadow, the specter of it hanging over, maybe mobilizing Democrats to turn out, et cetera. So technically, he is announcing after the midterms, right? But this announcement of an announcement the night before the midterms is certainly interesting. Here's the thing, though. It's fairly baked in. He's been hinting heavily handed, right, for months now that he is likely going to run in 2024. We've seen him step up to the line again and again. So, to some degree, some of it is baked in. I will say this source close to the former president says I said, tell me about the mood, right? Angry was the word that came up, meaning aggrieved, still aggrieved at the way he was treated for the 4 years that he was in the White House. He feels the words deep state came up, the words, the sort of media issues came up that the former president feels he had. I would also say there is, I think, a sense that maybe he will box out some in the Republican field, other candidates who may think about running, who are maybe on the bubble. I don't know that a decision, I got to tell you, I don't have this from people that are saying this, but just my sense of it is, I think Ron DeSantis, Governor DeSantis of Florida, if he wins, tonight, I think he's probably going to run. I think Mike Pence, pretty baked in that he's going to run. Do you know what also happens on November 15th, by the way? Former Vice President Mike Pence's book comes out. That's his book drop date, right? Which has been a lot of the discussion in Pence world about big media blitz, et cetera, et cetera. So just some interesting timing.
Well, and also a big issue could be Ron DeSantis could very well win big in Florida.
That's the thing, right? And then,
So let's talk about what both parties, how they're feeling heading into this, starting with the GOP. Clearly, they have the momentum. They're the party that's not in power. That's an advantage.
History's on their side.
Exactly. So what are GOP leaders saying right now as they head into
Talk to some Republicans. The mood is just good. I mean, it's just they're in a good mood. I don't think anybody is counting chickens at this point. But I did hear a couple of times just talking with people who know the party well, who are in the party, managing expectations, which when you're on the momentum side, meaning somebody used the analogy, if you score 15 touchdowns and win, but everyone thought you were going to score 30 touchdowns and win, does it mean like maybe your win wasn't as good? It's still a win, right? So, but the fact that that's where the conversation even is on the Republican side, I think is pretty telling. Obviously, there are some very close races, and then it could go better for Democrats. There are questions, of course, about polling, et cetera. What does it really show? How much stake can you put in that? But I think generally, at least when it comes to the House, Republicans are feeling good. The House of Representatives, obviously, where they only need a net flip of 5 to win.
Yeah, and let's talk about the other side. I mentioned we've seen this spike in enthusiasm, at least in our last NBC News poll. There are some issues on the ballot, like abortion, that we think sort of hyper surged this sort of electorate. What do you think about how Democrats are feeling?
One person said to me, uncertain, and I think that's a generous, probably, categorization. I would say fairly grim as it relates to some of the prospects. Now, that doesn't mean they're going to be wiped out across the board. I certainly don't think. Who knows, right? But that seems kind of unlikely at this point. However, yes, abortion access has been mobilizing, but so has crime. That came up in a couple conversations just as I was doing calls yesterday to kind of check in with folks. Crime being an issue. The Democrats feel like they've really been on defense on. And then, as you said, Joe, the fundamentals here, the environment, history, the economy, those numbers are not in Democrats' favor. I talked to one Democratic member of Congress overnight who said, yeah, they're preparing for a House Speaker, Kevin McCarthy.
Wow. All right, that says a lot. Hallie, thank you so much. Great to see you.
Good to see you, Hallie.
Lots of
and we'll see you a lot today and tonight.
Thank you.
Maybe tomorrow morning.
Yes, hopefully.
All right.
Oh, my God.
Let's head back out to Battleground. You think I could say Battleground by now. Battleground state of Georgia, which is holding key Senate and gubernatorial contests today. NBC News correspondent Tremaine Lee is in Atlanta for us this morning. Tremaine, good to have you with us. I mean, you've been focusing on black voters. Tell us what the early voting turnout has been like there so far, and is Georgia's new voting law, which allows people to challenge voter eligibility, is that having any impact?
I'll tell you what, Joe, there's been so much excitement here in Georgia that's led to record turnout. More than 2.5 million people have already voted early in the state, and a huge proportion of that, that surge has been black voters. Black voters are showing up or showed up for early voting at a proportion higher than the numbers of registered voters in the state. So they really came out. But when it comes to the new voter law and how some of those challenges may be impacting the whole process, more than 65,000 challenges have been made. Very few of them have stuck. But there is some concern about how people are interpreting that law. So some people think you can just show up at the polling place and then challenge any voter you want, which has happened to a student and some other folks who've showed up. But really, the challenge is supposed to happen, in early voting. They have exact match here in Georgia. So if you believe someone is voting in a district they shouldn't and their signatures don't match, it's for that. And so there's concern that not only will it kind of muck up the system, but it is a form of intimidation. So there is some concern there, but very few of these challenges have actually kept people from being able to actually vote.
Absolutely. And Tremaine, we talked last hour with our friend Gabe Gutierrez. We've been talking all week, of course, about the Senate race between Raphael Warnock and Herschel Walker. But we're also, of course, obviously watching the race for governor. This is between the Republican incumbent Brian Kemp and then Democratic challenger Stacey Abrams, who's also become a big name. How are things shaping up there, and what is support like among black voters for each candidate?
So let's start with the Senate race. So certainly Raphael Warnock, a very prominent figure here, went to Morehouse. He's a known quantity here in this city, and black folks in this state and black folks do really appreciate and love Raphael Warnock. But Herschel Walker is a legend here in this state. So there are a number of black people who remember him from his football playing days, or might also skew conservative. And so while the polling has showed that Raphael Warnock has maintained a slight lead, it's still pretty neck and neck. Now, when it comes to the rematch between Governor Brian Kemp and Stacey Abrams, the narrative there has always been, does Stacey Abrams have enough support among black men in particular? Has Brian Kemp made some inroads? Now, Stacey Abrams' camp is feeling a little more enthused, believing that the polling that suggested that Kemp was way ahead might not be so true, especially as the numbers start rolling out, early votes and how many black folks are actually participating, that all those efforts for her organizing voters, registering voters all across the state may show some promise for her campaign. But again, she's still trailing from the latest polls, but she's hopeful.
So, Tremaine, on top of that new voting law we talked about just a moment ago, walk us through some of the other changes voters can expect today, the impact that could have on turnout.
So one of the big ones, Joe, and we've been talking about this since the law was implemented, that if there are long lines, people will not be able to just hand out water and food. But so far, there's been so much early voting, we just haven't seen those long lines. That's one thing. But perhaps the bigger one that voters might not see but could be impacted by in some way is that on the county level now, these counties can start actually counting their early votes before polls close. They can't release that information until after polls close. But in some of these counties that saw that influx of early voting, they're going to actually start tabulating that stuff as early as now. And so that's one of the big differences. But everyone has been talking about, the hydration and the food supplies for folks who are in line. That's the other big one. But I think that counting one is a major shift from what we've seen in the past.
All right, Tremaine, thanks so much for joining us. We appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you. And coming up, the economy is a top issue for a lot of voters.
So with rising prices and concerns over a recession, what could the outcome of this election mean for our wallets? We'll take a closer look next.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Right now on NBC News Now,
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
Stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
What are the resources that people need right now? Can they get basic necessities?
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge.
This is big when we're talking about November.
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground?
What do you think when you see the activism? Do you think this could have happened without social media?
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back, and time for our CNBC Money Minute. And we're going to start with Volkswagen. They settled a lawsuit over car parts that were actually polluting the environment instead of reducing emissions.
CNBC's Bertha Coombs joins us with more on that. Bertha, good morning.
Good morning, guys. That is the story. California has settled a lawsuit against a German auto supplier stemming from the emission scandal that hit Volkswagen and Fiat. Bosch will pay $25 million to settle allegations by the state. VW and Fiat were found to have installed defeat devices in thousands of diesel cars sold in California, which made it seem that the vehicles had passed emission tests. The latest case claims that Bosch knew or should have known that automakers were violating environmental and consumer protection laws. Lyft reported record revenue in the third quarter thanks to higher prices and longer trips as airport rides continue to recover. Uber. But the company says the number of people hailing rides remains below pre-pandemic level. And that was not what Wall Street wanted to hear. That is in contrast, in fact, to rival Uber, which says its rider count has bounced back to pre-pandemic numbers. Last week, Lyft announced that it's going to be cutting 13% of its workforce, about 700 jobs. The latest tech company to reduce costs amid concerns that high inflation and a slowing economy could hurt business. And it may seem like the cost of traveling is going ever higher, but there's one fee that is actually dropping. TSA is lowering the cost to enroll in its pre-check program from $85 to $78. The cost to renew membership online will remain at $70. TSA pre-check membership is good for 5 years. And it's kind of interesting because in September, consumer inflation was up 8.2% year over year, and they're lowering the cost here, 8.2%. So like, sort of a fitting discount.
Yeah, it's like $15 a year, which is less than a hot dog at the airport. So look at it that way.
Or even a water bottle.
Exactly.
All right, Bertha, thank you so much.
So for many voters on this election day, the economy is the top priority.
Yeah, so as we were just saying, with inflation still stubbornly high, stock markets down, and widespread concerns about a potential recession, what impact will the midterms have on your money? It's a big question that NBC News correspondent Tom Costello is going to help us answer.
Yeah, you know, the truth is Congress has very little, if any, direct impact on things like inflation, gas prices, the financial markets. But surveys indicate the midterms could come down to a simple question. Which party is going to help you at home pay your bills?
As voters head to the polls, many say their #1 priority is what's in their wallet.
And definitely the economy, gas prices, food prices. I'm single. I'm a teacher, but I have 5 other jobs.
Big thing that's driving my vote is just trying to get a handle on inflation and try to hopefully make a difference.
But economists point out inflation is the result of complex global forces, and it's the independent Federal Reserve, not Congress, that's actually in charge of fighting inflation.
The reality is that elected officials really don't have a lot of tools at their disposal that can address inflation.
But what they can do is impact taxes or pass spending bills. President Biden is defending his record.
Since I came to office, we've created 10 million brand new jobs.
While Republicans blame high inflation on the current administration.
Inflation is all tied to reckless government spending.
If Republicans take control of Congress, they're expected to extend or reinstate Trump-era tax cuts on corporations and wealthy individuals, a move the president is likely to resist.
So they can talk a lot about wanting to cut taxes or extend the 2017 tax cut, but they will have to negotiate essentially with the White House to achieve what it is they want to do.
If Democrats stay in control, they might push for expanded social benefits like paid family leave or universal pre-K and extend the child tax credit. Meanwhile, in more than a dozen states, voters will be deciding on ballot measures affecting their own bottom line. From Massachusetts and California, considering new taxes on high earners, to Nebraska and Nevada, where the minimum wage could be raised.
They've never raised it to match inflation. It's never happened. It's never going to happen.
And for millions of Americans looking at their sagging investments and retirement accounts, a smooth, fair election should help boost stock markets, regardless of which party comes out on top.
Economists also say one consequence could be another round of battles over the debt ceiling, which the government is expected to hit in early 23. Republicans have suggested that they would only agree to raise that in exchange for spending cuts. Why does that matter? The last time that happened during the Obama administration, the federal government lost its AAA credit rating. The stock market tanked more than 5%. Back to you.
All right, Tom, thank you.
Coming up, hold on to those Powerball tickets.
That's right. If you have one, you probably already know that because of a tech issue, last night's winning numbers have not been drawn. What we know about the delay next.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. But let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You are
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man, it's okay.
The big variable, the storm surge. Why was it important for you to be here? What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. And if you woke up early to make your way to the polls and looked up at the sky, you might have been greeted with a special Election Day surprise, a total lunar eclipse called a beaver blood moon. Now, this big moment happens when the moon passes into the Earth's shadow, making it appear red. And then that beaver part comes from the traditional name for the first full moon of November, as this month is when beavers start to shelter for the winter. I know, kind of a cute name there. Now, if you caught it, lucky you, because guess what? The next lunar eclipse won't be until 2025. And I am kind of embarrassed to say that we were up and on our way to work, but I forgot to check it out.
Because we were so focused on election coverage.
We had to report.
And this next story, the latest on the largest lottery jackpot in U.S. history.
Yeah, the nearly $2 billion prize drawing was set to happen last night, but was delayed to a security issue, according to lottery officials. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock joins us now from Coral Gables, Florida, with more on this. Sam, I'll just be honest, I've been refreshing throughout the morning, but tell us the latest.
Yes, no, I've been refreshing my Twitter feed as well, and it says remains delayed. I just love the way, though, that Joe just said that so dramatically, that it captures what's going on right now. Look, guys, you have 48 participating lotteries, 45 states, Puerto Rico, the U.S. Virgin Islands, and also the District of Columbia. One of them, and we don't know who the culprit is, has not reported all of its sales data yet. Until that happens, no lottery drawing.
Powerball pandemonium this morning. If you're waiting to see whether you woke up a billionaire, get ready to wait a little longer. After a dramatic delay, drawing for that record-breaking $1.9 billion jackpot overnight after a processing issue for one state.
Because of a technical problem tonight, we are unable to bring you the Powerball drawing at this time.
Following that announcement, an agonizing all-night wait, the Powerball website showing results pending. The Multi-State Lottery Association releasing a statement overnight saying Powerball has stringent security requirements to protect the integrity of the game, and that one participating lottery is still processing its sales and play data. Powerball requires all 48 participating lotteries to submit their data prior to the winning numbers being selected. And we still don't know when a lucky winner could be announced.
As soon as we're able to resolve the issue and conduct the drawing, it will be available for viewing on Powerball.com and on our YouTube channel.
For the past week, Powerball fever reaching an all-time high.
This is the largest jackpot in United States history.
With the $1.9 billion up for grabs Monday night, Americans across the country were hoping to beat the odds.
Probably buy an island for the family. And
this morning, as the wait for winning numbers continues, officials say players should hold on to their tickets as lottery dreams are deferred.
Now, the question right now that is still outstanding, guys, if you buy a lottery ticket at this moment, does it count for this historic $1.9 billion jackpot, or is it deferred to the next one? We reached out to the Multi-State Association, Lottery Association. They couldn't clarify at this point, but we have a little test case here. I have two different tickets. The darker colored one I bought yesterday, it does say on the bottom, Powerball 1.9 billion jackpot. This one we bought this morning does not say that. So the odds are if you bought your ticket today, more than likely, you are not getting a $2 billion reward should you win. Just keep that in mind.
Wouldn't that be a disappointment? All right.
Yeah,
You got the right numbers, but you were too late.
Just a little.
All right, Sam, thank you. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues on this election day right now. Good morning. Happy Election Day. I'm Savannah Sellers.
And I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, that music tells us one thing. It is Decision Day. Polling places are opening up across the country this morning in a midterm election that could shake up Washington and beyond.
The outcome is going to shape our country for decades to come.
If you want to stop the destruction of our country and save the American dream, you must go out and vote Republican.
President Biden's agenda and control of Congress are all on the line as Republicans step up their fights in key races. We're going to show you how the decisions voters are making today could impact nationwide issues like inflation and abortion. On the battleground, there is a small handful of states that could make the call on which party controls Congress. We're looking at you, Arizona, Wisconsin, Nevada. Don't worry, we've got journalists in all those battlegrounds. We'll tell you which races to keep your eyes on tonight. Also this morning, bracing for Nicole. Just 6 weeks after the most devastating hurricane in Florida history, the region is preparing for another hit. Subtropical storm Nicole has its sights set on Florida's east coast. NBC News meteorologist Michelle Grossman has the storm's latest track. Plus, Powerball pause. Yeah, last night's nearly $2 billion Powerball drawing, well, it still hasn't happened, all because of a tech issue. That means someone out there could still be holding on to a winning ticket. We'll tell you what we know about the delay and when the drawing could actually happen. Of course, we don't know if it's a winning ticket because there's been no drawing yet. So
right. I'm not refreshing the website or anything.
Not at all, because you bought a lottery ticket.
I did for the first time in a long time. But actually, I haven't been checking because it's election morning.
There you go. We got more important issues to talk about. We're going to begin with the high-stakes midterm election as polls across the country are opening this morning.
Yeah, but get this, more than 44 million people have already cast their ballot, and then millions more are expected, of course, to vote in person today. Now, the balance of power in Washington is very much up for grabs. Democrats currently hold the majority in the Senate, but that's only due to Vice President Harris's tie-breaking vote. They also hold a slim majority in the House. Republicans are confident, though, that they'll take back power in possibly one or both of those chambers. We have team coverage this morning, beginning with NBC News Chief White House correspondent Peter Alexander covering one of the biggest races we are watching, and that is in the battleground state of Pennsylvania.
Good morning to you. After a long and chaotic campaign, it is finally Election Day, one of the most consequential midterms in modern history. We are in those crucial Philadelphia suburbs that could decide the races in this state, with the direction of our democracy and control of Congress on the line. And for Republicans, a possible last-minute distraction, with the former president, Donald Trump, already promoting his own future plans.
This morning, Decision Day. After all the rallies and wall-to-wall political ads, voters across the country get the final say whether Democrats retain control of Congress or Republicans regain majorities in the House and Senate. Overnight, President Biden arriving back at the White House, acknowledging Democrats have an uphill battle.
The Democrats win the House? I think it's going to be tough, but I think we can. I think we'll win the Senate, and I think the House is tougher.
That after he and former President Trump hosted dueling rallies.
We know in our bones that our democracy is at risk.
Mr. Trump in Ohio is predicting a Republican rout.
If you want to save your rights and liberties, you have to start by dealing a humiliating rebuke to the radical left in this election.
And hinting at a possible comeback White House bid.
I'm going to be making a very big announcement on Tuesday, November 15th at Mar-a-Lago.
Republicans need to gain just 5 more seats to win control of the House. And in the Senate, Republicans need to gain just 1, with 9 Senate seats considered competitive. And Democratic incumbents facing tough challenges in states like Arizona, Nevada, and Georgia. Here in Pennsylvania, it would be a Democratic pickup if John Fetterman can beat Republican Dr. Mehmet Oz.
I need every one of you to get out the votes.
This is a transformative election. It's going to send a loud message to Washington.
The heightened tensions across the country and some candidates who've already cast doubts on election results, leading to security concerns. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi back in Washington after her husband was brutally attacked, casting many Republicans' rhetoric as dangerous, speaking to CNN.
There is one party that is doubting the outcome of the election, feeding that flame, and mocking any violence that happens.
U.S. intelligence and law enforcement agencies are gearing up for a variety of potential threats today, according to Justice Department officials, from extremist violence and cyber attacks to intimidation of election workers and voters. The FBI says the threats are highest in states where Donald Trump contested the 2020 election results.
And here in Pennsylvania, it could be several days before we know the winner, certainly in that race that's razor thin between Dr. Oz and John Fetterman. Under Pennsylvania law, they can't begin scanning and counting mail-in ballots until today, when the polls open at 7 a.m. The acting Secretary of State saying it could be a few days before they know the winner. Back to you.
All right, Peter, thank you so much. From Pennsylvania, let's head to battleground Wisconsin and NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster. Shaq, good morning. So we got two key races in that state, one for Senate, one for governor. First up, what's the latest there?
Good morning. Well, polls just opened, so that's the latest. You see a line of people behind me. We saw a few dozen people here in Milwaukee gathered before those doors open. Let's just get the basics. Polling and for Election Day here in Wisconsin, polls are open from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. If you're in line at 8 p.m., you can stay and make sure you cast your ballot. But look, these are marquee races that have been watched and observed from all across the country. There's that governor's race, one of the most expensive races in the country, the most expensive race in history in the state of Wisconsin, between Governor Tony Evers, the Democrat, and Republican Tim Michels, who's been endorsed by former President Trump. And then there's that Senate race. This is a race that Democrats felt optimistic to or about coming into Election Day. That's between Lieutenant Governor Mandela Barnes, the Democrat in this race, going up against the incumbent Senator Ron Johnson. Some big races, some expensive races, but now it's time for voters to have their say, Joe.
So, Shaq, obviously all those candidates you just mentioned were on the trail yesterday making their final push to voters. What are they focusing on?
Turnout. Turnout was the name of the game yesterday. We know that even before we got into Election Day, more than 700 Wisconsinites already cast the ballot. For many of the candidates, it was let's keep it going. Let's keep up that momentum. Let's start with the Senate candidates and what we were hearing there. I mentioned that Democrats felt optimistic coming into this general election, but the polls as we head into Election Day show that Senator Ron Johnson had a slight lead, though it's still well within the margin of error. Listen to the messages, those closing messages from Lieutenant Governor Mandela Barnes and Senator Ron Johnson yesterday.
Polls go up and polls go down, but I will say for anybody who's frustrated about a poll that had us down, show that frustration by showing up to vote. And if you're that frustrated, bring 3 more people with you to vote.
Why would he want to represent a bunch of people he thinks institutionalized racism? Do you want him representing you?
And then there's the governor's race, a race with serious national implications. This governor's race could determine the future of voting laws in the state of Wisconsin and what happens in 2024. Also, the fate of abortion laws in this state, where access to abortion for women is nearly totally banned across the state. I want you to listen to what we heard of the closing messages from Governor Tony Evers and from his Republican challenger, Tim Michels.
I don't consider either one of us are underdogs because the polling is clear. And Wisconsin's clear. It's a purple state. I get that.
To make life better for future generations to come here in Wisconsin, I'm going to stand with law enforcement.
In the average of polls, that gubernatorial race is nearly tied. They're separated by about 1/3 of a percentage point. So that is where a lot of attention is going to be focused on tonight, Joe.
So, Shaq, I want to ask you about an interesting development. The Department of Justice announced yesterday it's going to monitor election sites in 24 states around the country to ensure compliance with voting rights laws. Milwaukee and Racine are 2 of the sites on that list. So what are the concerns there, and what could we expect to actually see at those polling locations today?
Yeah, you're going to see this in nearly half the country, some 64 jurisdictions across the country. And look, this is the Department of Justice not saying that they know of any problem, that anything is being violated, but this is how they're enforcing the Voting Rights Act. They're sending monitors to Milwaukee and Racine, as you mentioned. They're there to make sure that federal voting laws are being complied with. They're also there in case voters have an issue. They have someone who they can bring that issue to directly. Of course, there's also a hotline and also websites available available. But the big emphasis is it's not that they know that there's something wrong. It's to make sure that nothing is wrong today.
And Jack, we're trying to set expectations for our viewers as they brace for tonight and the days to come. So in Wisconsin, the state's early votes and absentee votes, they can actually start being counted today. Just walk us through what the process is going to look like there.
The big headline is be patient for that vote here in Wisconsin. In this state, election workers are not allowed to even process the absentee ballots until polls open today. So before, when they get all these absentee ballots, about a third of all ballots in the state are expected to be those absentee ballots. All they could really do is organize them by address. Now they're starting to open up the envelopes. After sitting in envelopes for sometimes weeks and months, they get to flatten the ballots and then run those through the tabulators. All of that takes a lot of time. Here in Milwaukee, that was a process that wasn't concluded until the overnight hours in 2020. Election officials this time around tell me they expect to have Milwaukee's results by midnight. This is the biggest population center in the state, so that gives you a sense of when we can expect those final results in this election. But remember, this is going to be a close race. That is something that all candidates on all sides, at least for that governor's race, all candidates from both sides acknowledge. And it's going to be a long night of counting and a long night of reporting for us.
And a long night of not sleeping for you, Shaq. All right. Shaquille Brewster, thanks so much. Appreciate it.
That's right. All right, let's keep checking in on the big races, and let's head south and west to Arizona. That's where we find Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Rafa, who is up very early for us. Ali, thanks so much. So we are watching two tight races here, Senate and governor. Tell us the latest.
That's right, Savannah. All eyes, both nationally and also here, obviously, in Arizona on the state's Senate and governor's races because of just how tight the margins have become in recent days. You have Democratic incumbent Senator Mark Kelly running against Republican Blake Masters, around 50%, really holding this very slight lead well within the margin of error in recent polls. And then in the governor's race, you have Republican and Trump ally Carrie Lake running against the state's Secretary of State Katie Hobbs. This is one of several races nationally that's testing the candidacy of election deniers that are running for office, Savannah.
What issues, Ali, are we hearing that are important to voters there, especially with these races being so neck and neck? What is it that it's going to come down to for them?
Yeah, I spoke with many voters yesterday, and what they told me was really what we're hearing across the board nationally and what we're seeing in poll after poll, that voters are most concerned about the economy, rising gas prices, inflation. I even spoke with some Democrats who told me that they split their vote, voting for Republicans in these key races, the Senate and governor's races, and then voting for Democrats lower down on the ballot for local races. Take a listen to what one of them told me.
The economy, you name it. I mean, gas prices, everything that's going on with the schools, you name it. I mean, there isn't really a thing that doesn't affect this election.
Savannah, that voter, one of hundreds of thousands that are getting out today to cast their ballot. We're here at the Maricopa County Recorder's Office, the tabulation center, where all of the ballots will eventually get here tonight. And we're already seeing people driving by, dropping off their ballots, before polls close here at 7 p.m. local.
Ali, also, I do want to ask you about the fact that over the weekend, a Carrie Lake staffer opened an envelope containing suspicious white powder. This was at Lake's campaign headquarters in Phoenix, again, a candidate for governor. Has this had any effect on the governor's race and security on Election Day?
Yeah, so we know that the FBI is investigating that whole incident right now. We know that that substance was sent to an FBI lab here in Arizona, and it's being investigated. But more broadly, it really raised the stakes and the awareness by law enforcement on the threats not only facing candidates, but facing voters, facing election officials, as well as law enforcement officials in the days leading up to the election. And also today, I actually spoke with the Maricopa County Sheriff Paul Penzone yesterday, who talked about all of the resources that are being diverted to better protect election officials and voters, not only today, but in the next few days and next few weeks, however long it's going to take to get final results in this election. Take a listen to a bit of what he told me.
I'm going to be respectful and ethical, but I'm going to be zero tolerance.
anyone who poses a threat, the first person who wants to jump the fence to a crowd that wants to knock it over, we are not going to give up an inch. We will not allow for there to be failure in Maricopa County for this election.
The Maricopa County Sheriff telling me that there will be plainclothes officers blending in with crowds at polling locations. There will be officers on horseback to implement crowd control measures. Savannah, he even told me that there is going to be aerial monitoring of the vehicles that are transporting these ballot boxes from the polling locations here to the tabulation center later today. So really no resource being spared on Election Day.
Yeah, and hopefully that makes voters feel good about the safety of their vote. Allie, thank you so much.
Let's head just northwest of Arizona to Nevada and bring in NBC News correspondent Jacob Soboroff. So, Jacob, walk us through this high-stakes Senate race between Democratic incumbent Catherine Cortez Masto and GOP challenger Adam Laxalt. This might be the best chance Republicans have to actually flip a Senate seat. So walk us through what's at stake here.
Yeah, hey, Joe, good morning. It might be, but the Democrats are counting on that absolutely not being the case. Sort of the background of what's going on here in Nevada is that it is a state with one of the highest inflation rates, one of the highest unemployment rates in the country. Here in Vegas, where they were hit particularly hard by the pandemic and have had a very slow recovery, the issue you continually hear as you go door to door is that it's an unaffordable way of living in Las Vegas. It's too expensive to rent, to pay a mortgage, even to have a car payment. And so that's what the Republicans are hoping to capitalize on. The Democrats are hoping to capitalize on Adam Laxalt's anti-abortion stance in particular, but also trying to say that they've got a plan to rebound the economy on their own. And Cortez Masto and Laxalt both have been crisscrossing this state on bus tours, by foot, by car, with every surrogate that they can possibly bring out.
You mentioned some of the big issues on people's minds there. How are people actually feeling on this election day when you speak with them?
Well, luckily for all of them, they're still sleeping. But ahead of Election Day, it's been really extraordinary, honestly, Joe, to get to spend time with the folks of Nevada. We have crisscrossed the city of Las Vegas with canvassers from that powerful culinary workers union. That's that 60,000 member strong group made up of the people who make this place run. Las Vegas, we're talking about cooks, cleaners, bartenders, you name it, here at the hotel or out on the strip. They're the people who are powering Las Vegas, and what you hear from them time and time again is that they just want to feel represented. You're looking at Brian and Rocio on your screen. Rocio is a non-citizen but a legal resident. She said she's out there canvassing because she wants other people like Miss Taylor here and her grandson Jamie to be their voice. They say too it's very unaffordable here in Nevada. They really want things to turn around, but the two of them, the ones that you're looking at right there, they say they're going Democratic all the way.
And Jacob, we know election security is a major concern there in Nevada. You actually got an exclusive tour of the Clark County Elections Department, spoke with the election chief, Joe Gloria. What did you learn?
That he is really concerned about people's impressions of the integrity of the election, but not of the election integrity itself here in Nevada. This comes on the heels of the Department of Justice announcing that they are sending federal election monitors all across the country, 64 different election jurisdictions, including to Joe Gloria's jurisdiction, Clark County, Nevada. He says he is confident that the votes will be counted fairly, the votes will be counted accurately, and those folks from the federal government are not coming out because of civil rights violations or voting rights violations, but to protect people from potential civil rights and voting rights violations. You'll remember that 2 years ago, I was here, I watched with my own eyes, Adam Laxalt, the Republican senatorial challenger, literally challenged the results of the presidential election by saying there were thousands of illegitimate, illegal ballots here in Nevada. That turned out to be totally bogus, a debunked conspiracy theory claim, but it has sowed doubt amongst the population here in Nevada that they will have a free, a fair, and accurate election. Joe Gloria says that's not something for people to worry about. Another thing people shouldn't worry about, he tells me, is that if it is close here in Nevada, it is not going to be an early night in Las Vegas. They could count these votes for up to 10 days, not because they're bad at their job or because they're slow counters, but because state law calls for a slow count to ensure a fair and accurate vote here in Las Vegas and in Nevada, guys.
So Jacob Soboroff in a state we're going to be talking about a lot in the coming days in Nevada. Jacob, thanks so much.
Now, President Biden's agenda is, of course, on the ballot today, along with his ability to get things done over the next 2 years if he does lose control of Congress.
In his final bid to voters while campaigning in Maryland yesterday, President Biden warned that the direction of the country and the future of democracy is on the ballot.
And let's be clear,
This election is not a referendum. It's a choice. It's a choice between two very different visions of America.
Joining us now is NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli and NBC News reporter Julie Sirkin. Good morning to the both of you.
Yeah, Mike, let's start with you. The president ended his 2022 midterm push in the state where he unofficially kicked off the Democrats' campaign efforts in late August. Tell us more about his final stop and the message he had to voters there.
Well, Joe, yesterday we were talking about President Biden spending Sunday night in a blue state where Democrats are seeing an unexpectedly close race. Kathy Hochul in a real tough bid to keep her job as governor. Well, last night, Biden was in another blue state, this one, Maryland, where really the race is not in doubt. Wes Moore is the Democratic candidate for governor there. Polls show him with a double-digit lead. So this is about the president trying to end on a high note, a place where Democrats tonight are going to see a real bright spot and a real rising star in the party. Now, it is interesting to see the president trying to focus on a bright spot at a time when Democrats are bracing for tough losses. You heard the president in his message last night talking about Democratic accomplishments, but also talking about what was at risk if Republicans take control. It would mean the end of some of those accomplishments, like lower prescription drug costs, but he also warned entitlement programs are also on the chopping block if Republicans take control. This is all about, you heard it, President Biden talking about this as a choice, not a referendum. Now, today, President Biden's going to be spending Election Day at the White House. He'll have some last-minute radio interviews to try to get out the vote, and then he'll be like us, watching returns and knowing that his agenda is at stake as well.
You know, he might be like all of us watching returns for a long, long time. We'll have to see. Julie, let's bring you here into this conversation and talk about the former president. So yesterday, Trump visited Ohio. This was to urge voters to back J.D. Vance, against Democrat Congressman Tim Ryan. Tell us about that, and also tell us about something else everybody's talking about, the former president hinting at 2024.
Yeah, good morning, Savannah and Joe. Look, last night was the last and final push for all candidates in these tight races around the country to really get out there and appeal to voters one last time before they woke up this morning and hit the polls and went to cast their ballots. And that's why it's important to note that this is where former President Trump decided to make his final pit stop on the campaign trail, campaigning for J.D. Vance, who's in a dead heat against Tim Ryan. All polls, virtually all of them, have shown both candidates very tight margins, and none of them leading outside of the margin of error. So that's important to know as you look at where former President Trump decided to go for his last stop. But that one thing that you just brought up, whether he was going to announce whether he'll run in 2024, I was talking to a lot of allies in his inner circle who have told me that across the weekend in Florida, where he was on Saturday, where he hinted to announcing potentially yesterday in Ohio, former President Trump clearly is ready. His sight is on 2024. His closest allies, though, trying to keep him on 2022. And that's in part because when you look at the seat that Vance and Ryan are vying for, it's that of retiring Senator Republican Rob Portman, a moderate in the Senate, a deal maker across the aisle, one that is close with Leader McConnell as well. Take a listen to what former President Trump decided to tease at the rally instead.
I'm going to be making a very big announcement on Tuesday, November 15th, at Mar-a-Lago in Palm Beach, Florida. We want nothing to detract from the importance of tomorrow. You understand that, JD?
Yeah, the former president saying he'll make some kind of announcement instead next week on Tuesday. Should note, by the way, that is also the same day that his former vice president, Mike Pence's book, is coming out.
All right, so, Mike, we have to talk about the current president. The latest polling shows his approval is 44%. That is strikingly similar to approval ratings for Clinton, Obama, Trump in their first midterms. And, of course, they lost majorities in Congress. So how is the Biden White House preparing for the possibility they could lose their majority? Quickly on this one.
Well, we heard from the president last night. He said he's still optimistic, ever optimistic about Democratic chances, but he acknowledged it is going to be tough. And White House officials are stressing the historical trends. Only twice in the last century has the president's party actually gained seats in their first midterm election, so they knew they were working against the curve. But here's the thing. We may be able to look back at 1996 and 2012 to see Obama and Clinton winning re-election despite bad midterms, but they were 48 and 49 respectively. Joe Biden coming up on 80 this month, and that's a lot of questions about his political future.
Mike Memoli and Julie Sirkin, thank you both so much. Make sure you tune in tonight for our special election night coverage. It starts at 6 p.m. Eastern with live results and analysis beginning at 8 p.m. And then, of course, we're going to continue the coverage the morning after. There will still be a lot of questions, a lot of vote coming in. That's right here on Morning News Now.
Let's get a check on your morning news now weather.
That means it's time to go to meteorologist Michelle Grossman, hear what's happening on this election day. Hey, Michelle.
Hey there, guys. Great to see you. And yeah, weather does play a role in getting people out to the polls. So we'll start with the good news because we're looking at really nice weather in the Great Lakes, also the Ohio Valley, New England, the Northeast, Mid-Atlantic, into portions of the Southeast. Lots of sunshine, really comfortable temperatures. We do have showers in the forecast for portions of Florida, especially southern Florida, and also through the Midwest, down through parts of the Central Plains. So Minneapolis, also Oklahoma City, you may need the umbrella as you head out to the polls. It's to the west, so we have a mess out there. We're looking at high elevation snow up to 4 feet in some spots, lower elevation rain. We could see some flooding rains in portions of Los Angeles, 61 degrees, 55 in San Francisco. We're looking at some rain there. So it's going to be cool. It's going to be a chilly rain as well. That's one of the big stories. The second big story is subtropical storm Nicole. We do expect this to transition to a tropical storm later on today, but we're looking at winds at 50 miles per hour. It is starting to strengthen and moving northwest at 8 miles per hour will impact portions of the Bahamas late tonight into tomorrow, and then eventually into Florida and Georgia tomorrow into Thursday. So tropical alerts posted. We do have a hurricane warning for portions of the Bahamas, northwestern Bahamas. That's where you see the red. Also a tropical storm warning. That is the orange. But notice Florida and coastal portions of Georgia. Also tropical alerts posted. We have tropical storm watches, tropical storm warnings, also a hurricane watch. So we're going to be watching this story very, very closely. Here's the forecasted track. Notice this tropical storm force winds. It goes well beyond the cone. So we do expect Florida to feel some of these winds as early as tomorrow morning, where you see Daytona Beach, Melbourne, also Jacksonville. And then as we go throughout time here, Thursday morning, the landfall is likely, and it could be a hurricane. So a Category 1 storm. We're going to watch that very closely. Whether it's a tropical storm or a hurricane, we're still going to have an impact there with heavy winds, also some heavy rain and some storm surge. So we're going to continue to watch this, but we're looking at the chance for 3 to 5 storm foot surge as we go throughout Thursday.
All right, Michelle, thanks so much. We know you'll stay on it.
Sure. Thank you.
And our Election Day coverage continues all morning, but we are following several other big stories right now.
Yeah, that includes a surge in flu cases. Doctors are warning this could be one of the worst flu seasons we've had in years. The pressure this outbreak is putting on an already stressed hospital system. Stick with us.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The big variable, the storm surge. Why was it important for you to be here? What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
Right now on NBC News Now, we begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
Stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
What are the resources that people need right now? Can they get basic necessities?
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge.
This is big when we're talking about November.
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground?
What do you think when you see the activism?
Do you think this could have happened without social media? We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor. We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. There is new evidence that flu season is hitting earlier and harder than it has in years.
That's right. Across the country, hospitals are filling up and some schools are now even shutting down. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky joins us from Fort Worth, Texas with the details. Hey, Morgan, good morning.
Yeah, Josephina, good morning. Some doctors are calling this a surge, others an explosion in flu cases. But here at Cook Children's, it's gotten so bad that staff has now switched to emergency protocols. And unfortunately, you'll find similar stories at hospitals all across the nation. And this morning, one Alabama family is sounding the alarm after nearly losing their daughter. This morning, a real medical emergency. A flu epidemic quickly spiraling out of control nationwide as cases take off from coast to coast, especially in children.
We've been worried for 2 years because influenza and RSV have been at historic lows that we haven't been beefing our own immunity up.
With flu hospitalizations at their highest level since 2010, federal health officials say the U.S. crossed the epidemic threshold. The CDC estimating more than 1.5 million Americans have already contracted the influenza virus so far this season. 730 of those cases proving deadly, including 2 children.
I am surprised it has flipped as quickly as it's done, and I'm surprised it's flipped as much with pediatric.
Stephen Love with the Texas Hospital Association says 88% of pediatric beds across the state are full. He says contributing factors include everything from kids in close contact at school to fewer masks and lagging trust in vaccines. Is there a concern that people have held off on the COVID vaccine and as a result missed their flu shot?
Yes, I've heard that from several doctors.
And that could put them even more at risk?
It could, yes, because they have the risk of the flu and of COVID.
Just outside Dallas, McKinney schools are mourning the loss of Amanda Kelly, recently recognized as the district's Teacher of the Year. The wife and mother died last week from flu complications.
I think she made an impact on everybody's life.
The South seeing some of the highest cases of influenza-like illnesses, especially in Tennessee, South Carolina, and Alabama, where a spike in cases forced one school district to send students home this week for virtual learning. Brittany Mothershed is keeping a close eye on her 14-year-old daughter, Miley. The immunocompromised teen is now fighting sepsis after flu complications put her in a hospital.
The flu doesn't discriminate. Viruses don't discriminate.
And with so many people pouring into hospitals as a result of these flu cases, doctors say that wait times are growing. And in some instances, they are asking parents to make sure that it is a serious case of flu with actual distress, breathing problems, trying to take in air, because otherwise, if a mild case comes in, that could just prolong a chance for someone else who really needs to see a doctor here.
Yeah.
Guys.
Morgan Chesky. Morgan, thank you.
Thank you. Now let's get to some international headlines, starting with some news concerning last week's election in Israel.
NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavaga joins us from Rome with that and more. Claudio, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Yes, on Monday, the White House spokesperson confirmed that President Biden has congratulated the incoming Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu on his recent election victory and said that Washington will monitor the government formation process. By winning the elections, Netanyahu staged a major political comeback and will now be called to form a government which will likely include religious and far-right parties. Let's go to North Korea, where state media has denied accusations made by the United States that the country is supplying Russia with a significant number of artillery shell for its war in Ukraine. The claim was made by White House National Security spokesperson John Kirby last week, but North Korea replied that it has never sold weapons to Moscow and has no plans to do so. Let's jump over to Britain, where the new cipher of Camilla, the Queen consort, has been unveiled by Buckingham Palace. And look at that. The cipher combines the letter C for Camilla and the letter R for Regina, Queen in Latin. The new cipher will be used by Camilla on personal letterheads, cards, and gifts. So, guys, if you receive a letter or a gift with that cipher on, you know who sent it to you.
Right. Keep my eyes open for the mail.
Yeah, exactly.
All right.
Yes,
I'm sure it's coming any day now.
All right, Claudio, thank you so much.
Our Election Day coverage picks up in just a few minutes.
Yeah, we'll take a look at the impact political heavyweights like former Presidents Trump and Obama are having on voters and which party has the most momentum headed into today. That's up next.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are out.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Right now on NBC News Now,
we begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
Stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
What are the resources that people need right now? Can they get basic necessities?
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge.
This is big when we're talking about November.
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground?
What do you think when you see the activism? Do you think this could have happened without social media? We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. Millions of people are expected to get out and vote in today's midterm election.
Yeah, but how are the political parties feeling as votes are cast around the country? Are they confident they'll come out on top tonight? Let's bring in NBC's senior Washington correspondent and News Now anchor Hallie Jackson. She's here in New York on set with us.
Hello.
Long night ahead for you. Thanks for being up early.
Big morning ahead tomorrow for you,
I know,
which may still be election morning 24 hours from now.
Pretty sure it will be. Yeah, it might be election week. All right, Hallie, so we've seen this surge in Democratic enthusiasm. It seemed like Republicans were in the lead on that. Now we've seen that spike. And then yesterday we have this tease of an announcement next Tuesday from former President Trump. How's that playing in here? I know you've been talking to insiders about what that's doing to enthusiasm, what that means for both parties, kind of having that little news here.
Yeah. I was on the phone late last night with somebody who was close to the former president, who was with him very, very recently. And I was like, what is up, right? Like, what's going on with this? What's the timing here? Because, yes, there had been some discussion about, wouldn't it be better, the thinking went, if the former president made a decision about running for 2024 after the midterms, right? So that it wasn't the shadow, the specter of it hanging over, maybe mobilizing Democrats to turn out, et cetera. So technically, he is announcing after the midterms, right? But this announcement of an announcement the night before the midterms is certainly interesting. Here's the thing, though. Like, it's fairly baked in. He's been hinting heavily handed, right, for months now that he is likely going to run in 2024. We've seen him step up to the line again and again. So, to some degree, some of it is baked in. I will say this source close to the former president, he says I said, tell me about the mood, right? Angry was the word that came up, meaning like aggrieved, still aggrieved at the way he was treated for the 4 years that he was in the White House. He feels the words deep state came up, the words, the sort of the media issues came up that the former president feels he had. I would also say there is, I think, a sense that maybe he will box out some in the Republican field, other candidates who may think about running, who are maybe on the bubble. I don't know that a decision, I got to tell you, like, I don't have this from people that are saying this, but just my sense of it is, I think Ron DeSantis, Governor DeSantis of Florida, if he wins, tonight, I think he's probably going to run. I think Mike Pence, pretty baked in that he's going to run. Do you know what also happens on November 15th, by the way? Former Vice President Mike Pence's book comes out. Yeah. That's his book drop date, right? Which has been a lot of the discussion in Pence world about big media blitz, et cetera, et cetera. So just some interesting timing.
Well, and also big issue could be Ron DeSantis could very well win big in Florida.
Yeah. That's the thing, right? And then,
So let's talk about what both parties, how they're feeling heading into this, starting with the GOP. Clearly, they have the momentum. They're the party that's not in power. That's an advantage.
History's on their side.
Exactly. So what are GOP leaders saying right now as they head into this?
Talk to some Republicans. The mood is just good. I mean, it's just they're in a good mood. I don't think anybody is counting chickens at this point. I think, but I did hear a couple of times just talking with people who know the party well, who are in the party, managing expectations, which when you're on the momentum side, meaning somebody used the analogy, if you score 15 touchdowns and win, but everyone thought you were going to score 30 touchdowns and win, does it mean like maybe your win wasn't as good? It's still a win, right? So, but the fact that that's where the conversation even is on the Republican side, I think is pretty telling. Obviously, there are some very close races, and then it could go better for Democrats. There are questions, of course, about polling, et cetera. What does it really show? How much stake can you put in that? But I think generally, at least when it comes to the House, Republicans are feeling good. The House of Representatives, obviously, where they only need a net flip of 5 to win.
Yeah, and let's talk about the other side. I mentioned we've seen this spike in enthusiasm, at least in our last NBC News poll. There are some issues on the ballot, like abortion, that we think sort of hyper surged this sort of electorate. What do you think about how Democrats are feeling?
One person said to me, uncertain, and I think that's a generous, probably, categorization. I would say fairly grim as it relates to some of the prospects. Now, that doesn't mean they're going to be wiped out across the board. I certainly don't think. Who knows, right? But that seems kind of unlikely at this point. However, yes, abortion access has been mobilizing, but so has crime. That came up in a couple conversations just as I was doing calls yesterday to kind of check in with folks. Crime being an issue. The Democrats feel like they've really been on defense on. And then, as you said, Joe, the fundamentals here, the environment, history, the economy, those numbers are not in Democrats' favor. I talked to one Democratic member of Congress overnight who said, yeah, they're preparing for a House Speaker, Kevin McCarthy.
Wow. All right, that says a lot. Hallie, thank you so much. Great to see you.
Good to see you, Hallie.
Lots of
and we'll see you a lot today and tonight.
Thank you.
Maybe tomorrow morning.
Yes, hopefully.
All right.
Let's
head back out to Battleground. So you think I could say Battleground by now. Battleground state of Georgia, which is holding key Senate and gubernatorial contests today. NBC News correspondent Tremaine Lee is in Atlanta for us this morning. Tremaine, good to have you with us. I mean, you've been focusing on black voters. Tell us what the early voting turnout has been like there so far, and is Georgia's new voting law, which allows people to challenge voter eligibility, is that having any impact?
I'll tell you what, Joe, there's been so much excitement here in Georgia that's led to record turnout. More than 2.5 million people have already voted early in the state, and a huge proportion of that, that surge has been black voters. Black voters are showing up or showed up for early voting at a proportion higher than the numbers of registered voters in the state. So they really came out. But when it comes to the new voter law and how some of those challenges may be impacting the whole process, more than 65,000 challenges have been made. Very few of them have stuck. But there is some concern about how people are interpreting that law. So some people think you can just show up at the polling place and then challenge any voter you want, which has happened to a student and some other folks who've showed up. But really, the challenge is supposed to happen, in early voting. They have exact match here in Georgia. So if you believe someone is voting in a district they shouldn't and their signatures don't match, it's for that. And so there's concern that not only will it kind of muck up the system, but it is a form of intimidation. So there is some concern there, but very few of these challenges have actually kept people from being able to actually vote.
Absolutely. And Tremaine, we talked last hour with our friend Gabe Gutierrez. We've been talking all week, of course, about the Senate race between Raphael Warnock and Herschel Walker. But we're also, of course, obviously watching the race for governor. This is between the Republican incumbent Brian Kemp and then Democratic challenger Stacey Abrams, who's also become a big name. How are things shaping up there, and what is support like among black voters for each candidate?
Let's start with the Senate race. So certainly Raphael Warnock, a very prominent figure here, went to Morehouse. He's a known quantity here in this city, and black folks in this state and black folks do really appreciate and love Raphael Warnock. But Herschel Walker is a legend here in this state. So there are a number of black people who remember him from his football playing days, or might also skew conservative. And so while the polling has showed that Raphael Warnock has maintained a slight lead, it's still pretty neck and neck. Now, when it comes to the rematch between Governor Brian Brian Kemp and Stacey Abrams, the narrative there has always been, does Stacey Abrams have enough support among black men in particular? Has Brian Kemp made some inroads? Now, Stacey Abrams' camp is feeling a little more enthused, believing that the polling that suggested that Kemp was way ahead might not be so true, especially as the numbers start rolling out, early votes and how many black folks are actually participating, that all those efforts for her organizing voters, registering voters all across the state may show some promise for her campaign. But again, she's still trailing from the latest polls, but she's hopeful.
So, Tremaine, on top of that new voting law we talked about just a moment ago, walk us through some of the other changes voters can expect today, the impact that could have on turnout.
So one of the big ones, Joe, and we've been talking about this since the law was implemented, that if there are long lines, people will not be able to just hand out water and food. But so far, there's been so much early voting, we just haven't seen those long lines. That's one thing. But perhaps the bigger one that voters might not see but could be impacted by in some way is that on the county level now, these counties can start actually counting their early votes before polls close. They can't release that information until after polls close. But in some of these counties that saw that influx of early voting, they're going to actually start tabulating that stuff as early as now. And so that's one of the big differences. But everyone has been talking about, the hydration and the food supplies for folks who are in line. That's the other big one. But I think that counting one is a major shift from what we've seen in the past.
All right, Tremaine, thanks so much for joining us. We appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you. And coming up, the economy is a top issue for a lot of voters.
So with rising prices and concerns over a recession, what could the outcome of this election mean for our wallets? We'll take a closer look next.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Right now on NBC News Now,
we begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
Stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
What are the resources that people need right now? Can they get basic necessities?
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge.
This is big when we're talking about November.
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground?
What do you think when you see the activism? Do you think this could have happened without social media?
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back, and time for our CNBC Money Minute. And we're going to start with Volkswagen. They settled a lawsuit over car parts that were actually polluting the environment instead of reducing emissions.
CNBC's Bertha Coombs joins us with more on that. Bertha, good morning.
Good morning, guys. That is the story. California has settled a lawsuit against a German auto supplier stemming from the emission scandal that hit Volkswagen and Fiat. Bosch will pay $25 million to settle allegations by the state. VW and Fiat were found to have installed defeat devices in thousands of diesel cars sold in California, which made it seem that the vehicles had passed emission tests. The latest case claims that Bosch knew or should have known that automakers were violating environmental and consumer protection laws. Lyft reported record revenue in the third quarter thanks to higher prices and longer trips as airport rides continue to recover. But the company says the number of people hailing rides remains below pre-pandemic level, and that was not what Wall Street wanted to hear. That is in contrast, in fact, to rival Uber, which says its rider count has bounced back to pre-pandemic numbers. Last week, Lyft announced that it's going to be cutting 13% of its workforce, about 700 jobs. The latest tech company to reduce costs amid concerns that high inflation and a slowing economy could hurt business. And it may seem like the cost of traveling is going ever higher, but there's one fee that is actually dropping. TSA is lowering the cost to enroll in its PreCheck program from $85 to $78. The cost to renew membership online will remain at $70. TSA PreCheck membership is good for 5 years. And it's kind of interesting because in September, consumer inflation was up 8.2% year over year, and they're lowering the cost here, 8.2%. So like, sort of a fitting discount.
Yeah, it's like $15 a year, which is less than a hot dog at the airport. So
exactly, or even a watermelon.
Right? Exactly.
All right, Bertha, thank you so much.
So for many voters on this election day, the economy is the top priority.
Yeah, so as we were just saying, with inflation still stubbornly high, stock markets down, and widespread concerns about a potential recession, what impact will the midterms have on your money? It's a big question that NBC News correspondent Tom Costello is going to help us answer.
Yeah, you know, the truth is Congress has very little, if any, direct impact on things like inflation, gas prices, the financial markets. But surveys indicate the midterms could come down to a simple question. Which party is going to help you at home pay your bills?
As voters head to the polls, many say their number one priority is what's in their wallet.
And definitely the economy, gas prices, food prices. I'm single. I'm a teacher, but I have 5 other jobs.
Big thing that's driving my vote is just trying to get a handle on inflation and try to hopefully make a difference.
But economists point out inflation is the result of complex global forces, and it's the independent Federal Reserve, not Congress, that's actually in charge of fighting inflation.
The reality is that elected officials really don't have a lot of tools at their disposal that can address inflation.
But what they can do is impact taxes or pass spending bills. President Biden is defending his record.
Since I came to office, we've created 10 million brand new jobs.
While Republicans blame high inflation on the current administration.
Inflation is all tied to reckless government spending.
If Republicans take control of Congress, they're expected to extend or reinstate Trump-era tax cuts on corporations and wealthy individuals, a move the president is likely to resist.
So they can talk a lot about wanting to cut taxes or extend the 2017 tax cut, but they will have to negotiate essentially with the White House to achieve what it is they want to do.
If Democrats stay in control, they might push for expanded social benefits like paid family leave or universal pre-K and extend the child tax credit. Meanwhile, in more than a dozen states, voters will be deciding on ballot measures affecting their own bottom line. From Massachusetts and California, considering new taxes on high earners, to Nebraska and Nevada, where the minimum wage could be raised.
They've never raised it to match inflation. It's never happened. It's never going to happen.
And for millions of Americans looking at their sagging investments and retirement accounts, a smooth, fair election should help boost stock markets, regardless of which party comes out on top.
Economists also say one consequence could be another round of battles over the debt ceiling, which the government is expected to hit in early 23. Republicans have suggested that they would only agree to raise that in exchange for spending cuts. Why does that matter? The last time that happened during the Obama administration, the federal government lost its AAA credit rating. The stock market tanked more than 5%. Back to you.
All right, Tom, thank you.
Coming up, hold on to those Powerball tickets.
That's right. If you have one, you probably already know that because of a tech issue, last night's winning numbers have not been drawn. What we know about the delay next.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
The big variable, the storm surge. Why was it important for you to be here? What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
Welcome back. And if you woke up early to make your way to the polls and looked up at the sky, you might have been greeted with a special Election Day surprise, a total lunar eclipse called a beaver blood moon. Now, this big moment happens when the moon passes into the Earth's shadow, making it appear red. And then that beaver part comes from the traditional name for the first full moon of November, as this month is when beavers start to shelter for the winter. I know, kind of a cute name there. Now, if you caught it, lucky you, because guess what? The next lunar eclipse won't be until 2025. And I am kind of embarrassed to say that we were up and on our way to work, but I forgot.
Totally forgot because we were so focused on election coverage.
We had to report.
And this next story, the latest on the largest lottery jackpot in U.S. history.
Yeah, the nearly $2 billion prize drawing was set to happen last night, but was delayed to a security issue, according to lottery officials. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock joins us now from Coral Gables, Florida, with more on this. Sam, I'll just be honest, I've been refreshing throughout the morning, but tell us the latest.
Yes, no, I've been refreshing my Twitter feed as well, and it says remains delayed. I just love the way, though, that Joe just said that so dramatically that it captures what's going on right now. Look, guys, you have 48 participating lotteries, 45 states, Puerto Rico, the U.S. Virgin Islands, and also the District of Columbia. One of them, and we don't know who the culprit is, has not reported all of its sales data yet. Until that happens, no lottery drawing.
Powerball pandemonium this morning. If you're waiting to see whether you woke up a billionaire, get ready to wait a little longer. After a dramatic delay, drawing for that record-breaking $1.9 billion jackpot overnight after a processing issue for one state.
Because of a technical problem tonight, we are unable to bring you the Powerball drawing at this time.
Following that announcement, an agonizing all-night wait, the Powerball website showing results pending. The Multi-State Lottery Association releasing a statement overnight saying Powerball has stringent security requirements to protect the integrity of the game, and that one participating lottery is still processing its sales and play data. Powerball requires all 48 participating lotteries to submit their data prior to the winning numbers being selected. And we still don't know when a lucky winner
could be announced.
As soon as we're able to resolve the issue and conduct the drawing, it will be available for viewing on Powerball.com and on our YouTube channel.
For the past week, Powerball fever reaching an all-time high.
This is the largest jackpot in United States history.
With the $1.9 billion up for grabs Monday night, Americans across the country were hoping to beat the odds.
Probably buy an island for the family. And
this morning, as the wait for winning numbers continues, officials say players should hold on to their tickets as lottery dreams are deferred.
Now, the question right now that is still outstanding, guys, if you buy a lottery ticket at this moment, does it count for this historic $1.9 billion jackpot, or is it deferred to the next one? We reached out to the Multi-State Association, Lottery Association. They couldn't clarify at this point, but we have a little test case here. I have two different tickets. The darker colored one I bought yesterday, it does say on the bottom, Powerball 1.9 billion jackpot. This one we bought this morning does not say that. So the odds are, if you bought your ticket today, more than likely, you are not getting a $2 billion reward should you win. Just keep that in mind.
Wouldn't that be a disappointment? All right.
No, it's
You
like
got the right numbers, but you were too late.
Just a little.
All right, Sam, thank you. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues on this election day right now.
Hi there, everyone. Happy Election Tuesday. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Tuesday, November 8th, and it is Decision Day. With razor-thin margins in so many races, months of campaigning and TV ads come to a close as voters finally head to the polls to determine which party will have control of Congress.
Surging and spiraling flu season has arrived earlier, and it's hitting harder than it has in a decade. As hospitalizations multiply, schools are struggling to handle the spike in students.
Dreams delayed after an overnight setback due to a processing glitch. The Powerball winning numbers have finally been drawn. And get this, the jackpot is even bigger than you previously estimated, now worth more than $2 billion. But get this, there's no word on a winner just yet.
Royal drama Season 5 of Netflix's The Crown. It's set to debut tomorrow, but it is already kicking up controversy, with critics saying it is too sensational and it comes too soon after the death of Queen Elizabeth.
We are so happy you are with us this Tuesday, and welcome to NBC News Daily. We start with, of course, Election Day. Right now, Americans are casting their ballots in key races from coast to coast.
Yeah, the balance of power in Washington is up for grabs. Republicans need a net gain of 5 seats to take control of the House. They need to gain just 1 seat to flip the Senate. NBC News chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker is tracking today's most closely watched races and what's at stake.
The closing arguments have all been delivered. The campaign stops are in the books. And with 42 million early votes already cast, it all comes down to what happens today. With control of Congress on the line, voters across the country are finally having their say. In battleground Ohio, former President Trump campaigning for Republican J.D. Vance, who's locked in a tight race with Democrat Tim Ryan. But Mr. Trump grabbing headlines of his own after days of teasing he'll announce a run for 2024, giving his strongest signal yet.
I'm going to be making a very big announcement on Tuesday, November 15th at Mar-a-Lago in Palm Beach, Florida.
The current commander-in-chief also on the trail overnight. President Biden, whose approval rating has been underwater, holding his final rally in Deep Blue, Maryland, despite the economy and inflation being the top issues for voters, focusing on democracy.
We know in our bones that our democracy is at risk.
As he returned to the White House, acknowledging the challenges facing Democrats.
I think we'll win the Senate. I think the House is tougher.
On this decision day, the Senate remains a toss-up, and it will all come down to what happens in a few states that are razor tight, including Georgia, where Democrat Raphael Warnock is trying to fend off a challenge from former football star Republican Herschel Walker.
I'm ready to serve you for 6 more years. We're leaving as winners, not runoff.
And Pennsylvania, where Democrat John Fetterman, who continues to recover from a stroke, is facing off against celebrity Dr. Mehmet Oz. With the possibility of Republicans retaking the House looming large, House Speaker Nancy Pelosi speaking out to CNN for the first time since her husband Paul was brutally attacked inside their San Francisco home. Pelosi revealing the assault will factor into her future political plans.
Well, I have to say my decision will be affected about what happened the last week or two.
Will your decision be impacted by the attack in any way?
Yes.
It will.
Mm-hmm.
And another thing we are watching today, U.S. intelligence and law enforcement agencies say they're preparing for the possibility of threats today, everything from extremist violence and cyber attacks to intimidation of election workers and even voters. Meanwhile, the Justice Department says it plans to monitor polls in 24 states for compliance with federal voting rights laws.
NBC News Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker, thank you. And we have some last-minute voting tips for you before you head out the door. If the polls close while you are in line, stay put. You still have the right to vote. If you make a mistake on your ballot, feel free to ask for a new one. And if you have a disability or you just need some help, you can ask a poll worker, and if your poll worker can't find you in the book, you should still fill out a provisional ballot. As long as you are qualified and registered, that ballot will be counted. If you are turned away or denied a provisional ballot, or if you face any challenges while trying to vote, that's the number to call right there, the Election Protection Hotline at that right there on your screen. Morgan?
Great resources there, Vicki. Well, now to a concerning situation at children's hospitals across the country, where around 75% of pediatric beds are filled by kids who have severe cases of the flu and respiratory virus RSV. Now, this is causing a major strain on hospitals, which are already struggling with inadequate staffing, supply shortages, and even long wait times. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky joins us now from just outside Cook Children's Hospital in Fort Worth, Texas. Morgan, it's good to see you this Tuesday. First off, just how is the situation where you are right now? And frankly, how did we get here? How did things get this bad?
Yeah, Morgan, it changed in a hurry, and the situation here at Cook Children's could be described as precarious at best. Over the last 10 days, they have seen flu cases ramp up to the point where they had to go into emergency protocols, similar to how they operated during the pandemic. Unfortunately, similar cases playing out at hospitals all over the country. But here at Cook Children's, one organizer, one administrator here said it's almost like a chess match, seeing that if they have an influx of patients, where they have to find room to hopefully take care of them. Even more frustrating is the fact that these are children being impacted by this spike in flu cases. I want to hear what one hospital administrator who oversees the North Texas region had to say. Makes the problem even worse when it comes to this spike in cases. Take a listen.
Staffing's already stretched thin, but if you add on to it this big increase in inpatient and pediatric, it is spreading them even thinner.
So you have staffing already stretched thin. As for the reason behind this spike, Morgan, they say that there are several factors they're looking into. One of those being that children are back in close proximity with each other, with school being back in session. Fewer people wearing masks, of course, as we have that pandemic in the rearview mirror. But that man also brought up another point, and that is there could be concern over the COVID vaccine, that with people being hesitant to take that, they may in turn have missed their flu shot, putting them at risk for this spike in cases that, at least as of right now, does not seem to be going down. Morgan?
And Morgan, you mentioned the flu shot, and COVID shots. We haven't actually reached peak flu season yet. So then what happens next? Frankly, do doctors expect the worst is yet to come?
Well, they're certainly looking at the numbers day by day. The peak season not expected to hit until mid-December. That is a long way off. And they say that the season started earlier. We know that on Friday, federal health officials recognize this as an epidemic. They do say that FEMA personnel are on standby, as well as supplies such as ventilators to send to hospitals should they need it. Morgan?
All right, NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky for us there. Morgan, thank you so much.
All right, Morgan, Powerball Pandemonium, the world's largest lotto prize, hit another milestone. It became the first ever jackpot drawing to be delayed. The winning numbers were announced today instead of last night. The total hit a new record estimated at $2.3 billion. Here with more on this historic Powerball drawing is NBC News correspondent Sam Brock, has been on the Powerball beat. So first, Sam, what are the winning numbers? And break it down for us. I know you and I didn't win, but what could the potential winner afford with all this cash?
We didn't win, but our friendship, honestly, that is winning every day, knowing you, Vicky, win. So I'm laughing because I dropped my phone a second ago, but I now have the numbers back in case we need to go through that. But here's the bottom line right now. People are wondering what happened overnight. Where does the jackpot for Powerball stand right now? There's your numbers, 10, 33, 41, 47, 56, and the winning red ball is 10. So that finally did come out on 10 seems to be appropriate here. A 10-hour delay. It was supposed to be at 11:30 Eastern last night. That did not happen. And the reason why, Vicky, is because you have 48 different individual lotteries. 45 of them are states that have to report their data and their revenues for integrity purposes and to keep track of everything to the Powerball organization. That didn't happen for one state. We don't know which one it was, but as a result, we waited until this morning. Finally, you get that $2.3 billion is now, according to the Powerball app, what the new jackpot is going to be, although we should say the Multi-State Association did not confirm with us that there's no winner yet. They said they're still tabulating, but according to the app, there's another jackpot here in a day and a half.
Wow, so this could grow even further if we don't have a winner, and we don't know yet if there's a winner. Sam, what do we think? I mean, is this something they're worried about, more hang-ups happening in future drawings? And then run the math for me again, because you did a thing about the islands we could buy, the yachts, the cafecitos.
Yeah, the cafecitos, don't forget about those. So in terms of how frequent this happens, they said it's pretty rare. It's never happened at a high-stakes affair, Vicky, like this one. So it was a bit of a test for all these individual lottery associations. What you can buy, this is my favorite question because I live in Miami, obviously. People here spend money that they don't have anyway. So why not just indulge this idea? Yes, you can buy 4 or 5 different islands. My favorite, though, is the Villa Leopolda, the most expensive house in the world, $750 million on the French Riviera. A gift from King Leopold to his mistress.
Okay.
You could buy that if you want.
All right, good to know. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock, thank you as always, Sam.
Well, speaking of those dollar bills, let's turn now to our CNBC Money Minute. Do you want to maximize your retirement savings? I know I do.
Always.
You might be thinking about adding crypto to your 401k. I had not thought of that.
Yeah.
If your plan offers it, well, some advisors say that you should really think about it first.
Now, joining us now, CNBC Tech Check co-anchor Deirdre Bosa to help us straighten it all out. So the pros and the cons of adding crypto to your 401k, Deirdre.
Well, definitely think very hard about it and do your research because cryptocurrency prices are very volatile. So yes, they can generate big gains, but you're also exposing yourself to the possibility of very big losses. Bitcoin is down 70% over the past year, but it has also tripled since the beginning of 2020. Swings like that make crypto very risky, and that is why the Labor Department urges employers to exercise, quote, extreme care before offering it as a 401k option. Experts tell CNBC.com that if you can tolerate the risk, crypto should be limited to 5% or less of your retirement savings. And they do think it's a better option for people in their 20s than for workers nearing retirement. Meanwhile, sentencing for Theranos founder Elizabeth Holmes is set for 10 days from now after a federal judge rejected her motion for a new trial. Holmes was convicted of fraudulently claiming her company had found a way to do complicated medical tests using only a very small amount of blood, which is now famous to many thanks to the series, guys. Back to you.
All right.
We remember it. CNBC's Deirdre Bosa, thank you so much.
Meanwhile, local school boards are becoming a battleground in these so-called culture wars. Next up, a deep dive into how controversial classroom lessons are shaping the midterm elections today. You're watching NBC News Daily.
I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
The culture wars in the classroom are becoming a key issue for voters as Republican lawmakers across the country are aiming to restrict what students are taught, especially when it comes to sexuality and gender identity. NBC News correspondent Alice Barr spoke with Ohio voters about the controversy.
Inside Bake Me Happy Bakery in Columbus, Ohio.
You wish we did?
The Pugh family is making something from scratch.
We wanted to have a family together.
Letha and her wife Wendy are raising their 11-year-old daughter Avery, running a small business, active in local charities and in school.
And we thought we were okay.
Until Republican state lawmakers started introducing a series of bills aimed at restricting what's taught in the classroom. The most controversial in Ohio, House Bill 616, that sought to ban concepts like critical race theory, along with instruction on sexual orientation or gender identity from kindergarten through 3rd grade.
It's really a gut punch.
Limiting it for older grades to what the state deemed age appropriate.
Forced not to talk about it makes it seem like something shameful.
To Aaron Baer with the Center for Christian Virtue, it's about parents' rights to choose what their kids are exposed to.
Parents are the ones who are best positioned to decide the best educational environment for their kids.
Ohio is not the only state putting this issue front and center.
Restoring power back to parents.
From Virginia to Florida, parents' rights in education has become a rallying call for the conservative movement.
Parents are empowered in Florida.
The top Republican in the U.S. House even making it a centerpiece of the party's new commitment to America.
We will pass the Parents' Bill of Rights.
Denzel Porteous directs the LGBTQ advocacy group Stonewall Columbus and sees schools as a microcosm where society's most complicated and combative struggles are playing out and being politicized. He's also a father of a kindergartner.
My child should be seen when she walks into the classroom. She should not be pushed into the closet. She should not be discounted because of who her parents are. We should be creating spaces that make her feel safe to figure out who she is and to be a part of defining a future that's inclusive and welcoming and accepting of a wide variety of people.
On the other side of the debate, Baer believes discussions about sexuality and gender in school have gone too far, launching a powerful backlash.
Really going to be one of those things that lasts for a long time in terms of driving passion.
He's pushing to make public school dollars follow students to any school of their choice in what's called a backpack bill.
When a parent says, I don't like what you're teaching my kid, if you don't stop it, I'm taking them out and you're losing the money for them.
Letha and Wendy Pugh fear that would strip public school funding and cut kids off from learning about different backgrounds.
They may be different, but they're still okay. They're still really good people.
Now, with the midterms bearing down and schools a growing battleground, voters are looking for leaders to fight on their side in the culture wars. In Columbus, Ohio, Alice Barr, NBC News.
Well, speaking of schools, turning now to a nightmare for some high school students in Texas, where more than 200 completed SAT Scantrons completely vanished in the blink of an eye after flying out of a UPS delivery truck onto a highway in El Paso. NBC's Nyela Charles has more.
Hours upon hours of studying gone in the blink of an eye.
I just saw a bunch of papers everywhere. I had no idea what it was. I didn't think much of it, but I just decided to grab my phone and record it.
Video capturing more than 200 SAT tests flying out of a UPS truck in El Paso, Texas.
I looked and I could see the bubbles.
Some people found the visual funny at first.
My mom, as a joke, was like, oh, they're your PSAT scores.
Until seniors at El Paso High realized it was their SAT Scantrons, sharing the news on social media.
Today, I just found out that they were actually the SAT scores from our school.
The district says the faculty combed the streets collecting those tests. However, 55 weren't recovered, meaning those students may have to sit through that 3-hour test again.
Since the pandemic, many colleges don't require standardized testing, but according to data from the College Board,
who runs the SAT, almost 2 million high school seniors still took the test last year.
In a statement, the College Board said they will work with El Paso High School to ensure students can retest as soon as possible. But in the meantime, students' concerns go beyond college admissions.
We have all our information and identification on the score, and it stinks because our identity is out there right now.
You're watching NBC News Daily.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that.
Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Well, ever since the 2016 presidential election, public polling has gotten a bad rap, but very little has actually changed about how we use polls and how we report on the political horse race. According to LX News political editor Noah Pransky, it is time to do something about that.
The polling clearly was off.
Isn't there too unpredictable?
I do not trust it all.
The polls have been off for 2 presidential contests.
And then there's consideration of whether the polls are even right.
Here's a fun fact. Did you know public polling actually predicted 48 out of 50 states correctly in the last presidential election? No, of course you didn't, because all you hear is about how bad it is.
Why was the polling so off?
Same methodology that got it wrong in 2016.
The polling in New Jersey was really wrong.
But I can tell you unequivocally that political polling is not as bad as people make it out to be, which is why it might be time to stop sharing it.
We have to really rethink what we're doing, what we're contributing to this, because it's just simply, I think, increasing the public mistrust.
Patrick Murray's the head of the Monmouth University Polling Institute.
If you're wrong 20% of the time, then there are a media out there and that feed information to a significant chunk of the electorate to say the polls are wrong 100% of the time.
The biggest problem with polling in his mind isn't the science, but how we share it. For example, when you see a political poll in the news, how often is that margin of error explained? Because those top line numbers are actually a range, since we can't poll every person in the country. And the pollster's confidence in that range isn't 100%, it's typically 95%, meaning they acknowledge 1 out of every 20 polls is going to be very wrong. But nobody's providing that excessive explanation. And news consumers rely too much on aggregation sites that often give you big polling headlines without all that polling context. The truth is, most surveys are accurate, and they can provide us with a lot of really important information. What policies they want politicians to prioritize, how confident they are in the economy, what percentage are looking for employment at any given time. Murray's idea? Stop sharing presidential polls, which inspire some of the worst takes and criticisms, and instead, only share issues polling. My idea is to commit to excessive explanation every time we report a poll, because we either restore trust in polling, or we cut it out of our news diet. I can quit anytime I want to. I just don't want to. We can do better.
Our thanks to LX News political editor Noah for that report.
Well, Vicki, in 37 states, there are 132 ballot measures on major issues that could really change the way that many people live their lives. Voters will decide today on new measures that affect everything from education to taxes to health care. NBC News Now anchor Hallie Jackson gives us a look.
Abortion, cannabis, and slavery, key topics, among others, for some of the ballot measures voters will decide on. Start with access to abortion, now a rallying cry for some voters after the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade. In California, Vermont, and battleground Michigan, people will decide whether to change their state's constitution to make abortion a legal right. But in Kentucky, the ballot measure asks voters whether they should change their state's constitution to say abortion is not a protected right. Number 2, legalizing recreational cannabis. Arkansas, Missouri, Maryland, North Dakota, and South Dakota now asking voters whether they should allow it. If passed, adults 21 and up would be able to buy and possess marijuana, and in some states, they'd be able to grow it too. And number 3, slavery, because slavery as punishment for crime is technically still legal in some states. Now, prisoners are not legally considered slaves in the United States, but supporters for some of these ballot measures say they're treated much the same, forced to work for little or no pay. So the question for voters in Vermont, Oregon, Louisiana, Alabama, and Tennessee, whether to change that wording in their state's constitutions or get rid of the punishment exception altogether.
That was NBC News Now anchor Hallie Jackson reporting. And coming up, a new drug could be a dose of hope for millions of Americans struggling with uncontrollably high blood pressure. What we know about the experimental drug that could drop blood pressure points by 20. You are watching NBC News Daily. Watch us for free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now, wherever you stream live. That includes YouTube, Hulu, Roku, Peacock. The news continues right after this.
news is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. We're so glad you're with us this Tuesday. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn, making news right now. Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson has issued her first Supreme Court opinion, writing a dissent in a case regarding a death row inmate. She was joined by Justice Sonia Sotomayor in her two-page dissent, arguing the inmate's case should have returned to an appeals court. Jackson is the nation's first black female justice and its only former public defender.
Meanwhile, police are searching for more than 24 cars stolen in one night. The thieves broke into a car dealership's office Sunday night in New York City, stole the keys, and then drove all 26 cars out. Officers are canvassing for surveillance video to track down those potential suspects.
And Cornell is suspending all frat parties after at least 4 students reported being drugged, 1 reported being sexually assaulted. The Intra-Fraternity Council paused social events after receiving alerts from campus police. The school says the crimes allegedly happened at an off-campus building affiliated with registered fraternities, but they have not named which ones.
With inflation remaining near record levels, many people are voting with their wallets today. The stock market is way down, and there's growing concern about a looming recession.
But how big of an impact will the midterms have on your money? Here's NBC News correspondent Tom Costello to break it down.
Yeah, you know, the truth is Congress has very little, if any, direct impact on things like inflation, gas prices, the financial markets. But surveys indicate the midterms could come down to a simple question. Which party is going to help you at home pay your bills?
As voters head to the polls, many say their #1 priority is what's in their wallet.
And definitely the economy, gas prices, food prices. I'm single. I'm a teacher, but I have 5 other jobs.
Big thing that's driving my vote is just trying to get a handle on inflation and try to hopefully make a difference.
But economists point out inflation is the result of complex global forces, and it's the independent Federal Reserve, not Congress, that's actually in charge of fighting inflation.
The reality is that elected officials really don't have a lot of tools at their disposal that can address inflation.
But what they can do is impact taxes or pass spending bills. President Biden is defending his record.
Since I came to office, we've created 10 million brand new jobs.
While Republicans blame high inflation on the current administration.
Inflation is all tied to reckless government spending.
If Republicans take control of Congress, they're expected to extend or reinstate Trump-era tax cuts on corporations and wealthy individuals, a move the president is likely to resist.
So they can talk a lot about wanting to cut taxes or extend the 2017 tax cut, but they will have to negotiate essentially with the White House to achieve what it is they want to do.
If Democrats stay in control, they might push for expanded social benefits like paid family leave or universal pre-K and extend the child tax credit. Meanwhile, in more than a dozen states, voters will be deciding on ballot measures affecting their own bottom line. From Massachusetts and California, considering new taxes on high earners, to Nebraska and Nevada, where the minimum wage could be raised.
They've never raised it to match inflation. It's never happened. It's never going to happen.
And for millions of Americans looking at their sagging investments and retirement accounts, a smooth, fair election should help boost stock markets, regardless of which party comes out on top. Economists also say one consequence could be another round of battles over the debt ceiling, which the government is expected to hit in early 23. Republicans have suggested that they would only agree to raise that in exchange for spending cuts. Why does that matter? The last time that happened during the Obama administration, the federal government lost its AAA credit rating. The stock market tanked more than 5%. Back to you.
That's NBC News correspondent Tom Costello reporting.
New hope for the millions of Americans struggling with high blood pressure. Patients in a new study published in the New England Journal of Medicine saw their blood pressure drop up to 20 points, and all it took was a daily dose of an oral drug called Baxdrostat. NBC News senior medical correspondent Dr. John Torres joins us now. Dr. Torres, good to see you. So talk to us about how this drug works and how it had such a positive effect in such a short time.
And Vicki, good afternoon. This drug is actually pretty amazing in the way it works, and what it's working on is a hormone called aldosterone. Now, high blood pressure is a result of factors, a few different things. Number one, you retain too much water. Number two, you retain too much salt, or your blood vessels can't open up. They can't dilate like they normally would to help reduce your blood pressure. Most of the medicines we have right now address those factors, but the one factor they haven't been addressing is this aldosterone, which is a hormone that helps our bodies either retain or get rid of sodium, get rid of salt. That's where this medicine comes in. And in the study, it did a very fantastic job of those people that have this uncontrollable high blood pressure. In other words, high blood pressure where they're on 3 different medications and still not able to keep it under control. It worked really well at helping keep theirs under control. As a matter of fact, they ended up dropping their systolic, that top number, by 20 points, which is an amazing amount of drop in their blood pressure and can help keep them healthy throughout their life.
Yeah, that's a big reduction, Dr. Torres. So according to one of the authors of this study, about 10 million people in the U.S. have some sort of hypertension that puts them at increased risk of stroke and heart attacks, but they're not responding to what's available now. So how does this drug help them and potentially their long-term health?
And Vicki, this has always been the concerning patient population, that 5 to 10% of people with high blood pressure that don't respond to medications, because after a while you run out of medications to give them. And the problem with high blood pressure, and that's why this is such great news, is that it's called a silent killer. Over the years, over the decades, it really starts causing issues, kidney problems, heart issues, strokes, the list goes on of what can happen if it's not controlled. Getting it controlled with something like this, and those that don't have control issues, is a good step forward.
All right, all great news. Thanks for breaking it down for us, Dr. John Torres. Good to see you.
Well, today there are new questions over Russia's military strength and its morale. An unsigned open letter from members of Russian elite military units claimed that it suffered catastrophic losses. Meanwhile, Moscow is denying those claims, saying that they're simply untrue. NBC News has not yet independently verified that letter. NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter joins us now live from Kyiv. Molly, it's good to see you this Tuesday. And first off, let's just sort of set the groundwork here for our viewers, because it's pretty unusual that Russia's Ministry of Defense would respond to a specific complaint by servicemen. So what exactly are the soldiers saying?
Yeah, that's exactly right, Morgan, and you hit the nail on the head. This is important, even though we have not verified that letter. It was an open letter posted by pro-Russian bloggers and posted on Telegram. Even though NBC News has not verified that letter, the fact that the Russian Ministry of Defense felt the need to respond and say there were no significant losses really speaks to the need to deal with the discontent, both, among troop morale, but also at home.
Molly, I'm not sure if you can still hear us here, but we know that the U.S. ambassador to the United Nations, Linda Thomas-Greenfield, is currently in Ukraine right now, and that's where Ukrainian President Zelensky said that Donetsk is actually currently the epicenter of the fighting. What is the ambassador doing there today?
Yeah, and we actually had a chance to meet the ambassador earlier today. So she announced, along with USAID, $25 million additional in funding as Ukraine heads into a harsh winter. And at one of her visits to an IDP center this afternoon, we actually met a 10-year-old little Milena who had her own question for the ambassador. I'm going to share that right now, Morgan.
Will you be able to help Ukraine to finish this war?
Oh, thank you. That's what we're trying to do. And for Ukraine to finish this war, we have to make sure that the fighting stops and we help rebuild for you. And I just announced, I know this is not for you, but $25 million to help Ukrainians who are in need, who have been affected by this war. And I do want to help Ukraine in this war.
Now, we also asked the ambassador about Russia's nuclear rhetoric and nuclear threats. Morgan, take a listen to this.
We know that Russia is capable of lies. We take their threats seriously, and we have messaged to them both privately and directly that should they take such a step, they will be held accountable. It is out of the possibility for any of us to think that they would use a nuclear weapon, but should they make that mistake, they can be assured that the entire world will turn on them.
But no one's assured, you from the Russian side that this is off the table now after the last couple of weeks of conversation.
No,
it's still.
They are still making threats, and as I said, we take those threats seriously.
Not off the table now. Morgan and Vicki, we also asked about the midterms, and she said she reiterated American support to President Zelensky and that it is steadfast and ironclad. I'll send it back to you guys.
All right. NBC News 4 correspondent Molly Hunter there live for us in Kyiv. Molly, thank you so much.
Well, a California swimmer is speaking out after a terrifying near-death experience. She faced every beachgoer's worst nightmare when a shark latched onto her leg while she was out for a swim. Amber Frias from our NBC San Diego station has this harrowing tale
Lynn
of survival.
Jutronich has been swimming her entire life. Here in San Diego, she's part of a group of ocean swimmers. It's safe to say most days you can find her in the water.
During the week, I have a swim partner that I meet up with a couple times a week. And he and I swim together the same route that we usually swim with the group because it's familiar and we know the distance and we know there's lifeguards and people out. So we had met up.
But on that day, Friday, her routine swim turned into a bloody nightmare.
We usually relax for a couple minutes, tread water, talk about maybe what we're going to get for breakfast, and then we head in. So we were in that process. And then all of a sudden, I just felt a huge bump.
And before she knew it, came a bite.
I looked down and I saw the shark bite my thigh. Fortunately, it released. It shook like maybe one time. It's where I have the tears. And then released.
Shocked and terrified, she called on her partner for help.
And I said, David, I've been bit. I've been bit. We have to get to shore. You have to get me into shore.
The pair was able to swim back to shore where lifeguards and emergency crews rushed Lynn to the hospital.
I have obviously some pretty bad wounds, but no major arteries were hit. As far as we can tell, there's no nerve damage. I just have a big old shark bite on my right thigh.
Lynn has been treated for puncture and laceration wounds to her upper right thigh.
I am doing great for everything to be considered.
The beach where the attack happened remained closed for 2 days while lifeguards monitored the area. Del Mar is known to have a significant juvenile white shark population. However, it is still unclear if that was the type of shark involved in the attack. When asked if she'll get back in the water after what happened, Lynn says she's taking it one step at a time.
First, I'm going to let my wounds heal. I'm not going to be getting in any water anytime soon because I have, some pretty nasty wounds, and then I'll go from there.
Well, we wish her well. That was Amber Frias from NBC San Diego reporting for us. The Crown called into question the controversy that has even some former prime ministers asking about the accuracy of the royal drama. More NBC News Daily right after this.
Podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The Netflix series The Crown will release its 5th and final season tomorrow. NBC News chief international correspondent Keir Simmons explains why some critics say the portrayal of the royal family, it's going too far.
Hey Morgan, hey Vicky, we just sat down with the cast of The Crown. We'll have that interview for you tomorrow. Season 5 is about the 1990s, that era of divorce and scandal, and goodness me, it's caused a storm of controversy.
I never stood a chance.
Princess Diana's divorce from Prince, now King Charles, and the role of Camilla, now Queen Consort, takes centre stage in the new season of The Crown. And the pain is as raw as ever.
You remain loyal to this family.
Who decided? The critics have not been quiet. Former prime ministers questioning the Crown's version of events, calling them profoundly hurtful to the royal family just months after the Queen's funeral. Charles is portrayed plotting to push his mother, the Queen, to abdicate, step down from the throne.
You also took a solemn promise to maintain and protect the crown.
Acclaimed British actress Dame Judi Dench, who is close to Charles and Camilla, saying, "The closer the drama comes to our present times, the more freely it seems willing to blur the lines between historical accuracy and crude sensationalism." But it is Charles' broken marriage to Princess Diana that gets most attention, including deeply embarrassing details of his very intimate conversations with Camilla. The show portrays Princess Diana's slow departure from royal life.
It is with regret the Prince and Princess of Wales separate.
When season 5 is released on Netflix tomorrow, it will all come flooding back.
I think the timing of this is deeply unfortunate for the royal family. This is going to reopen very painful old wounds.
Actress Imelda Staunton plays the Queen in the new season.
This time in the royal family's life was very tumultuous, and the writers didn't shy away from any difficult issues.
Now Netflix telling NBC News it's always said The Crown is only inspired by real events.
Let's go for it.
It will not place a disclaimer on air. The controversy surrounding The Crown, now as dramatic as the show itself.
And we'll be left with nothing.
In the interview, guys, I asked Dominic, who plays Charles, what would you do if you come face to face with the king in the future? He says, I'll just bow very, very low.
A deep bow. All right. Thank you, Keir. Well, a small Texas town is finally getting answers about a recently discovered unofficial time capsule of sorts. Saturday Nightly News anchor Jose Diaz-Balart explains.
A mystery in League City, Texas has finally been solved. It all started last year when contractors discovered this old purse under the floor of a former school.
It was like right here in this area, right here.
Tucked inside were photos, letters, keepsakes, a calendar from 1959, and this clue, the name Beverly Williams, scrawled on a scrap of paper. The city spent months trying to track down its owner. And just weeks ago, after a story on the local news, finally a lead. Richard Lewis helps run the League City Historical Society.
I had an excited young lady calling me, "What do you know about my mother?"
Turns out that purse, lost for more than 60 years, belonged to a teenager named Andrea Williams. She passed away in 2015.
I love this piece. I think it looks so much like her.
Each item now connecting them to their mom in a whole new way.
I think this one reminds me the most of Mom. It was her sisters all in a row.
This is just the perfect window into a 13-year-old girl's January. I know that something very important happened on the 9th.
All three of these pictures have her in it.
A glimpse at the past, igniting a new legacy of love.
Our thanks to Saturday Nightly News anchor Jose Diaz-Balart. You are watching NBC News Daily.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
All right, it may be hard to believe, but Thanksgiving is just 16 days away. But now is the time to start checking things off of your shopping list. Earlier, I talked with Today co-host Hoda Kotb about exactly what you'll need and also when to get it in today's Consumer Confidential.
Big day, just over 2 weeks away, and we're with you every step of the way. We're going to help you plan. We're going to help you prep. So here with her latest roundup of to-dos is NBC senior consumer investigative correspondent Vicki Wynn. All right, so we're a couple of weeks away, but you're saying there are things that we can do today, this morning, that'll get us ready. Starting with the turkey, what can we do?
Turkey is the star of the day, Hoda. So if you're planning a turkey, you got to get it now. This is the time to secure your bird. Two reasons: avian flu and inflation. Turkey prices per pound for a frozen turkey, $1.99. That's up 73% from last year, according to the USDA. So if you have room in your freezer, get it. You don't have to worry about, oh my gosh, they don't have the size I need in a couple of weeks. The other option, call up your store. Ask if you can pre-order and reserve. Just make sure you pick it up a couple days in advance so you have enough time to thaw that bird, because that's the thing. You don't want a frozen bird on Thanksgiving morning.
So we got our turkey.
Yes. One more splurge, though. The splurge is, did you know you can go to Harry & David, Williams-Sonoma, Omaha Steaks. They will actually send you a bird. It's expensive, but that thing is ready to go. It's already seasoned, and you can just stuff it in the oven.
Oh, so it's already? Oh, okay. I didn't know about that. All right, let's move on. Desserts and drinks. What can we do now?
Okay, if you're not making your desserts from scratch, this is a great time to support your local bakeries. Put in the order for the pumpkin, the sweet potato, the pecan. Get extra, because everybody loves extra dessert. The splurge here, Gold Belly. You can get a New York City cheesecake shipped to California, California churros shipped to New York. Just make sure you check the shipping time so that it is going to arrive on time. We're 2 weeks and 2 days out from Thanksgiving.
And drinks, you said?
Drinks. One drink per person per hour. That's kind of the general rule to estimate how much you need. Make sure you have plenty of non-alcoholic options, the sparkling cider, the juices, the water for the kids. You can always delegate. If budget is an issue, have other people bring the drinks. That takes a big part of your budget down. Buy now, buy in bulk, 6 bottles of wine or more. Usually you can get some sort of a discount, which is helpful.
People do say, we just did a segment, you could bake the cake, bake the pie, freeze it.
Yes.
Take it out, and you'll be done. Just take it out.
Just
all right, let's move on. Okay, you can get our tables set already and servings. What is that?
So here, this is the time of year you're gonna reach into the back, bust out grandma's silverware, polish that up.
Get it ready.
Reach up on the high shelves, bring down the serveware. Here's the other thing. Maybe you have neighbors that are traveling, and you can borrow their turkey roasting pan that you only need once a year. So my mother-in-law, Mary Lou, she has a great trick. She puts a Post-it inside every serving dish. So it's like, bam, sweet potatoes, bam, stuffing. So the day comes, you know exactly where that cranberry sauce is going to go. I love that, because you can do that today.
Simple,
it's done out of the way.
Let's talk about seating. We want everyone to be comfortable. We can start thinking about that now.
First, go around your house and do some recon. Maybe you have some folding chairs from your poker night. You have a bench that can seat 3 people. So before you hit up the Party Supply and the rental stores, see what seating you have you can bring to the table. It's just for one day, one meal. If you do have to go the party rental route, call now, compare at least 2 quotes, and make sure they can deliver and take away during the time period that you need.
Well, that's a good idea, because we do have stuff stuck in closets, one little chair you could sit on. Okay, lastly, table decor. That's something that we can tackle now.
Yes, you can totally DIY. You can find a cornucopia of decorations, Hoda, right now. Joann's, Michael's, they still have all the pumpkins and the fall leaves. If you buy the fake stuff, it'll last year after year. What's in season right now, the pom-poms, the mums, eucalyptus, the berries. Go on YouTube and just search Thanksgiving decor. You'll get tons of ideas. And what is the cheapest way to add some sparkle? Candles. Candles are super cheap. They add a really nice glow to your Thanksgiving table.
So just get those. All great advice.
All right, people are asking about using disposable paper products. Go for it. If you have a lot of people, you don't want to do the cleanup, it's fine. You can look for those deals now at warehouse, club stores, and grocery stores, but you want to buy the sturdy products because it's going to hold literally mounds of gravy and stuff.
Mounds of the gravy.
Are you doing Thanksgiving here, there? What are you doing?
I can't wait to see my parents for Thanksgiving. We love Thanksgiving. What about you?
We're hosting this year, so this checklist speaks directly to me.
I love that. We'll get those paper plates ready. Great story.
Yeah, we'll try.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. You're watching NBC News Daily. And you can also watch us free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now, wherever you stream live, including YouTube, Hulu, Roku, and Peacock. The news continues after this.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Good Tuesday to you. It is Election Day. We are so happy to have you here with us. I'm Vicki Wynn.
That's right. I'm Morgan Radford, and NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Tuesday, November 8th. Democracy in action. After all the speeches, mailers, and robocalls, it all comes down to today, when tens of millions of Americans will head to the polls to determine the balance of power in Congress.
And we have a winner. Some breaking news for you right now. The sole winning Powerball ticket was sold in California, and in the end, the estimated jackpot climbed to over $2 billion.
Physician, heal thyself. We will bring you the story of a doctor who was testing a new piece of equipment on himself when he made a life-saving discovery.
Tracking Nicole, a late-season tropical storm could strengthen into a hurricane by the time it makes landfall on Florida's Atlantic coast on Thursday. We've got the latest forecast coming up.
Welcome to NBC News Daily. This Tuesday, we start with Election Day. Right now, Americans across the country are casting their votes in a number of closely watched races.
That's right. Record-breaking turnout is expected today, and the stakes are really high, with control of Congress simply hanging in the balance. NBC News Chief White House correspondent Peter Alexander is in battleground state Pennsylvania with the key races for us to watch.
After a long and chaotic campaign, it is finally Election Day, one of the most consequential midterms in modern history. We are in those crucial Philadelphia suburbs that could decide the races in this state, with the direction of our democracy and control of Congress on the line. And for Republicans, a possible last-minute distraction, with the former president, Donald Trump, already promoting his own future plans.
Decision day. After all the rallies and wall-to-wall political ads, voters across the country get the final say whether Democrats retain control of Congress or Republicans regain majorities in the House and Senate. Overnight, President Biden arriving back at the White House acknowledging Democrats have an uphill battle.
The Democrats win the House?
I think it's going to be tough, but I think we can. I think we'll win the Senate. I think the House is tougher.
That after he and former President Trump hosted dueling rallies.
We know in our bones that our democracy is at risk.
Mr. Trump in Ohio is predicting a Republican rout.
If you want to save your rights and liberties, you have to start by dealing a humiliating rebuke to the radical left in this election.
And hinting at a possible comeback White House bid.
I'm going to be making a very big announcement on Tuesday, November 15th. At Mar-a-Lago.
Republicans need to gain just 5 more seats to win control of the House. And in the Senate, Republicans need to gain just 1, with 9 Senate seats considered competitive. And Democratic incumbents facing tough challenges in states like Arizona, Nevada, and Georgia. Here in Pennsylvania, it would be a Democratic pickup if John Fetterman can beat Republican Dr. Mehmet Oz.
I need every one of you to get out the votes.
This is a transformative election. It's going to send a loud message to Washington.
The heightened tensions across the country and some candidates who've already cast doubts on election results, leading to security concerns. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi back in Washington after her husband was brutally attacked, casting many Republicans' rhetoric as dangerous, speaking to CNN.
There is one party that is doubting the outcome of the election, feeding that flame, and mocking any violence that happens.
U.S. intelligence and law enforcement agencies are gearing up for a variety of potential threats today, according to Justice Department officials, from extremist violence and cyber attacks to intimidation of election workers and voters. The FBI says the threats are highest in states where Donald Trump contested the 2020 election results.
Our thanks to NBC News Chief White House correspondent Peter Alexander for starting us off. And we have some last-minute voting tips for you just before you head out the door. So if the polls close while you're in line, simply stay put because you still have the right to vote. And if you make a mistake on your ballot, don't worry. Feel free to ask for a new one. If you have a disability or just need some extra help, simply ask a poll worker. If your poll worker cannot find you in the system, you should still fill out a provisional ballot. And as long as you're qualified and registered, that ballot will get counted. If you're turned away, you're denied a provisional ballot, or you face any challenges whatsoever while trying to vote, call the Election Protection Hotline. That's the number on your screen, so you have lots of resources available.
Very important. All right, Morgan, we have breaking news. We are learning a single winning ticket has been sold in the world's largest lotto jackpot after the Powerball reached an estimated $2.3 billion. This big win comes after Monday night's drawing was actually delayed because of technical issues. Joining us with more on this historic Powerball drawing is NBC News correspondent, our very own Powerball, Sam Brock. So, Sam, a golden ticket sold in the Golden State. What were the lucky numbers? What do we know right now about the winner or the winners at this point?
I like what you did there. Also, this billion-dollar ticket, the first one ever in the biggest state in the United States, which is California. $2.04 billion, according to the California Lottery, was the total value of that ticket. And it's just one ticket, Vicki. Oftentimes when we see this happen, it gets split up amongst a number of parties. But in this case, someone just became an instant billionaire, or perhaps an office pool. Not clear at this point. Those are the winning numbers: 10, 33, 41, 47, 56, and 10. What is so interesting about this, not just that it was tied for a record for the largest number of drawings without a winner, which was 41. Okay, but this is also a situation now where you have someone, Vicki, who is taking home $929 million should they choose it as a lump sum. And for context, the last time there was a winning ticket for the Powerball was all the way back in August. That was for $206 million. You are now talking about $2+ billion. The reason that we've seen this trend, billion-dollar jackpots in recent years, is because they've added more number combinations. That happened in 2015, reducing the odds that you win. But if you do win, those players end up with a windfall that will last them a lifetime. Not that $500 or $600 million wouldn't have, but now you can say, I'm a multi-billionaire.
So one ticket, we don't know yet if it was purchased by a single person or maybe it was one of those pools. I'm kind of hoping that more than one person gets to partake in the winnings here. Talk to us about the delay, Sam. Like, what exactly really happened last night, and is there a concern that may happen again?
It could happen again. We didn't get that sense that there's deep concern over this. But what happened, Vicki, is that you have a constellation of state-run lotteries, 45 of them, and 3 other additional lotteries as well, like for D.C. or Puerto Rico. One of them, and it's not clear which one, did not report their data in time for the drawing. So they had to delay it. It's only happened a few times, but never with something this high stakes, Vicki.
I thought it was California, and that seems a little fishy with California having the winning ticket, but we'll get to at the bottom of it. All right, NBC News correspondent Sam Brock with the winning Powerball info. Thank you, Sam.
Well, the U.S. is experiencing one of the worst flu seasons in a decade, and it's hardly even begun. In fact, the outbreak is disrupting schools, causing districts to go virtual or even just cancel classes altogether. Meanwhile, children's hospitals are nearing capacity with 76% of pediatric beds already filled. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky joins us now from just outside of Cook Children's Hospital in Fort Worth, Texas. Morgan, first off, why is this flu season so much worse than it has been in years past? What is the difference?
Now, Morgan, doctors have differing answers when it comes to that, but they certainly say it has started earlier and appears to be only intensifying as every week goes by. Some doctors calling it a surge, others an explosion in cases. Either way, here at Cook Children's in Fort Worth, it has gotten so bad with pediatric patients that they have gone into emergency protocols, something they haven't done nearly since the pandemic. And unfortunately, this hospital situation is playing out at others nationwide. And today, one Alabama family is sounding the alarm after nearly losing their daughter.
A real medical emergency. A flu epidemic quickly spiraling out of control nationwide as cases take off from coast to coast, especially in children.
We've been worried for 2 years because influenza and RSV have been at historic lows that we haven't been beefing our own immunity up.
With flu hospitalizations at their highest level since 2010, federal health officials say the U.S. crossed the epidemic threshold. The CDC estimating more than 1.5 million Americans have already contracted the influenza virus so far this season. 730 of those cases proving deadly, including 2 children.
I am surprised it has flipped as quickly as it's done, and I'm surprised it's flipped as much with pediatric.
Stephen Love with the Texas Hospital Association says 88% of pediatric beds across the state are full. He says contributing factors include everything from kids in close contact at school to fewer masks and lagging trust in vaccines.
Is there a concern that people have held off on the COVID vaccine and as a result missed their flu shot?
Yes, I've heard that from several doctors.
And that could put them even more at risk?
It could, yes, because they have the risk of the flu and of COVID.
Just outside Dallas, McKinney schools are mourning the loss of Amanda Kelly, recently recognized as the district's Teacher of the Year. The wife and mother died last week from flu complications.
I think she made an impact on everybody's life.
The South seeing some of the highest cases of influenza-like illnesses, especially in Tennessee, South Carolina, and Alabama, where a spike in cases forced one school district to send students home this week for virtual learning. Brittany Mothershed is keeping a close eye on her 14-year-old daughter, Miley. The immunocompromised teen is now fighting sepsis after flu complications put her in a hospital.
The flu doesn't discriminate. Viruses don't discriminate.
And right now, medical officials in Texas say numbers as of the last 48 hours or so are appearing to hopefully plateau, but they're definitely not dropping. Officials here at Cook Children's say it is almost a game of chess where they can place these young patients as these numbers continue to spike. Morgan.
All right, NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky for us live on the ground. Morgan, thank you so much.
Time now for our CNBC Money Minute, and there is some not so good news if you have travel-packed holiday plans. Airline executives are saying those high ticket prices we've been seeing, those are here to stay for a while.
CNBC technology correspondent Steve Kovac joins us now. Steve, it's good to see you this Tuesday, and I guess our first question, is it possible that flight prices could go up even more? And frankly, what is causing these increases?
Yeah, Morgan. Well, fares are steady right now, but they're not coming down anytime soon. The problem is that airlines can't meet the big increase in demand from people who want to travel after they had to stay put at the height of the pandemic. And when demand outstrips supply, well, that's when prices rise. The carriers are being held back by worker shortages, too, delivery delays for new planes, and infrastructure constraints at airports. When they tried to add flights this summer, there was widespread chaos. So now they're being a lot more conservative with their schedules, and that's keeping fares high. Meanwhile, songs featured in TikTok videos can help generate sales for the world's biggest record labels. Now they also want a share of the platform's advertising revenues and increase royalties. Bloomberg reports that the focus of TikTok's ongoing negotiations with Universal Music, Sony Music, and Warner Music. Guys, I'll send it back to you.
All right, CNBC's Steve Kovac for us. Steve, with the latest and greatest. Thank you. We appreciate it.
We have a shocking medical story up next, how a doctor made a life-saving discovery for himself. You want to stay tuned for this. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
We're back now with an incredible medical story out of Nebraska, where a doctor was testing out a new ultrasound machine for his patients when he made an accidental discovery that saved his own life.
NBC News Daily anchor Kate Snow joins us now with the details. And Kate, what an incredibly fortunate discovery this doctor made.
It really is, Vicki and Morgan. So imagine being a doctor treating thyroid cancer in patients' necks and lymph nodes, and then one day you accidentally make a discovery that takes you from the doctor's chair to the patient's table.
Dr. Anupam Kotwal is one of the bright minds at Nebraska Medicine in Omaha, an endocrinologist specializing in thyroid cancer.
In medicine, I kind of gravitated more towards endocrinology. I felt that it fit my personality. I like solving problems and puzzles and things like that, which there's a lot of that in endocrinology, dealing with hormones.
But this February, his perspective on those puzzles changed dramatically.
The lymph nodes were located in this area.
He and his colleagues had just received this new ultrasound machine to be used to screen future patients. They tested it on themselves to see how well it worked.
That's when I put it on my neck, And my first thought was, oh, there's something wrong with this attachment here. I don't know what this is showing. Or maybe I've just been working out too much. There's these muscles that looks thick. I mean, it was pretty clear at that time that there is something ugly looking in the left side of my neck.
On the screen, a solid bright mass. Dr. Kotwal had accidentally detected the very same thyroid cancer he treats in patients in his own neck.
The initial reaction is denial, and I've witnessed that when we sometimes tell a patient that. Even while looking at my colleagues' faces, I knew that this is a suspicious lymph node.
Tests confirmed it was cancer and at a critical stage.
It had not spread anywhere else, and it would be a critical point because the next step where it spreads, if it's left untreated or undiagnosed from the lymph nodes, usually would be the lungs.
Dr. Kotwal immediately started treatment, surgery to remove his lymph nodes, and radioactive iodine to address any residual growth. His colleagues became his caregivers.
Everybody really rallied around him, and he showed a tremendous amount of resilience.
Dr. Zephyr Syed performed his surgery.
I think Dr. Kotwal has bounced back incredibly well. He is back to the same person we kind of know and love here.
Kotwal's program director now became his treating physician.
It's a hard thing to be able to step back and say, well, I'm an expert in this field, but I'll let other people, try and, give me their recommendations about what's best. So I think he's done a really nice job of saying, okay, I'm going to let you guys advise me on what are the next steps.
I think I'm a very good patient. I let her kind of give her input on how things would be managed. And I remember the nurse who took care of me, she said that I am the least worst doctor to have as a patient. So I'll go with that.
Dr. Kotwal is still getting his regular checkups and easing back into his active lifestyle that includes climbing, CrossFit, and concerts. He says the whole experience has made him a more empathetic doctor.
I feel that I can relate to the patients, not only like early on when things could be really bad and all, but even long term. This happened to me. I'm going to use it in a way that can help other people. If my story helps patients in any way, that's great.
I mean, Kate, I can only imagine his story is going to help patients. So interesting hearing that his colleagues became his caregivers. When he sort of looks back at everything, is there any signs that he felt like he may have missed in retrospect?
It's a really good question, Morgan. And what's interesting is you heard him say that he works out a lot. He does CrossFit. Typically, you would look for swelling in the neck and something unusual. His neck muscles were large. And so he says now that he thinks that he couldn't see the swelling of the dangerous cancerous lymph nodes because of his worked out neck being a little larger, but that is something for people to know, to keep an eye out for. If you see swollen parts in your neck, that can be a real sign.
Wow. All right. NBC News Daily anchor Kate Snow. Kate, thank you so much.
Thank you. Great to be with you guys.
Coming up, the secret to unlocking a good night's sleep and what's stopping you from getting quality rest. You're watching NBC News Daily.
news is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
All right, it may be hard to believe, but Thanksgiving is just 16 days away. But now is the time to start checking things off of your shopping list. Earlier, I talked with Today co-host Hoda Kotb about exactly what you'll need and also when to get it in today's Consumer Confidential.
Big day, just over 2 weeks away, and we're with you every step of the way. We're going to help you plan. We're going to help you prep. So here with her latest roundup of to-dos is NBC senior consumer investigative correspondent Vicki Nguyen. All right, so we're a couple of weeks away, but you're saying there are things that we can do today, this morning, that'll get us ready. Starting with the turkey, what can we do?
Turkey is the star of the day, Hoda. So if you're planning a turkey, you got to get it now. This is the time to secure your bird. Two reasons: avian flu and inflation. Turkey prices per pound for a frozen turkey, $1.99. That's up 73% from last year, according to the USDA. So if you have room in your freezer, get it. You don't have to worry about, oh my gosh, they don't have the size I need in a couple of weeks. The other option, call up your store. Ask if you can pre-order and reserve. Just make sure you pick it up a couple days in advance so you have enough time to thaw that bird, because that's the thing. You don't want a frozen bird on Thanksgiving morning.
So we got our turkey.
Yes. One more splurge, though. The splurge is, did you know you can go to Harry and David, Williams-Sonoma, Omaha Steaks. They will actually send you a bird. It's expensive, but that thing is ready to go. It's already seasoned, and you can just stuff it in the oven.
Oh, so it's already? Yep. Oh, okay. I didn't know about that. All right, let's move on. Desserts and drinks. What can we do now?
Okay, if you're not making your desserts from scratch, this is a great time to support your local bakeries. Put in the order for the pumpkin, the sweet potato, the pecan. Get extra, because everybody loves extra dessert. The splurge here, Gold Belly. You can get a New York City cheesecake shipped to California, California churros shipped to New York. Just make sure you check the shipping time so that it is going to arrive on time. We're 2 weeks and 2 days out from Thanksgiving.
And drinks, you said?
Drinks. One drink per person per hour. That's kind of the general rule to estimate how much you need. Make sure you have plenty of non-alcoholic options, the sparkling cider, the juices, the water for the kids. You can always delegate. If budget is an issue, have other people bring the drinks. That takes a big part of your budget down. Buy now, buy in bulk, 6 bottles of wine or more. Usually you can get some sort of a discount, which is helpful.
People do say, we just did a segment, you could bake the cake, bake the pie, freeze it.
Yes.
Take it out, and you'll be done. Just take it out. All right, let's move on. Okay, you can get our tables set already in servings. What is that?
So here, this is the time of year you're gonna reach into the back, bust out grandma's silverware, polish that up.
Get it ready.
Reach up on the high shelves, bring down the serveware. Here's the other thing. Maybe you have neighbors that are traveling, and you can borrow their turkey roasting pan that you only need once a year. So my mother-in-law, Mary Lou, she has a great trick. She puts a Post-it inside every serving dish. So it's like, bam, sweet potatoes, bam, stuffing. So the day comes, you know exactly where that cranberry sauce is going to go. I love that, because you can do that today.
Simple,
it's done out of the way.
Let's talk about seating. We want everyone to be comfortable. We can start thinking about that now.
First, go around your house and do some recon. Maybe you have some folding chairs from your poker night. You have a bench that can seat 3 people. So before you hit up the party supply and the rental stores, see what seating you have you can bring to the table. It's just for one day, one meal. If you do have to go the party rental route, call now, compare at least 2 quotes, and make sure they can deliver and take away during the time period that you need.
Well, that's a good idea, because we do have stuff stuck in closets, one little chair you could sit on. Okay, lastly, table decor. That's something that we can tackle now.
Yes, you can totally DIY. You can find a cornucopia of decorations, Hoda, right now. Joann's, Michael's, they still have all the pumpkins and the fall leaves. If you buy the fake stuff, it'll last year after year. What's in season right now, the pom-poms, the mums, eucalyptus, the berries. Go on YouTube and just search Thanksgiving decor. You'll get tons of ideas. And what is the cheapest way to add some sparkle? Candles. Candles are super cheap. They add a really nice glow to your Thanksgiving table.
So just get those. All great advice.
All right, people are asking about using disposable paper products. Go for it. If you have a lot of people, you don't want to do the cleanup, it's fine. You can look for those deals now at warehouse, club stores, and grocery stores, but you want to buy the sturdy products because it's going to hold literally mounds of gravy and stuff.
Mounds of the gravy.
Are you doing a Thanksgiving here, there? What are you doing?
I can't wait to see my parents for Thanksgiving. We love Thanksgiving. What about you?
We're hosting this year, so this checklist speaks directly to me.
Oh, I love that. We'll get those paper plates ready. Great story.
Yeah, we'll try. Well, it is Election Day in America, and control of Congress is at stake. The big races to watch tonight, and how results could impact policies out of Washington and in your state right after this.
And don't forget, you can watch us for free 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on our streaming network, NBC News Now, and that's wherever you stream live. That looks like YouTube, Hulu, Roku, Peacock. The news continues just for you right after this. You're watching NBC News Daily.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back this Tuesday, Election Day. I'm Vicki Wynn.
So happy you're with us. I'm Morgan Radford, and here is what's making news right now. A teen who pleaded guilty to killing a man she said raped her escaped from her probation center. Police say the 18-year-old sex trafficking victim walked out of an Iowa women's center where she had been serving her sentence. A warrant has been issued for her arrest, and she could now face up to 20 years in prison.
The man who killed 51 people at a mosque in New Zealand is now appealing his conviction and sentence. Brenton Tarrant gunned down worshippers at 2 mosques in 2019. He was sentenced to life in prison without parole.
And in Arkansas, the chief financial officer of Tyson Foods was arrested after he drunkenly entered a woman's home and then slept in her bed. John R. Tyson, who is also the son of the company's chairman, now faces charges of criminal trespass and public intoxication.
Well, voters are heading to the polls right now with control of Congress on the line. To set the scene for you, Democrats currently have a 220 to 212 advantage in the House. Republicans need a net gain of 5 seats to take control. This is the smallest number of seats the out-of-power party has needed to flip House control in almost a century.
And with the Senate evenly divided at 50-50 right now, the GOP just needs to get 1 single seat to flip the upper chamber. NBC News is closely watching those key Senate races in 9 different battleground states. And in the meantime, President Biden's agenda, well, it could be on the brink of gridlock as Republicans really appear to be gaining momentum in the home stretch. NBC News Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker shows us what's at stake now that millions have cast their ballots.
With his agenda and control of Congress on the line, President Biden on the trail, dismissing his low approval ratings, saying the election is not about his record.
Look, this election isn't a referendum, it's a choice. It's a choice between two fundamentally different visions of America.
The president aiming to paint a dire picture if Republicans win.
Tax credits for lower energy costs, gone. 50% corporate minimum tax, gone.
With Republicans showing momentum in this final sprint, the top GOP leader in the House previewing their agenda, vowing to target inflation by reducing spending.
You've got to curtail government spending. Incentivize people to go to work, not to stay home. Don't pay them more to stay home.
Kevin McCarthy, who would likely be the new House Speaker if Republicans win, saying the GOP would tackle the migrant crisis at the border first. If Democrats lose the Senate, Republicans could also block President Biden's judicial nominees and look for a change on congressional investigations. The House inquiry into January 6th would likely end. Instead, the GOP signaling they'll start investigations into the origins of COVID and the business dealings of Hunter Biden, who's currently under a federal criminal probe. Another likely major shift on Ukraine. President Biden saying he supports no limit on American military aid to that country.
We're going to support Ukraine as long as it takes.
While McCarthy suggesting a Republican Congress could pull back on taxpayer money for Ukraine.
It means no blank checks for anything. We have a $31 trillion debt. I think the American people deserve that.
Kristen Welker, NBC News.
Let's stay in Washington for a minute and bring in NBC News reporter Julie Sirkin, who's live for us right now on Capitol Hill. Julie, it is good to see you this Election Tuesday. We know that Kristen just laid out sort of a range of possible GOP priorities if, in fact, Republicans do take control of Congress. But what do GOP lawmakers, Julie, want to be at the very top of that agenda? I mean, and if they do want that, how might the Democrats then respond to being in the minority?
Yeah, Morgan, it's a great question. An even bigger one is how many seats Republican will win in the House if they do take the House. That's the side of the Capitol that I'm standing on right now. And we heard Kristen Welker tick through some of their biggest agenda items. One that is very indicative of what we're going to see pretty soon is noticed actually by the House Oversight Committee. They already announced a press conference to look into Hunter Biden. That really sets the tone of what Republicans in this part of the Capitol are going to want to focus on. But if passed as any prologue, it's not unusual, right, for the opposing party to pick up seats, even flip control of the Senate, of the House from the opposing party that's in the White House. The question, again, is how many seats. And Cook Politico, the latest numbers they had were 15 to 30. That's a big margin. But depending on that, it'll make a difference in terms of how a Speaker McCarthy will wield power and how he'll be able to get everybody under his wing, under the same, in the same groove, sort of, as we continue here.
Yeah, Julie, we talk a lot about sort of each side of the aisle, but what about the aisle itself? I mean, if the final result of today's election is in fact a divided government, are there any possible areas of agreement where there can be likely bipartisan support?
Yeah, Morgan, look, they're going to have to address budgetary items, must-pass defense bills, some of those big-ticket items that really Congress is put here to do, right? We cannot have a functioning government without those things. But in terms of legislation, President Biden was able to get a lot done in the last 2 years with an evenly divided Senate. Democrats, of course, having that extra seat with Vice President Harris's tie-breaking vote in the House. Democrats had a really small margin, and even then you saw how difficult it was for them to get some of those more partisan agenda items across the finish line, including Build Back Better, which then famously turned into the Inflation Reduction Act. So depending on who controls the Senate, let's say really quickly that Senate Democrats hold on to those 4 seats in Nevada, New Hampshire, Georgia, for example, Arizona. If they're able to hold on to that and it becomes an evenly split Senate, we'll have to see just how much that side of Congress is going to have to tug and pull with this side of Congress, and of course President Biden in the White House as well.
All right, NBC News reporter Julie Sirkin for us there. Julie, live from Capitol Hill, we appreciate you.
Well, at least 19 people are dead after a commercial flight crashed into Lake Victoria near Tanzania. The country's prime minister is now vowing to find out what caused the horrific accident. NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobiea shows us how the country is mourning.
Rescuers in Tanzania frantically trying to save victims after a passenger plane crashed into Lake Victoria over the weekend, killing at least 19 people. The flight, which took off from Tanzania's coastal city of Dar es Salaam, carrying 39 passengers and ending in chaos after it failed to land in Bukoba. Officials say storms and heavy rain as the plane approached the airport may have contributed to the crash. The two pilots died. A senior administrator for the Tanzanian government telling Reuters they initially survived and were in touch with rescue workers from the cockpit before communicating their oxygen supply was running low. They were dead when emergency responders reached them, now leaving some questions unanswered.
How bad was that weather? Were the flight crew members properly trained? Were they following policies and procedures? Was there a mechanical problem?
One rescue worker detailing the tense moments after the plane plunged into Africa's largest lake. People opened the emergency door, but as we would try to rescue people, water would surge in. I rescued 7 people myself, he said. Harrowing images from the scene show the aircraft almost fully submerged as emergency responders coordinated rescue efforts from small boats, even wading into the water. This accident comes 5 years after another plane crash in northern Tanzania that killed 11. On Monday, grieving Tanzanians attending a heart-wrenching ceremony where the bodies of the victims were handed off to their families. The nation's prime minister paying respects at the victims' coffins and saying at least 26 people were rescued.
As an investigator, you're going to always look back in history. You're going to want to know what kind of issues this airline may have experienced in the past. Were they being overseen by a regulatory authority? Had they been violated?
In a statement, the airline Precision Air, writing in part that it, quote, extends its deepest sympathies to the family and friends of the passengers and crew involved in this tragic accident, and says it will continue to provide support for victims and their families. It's not yet clear what caused the plane to miss the airport other than bad weather. But the prime minister says he's eager to investigate, saying, quote, yesterday was a tragic accident that we believe will never happen again.
Thanks to Kelly Kobiea. Well, daylight saving time thankfully gave us that 1 extra hour of sleep this weekend. But according to the CDC, about 70 million Americans currently suffer from chronic sleep problems.
That's right. So what is the best way to unlock a good night's rest all year round? Dr. Eric Prather joins us now. He's a world-renowned sleep scientist and the author of The Sleep Prescription. Dr. Prather, first off, thank you so much for making time for us this Tuesday. If you can, just walk us through your sleep prescription. I mean, what is the secret to getting good rest?
Yeah, I think we take a lot from the sleep science and how sleep is regulated. And so it really starts with kind of maintaining a stable wake time so that you can set your clock, and then kind of managing your stress throughout the day, worrying earlier on in the day so it doesn't creep into the night, and then ensuring like an ample transition from daytime to nighttime so that you can really mark when you're kind of turning in for the night so that you can kind of close off all the things that are going on in your day and get a good night's sleep. And then making sure that you're not going to bed too early. And then also, if you wake up in the middle of the night, not tossing and turning, actually getting out of the bed until you get sleepy again and getting back in, because the bed is such a critical trigger for bringing on sleepiness.
Okay, so that consistency is important. What are the habits and the things, frankly, that are keeping us from getting good sleep, and how can we start changing our habits to help ourselves get more quality sleep?
Yeah, no surprise. We have really busy lives, right? Stress is kind of all around us. election night, gosh, that's certainly a stressful time for so many. And, those types of things kind of eat away at our sleep opportunity, right? We really need to be intentional about protecting our sleep, investing in our sleep, because it actually pays like incredible dividends the following day. We're better people, we're kind of better versions of ourselves. Yeah. And so I think there's often a time where we don't kind of create the environment that is necessary to let sleep do what it's naturally meant to do, which is kind of wash over us.
And speaking of that stress you mentioned, doctor, we've all been there. What should we do when we just simply cannot turn our brains off and fall asleep?
Yeah, I mean, I think the first thing is you don't want to spend a lot of time in bed kind of tossing and turning and letting your mind kind of take over, right? So you want to kind of get out of the situation and then do things that are really relaxing for you. So for some, it's meditation. Sometimes it's reading a book. Sometimes it's listening to music. Sometimes it's just watching television that you've seen before, so you don't have to wait to see how it ends. All of those things can help distract the mind, kind of put us back on a path towards, being able to relax and get back to sleep.
All right, Dr. Eric Prather, thanks so much for that sleep advice. We appreciate it.
Meanwhile, hurricane watches and warnings are now in effect in Florida after Nicole was upgraded to a tropical storm. We have a live update for you right after this. You're watching NBC News Daily.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. NBC News, streaming free now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Florida is once again bracing for another major weather event, Tropical Storm Nicole. The storm was upgraded just 2 hours ago, triggering hurricane watches and warnings along the state's east coast. Amanda Placencia with NBC Miami shows us how the area is now preparing.
Tropical Storm Nicole brewing. South Florida is keeping a close eye on its every move. South Florida Water Management District has started lowering the water in their canals in advance.
We are in that process as we speak. Because it's important to do that ahead of the storm. You don't have time if the storm's on top of you.
Seasonal king tides are always something to watch out for this time of year, especially in coastal areas like Fort Lauderdale. Managing water levels can be a tricky system when preparing for possible storm surge.
Any high tide requires us to close these big gates that we have on the canals at the coast, and that is because a high tide will push salt water back into our system. So when it's high tide, with the exception of mechanical pump stations that we use to kind of override gravity, it does kind of slow us down in the relief effort. But once that's passed, we open the gates again and it's full force with a discharge of the fresh water out
The last November storm in South Florida was Ada, which brought on a lot of heavy rain and flooding in Miami-Dade and Broward. Fort Lauderdale Fire Rescue says the city has started to secure their lifeguard stands and loose items off the beach. They're taking precautions to prepare just in case.
With this storm, there's a lot of unknowns. It could develop very, very quickly, and we don't really know what that looks like. So we're urging our residents at this time to start beginning those precautionary measures. Make sure you have your yard picked up. There's no debris that's going to fly into other neighbors' yards. We want you to start, thinking about getting your water and your supplies, get to the grocery store, get some of those in place.
All right, that was Amanda Placencia with NBC Miami reporting.
We're going to turn now to the forecast to see how strong Tropical Storm Nicole could become. NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns joins us now in studio. Bill, talk to us about Nicole. Is it looking like it's going to hit landfall? And what are you thinking in terms of strength?
Yeah, this is a new one, an election and a hurricane at the same time. Yeah, I know. It's like, what? So, yeah, let's get into the details. Unfortunately, we are seeing that strengthening process beginning up to 60-mile-per-hour winds. And now it's a tropical storm, no longer subtropical. And that means it's getting more organized. Not what you want to hear if you're in Central Florida. So we have some changes that are ongoing. We're still tweaking this forecast. We're about 36 hours or so away from a landfall. And so the forecast has it becoming a Category 1 hurricane tomorrow during the day, somewhere near Freeport in the Bahamas, and then approaching the Space Coast at about 7 a.m. This is a little bit more north, and that has been a little bit of the trend. We're not going to so focus on the center line because it's a huge storm, but the worst storm surge is north of that center line, so that's the most important thing. And then the storm will weaken to be a rain event going up the East Coast. But our computer models have trended northwards. That cone of uncertainty still goes from south of Jupiter up here just north, almost to Jacksonville. But you can see all these little lines in here. They're all north of the hurricane center's path. So the next update will be at 4 p.m. this evening, and they'll likely inch this northward. So right now they have kind of a Melbourne, Vero Beach landfall. It'll probably shift up towards the Space Coast, and if they even want to be more aggressive, all the way up towards Volusia County. So that means this forecast is getting worse for St. Augustine, Palm Bay, up to Jacksonville, Daytona Beach area, New Smyrna Beach. Those are the areas that we're now getting more concerned that could possibly see this 3 to 5 foot storm surge, because that'll be enough, especially if we time it up with that high tide Thursday morning at 8:48 a.m. in Daytona Beach. If we time that high tide coming off the full moon with the 3 to 5 foot storm surge, we're going to have some problems with water at the coast, not just beach erosion, maybe even onto some roads and beneath some of the houses. If your houses are on stilts, water in the houses, that sort of deal. Wow. The winds, we expect the highest winds, coastal areas that you'd expect, guys, but we should have minimal damage from the winds. It's really the water I'm worried about Thursday morning.
Yeah, I tell you, those Floridians, they just keep getting hit this season, Bill. A lot to watch for there. NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns for us there. Bill, thank you.
You're watching NBC News Daily.
news is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The HGTV fixer-upper star Joanna Gaines is lifting the curtain on her personal life in a new tell-all book, The Stories We Tell.
Today, co-host Hoda Kotb spoke with Gaines about the future of her brand, Magnolia, and her upbringing in a mixed-race household, and how she found belonging.
What was it like growing up as a little girl with your kind of foot between two worlds?
It was interesting. It was like I couldn't find really my place. I remember going to Korean church and feeling like I don't look like them because I felt like, you know, I was a halfie. Yeah. And then going to school being the only girl who looked pretty Asian. So I think just finding my spot was this internal thing for me that I always felt like I was somewhere in the middle. But I saw the beauty of both of those worlds. Seeing my father, his culture, my mother and hers. So I really saw the beauty in it, but I think as a little girl, I know.
It's like that. I know, because I'm a child of immigrants too, and I know the feeling of walking around and sort of being different.
Yes.
What was the most? What do you remember? Like anything unkind that people said to you, and how you processed or dealt with it?
When it's always the lunchroom for me. Yeah. And I would bring the lunch because I loved rice. I loved my mom's food. Yeah. And in the moment when you'd open it, that's when all the kids were like, what? You know, and that's kind of when the teasing started. And, you know, I think so many of us, we go through that phase of getting teased. And for me, I just shoved it. I never processed it with my parents. I was embarrassed, so I just buried it, and later it just came out in different ways.
I just want to read this passage because it was so striking to me. I grew up thinking I had two options, to fit in or be called out, so I dressed the way the other girls dressed. I laughed off the insults. I told the other kids my middle name was Ann because it sounded more American than Lee. The lies I told out loud, though, weren't as harmful as the lies I was letting take root in my heart. That the person I was made to be wasn't good enough, that I'd have to learn to push aside the part of my family's history that didn't seem like it fit into the corner of the world I lived in. Here's this last part. As I got older, I watched it play out with my mom as well, and how she pretended not to notice the slow glances at the grocery store. So I pretended too. Eventually, the lunchroom teasing stopped, but by then I'd spent nearly 12 years quieting the half of who I was in a world I thought it wouldn't accept. I always thought you were shy, but you're not. Right. You were just quieted.
Yes. And I felt like I was processing all of this alone, which now, as a 44-year-old woman, I realize you've got to say this stuff out loud. You've got to rewrite those lies with truth. So getting to go back to those moments, even in this book, I kept writing towards the 6-year-old that you see on the cover.
By the way, she's so
like, that was me before I let the world chime in and I started believing the lies. So for me, it was really writing back to her to regain some of that lightness and that freedom. And the idea that I am enough. This is me. And feeling confident in that rather than I don't feel accepted or approved, and that's the lie I carried with me for too long. And for me, writing this is even to my girls, like, get there closer, get there sooner than I did, because I want them to really know their value and their worth. Don't let the world say otherwise.
So true. Such an important message. Our thanks to Today co-host Hoda Kotb. All right, well, we're going to turn to what is trending right now, Morgan. Spooky season might be behind us, but Netflix is going all in on Ryan Murphy's haunting thrillers. After the success of the show Dahmer, the streaming giant is now renewing the entire Monster franchise as an anthology series. Murphy's other hit, The Watcher, is also going to get a second season.
We're getting our first look at the new royal emblem designed for Queen Consort Camilla. The special cipher consists of Camilla's monogram below a representation of the crown. Now, that insignia will be used for the Queen Consort's personal letterheads, her cards, and her gifts.
Looks pretty cool.
Yeah.
And People magazine is declaring, there he is, Chris Evans, the sexiest man alive in 2022. Former sexiest man Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson told Evans the news while they were on the set of their new movie, and Evans said his mom will be, quote, so happy.
So happy.
You agree with that choice, Morgan?
As will so many other people. Hi, I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. You can watch us for free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now, wherever you stream live, including all those places you see there on your screen. That's YouTube, Hulu, Roku, and Peacock. The news continues after this.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hi, everyone. I'm Kate Snow. And I'm Chanel Jones in for Aaron Gilchrist. It's Tuesday, November 8th, 2022. Decision Day. Americans from coast to coast casting their ballots in the high-stakes midterm elections, the races with razor-thin margins that could impact control of Congress. Out of space, a surge in flu cases pushing pediatric hospital beds to the brink. What schools are doing right now to protect students. And jackpot. Somebody has finally won the $2 billion Powerball. Where the winning ticket was sold, NBC News Daily starts right now. It is 11 a.m. in Sacramento, 1 p.m. in Little Rock, and 2 p.m. here in New York. Great to have you with us.
Thank you. We begin this hour with Decision 2022. Election Day is here. Right now, Americans are casting their ballots coast to coast in races that will decide control of Congress.
Don't vote for somebody because of what somebody else says. You vote for the things that you agree with.
For one or the other, you have to vote how you feel. You have to vote because that's the only thing that changes society.
Get out the vote. It is our right. It is our obligation. We owe it to ourselves.
A reminder that Republicans need to pick up a net of 5 seats to take control of the U.S. House. They need 1 in the Senate to take control. Election officials are urging patience as they prepare to count ballots in many of the high-stakes races. We've got a lot to get to. Dasha Burns is in Pittsburgh. Sahil Kapoor is in Atlanta. Also with us is Deputy Political Editor Ben Kamazar. Dasha, we'll start with you. Election officials in Pennsylvania stressing one thing today. They're saying patience, patience. How does the state's ballot counting process work there? And what does the timeline look like?
Yeah, patience in Pennsylvania. You're going to hear that refrain a lot here. Well, I'm at Ohio Township. It's a suburb of Pittsburgh. And today, folks are voting in person here. But you're right, Kate. It is those mail-in ballots that are going to really slow down the process here because Pennsylvania is unique in its election rules. Election workers can't start counting those mail-in ballots. They can't even start touching and opening those envelopes. Remember, you've got the outer envelope, the secrecy sleeve, a lot of paper to work with there. They can't start touching those until 7 a.m. on Election Day. So they're working through those right now, but it means it's going to take some time. And we may not know results, but we do already know that there are lawsuits coming in. The Fetterman campaign has filed suit to challenge the Pennsylvania Supreme Court ruling that told election officials not to count undated mail-in ballots. They say that those ballots should be counted. They say it violates voters' civil rights not to count those ballots. So we'll have to see where that shakes out. And I bet you that is not the only lawsuit we're going to see in the coming days here, Kate.
All right, Sahil, let me bring you in here. Georgia's Senate race may not be over tonight or anytime soon. When could we know the winner of that race?
Yeah, we might need a little patience here in Georgia as well. There are a number of ways this could go. The state law requires candidates to get 50% plus 1 in order to be declared an outright winner. Both campaigns, Raphael Warnock and Herschel Walker on the Senate side, are projecting optimism that they can get there. But it's not clear we will know tonight if that is the case. The last time around, the 2020 race, one of the 2 Senate races on the ballot, we didn't know until Wednesday afternoon that that race was going to a runoff. So if neither candidate gets to 50%, then it will go to overtime. December 6th will be when the runoff is, and it depends on how quickly they count the ballots. Some of the final dynamics down the stretch, Herschel Walker, the Republican, is trying to supercharge turnout among hardcore Republicans, talking about things at recent rallies like transgender athletes, mocking the president's son, Hunter, talking about pronouns in the military, whereas Raphael Warnock is going after the soft Republicans who were kingmakers in the last few elections that have trended from Republican to Democrat. Can he pull that off? And, of course, Democratic turnout in a city like this, Atlanta, will be crucial to Democratic hopes.
All right, Dasha Burns, Sahil Kapoor, thank you both. I'm having flashbacks to 2020 when we were here until Saturday.
I was about to say all night, but all morning.
All for days.
For days. Yes.
Let's bring in NBC News Deputy Political Editor Ben Kamazar. He's here with us. Ben, so what are the biggest races that we're watching? Just zero in for us.
Yeah, so, I mean, as you said off the top, 5 seats to flip the House. There are many ways to get there. We're going to be keeping eyes on a bunch of different pathways. The Senate's more straightforward, and we're really focusing on 3 seats. You've got the Georgia seat that Sahil just talked about, the Nevada seat, and then the Pennsylvania seat. Smart money is whoever wins 2 of those 3 is probably going to have the majority.
So with that said, if Republicans take control of the House or the Senate, what kind of changes could we see?
Well, I think it's a good question because, you know, there's a lot of aspirational talk right now, but there's also when the rubber hits the road, right? I think part of that's going to be how big this majority, if they get it, can be. A 1-seat narrow majority, it's going to be really hard to get an agenda passed. If the Republicans can push in the House to its 15, 20-seat majority, they can get the Senate 52, 53, 54. You're going to see a lot more of the Republican agenda that they're going to hope to get passed. But don't forget, regardless of what happens tonight, Joe Biden's still in the White House. So there's going to have to be some deal making.
And in the Senate, you need 60 for a lot of things. You can't just, 52 is not going to cut it.
Exactly.
And Kamazar, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Well, hospitals nationwide facing a tridemic now, the flu, RSV, and COVID-19. Doctors say the flu is the biggest concern right now. The CDC estimates there have already been 1.6 million cases of the flu in the U.S. this season. 13,000 people have been hospitalized. 730 people have died of the flu, among them 2 children. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky is outside a children's hospital in Fort Worth, Texas for us. Morgan, nearly 90%, I think, of pediatric beds in the state are occupied there. How are they dealing with that?
Yeah, Kate, 90% across the state of Texas, 95 to 99% here in North Texas, and they are taking it one day at a time. Here at Cook Children's, this spike in flu cases has come so quickly that they've actually had to go into emergency protocols here, something similar to how they operated during the pandemic. And on top of the spike in cases, they're also dealing with a shortage in staff. And here's how one administrator explained it. Take a listen.
Unfortunately, many have been hospitalized, so staffing and watching the workforce is the key issue.
And staffing already stretched thin?
Staffing's already stretched thin, but if you add on to it this big increase in inpatient and pediatric, it is spreading them even thinner.
One administrator here at Cook Children's described it as a game of chess, Kate, trying to find out where they could find space for these young patients who are coming in. These are not just flu cases, as you mentioned, but also RSV. However, COVID cases, very, very low. There's almost been a switch from a year ago when COVID cases were the majority. That's now been replaced by the flu. Kate?
Thinking, don't jinx us, please. We haven't even reached peak season yet, right? In terms of flu, what are the biggest concerns now moving forward for the months to come?
Yeah, peak season not expected until about mid-December. We're a long way off, especially considering the numbers that we're seeing. Doctors say they are taking it on a case-by-case basis. The federal government, in fact, said that the flu cases have reached a point where they're calling it an epidemic, and they've announced that there are FEMA personnel, troops, and supplies such as ventilators, PPE, being gathered to disperse to hospitals as needed should it get to that point. In the meantime, hospitals talking amongst each other, making sure that everyone has necessary space. As of right now, they are at that critical point right now, Kate, where should the numbers go up any higher, it could be a beyond troubling situation here. Kate?
All right, Morgan Chesky, thank you.
A state of emergency has already been declared for nearly 36 counties in Florida. Tropical storm Nicole is strengthening right now off the state's eastern coast. Preparations are underway to prepare low-lying areas from the threat of storm surge. Despite that, voters are still lined up to cast their ballot this morning in Orlando. NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns is tracking the weather for us. Bill, what's the timing on the storm?
Sean, can you imagine? You're like, all right, so I got to put my hurricane shutters up. I have to go vote today. Those two things. Yeah, those two things shouldn't go together. And this is not what we wanted to see. This storm is much better organized than it was 24 hours ago. It has intensified up to 60 miles per hour. It's now a tropical storm. And by all accounts, it should be a hurricane this time tomorrow over the northern Bahamas. You could just see it just looks more impressive on satellite imagery. And we've already got a few showers coming in near Volusia County. So the latest from the Hurricane Center, the next update will be at 4 p.m. East Coast time. We have it as a hurricane over the northern Bahamas as we go throughout Wednesday afternoon, approaching areas of central Florida, especially around Volusia County, Brevard County, somewhere near the Space Coast. That would be as we go through early Thursday mornings. This timing is delayed a little bit, and the high tide cycle I'm most concerned with is going to be in northeast Florida at 8 a.m. Thursday. That's when we could see the highest water levels, the highest storm surge, and if we're going to get damage from storm surge, that's when it will be occurring. Florida can deal with Category 1 hurricane force winds. We're really hoping this doesn't get up to a Category 2 because that's when these things get a little more concerning with the roof structures and more significant damage. Here's the hurricane warnings from about West Palm Beach up to Daytona Beach. The red line's the center line. We're not going to focus a ton on that, besides the fact that the highest storm surge is north of that area where we get the landfall. So if we have that landfall somewhere near the Melbourne area, Space Coast, that 3 to 5 feet could be up here New Smyrna Beach, Daytona Beach, St. Augustine, up to Jacksonville Beach. That's my greatest area of concern as we go throughout Thursday morning. And as we mentioned, guys, the winds will also be a problem in this area. So again, Nicole, we still got 24, 36 hours to see just how strong she gets.
Yeah, maybe get out and vote before it hits.
All right, thank you, Bill.
We're following some breaking news out of California. Somebody has won the record $2 billion Powerball jackpot. The winning ticket was sold in Altadena, that's just north of Los Angeles. I hope I'm saying that right, Altadena. The lucky winner is taking home the biggest prize in lottery history. The announcement came just an hour ago after last night's draw was delayed until this morning because of security concerns. Well, Airbnb is making some big policy changes, and major record labels are asking TikTok to pay up.
Brian Sullivan joins us now with CNBC's Money Minute. Hi, Brian.
Hey, we're going to get to that story in just a second, but let us begin with Twitter. Elon Musk reportedly considering putting all the social media platform behind a paywall. He tries to increase revenues the company just bought for $44 billion, but Platformer says it is not clear how serious Musk is about it, and if it does happen, it won't be anywhere in the near future. All right, you mentioned it. Starting next month, Airbnb users will be able to see the total cost of their booking before checking out, including all fees. And the total price, rather than just the nightly cost, is going to prioritize and search. There's all these fees that sometimes pop up. And some big record labels want more exposure for their songs on TikTok. Bloomberg reports they're in negotiations with the social media platform for bigger royalties and a slice of TikTok's big-time advertising dollars. Back to you.
All right, makes sense. Brian Sullivan, thank you.
Right. Just ahead, the newly created task force going after fentanyl dealers as overdose deaths surge. You're watching NBC News Daily.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
NBC News, streaming free now. NBC News, streaming free now.
The former Silicon Valley CEO who touted a revolutionary blood test technology that never worked, as promised, will face sentencing later this month. A federal judge has denied Elizabeth Holmes' request for a new trial. She was found guilty back in January on 4 wire fraud-related charges. The one-time billionaire founded the company Theranos. Each fraud count carries up to 20 years in prison. Holmes' lawyer has not responded to a request for comment.
The man who killed John Lennon is revealing what motivated him to commit the horrific crime. New documents show that Mark David Chapman told a New York parole board in August that he was seeking fame. He said the decision to kill the music icon was his, quote, big answer to everything. He went on to say, I wasn't going to be nobody no more, end quote. Lennon was killed outside of his New York City apartment building back in 1980. Chapman is serving a 20 years to life sentence. He's been denied parole 12 times.
The judge in the rape trial of that 70s show actor Danny Masterson has ruled that a fourth woman who accuses the actor of assaulting her can testify. Masterson has not been charged in the fourth alleged assault, but the judge agreed with the prosecutors that she should be able to testify after the defense suggested the other three accusers, all former members of the Church of Scientology, colluded against Masterson, who still belongs to that church. The fourth accuser is not a member of the church.
A new task force is being set up in Los Angeles to help combat the growing number of deaths due to fentanyl. That drug is up to 50 times stronger than heroin.
The sole focus of the task force is to respond to and investigate fentanyl deaths as possible homicides. Lolita Lopez from our NBC station in Los Angeles reports.
He wanted to live. He didn't want to die. He was a very special boy, and I miss him so much.
Perla Mendoza says her only child was at his grandmother's house in Long Beach, unable to sleep. And looking for relief, he asked a friend where he could get a prescription pill.
He thought he was going to a trusted source because it was recommended to him by a friend.
That friend, she says, told 20-year-old Elijah to check out a person selling pills on social media.
My son ordered 15 Percocets that night. The day that we found him, there was 14 Percocets left. We know that he took one, and that one pill had so much fentanyl it could have killed at least 4 healthy adults from that one pill.
And Elijah isn't alone. This recent study by UCLA researchers shows young people and teenage overdose deaths doubled in 2020 and rose by another 20% in the first 6 months of 2021. Yet teens who report using drugs are at the lowest rate seen in years. The spike in deaths leading the LA County Sheriff's Department to create a team that only responds to and investigates overdose deaths as possible homicides.
We also want people to know is that, we are starting to kind of change our view on this and take these seriously.
The NBC4i team on this October night in Compton.
We're canvassing the scene just like any other homicide scene.
The sheriff's team made up of experienced homicide, narcotics, and cybercrime investigators.
And we're not treating these as narcotics investigations. We're treating these as death investigations.
10 detectives working in 2-person teams focused on getting dealers responsible for selling drugs that kill out of our communities.
A male black 29 years of age and a female black 23 years of age, both slumped over inside the apartment.
A brother and sister dead. The loss felt throughout the neighborhood.
Oh my God!
Deputies say the suspected cause, fentanyl, and that's when the investigation ramps up.
We're looking for any witnesses, anybody with information that might have knowledge of where these individuals purchased these narcotics from.
Only days earlier, the I-team with sheriff deputies in Canyon Country.
On a busy week, we'll get 2, 3, or 4 a day. It could be as many as 10 to 15 a week.
A man in his 30s dead. Another suspected overdose tragedy.
Unfortunately, what they're getting is a fake, and it's killing our kids.
Perla doesn't want one more family to go through what hers has. She met with the sheriff even before the unit began its work and says while deputies are out on the street, she will be in classrooms like this one in Bellflower, telling her story directly to students and parents.
To be honest with you, Lolita, I was one of those parents. I thought, not my kid. I knew about drugs. We had the conversations. But unless you can absolutely guarantee that your kid is never going to try a drug or something, then you need to have these conversations about fentanyl with as many people, with as many young people, parents, grandparents, people that you care about.
For the I-team, Lolita Lopez, NBC4 News.
I know we've talked about this before. It's so simple. One pill can actually kill you.
It's so scary. We have to have these conversations with our kids.
Yeah.
It's important.
Coming up, a leading member of the Oath Keepers changed his course in his trial. Why he now says it was, quote, stupid to riot at the Capitol on January 6th. You're watching NBC News Daily.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. NBC News, streaming free now.
With Election Day comes those I voted stickers and social media posts from all corners of the political spectrum. But you need to pay close attention to what you like and share on social media. Here's political editor Noah Pransky from our sister network, LX News.
It's happened to the best of us. We want to share a post that later turns out to not be 100% accurate. Well, for the love of the mountains and the prairies and the amber waves of grain, don't fall for it on election week. America's counting on us. See, our election is under attack, not by groups stuffing our ballot boxes, but by groups stuffing our feeds with disinformation in coordinated efforts to deceive and manipulate us. On election week, there will be people posting articles and memes saying their candidate has won. These may not be true. There will be posts claiming fraud and cover-ups. These almost certainly will not be true. And there will be huge spectacles made out of small mistakes that are frankly kind of typical on election day. Broken machines, bad thumb drives, poll worker mistakes. That's what happens when 150 million people cast ballots. It does not mean anyone is stealing the election. I promise you, journalists want a scoop. We will be looking into every one of those claims to see if they're true, but until you see news posted from a credible, verified journalist with a credible, verified news organization, it's probably best just not to share it. Not only could you be giving wrong information to the friends and family who trust you, but you could add to the distrust and discord plaguing America. And none of us should want more of that. No, mail ballots are not terribly vulnerable to fraud. And no, shifting numbers on election night does not mean anyone is cheating. It's always taken us weeks to get all of the mail ballots counted. In fact, when Barack Obama was projected to win re-election in 2012, he was actually trailing the overall vote count at the time. He ultimately won by 5 million votes. And no, Facebook and Twitter removing disproven posts doesn't mean they're part of a conspiracy. It simply means they're trying to keep our feeds free of the foreign influence and domestic troublemakers trying to pit us against each other. But the tech companies can't do it by themselves. We need to be responsible too. So when you see news on election week, click through to see if the original reporting came from a credible news source. If not, Google it. Are credible news organizations also reporting it? And if not, it may not be real. So spread love, not misinformation. And spread this message too, so our friends and family know not to share junk either.
Spread the love, people. Economic issues are top priority for many voters today, but what impact will the results have on your money? Here's NBC's Tom Costello.
As voters head to the polls, many say their #1 priority is what's in their wallet.
And definitely the economy, gas prices, food prices. I'm single. I'm a teacher, but I have 5 other jobs.
Big thing that's driving my vote is just trying to get a handle on inflation and try to hopefully make a difference.
But economists point out inflation is the result of complex global forces, and it's the independent Federal Reserve, not Congress, that's actually in charge of fighting inflation.
The reality is that elected officials really don't have a lot of tools at their disposal that can address inflation.
But what they can do is impact taxes or pass spending bills. President Biden is defending his record.
Since I came to office, we've created 10 million brand new jobs.
While Republicans blame high inflation on the current administration.
Inflation is all tied to reckless government spending.
If Republicans take control of Congress, they're expected to extend or reinstate Trump-era tax cuts on corporations and wealthy individuals, a move the president is likely to resist.
So they can talk a lot about wanting to cut taxes or extend the 2017 tax cut, but they will have to negotiate essentially with the White House to achieve what it is they want to do.
If Democrats stay in control, they might push for expanded social benefits like paid family leave or universal pre-K and extend the child tax credit. Meanwhile, in more than a dozen states, voters will be deciding on ballot measures affecting their own bottom line. From Massachusetts and California, considering new taxes on high earners, to Nebraska and Nevada, where the minimum wage could be raised.
They've never raised it to match inflation. It's never happened. It's never going to happen.
And for millions of Americans looking at their sagging investments and retirement accounts, a smooth, fair election should help boost stock markets, regardless of which party comes out on top.
Abortion rights are also on the ballot. Up next, the state's voting to restrict access. You're watching NBC News Daily.
You can also watch us free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now, wherever you stream live. The news continues.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
The big variable, the storm surge. Why was it important for you to be here? What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester?
Bottom of the hour now, here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
The founder of the far-right militia group, the Oath Keepers, says it was, quote, stupid for members to storm the Capitol on January 6th. Stuart Rhodes and 4 other Oath Keepers are currently on trial facing seditious conspiracy charges. But in his second day of testimony, Rhodes insisted there was no plan to storm Congress or stop the certification of the 2020 election. He faces up to 20 years in prison if convicted.
The Biden administration says federal recovery aid for Florida has topped $2 billion following the devastation of Hurricane Ian. About $700 million went directly to households affected by the storm, while about $300 million went to the state to help with rebuilding efforts. The hurricane made landfall in September, killing more than 100 people.
Cornell University suspended all fraternity parties and social events Monday after police warned about multiple allegations of drugging and sexual assault at off-campus houses. According to Cornell police, several students said they became incapacitated at parties despite not drinking much alcohol. Authorities believe this could have been caused by exposure to Rohypnol, commonly known as roofies.
The countdown is over. Election day finally here. The ads have aired, the speeches are out there, and now we wait as voters make their final decisions.
Yes, the stakes are sky high. 3 dozen governorships and control of Congress hang in the balance. Races in states like Arizona, Wisconsin, Nevada, and Florida could determine the direction of the country for years to come. With the first polls set to close in a few hours from now, it could be days or weeks, for that matter, before the tally is finalized.
Let's begin our Decision 2022 coverage this half hour with NBC's Ali Rafa. She's in Arizona. Ali, we're hearing about issues with tabulating votes in Maricopa County. What can you tell us?
Yeah, Kate, well, it's been quite a morning here already today. You know, shortly after 6 a.m. when the polls opened this morning, we started hearing reports of some voter tabulation machines that weren't working at several polling locations across Maricopa County. So we asked a top election official in this county about what he knew about the problem. He said that roughly 15% of those polling locations, around 40 physical locations out of the county's 223, were experiencing these issues where these voting machines were just spitting out ballots, actually not reading them. Take a listen to a little bit more of what he told us about this issue.
Again, at a few of these locations, maybe every fifth or fourth ballot is not being accepted into the tabulator. But we have a redundancy for that. Those folks can then place their ballot into this door number 3. And this is a secure location where the ballots will remain during the day.
That election official giving voters several options if they do encounter one of these machines. As you heard him say there, they could put it into a secure box at the bottom of this machine that will be secure in there until polls close at 7 p.m. local. A bipartisan board will then take that box to the main recorder's office, where it will be inspected and counted by the main office. They could also take the physical ballot to another polling location, another out of the 222, or they could actually wait for these machines to be fixed. This official telling us that there were several technicians at these sites working on fixing this issue, you guys.
So pretty busy there. All right, thank you, Allie. Let's bring in NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas in Henderson, Nevada. Guad, the balance of power in the Senate could be decided in Nevada. What's happening on the ground there right now?
Chanel, turnout very important for both Republicans and Democrats here in Nevada with that U.S. Senate seat up for grabs. Now, in Nevada, overnight, we had a new factor with a storm coming in that is bringing snow to Clark, snow that is to Washoe County, and rain to Clark here in the Las Vegas area. So the question was, is the weather going to be a factor for the people that are coming out to vote on Election Day? This specific location here inside a mall is using the mall space to make sure that people line up inside and they don't get wet. It started raining just very lightly earlier, but there is a forecast that more rain will hit Las Vegas and snow in Washoe. These are the two biggest counties. Now, up until today, we had seen things pretty even with a number of Democrats and Republicans coming out to vote. We have seen more Republicans showing up as it is today. Here's some of the conversations we had with some of the voters.
I went Republican straight through, so I'm not afraid to tell everybody. But it's because we have completely two different mindsets going on here.
I didn't really know that much about Sisolak. You know, I've always heard about Lombardo and his policies with how he ran Metro, so I figured he'd probably be the same, especially harder on criminals.
So you want to see change in Nevada?
Yeah, but will I get it? Nah.
Now, coming into Election Day from the early voters and also the mail-in ballots, we know that it's super even, so it's going to be up to those nonpartisans. We know about 1/5 of the votes that were submitted before Election Day are from the nonpartisans that Republicans and Democrats hope to sway their way. Chanel.
All right, Ali Rafa, Guad Venegas, thanks to you both.
Let's bring in NBC News senior national correspondent Kerry Sanders. He joins us now from Eatonville, Florida. Kerry, you've been covering the Senate race between incumbent Republican Senator Marco Rubio and Democratic Congresswoman Val Demings. Turnout, we know, from Black and Hispanic voters could be pivotal in this race. What are you seeing there so far today?
Well, indeed, it's the incumbent that always has the upper hand, and the challenger in this case, Val Demings, who has to rely on, in many cases, a strong turnout from Black voters as well as Hispanic voters. Now, in the state of Florida, about 13% of the voting population is Black, and then you have about 18%, which is Hispanic. Now, Hispanics have typically leaned towards the Democrat, but the Republicans have made some headway here. Listen to John Hanley from the University of Central Florida.
I think that at this stage, everyone knows that Latino or Hispanic means a wide, range of people and experiences and positions. I think that diversity makes it more difficult to engage, and so you need to put more effort, and the Republicans in the state have just been able to put that effort in.
And so the polls will close at 7 o'clock. Not only in this time zone, but in the other time zone that we have in Florida. And in Florida, the ballots begin counting almost immediately. The system here well-versed after a problem that we had more than 2 decades ago that everybody's now taught in history
Yeah,
class.
you talk about hanging chads. Should we talk about that again? I did want to ask you, though, Carrie, about mail-in ballots. What picture are you getting now?
Well, you know, the mail-in ballots, it's very easy for people to do it. And so a lot of people requested mail-in ballots. But when you look at the ballots that have been returned, not a good picture, especially for the Democrats. We're looking at about 39% of mail-in ballots, close to 40%, that have not been returned as of 7 p.m. yesterday. That's 750,000 ballots versus the Republicans that have returned about 33.47 that have not been returned. And so that kind of reflects enthusiasm. Now, the Postal Service says this is going to be their big game day. They're getting all the ballots in by 7 o'clock, and they say local postal management is authorized to use extraordinary measures to accelerate the delivery of ballots. And guys, you know, everybody's looking for signs. The Republican Party looking up into the sky last night. See this picture here? It was shot by 8-year-old Peyton Johnson. There was that lunar moon, and it was red. And so some Republicans are saying that's a sign that Florida is going to be red Republican. Again, every desperate idea to, like, what does it mean?
Looking to
We'll
the
know a lot
universe
more
for
tonight.
that. All
Guys?
right, time will tell. All right, Carrie Sanders, thank you.
Let's drill down now on what it would take for Republicans to retake control of the House tonight. Democrats took control back in 2018. Right now, the Democrats hold a slim majority. Republicans need to net gain 5 seats to win back legislative and investigative powers in the lower chamber of Congress. NBC News senior congressional correspondent Garrett Hake joins me now from Capitol Hill. So, Garrett, tell us about the priorities. Let's say if Republicans do retake the House, what do we expect to change?
Well, Leader McCarthy, who could be the next Speaker of the House, has said the first bill they would try to pass would be something to control the border. House candidates have also run on the economy and on crime. But the reality is, if they're facing still a Democratic-controlled Senate, which is a possibility, and certainly a Democrat in the White House, getting their legislative priorities through will be tough. I expect to see a Republican-controlled House, if that happens, be heavily focused on oversight and on investigations. And some of the top Republicans have talked about this, too. They want to investigate Hunter Biden. They want to investigate the DOJ and the FBI. And they want to investigate the government's response to COVID, especially since Joe Biden has become president. When you're in the majority, but there's a president in the other party, that's a major tool in your toolkit, just like we saw Democrats do from 2018 to 2020. I expect we'll see the same thing from Republicans, should they have a good night tonight.
All right, Garrett Hake at Capitol Hill for us. Garrett, thank you.
Well, voters aren't just deciding on candidates today. Many are also voting on referendum questions, making their voices heard on key issues. One of the most contentious is abortion rights. Some states have restrictions on the ballot, while others expand access to the procedure. NBC News Washington correspondent Yamiche Alcindor joins us from a suburb outside of Detroit. Yamiche, Michigan is one of the states with abortion on the ballot. What's at stake for voters there today?
Well, abortion is at stake for a number of states, including 5 that have abortion-related ballot initiatives that voters are going to be casting their ballots on. Now, let me tell you that in California, Vermont, and in Michigan, what they're going to be looking at is whether or not they want to enshrine abortion rights into their state constitutions. Here in Michigan, it's called Proposal 3. It would not only say that you have a right to have an abortion, but it would also say that anyone who had an abortion could not be prosecuted, though the state could still regulate it. But we've heard a lot of passion on both sides of this issue all day. I've been at this polling place here in Grosse Pointe. It's a pretty racially diverse, pretty politically diverse place. And people have been telling us that they're passionate on both sides. Some people telling us they don't believe people should have access to abortion, that they think it's wrong. Others saying that this is a human right, that women should absolutely have access to abortion. And when I've been driving around Grosse Pointe today, I've seen dueling lawn signs with one neighbor saying yes to Proposal 3 and another saying no. So that tells you where the passion is here, Chanel.
So then with that said, how is the issue of abortion affecting the Michigan's race for governor?
Well, the governor's race here has really become a central part of the abortion debate across the state. We've had the Democrat, Governor Gretchen Whitmer, who's really made abortion a part of her closing message. She said that it's critical to preserve abortion rights. She said if she wasn't the governor, that abortion would likely be banned in the state right now. But you have a Republican opponent, Tudor Dixon, who is saying just the opposite. She's saying that you shouldn't have access to abortion in any case, even in rape or incest. She also says that there shouldn't be this real focus on abortion. Instead, she says it should be the inflation and the economy that the governor should have been talking about. Now, I caught up with both of these candidates. Tudor Dixon really did double down on her views on abortion. Now, Governor Whitmer, she told me last night that she sees abortion and the economy as linked. She says one of the biggest economic decisions that people are going to make in this country is how to grow your family and when to grow your family. So she's sticking by that statement. It's a race that has really tightened in the last few weeks. So it's anyone's guess, though I should tell you that I've heard from Democrats and Republicans who feel confident. We'll see what happens here, Chanel.
So many eyes on the state of Michigan. A busy day for you. Yamiche Alcindor, thank you. Well, it all comes down to tonight. Join NBC News for Complete Decision 2022 coverage as returns come in. Of course, watch tonight starting at 6 p.m. Eastern, streaming on NBC News Now, and starting at 8 p.m. Eastern on your local NBC station.
Still ahead, we're talking about working parent guilt. How can you talk to your kids about missing their special events? More NBC News Daily right after this.
I need a couch.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
This is a good one. In today's modern parenting, we're talking about trying to maintain a work-life balance. It's getting even harder now that a lot of us are back in the office.
Yeah, a lot of times it means missing special events, breaking the news to your kid, and that's not always easy. You and I both know
Don't
about
we know?
that.
I cried to her about it, actually.
Parenting journalist and author Donna Tatro is with us to help walk us through some advice to get all you parents through this. Donna, let's just start with, how do you start the conversation with your kids about missing out on events?
Hi there, Kate. Well, we want to be clear, compassionate, and curious. So we really want to be clear about what we're telling our kids, the why we can't be present. It's really important for them to understand. That allows them to be compassionate to us. And then we want to show them compassion in the way that we're telling them this. We're explaining to them that this is something that if we could be there, we would be there, but we just can't. And then you want to get curious. You want to ask, how are you feeling about this? What does this make you feel like?
So best case scenario, your child understands and gives you a little bit of grace. But what happens if it's the other end of the spectrum and your child, frankly, just doesn't react well?
Or clings to your leg?
Absolutely. Crying, all the things.
All of it, right?
Yeah.
I've been there. Okay, so here's the deal. You've just got to allow for all those feelings. You've got to let your child have those feelings, have those emotions. But as parents, we kind of have that superpower to know that these emotions are impermanent. They're going to fade. So allow for the child to feel those feelings, know the impermanence, and then ask, how can I help you?
Let's talk about self-compassion for parents. What does that mean, and how does that play a role in this?
Yeah, we really got to get into this self-compassion. We talk a lot about self-care, but self-compassion is really important. And what we know about self-compassion is the release of oxytocin in our brains. We know that love hormone when we're good to ourselves. So how do you practice this in a scenario like this? I'm a good parent. I would be there if I could. My kid's gonna be okay. We're all okay. That release of that love hormone allows for you to feel better and have connection with your child. And not only does self-compassion help you, it helps your child because you're modeling this for your kid. And your kid sees this and then can practice this in their own lives. And we know from research that self-compassion helps with our mental health and well-being.
We all talk about mom guilt. I'm sure dads feel it too. Any tips on what we can do for ourselves? And then also, what happens if you have this sibling guilt? They say, well, you did it for this so-and-so, or you did it for my older brother, and now you're not there for me.
Right. Well, we know from research that one parent present allows the child to flourish. Okay. But we can't be at everything. It's not reasonable. It's not how our lives are. So we want to provide emotional security. That means love, connection, caring. We're providing this all the way through their entire childhood. They know that we're there for them. What might this look like if we can't be at the event? We could maybe have them come home from the event. We talk to them. We can maybe be their homework helper that day. Being present, just reading a book with them. We're present in a different way. That's providing that emotional security.
Yeah, I've always thought, Donna, that if you sort of prioritize, at least I've tried to do this, you and I have talked about this, prioritize the things that are really super important. I actually left here yesterday and went to my daughter's final swim meet because it was really important to me and to her. Does that play in? Like, is it advisable to kind of pick and choose your battles?
Oh my God, I love that, Kate. Yes, we have to learn how to say no. The power of no is really important. Saying no to things that don't really matter to us. Looking at our family values. Our family values are we want to be together as much as possible. So saying no to things that don't really matter to the family, things that aren't going to help ourselves or our children. And so that prioritizing is saying no. And again, modeling saying no shows our children that they can say no in life too when things don't feel right.
All right. Really good advice, Donna. Thank you so much. I will say I'm really close to my grandparents and older relatives. I think, you know, family members or just the community can help.
Leaning on them and having them go when you can't.
Absolutely.
Great idea. There's much more ahead.
You're watching NBC News Daily.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The State Department has just confirmed the death of a U.S. citizen in Iraq. Stephen Edward Troell was shot dead in his car in Baghdad on Monday. He was in the country serving as an aid worker. The Associated Press reports Troell's wife and child were in the car with him, but were not hurt in the attack. Local authorities are investigating the attack.
North Korea has denied reports that it supplied weapons to Russia for their war with Ukraine. White House National Security spokesperson John Kirby said last week that the U.S. had information that led them to believe that North Korea did supply Russia with a significant number of artillery shells. A North Korean Defense Ministry official called the allegations a rumor, adding that North Korea has no plans for dealing arms to Russia.
Police in northeastern China confirmed 7 people were arrested after a clash between residents and authorities enforcing COVID-19 quarantine restrictions. It comes as the country is seeing a minor uptick in cases despite their zero COVID policy, with over 7,500 cases reported just yesterday.
U.S. Ambassador to the UN, Linda Thomas-Greenfield, was in Ukraine today. She met with President Volodymyr Zelensky and reiterated the United States' unwavering support for Ukraine, saying, quote, "We refuse to let Ukrainians freeze or starve because of Russia's brutal, unnecessary, illegal, and inhumane war," unquote.
The COP27 summit is in full swing in Egypt, and world leaders from nearly 200 countries around the world are coming together to combat climate change.
President Biden is set to join U.S. Special Envoy for Climate John Kerry at the conference later this week, but climate experts are still taking jabs at the U.S. for not doing enough in the battle against climate change. NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobiella has been following the story. She's with us now. So, Kelly, what are climate experts complaining about when it comes to U.S. actions?
Well, some pretty strong words from climate researchers today. They're accusing the U.S. of acting in bad faith when it comes to helping poor and developing countries pay for the effects of climate change. They say the U.S. is blocking what's called a loss and damage policy. This is a compensation fund that would be set up by all countries, contributing to developing countries and helping them with the effects of extreme weather. For example, Pakistan, which we heard about earlier this year, having those devastating floods with an economic cost of something like $30 billion. So the idea is this compensation fund would help them pay for some of the losses that they've incurred, countries that don't have very high emissions, low carbon footprints. Today, we heard from a climate activist, a senior advisor for Climate Action Network, who said delays and deception have real-life consequences, and the U.S. needs to change from being obstructive to constructive. Guys, the U.S. has consistently resisted the setup of any sort of compensation fund.
All right, Kelly Kobiella, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
All right. Well, I'm Chanel Jones.
And I'm Kate Snow. You're watching NBC News Daily. You can also watch us live 24/7 for free on NBC News Now, wherever you stream, including YouTube, Hulu, Roku, and Peacock. The news continues right after this.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hi, everyone. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Chanel Jones in for Aaron Gilchrist. Today is Tuesday, November 8th, 2022.
Decision Day. Voters across the country are casting ballots right now. The 4 key states that could decide control of Congress.
Weinstein on trial. The LA sexual assault trial of the disgraced movie mogul now in its 3rd week. What one woman who testified in the New York trial is saying in this latest case.
And we have a winner. One Powerball ticket sold in the Golden State has won the over $2 billion prize after a delayed drawing. NBC News Daily starts right now. It is Election Day, so let's begin with Decision 2022 this hour. Right now, Americans are casting their ballots from coast to coast in races that will decide control of Congress and indeed the direction of the country.
You don't vote for somebody because of what somebody else says. You vote for the things that you agree with.
For one or the other, you have to vote how you feel. You have to vote because that's the only thing that changes society.
Get out the vote. It is our right. It is our obligation. We owe it to ourselves.
Republicans need to pick up 5 seats to take control of the House. They need to gain just 1 to take the Senate. Election officials are urging patience as they prepare to count ballots in many of the high-stakes races.
Joining us now, Blaine Alexander in Atlanta. Stephanie Gosk is outside Philadelphia. Also with us, NBC News Deputy Political Editor Bridget Bowman. Blaine, let's start with you. How's turnout looking for Georgia's governor's race right now?
You know what? Coming into today, Kate, we already saw record-breaking turnout here in the state of Georgia. More than 2.5 million people had cast a ballot. But that still means that some 75% of Georgia's registered voters hadn't voted today. So I think what's interesting in the Georgia governor's race is that both of the candidates, Governor Brian Kemp and Stacey Abrams, have spent their final hours doing a very different thing. So yesterday we saw Stacey Abrams kind of make what she calls basically some pop-up stops, going to places where the early voting turnout wasn't as high perhaps as they would have liked. And she just shows up, talks to voters, in some ways surprising people. She was on the campus of Georgia State University trying to convince students to go out, make sure that they cast their ballots today. That stands in stark contrast to what we saw in the final hours of the campaign from Governor Brian Kemp. He held a so-called unity rally with other members of the GOP ticket and essentially made his closing arguments to voters as well. Now, as we look at this race, this certainly crucial race here in the state of Georgia, we're also noting that this is the first time that we've seen a major election under Georgia's new voting law, SB 202, the one that a lot of people have been talking about and some have been pushing back against as well. That's certainly something that some people are watching and waiting to see what impact it has on people as they go to the polls. One thing that I think it is important to point out, we haven't seen any reports of long wait times. This polling location where I'm standing, on the first day of early voting, some people told me they waited more than an hour. So far today, it's been pretty in and out, guys.
All right, thank you, Blaine. Let's bring in Stephanie here. Stephanie, election officials in Pennsylvania are stressing one thing today, and that is patience. Can you talk about how the state's ballot counting process works, and does the timeline look or what it looks like for results?
How it works, Chanel, or how it doesn't really work. We'll see how that goes. You remember in the presidential election, we had to wait days before this state was called, and we may be looking at that same scenario this time around, especially when it comes to that Senate race, which is incredibly tight. And you have some legal action going on right now in the state on different levels, but on one statewide level, you have John Fetterman, who is running for Senate, suing the Pennsylvania Election Committee over these mail-in ballots. And mail-in ballots, after you finish one, you have to sign it and you have to date it and then you send it in. But the Pennsylvania Supreme Court said that anything that is not dated correctly or undated needs to be put aside. Fetterman and his team are saying that that is unconstitutional, so that could slow things down. There could be thousands of those votes, and they could be important if it's really as close as they say it's going to be. We've been here this morning And we've seen at times lines, but it's been free-flowing more or less. Chatting with people, we're in Montgomery County. It's an incredibly important county outside of Philadelphia in terms of this election and all elections, to be honest. We spoke to some people about how they feel about this election and how they're going to vote, and this is what they had to say.
I'm a Democrat.
You're a
so
Democrat.
I'm going,
Do you always vote across the board Democrat?
No, but this time I probably will. It's a lack of trust in what and how the other party is portraying everyone and I have a lot of conflict and concern about the total portrayal of Democrats.
It's very important. It's actually life-defining right now. With everything going on around us, inflation and crime, it's huge. It's huge. Things are only going to get worse if we don't make a change.
We have been making some friends here, particularly with the Republican committee, because they have candy and they have Skittles, and if there's one way to my heart, it's a bag of Skittles. Thank you guys so much. Thank you. And they've got ballots.
The ballot.
Yeah.
That's all it takes is Skittles for Stephanie. All right.
Thank you, Stephanie.
All right.
We'll see you when you get back to New York. All right, let's bring in NBC News Deputy Political Editor Bridget Bowman. Bridget, thank you for coming in today. Let's talk about what you think. What are the biggest races that you'll be watching tonight?
Yeah, a lot to watch tonight, right? When it comes to the Battle of the Senate, I'm going to be really watching 3 states, Pennsylvania, Nevada, and Georgia. In Nevada and Georgia, there are 2 Democratic senators who are in really tough races, Senator Cortez Masto and Senator Warnock. If both of them are hanging on, then Democrats could have a good shot at holding on to the Senate. That's a good sign that other Democratic incumbents in other states are maybe doing pretty well. And Pennsylvania, of course, when it comes to the battle for the Senate, that's a Republican-held seat. It's now an open seat race, obviously one of the most closely watched races of this election cycle. Whether that seat flips or not is going to be key to the battle of the Senate for sure.
And then once we know whether Republicans take control of the Senate or the House, what does that mean in Washington? Like, what happens in the government?
That's a good question. So we could expect some gridlock, right, with the Republican Congress kind of butting with the Biden administration. We could expect more investigations from a Republican-led Congress into the Biden administration. But it's also going to be really interesting to see if President Biden kind of puts his deal-making hat on. He obviously played that role in the Obama administration, crafting some deals with Republican leaders. And we'll see, does he do that again? And where can they find some agreement?
He ran on a campaign of trying to bridge the divide between the parties.
That's right.
All right. Bridget Bowman, thank you so much for being with us. Appreciate it. Well, be sure to join NBC News for complete Decision 2022 coverage as returns come in. You can watch tonight starting at 6 p.m. Eastern Time, streaming on NBC News Now, and then starting at 8 p.m. Eastern on your local NBC station.
Now to some other news today. A viral triple threat is concerning doctors all over the country, and the flu is leading the surge. The CDC estimates that there have already been 1.6 million flu cases this season, but we're also watching a spike in RSV, the respiratory virus affecting children, and that's on top of an expected COVID wave this winter. Let's bring in NBC News senior medical correspondent Dr. John Torres. Dr. John, let's start with the flu here. Some schools in Alabama, Kentucky, and Tennessee are closed, in fact, because of increasing cases. Besides getting the flu shot, what can teachers and students do to try to keep everyone safe here?
And Chanel, we're just the beginning of the flu season, so we still have months to go. And you hit the nail on the head. The vaccine, by far, the best protection you and your family can have. But on top of that, one big thing to remember, if you or your child is sick, whether you think it's the flu, COVID, RSV, stay home. Make sure that happens. And if you are at school and you happen to be coughing or sneezing, then cover up like we used to always talk about, and make sure you wash your hands. And if you're in an area that happens to have high flu cases, and we'll be telling you that as the season goes on, then it's okay to go ahead and put your mask back on. This is something we're used to and something that can really protect us. So these are the steps you can take to make sure that you're okay. The schools are taking steps too as far as ventilation and watching out for people. So hopefully the school is a safe place to be.
Absolutely. So, Dr. John, we've talked about this. COVID-19 is not on as many people's minds this year compared to the last 2 years. But look at this. The U.S. is averaging just over 40,000 cases per day. And that's up about 8% over the last 2 weeks. Can you remind our viewers what to do if they test positive?
And unfortunately, we're still around 300 deaths a day, and that's been like that for a few months. The best thing you can do if you test positive is you want to isolate for 5 days. If your symptoms improve and you're fever-free for 24 hours, you can come out of isolation, but you still have to go out and about with a well-fitting mask for the next 5 days, for a total of 10 days. You want to make sure you do that. But again, the secret is to make sure those symptoms are improving and you're fever-free.
Yeah, we're certainly not out of this yet. Dr. John Torres, as always, thank you.
Well, we're following some exciting breaking news. Someone in California has hit the $2 billion Powerball jackpot. A single winning ticket, just one, was sold in Altadena, just north of Los Angeles. The record drawing was delayed for several hours because of a technical issue. NBC News correspondent Nayela Charles joins us now from L.A. So, Nayela, what else do we know about the winning ticket?
Well, Kate, we do know that person is extremely lucky because there's just a 1 in 292 million chance of winning. Even more lucky here, that winner is a California resident because it's one of a dozen states that don't tax lotto winnings. More money, more problems, though. That winner has a big decision to make today. Take the $2 billion in 30 payments over 29 years, or a lump sum payment that is estimated to be more than $900 million. Either situation sounds good to me. Other people are getting a slice of the prize, too. The place that sold the winning ticket in Altadena will get up to a $1 million bonus reward. And in California, public school students are also winning big here because the California Lotto says part of each dollar spent on a ticket goes back to the public school system. Kate?
All right, Nayela Charles, thank you.
All right, a top food executive has been arrested for public intoxication, and a popular beer brand has new stake in pickleball.
Christina Partsenevelos joins us now with CNBC's Money Minute. Hi, Christina.
Hi. Let's start with the recall for Tesla because the car maker has remotely updated the software of 40,000 Model S and Model X vehicles to fix a calibration problem that could have turned off power steering if the car hit a pothole or was driven on rough roads. The chief financial officer of Tyson Foods is facing public intoxication and trespassing charges. Police in Arkansas say a woman who did not know him found John Tyson asleep in her bed and smelling of alcohol at 2 o'clock in the morning early Sunday. She thinks the door was unlocked to her home. Tyson is the son of the company's chairman, John H. Tyson. And a big beer company is buying a professional pickleball team. Anheuser-Busch says it loves the sport's accessibility and sees what it calls an amazing opportunity to gain relevance and excitement for its brands. Quite the eclectic group of stories today.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
I want to say more, but I won't.
We keep talking about pickleball on this broadcast. It's fun. And the Today Show, too.
Yeah, I love it.
Have either of you played it?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's fun. It's not as difficult as tennis. It makes me, it's kind of like ping pong.
Yeah.
Exactly. It makes me feel fancy.
Have you done it, Christina?
No, I hate tennis.
No, you should. No, but you'll love this.
Give it a try.
It's lighter. You'll feel like you're a pro.
I feel like I'm a disgrace to all New Yorkers because everybody plays tennis and goes running. So I'm not there.
Give it a try. It gives. It really does.
One day. Not a promise.
Christina Partsenevelos, thanks so much.
All right, coming up, Twitter employees are on high alert this election day. Why some fear all the turmoil there could impact the vote. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Well, on previous election days, Twitter would probably be a space to go to for coverage results.
But this year, after Elon Musk began laying off sizable chunks of the company last week, existing staffers are voicing concerns that the social media network could experience outages, and even more worrying, that the lack of staff has left Twitter ill-equipped to deal with election misinformation across the platform. NBC News senior reporter Brandy Zadrowski joins us now. Thank you for coming in today. So let's dig in here. I was just seeing that, if we start with these election concerns over election information, Wired reported that Twitter's former election chief is worried about the company's role in midterms today.
Yeah, we've been talking to people inside and now outside of Twitter because Twitter just fired half of their employees. And you have to consider, even if they were doing a good job with misinformation before, and it's arguable to say that they were not, just a report came out a month ago saying they were ill-equipped to deal with the midterms. Now, if you fire half the people on your team, what do you think is going to happen, right? It's obviously going to be bad. And so from the top down, from high-level staffers to low-level, every single person I've talked to is really, really concerned.
So, full disclosure, I'm on Twitter. I think most of us in this industry are on Twitter. So for folks who are on Twitter and trying to navigate today, how do they know which information to trust?
Well, it's really difficult out there. It's like a minefield. I mean, you had today, this morning, the second trending topic at one point was cheating in Maricopa County. And so this is the information that's really spreading far and fast on Twitter, is this lie that there's something nefarious going on because some of the machines weren't tabulating the responses correctly. The election organization came out, the state electors came out and said, this is what the problem is, we're working to fix it. But that information wasn't telegraphed on Twitter. Instead, you saw a handful of bad actors that we see every single year trying to spin it and make us distrust this election. So that's what we're seeing now. So my advice, if I had any, is to, one, not be on Twitter. But if you have to be, if you're like us, then don't look at trending topics. Don't follow people who are, spreading incendiary things, trying to get you crazy. Follow things like the AP, but NBC News.
The solid sources,
trusted news sources. Yeah, you can find
People
this on Twitter
too.
Yeah. No, that's good advice. Brandy, thank you.
Well, the New Jersey Lottery announcing that it is suspending all advertising on Twitter related.
Right. Well, the move comes after the organization discovered an ad for the billion-dollar Powerball jackpot showed up in the same Twitter feed as anti-Semitic cartoons. Chris Glorioso at our NBC affiliate in New York reports.
Because they're offensive, News 4 is partially blurring the anti-Semitic images. The memes appearing on a Twitter feed promoting Russian paramilitaries show cartoon faces with exaggerated features to stereotype Jewish people. This one depicting Jewish people as rats and roaches running across Europe. Another shows a stereotyped Jewish man orchestrating warfare from behind a computer screen.
This very type of anti-Semitic content would be criminalized and is criminalized in Europe.
Mark Ginsburg is president of the nonprofit Coalition for a Safer Web, a hate speech watchdog that was first to discover the anti-Semitic content. He told us harmful posts like these are becoming more common, but it was this ad for the New Jersey Lottery that made the group do a double take.
This is a perfect illustration of the type of problem that we've identified in the past to Twitter.
The ad promoting New Jersey's Powerball jackpot appeared in that same Twitter feed featuring those anti-Semitic memes. After the I-Team reached out, the lottery responded, writing, "The lottery condemns anti-Semitism, racial, ethnic, and religious hate of any kind." This morning, prior to receiving the I-Team's email, the lottery had paused all paid Twitter advertising because of concern regarding content moderation changes.
The digital advertising industry is now going to pull back.
After buying Twitter last month, Elon Musk has come under increasing criticism for his approach to offensive speech. He just laid off about half of Twitter's workforce, but the company's head of safety and integrity said Friday most of the 2,000-plus content moderators have not been impacted, and the daily volume of moderation actions has stayed steady. It's not clear how this anti-Semitic meme made it past the company's artificial intelligence.
They don't have the AI to figure out what this is. They don't have the context or knowledge to teach their AI about what happens in foreign languages.
This is the greatest deluge of anti-Semitism that we have seen in this country since the 30s.
Still ahead, a new dose of hope for millions of Americans struggling with high blood pressure. You're watching NBC News.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. NBC News, streaming free now.
Well, there's a lot to think about when it comes to Thanksgiving, but there are ways to get some prep work done with it more than 2 weeks out now. NBC News Daily anchor Vicki Wynn is with me to help us get organized. Okay, Vicki, number one thing, the turkey. What can we do now? What do we need to know?
Turkey is the star of the meal, and you need to secure your bird right now. We have 2 weeks and 2 days till the big day. Two things you can do. If you've got room in your freezer, go ahead and buy the frozen turkey. Put it there. You'll have the size that you want. Or, Kate, you pre-ordered your fresh turkey. That's genius. You call the local grocery store, the butcher. The third tip here is if you can splurge and you want to, Williams-Sonoma, Harry and David, Omaha Steaks, they all have turkeys that are seasoned, ready to go. You just pop those into the oven. They'll cost you, but they're convenient.
All right, desserts and drinks. How do we prep ahead?
Okay, if you're not making from scratch, this is a great time to support those local bakeries. Put in your pre-order for the pumpkin pie, the pecan pie, the sweet potato pie. Buy extra. Everyone always loves dessert.
And drinks?
Drinks. 1 drink per person per hour, Kate, is the formula.
Okay.
You can delegate to save money. That means somebody brings the special champagne for the toast, someone else brings the wine. If you're buying it by yourself, go in bulk. Usually there's a discount, 30% or more if you buy 6 bottles at a time. Also, make sure you have sparkling cider, juices, water, plenty of options for folks who aren't drinking.
Non-alcoholic stuff. Okay, table settings next on the checklist. How do we make sure that there are no surprises?
Okay, so this is the time to head to a Joann's or a Michael's. They've got all kinds of pumpkin and fall foliage decor on sale right now from Halloween. And if you buy the fake stuff, it lasts year after year. Fresh items that are in stock are the pom-poms, the mums, the eucalyptus, the berries, and the simplest and easiest thing to do to add some sparkle and shine to your table, Kate, that's cheap. Candles.
Oh, candles.
Yeah, add some
I have
glow,
tons of candles.
ambiance.
Yes.
Yes.
Real quick, anything final touches, finishing touches?
You know what? People forget about all the extra seating you actually already have in your home, like folding chairs from your poker night, ottomans that people can sit on. Maybe that bench, you bring it upstairs to the dining room. That's 3 extra seats, so you may be able to avoid renting any of those additional items.
Vicki, you are just a font of knowledge. I love this. Vicki Wynn, thank you so much.
It's going to be a good Thanksgiving.
It is.
Good information. All right, with inflation rising, families are looking for any way to save. Now buy and sell groups have become increasingly popular, and it's a way for people to make and save a little cash and clean out their closets too. Christy Nelson has from our station in Dallas explains.
A few times a year, Marissa Clark sorts through all 3 of her kids' barely used clothes, shoes, and toys.
And now I am attaching the tag.
There's a lot of stuff.
I've got probably 15 Nerf guns that I'm putting in the sale, so some kids can have a great Christmas.
She's gearing up for the ultimate family resale extravaganza, the pop-up Just Between Friends sale. This time, she'll be selling and shopping in Arlington.
The last time that I did the big purge of my kids' clothes, again, I've got all 3 kids, and this included a little bit of baby gear too. My check was $1,200.
This is how Marissa and many other parents around the country are fighting inflation these days by recycling their kids' stuff and shopping these sales for huge discounts.
We are here to help our community sell their gently used items and make money, because it is an expensive time right now, and also to help our community shop and save money on clothes and books and baby gear and shoes and everything else you need to raise a kid.
And they happen every few months around North Texas, like the recent Mid-City sale in North Richland Hills.
Whenever I go to the retail stores and I think, oh, my kids might need a new pair of shoes, I honestly can't afford to buy each one of them a brand new pair. When I come here, I can get 3 or 4 pairs for the price of 1 new pair.
So here's how to make the sales work for you. You can be a shopper and purchase items at 50 to 90% off retail.
We're looking for clothes for a 9-year-old boy, a 5-year-old boy, and a 12-month-old baby. So if we bought some of this stuff new, we would have paid hundreds of dollars.
Or sign up to be a consignor. Sell your items, make some money, and you also get to shop early. You can also be a team member, work the sale, and keep a larger percentage of your own profits, or do all 3.
Whether you're selling or shopping or doing both, it's great for your family budget, but it's also really good for our environment too. Recycle those clothes that, you know, your kids got little or no use out of.
Christy Nelson, NBC5 responds.
It's a really great idea. Still ahead, what's keeping some of the nation's youngest voters from heading out to the polls today?
You're watching NBC News Daily. You can also watch us live 24/7 for free on NBC News Now, wherever you stream. The news continues after this.
day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
A teenager is now in the hospital with life-threatening injuries after a shooting at a North Seattle high school. This happened just before 10 a.m. local time. A suspect is now in custody, but police have not said if that person is a student. It's not clear what led up to the shooting.
At least 6 fires were set around Jackson, Mississippi early this morning. Now the search is underway for a suspected arsonist. 2 of the targeted buildings were churches. Another fire was started at Jackson State University's baseball field. The school is an historically black public college. No injuries have been reported in any of those fires.
A hurricane warning now issued for parts of Florida. Tropical storm Nicole is expected to strengthen to a Category 1 storm when it approaches the East Coast tomorrow night. Strong winds and heavy rain are expected across the state. Governor Ron DeSantis is encouraging people to take precautions. The National Hurricane Center says impacts will be felt across the southeastern states.
Well, the wait is over. Election day finally here. The ads have aired. The speeches have been given across the country. The polls are open now. As voters make their final decisions, the stakes really could not be higher.
3 dozen governorships and control of Congress hang in the balance today. Races in states like Arizona, Wisconsin, Nevada, and Pennsylvania could determine the direction of the country for years to come. But it might be take a while before the dust settles finally. Once the polls close, it could be days or weeks before we know all of the winners.
Our correspondents have it all covered today. NBC's Ali Rafa is in Arizona. Guad Venegas is in Nevada. Also with us is NBC LX's Noah Pransky today. Ali, let's start with you. We're hearing about some issues with tabulating votes in Arizona's Maricopa County. I know this has been going viral on social media. So what do we know factually? What's happened?
Yeah, Kate, not only is it going viral among voters on social media, we know that the candidates in these Arizona's races themselves are tweeting about it. We know that shortly after these issues with tabulation machines were reported, shortly after polls opened here at 6 a.m. local, we saw that the Republican candidate for governor, Kari Lake, was retweeting videos from voters at these polling locations experiencing these issues, saying in one of them, a quote, "This is why we must reform our elections." She actually came out to vote in person in a suburb of Phoenix a few minutes ago with an attorney for her campaign and had some comments about these recent issues. Take a listen to a little bit of what she had to say.
Do you think what's happening here in Maricopa County is normal? We have had problems after problems. And there's a reason we decided to change locations. We were going to go to a pretty Republican area. But I woke up this morning and within minutes of the polls opening up, I started getting people calling, voters in tears, calling my personal number, saying, what's going on? The tabulators aren't working.
A top county election official telling me earlier today that voters still have options if they encounter a machine like this. They can go to another polling location and cast their ballot. They could wait for these machines to be fixed. There's also a part of the machine that they could securely put their ballot in that it'll later be counted when polls close later today. This official assuring me that these voters' ballots are not being misread. They are simply not being read at all, but saying that he still has faith in the system and his election machines in Maricopa County, Kate.
So, Ali, I just want to be really clear. So, Kari Lake said this tabulators aren't working, but the officials are saying they are working, or there's a way around that is working?
So we know that 40 out of the county's 223 polling locations are currently experiencing these issues. How many machines at those 40 locations that are experiencing those issues is still unclear. But this county official told me that it's not with every ballot that is being swiped through these machines. He says it's every 4th or 5th. So there are voters who are putting their ballots through these machines, and it is reading them correctly, and it is going into the system. The ones that are being put into question question, he's saying that there are several other options that voters can decide upon if they want to securely submit their ballot, Kate.
Okay, Ali Rafa, thank you. I think this is going to be an issue.
Absolutely.
Let's go to NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas. He's in Henderson, Nevada. Guad, balance of power in the Senate could be decided right there in Nevada. What are you seeing?
Kate, that big Senate race here, Catherine Cortez Masto, the Democrat incumbent, facing Adam Laxalt, and turnout is very important now. Coming into Election Day, we knew that the Democrats had a slight lead, a little more larger numbers of Democrats had voted versus Republicans. But today, what we've seen is more Republicans coming out to vote in person. Here in Clark County, the largest county in Nevada, it's about half the voters that have come in today so far as of noon local time have been Republican. The other half have been split between Democrats and the nonpartisans. Here are some of the voters that spoke to us earlier today.
I went Republican straight through, so I'm not afraid to tell everybody. But it's because we have completely two different mindsets going on here.
I didn't really know that much about Sisolak. You know, I've always heard about Lombardo and his policies with how he ran Metro, so I figured he'd probably be the same, especially harder on criminals.
So you want to see change in Nevada?
Yeah, but will I get it? Nah.
Now, it's not surprising to see that many Republicans coming in to vote in person on Election Day because Democrats have been voting in larger numbers with mail-in ballots. Now, I have been emphasizing more and more on the nonpartisan voters as of Election Day. 1/5 of all the votes we had were from the nonpartisans, and they continue to come in today. They could be swaying the election one way or another, Kate.
All right, Guad Venegas, Ali Rafa, thank you both.
Voters are making their choices at the ballot box today, of course, but some politicians have already worked for months to tilt the election in their favor, and they're doing it through a practice known as gerrymandering. These midterms mark the first election since state lawmakers redrew political maps based on population data from the 2020 census. Let's bring in LX News national political editor Noah Pransky. This is a hot topic, Noah. So let's start with talking about how these map revisions are impacting the true power of the vote.
Well, the big picture is they tend to disenfranchise a lot of voters, both Democrats and Republicans, because both parties in their respective states, the legislatures try to hang on to power as much as they can. But what happens when you have all these competitive districts that are not competitive come general election? It means the primary is what matters. And you take a look at some of the examples we have here. Texas, for example, where the Republican legislature basically carved out specific districts that packed Democrats into a few seats and carved them out of some others. And what it does is it allows the party in control to dictate who gets to vote on members of Congress. You can take a look at Illinois. It happens there with the Democratic Party in control there as well. But at the end of the day, voices of Democrats and Republicans, and especially independents, get silenced when politicians get to choose their voters.
I was just about to ask you that to follow up there. An analysis from the Cook Political Report shows 80% of House seats up for grabs are deemed either solidly Republican or Democrat. Can you talk about what does this lack of competitiveness mean for Congress?
So when you have a Republican running who only has to worry about the primary, they will tend to run further to the right, and they don't have to listen really to the left or the center. Same thing happens with the Democrat has only the primary to worry about. When 80% of Congress only has to worry about a primary, they aren't incentivized to listen to the majority of their voters. And frankly, because so few primaries are contested, they often don't listen to their own voters very frequently either. And it really separates the constituents from the politicians.
And no, our viewers should know you're in Texas, a state with some of the strictest voter access laws in the country. How is that affecting turnout there where you are?
Well, look, for a lot of people who come out to the polls, they say it's easy. You have a couple ways to vote. You have choices. But what they don't realize is maybe that the more barriers you put in place to voting, the more people it does affect. And I met one person in Texas today. Texas, we should point out, has some of the strictest not only voter ID, but also registration laws. They don't have online voter registration, they don't have automatic, and they don't have same-day voter registration. This guy moved a few months ago across the state when he realized that he didn't automatically get registered in his new county. He, a few days ago, realized he had to drive all the way to Dallas-Fort Worth, 11 hours, to make sure his vote was counted. That is something that a lot of voters say should not be happening. It's an inconvenience. And when, honestly, I don't know if I would drive 11 hours to make my vote heard.
There are a lot of people who would just say,
I'm sure a lot of others don't.
Yeah, a lot of people would say forget it, which is what they don't want. Noah Pransky, good information. Thank you.
Harvey Weinstein's California trial now in its third week. On Monday, the jury heard emotional testimony from one of Weinstein's accusers who had also testified in his New York trial. She was grilled by Weinstein's attorneys about contact with the disgraced film mogul after he allegedly assaulted her. The stakes are high for Harvey Weinstein. He's facing 11 charges in this LA trial, including rape and sexual battery by restraint. 80 witnesses are expected to be called to testify. Let's bring in NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos, who's been watching all this. Danny, we mentioned the strategy from Weinstein's lawyers to go after the accuser for contacting Weinstein after the assaults occurred. That rings to me as something that happens a lot in trials like this. They try to kind of blame the victim.
Yeah, as a defense attorney, I mean, the sad reality is you have to go after anything that casts doubt on the credibility of a witness for the prosecution. And that, unfortunately, includes victims and victims of sexual assault. So anything you can do to attack that credibility, including bringing up contact with the defendant afterwards, especially if it's favorable or positive. Now, that doesn't, of course, mean that the assault didn't happen. But again, anything the defense can do within the rules of evidence that's allowed by the judge, they're duty-bound to do it.
Weinstein's appealing his guilty verdict in New York, right? And he was sentenced to 23 years in the case here in New York. Does he have a case to overturn the verdict here? And then how does that link to what's happening in L.A.?
Probably the strongest argument for Weinstein in New York is that the use of prior bad acts for which he was not charged, but other bad things that he did to other people in the past, that evidence came in. And if the Bill Cosby case is any example, a prosecutor brings in that bad act evidence at his or her own risk, because an appeals court might decide, hey, that was a little too prejudicial. You should have stuck to the case before you.
All right, Danny Savalos watching that for us. Thank you.
Now to terrifying moments at an elementary school in Phoenix. A school resource officer had to jump into action after a parent appeared to pull a handgun out of her purse. NBC News correspondent Stephen Romo joins us now with that video and a closer look at how the situation unfolded. Stephen, what happened?
Yeah, just terrifying to even hear about this, a gun being pulled on school grounds of an elementary school. Phoenix police say this all started over a custody dispute between two parents, and a school resource officer had to be called in to try to handle the situation. This entire incident was caught on body camera video. Let's take a look at that.
He wanted to get in. He's going to get in.
You think I'm
Well, as you just saw, a child there was getting into a truck in that clip, and the officer is heard saying he wanted to get in. And that's when you hear the woman start to yell, and then she pulls out a gun from her purse. You see it there in that video. The school resource officer was quick to jump into action and able to disarm that woman pretty fast. Phoenix police say the officer's actions actually prevented what could have easily turned into a shooting on that campus.
So looking forward here, Stephen, is the woman facing any charges?
Yeah, pretty interesting on that situation. She was arrested after this incident, but as of right now, she's not been formally charged. In fact, the Maricopa County Attorney's Office say they got the case report, but they sent it back to law enforcement asking for more information. Meanwhile, the Washington Elementary School District where this happened reminds parents that it's against the law to possess a weapon on school grounds to begin with. Chanel?
Sure, we'll hear more information about this one. Stephen Romo, thank you.
Coming up, how a doctor managed to make his own life-saving discovery. More NBC News Daily right after this.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Well, this is an inspirational story. Imagine being a doctor treating thyroid cancer in patients' necks and lymph nodes, and then one day you accidentally make a discovery that takes you from the doctor's chair to the patient's table. Dr. Anupam Kotwal is one of the bright minds at Nebraska Medicine in Omaha, an endocrinologist specializing in thyroid cancer.
In medicine, I kind of gravitated more towards endocrinology. I felt that it fit my personality. I like solving problems and puzzles and things like that, which there's a lot of that in endocrinology, dealing with hormones.
But this February, his perspective on those puzzles changed dramatically.
The lymph nodes were located in this area.
He and his colleagues had just received this new ultrasound machine to be used to screen future patients. They tested it on themselves to see how well it worked.
That's when I put it on my neck. And my first thought was, oh, there's something wrong with this attachment here. I don't know what this is showing. Or maybe I've just been working out too much. There's these muscles that looks thick. I mean, it was pretty clear at that time that there is something ugly looking in the left side of my neck.
On the screen, a solid bright mass. Dr. Kotwal had accidentally detected the very same thyroid cancer he treats in patients in his own neck.
The initial reaction is denial, and I've witnessed that when we sometimes tell a patient that. Even while looking at my colleagues' faces, I knew that this is a suspicious lymph node.
Tests confirmed it was cancer and at a critical stage.
It had not spread anywhere else, and it would be a critical point because the next step where it spreads, if it's left untreated or undiagnosed, from the lymph nodes usually would be the lungs.
Dr. Kotwal immediately started treatment, surgery to remove his lymph nodes, and radioactive iodine to address any residual growth. His colleagues became his caregivers.
Everybody really rallied around him, and he showed a tremendous amount of resilience.
Dr. Zephyr Syed performed his surgery.
I think Dr. Kotwal has bounced back incredibly well. He is back to the same person we kind of know and love here.
Kotwal's program director now became his treating physician.
It's a hard thing to be able to step back and say, well, I'm an expert in this field, but I'll let other people, try and, give me their recommendations about what's best. So I think he's done a really nice job of saying, okay, I'm going to let you guys advise me on what are the next steps.
I think I'm a very good patient. I let her kind of give her input on how things would be managed. And I remember the nurse who took care of me, she said that I am the least worst doctor to have as a patient. So I'll go with that.
Dr. Kotwal is still getting his regular checkups and easing back into his active lifestyle that includes climbing, CrossFit, and concerts. He says the whole experience has made him a more empathetic doctor.
I feel that I can relate to the patients, not only like early on when things could be really bad and all, but even long term. This happened to me. I'm going to use it in a way that can help other people. If my story helps patients in any way, that's great.
Wow.
Yeah, he has a whole new relationship with his patients.
That was fascinating. Good story. All right, well, some good news now for people struggling with uncontrolled blood pressure. Researchers say an experimental drug was able to substantially reduce patients' blood pressure up to 20 points. According to a study published in the New England Journal of Medicine, a daily dose of the oral medication works by targeting a hormone that regulates the amount of salt in the body.
Well, there is much more news ahead.
You're watching NBC News Daily.
day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
Netflix's Emmy Award-winning drama The Crown is returning tomorrow with the start of season 5.
The new season focuses on the 1990s, including the collapsing marriage and subsequent divorce between Diana and Charles. Critics have said the series takes too much creative license with the real-life events and is hurtful to the still grieving royal family. Keir Simmons is in London with the latest on the growing controversy.
Hey there, good day to you. We just sat down with the cast of The Crown. We'll have that full interview tomorrow. Season 5 is about the 1990s, that era of divorces and scandal. And goodness me, it's caused some controversy.
I never stood a chance.
Princess Diana's divorce from Prince, now King Charles, and the role of Camilla, now Queen Consort, takes centre stage in the new season of The Crown. And the pain is as raw as ever.
You remain loyal to this family.
Who decided? The critics have not been quiet. Former prime ministers questioning the Crown's version of events, calling them profoundly hurtful to the royal family just months after the Queen's funeral. Charles is portrayed plotting to push his mother, the Queen, to abdicate, step down from the throne.
You also took a solemn promise to maintain and protect the crown.
Acclaimed British actress Dame Judi Dench, who is close to Charles and Camilla, saying, "The closer the drama comes to our present times, the more freely it seems willing to blur the lines between historical accuracy and crude sensationalism." But it is Charles' broken marriage to Princess Diana that gets most attention, including deeply embarrassing details of his very intimate conversations with Camilla. The show portrays Princess Diana's slow departure from royal life.
It is with regret the Prince and Princess of Wales separate.
When season 5 is released on Netflix tomorrow, it will all come flooding back.
I think the timing of this is deeply unfortunate for the royal family. This is going to reopen very painful old wounds.
Actress Imelda Staunton plays the Queen in the new season.
This time in the royal family's life was very tumultuous, and the writers didn't shy away from any difficult issues.
Now Netflix telling NBC News it's always said The Crown is only inspired by real events.
Let's go for it.
It will not place a disclaimer on air. The controversy surrounding The Crown, now as dramatic as the show itself. And in the interview, I asked Dominic, who plays Charles, what will you do if you now meet the King? He says, I'll just bow very, very low.
I have to say, a lot of people watch The Crown.
Well, you do.
I do. So a lot of people are looking forward to season 5. And on that note, we are getting our first look at the new royal emblem designed for Queen Consort Camilla. The special cipher consists of Camilla's monogram below. Did I mess that up? Below a representation of the crown. Oh, there you go.
I'm just squinting at what it is.
Yeah, and the insignia will be used for the Queen Consort's personal letterheads. So if she ever sends you a letter, this is what you'll get in the mail.
Excellent, good to know.
Or a card or a gift. If you see that emblem, it's the real thing.
You know it's real, exactly.
Yeah.
What else is trending now? People magazine has announced their pick for sexiest man alive, and it is a patriotic pick.
There you go. Chris Evans, who spent over a decade as Marvel's Captain America, has won the title this year. He's the second Marvel star in a row to take home the award. Last year, you may remember, it was Paul Rudd.
Yes.
Evans told the magazine that his mother will be excited, but his friends will use it to make fun of him.
Well, that's about right?
Sure.
Rebel Wilson has announced the birth of a daughter via a surrogate. The comedian shared the news on Instagram along with a picture of newly born Royce Lillian Elizabeth Wilson. Rebel wrote that she wanted an original name, starting with the letter R.
Royce. I like
Royce.
it. Fans are praising a new documentary on the life of Selena Gomez for its honest approach to mental health. It's called My Mind and Me. It sheds light on the singer's struggles over the years with lupus, mental illness, and stardom. On the day of its release to Apple TV last Friday, the documentary title was trending on Twitter, with fans and celebrities alike praising Gomez for sharing vulnerable parts of her life in order to help others.
I keep seeing promos for that. It looks
Me too. I want to watch
interesting.
it.
I think anything we can do to raise the conversation about mental health.
Absolutely.
Right? Spooky season, it's behind us, but Netflix is going all in on Ryan Murphy's haunting thrillers. After the success of the show Dahmer, the streaming giant is renewing the whole Monster franchise as an anthology series. Murphy's other hit, The Watcher, which I'm still in the middle of, so no spoilers, please, will get a second season. I'm Kate
Great
Snow.
show. I'm Chanel Jones. You're watching NBC News Daily. Thanks for being here.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The music that I fall asleep to at night. It's my lullaby. Welcome to a special Election Day edition of Meet the Press Now. I'm Chuck Todd at NBC News' election headquarters here in New York City. Voters are voting. Polls are open. In all 50 states, you're looking live at a polling place in Cleveland, Ohio. Turnout in these midterms is expected to be through the roof, at least in some places, but not every place. I can tell you, are Democrats going to show up in Florida and California, where those statewide races kind of faded a bit? As voters cast their ballots, we are also less than an hour away from our first look at the NBC News exit poll. And we're less than 2 hours away from the first polls closing in the state of Indiana. And as candidates and official party leaders and all U.S. election workers are bracing for a long night, week, month ahead. All day, we've seen candidates in some of the key states casting their own ballots today at their local polling places, with some of them using it one last chance to pitch themselves to voters. And we're keeping our eye out for any voting issues. And right now we're tracking brewing disputes over ballots and reports of tabulation issues in Pennsylvania and Arizona. And we're going to be obviously monitoring those 2 states and those issues throughout the night. In this midterm environment, there are a lot of unusual things we're watching that could impact turnout. But there are also some usual ones, like weather. It's snowing in parts of Nevada. Are you an Election Day voter? That could be a problem. Are you a political party that has pushed Election Day voting? You see where I'm going. It's also raining in parts of Southern California, both places where there are vulnerable Democratic incumbents. So we're going to see what happens there. When it rains in L.A., it's a big deal, and it's raining in L.A. Heading into today, Democrats were bracing for a tough night. Republicans are expressing lots of confidence. that they're going to retake both chambers of Congress. They only need to flip 5 seats to win control of the House, and they only need 1 Senate seat to get control of that chamber. And as you've heard me say repeatedly, historically, a president's first midterm election is not kind to his party. But it's not just control of Congress in play tonight. Voters are also deciding the balance of power in dozens of governor's mansions and state houses, which, among other things, could determine how elections are run in some of the key presidential battlegrounds in 2024. Needless to say, there's kind of a lot riding on this election. So the question I always get on a day like this is, what do you think is going to happen? Well, of course, we can't say for sure, but here are 3 scenarios that I think are the most likely one of these 3 play out tonight and in the coming days. So we're going to look at this first one. Could be an old-fashioned wave, the type of wave where one party's turnout is not quite as good as the other party's turnout, where you have one overriding issue sort of dominant. 2010, it was health care, which was also an economic issue. It was a classic wave. Democratic turnout was not great, at least compared to 08. Democrats lost 63 House seats. They lost 6 Senate seats. Look, they had back-to-back national election victories in 06 and 08, so in some ways, they had built up a little bit of pad in the House, but that was a classic wave. Then you have the 2006 midterms. This ended up being a wave, but it was a slow-motion one. In this one, the 2 parties were pretty competitive. Only a tiny number of voters essentially decided control of the Senate. You had these 6 Senate seats, 3 of them were decided by, I think, 10 or 15,000 votes, Virginia, Montana, Missouri being the most prominent ones there. So the results ended up being a wave, but the actual combination, this is the scenario, frankly, that I think tonight could be intense partisan turnout. Independents lean one way, and you get something like this. And then there's the night that Democrats are hoping for at this point, the polarized electorate. These were, the best example of this were the 2018 midterms, where it was a wave in the House, but it wasn't a wave that allowed Democrats to win swing Senate seats in Florida, win governor's mansions in Georgia, things like that. That's why we never called it a full-fledged wave. It was a wave in the House and in the suburbs. It wasn't a wave everywhere else. Tonight, it could be a wave in rural America. And independent voters may be moving in one way, but Democrats could end up holding their own, and this is a result they would take, obviously, in a heartbeat. So, which scenario are we headed for tonight? Polls are going to close in just a couple of hours, so here's where we're going to look for our first clues. And it starts where I reside these days, and it's in the state of Virginia. So let me tell you what our early indicators are. Indiana 1 is the first place we're going to get some numbers. It's just outside. This is actually bleeds into the Chicago media market. Frank Mervan looks like he's going to hold off, but this, we'll see. There's a decent African-American population here. Will Jennifer Ruth Griffin, one of the good recruits that Republicans got, could she overperform? We'll get an indicator here. And then there's in Virginia, where we're going to basically have the small, medium, and large scenarios. If Republicans just win one of the 3 Virginia targets, they'll get control of the House, but it's not the night they're looking for. They believe they've got to win at least 2 of these 3 to have the majority that they want. They want 230 House seats. Well, they're probably winning 2 of these 3. And if we see an old-fashioned wave, Jennifer Wexton could be in trouble. So small, medium, and large is the state of Virginia when it comes to measuring the wave. My NBC News colleagues are at polling places in battleground states as voters are casting their ballot. We've got Dasha Burns in Allegheny County, Pennsylvania. Ali Vitale's in Tampa. Jesse Kirsch is in Youngstown, Ohio, and Blaine Alexander is in Atlanta. So let's check it all out. Dasha, let me start with you. Allegheny was a county that took forever to report. Are we going to get Allegheny tonight?
Well, we're hearing that Allegheny is not going to be the problem this time around. There is much more concern around Philadelphia. And Chuck, you're not going to believe it. We are following a developing story in Luzerne County, one of our county-to-county locations, a place where we've been tracking voters for over a year now. We are hearing from local officials there that dozens of polling places ran out of paper today, ran out of paper to print those ballots, and voters were turned away, told to come back later. Within just the last couple of hours, the court there extended the polling close times to 10 p.m. So voters now have, instead of till 8 o'clock, they have until 10 o'clock. They're hoping that some of those folks that were turned away earlier are going to come back. They've had to run to nearby towns to try to get more of that paper. It's, of course, not something you could just go buy at Staples. It's a, kind of a special type of paper that these ballots are printed on. And there is a lot of concern about what this is going to mean. This is a critical county. It's one of the reasons we spent so much time there.
Yeah.
And folks are saying that this is potentially disenfranchisement for folks. And I wonder what we're going to start hearing out of the campaigns about this.
That's just a lack of preparation. Look, I happen to know this. The issue, look, paper's been a supply chain issue. The paper that's used to also print direct mail that people get in their mailboxes. This fact that the state didn't proactively see this is something that may be on the state or on the county here. We'll want to dig in more into this. But the idea that they ran out of paper, that's a, as we like to say, that's a them problem, perhaps. Right, Dasha?
Yeah, definitely an unforced error there. The reaction I'm hearing from local officials is just kind of shock. How is that something that can happen on Election Day? They did have some provisional ballots, but of course there are fewer of those provisionals than there are the regular ballots, so they ran out of those in a lot of places as well. So it's just turning out to be a big mess. And meanwhile, over in Philadelphia, we're hearing that process is now going to take longer because of a GOP lawsuit, kind of backing commissioners there into a corner, making them put back into place a process that looks at voters who might potentially have double voted, called poll book reconciliation. That just really slows things down. So we're going to be waiting a while here, Chuck.
Well, I was just going to say, that's the one call we can make, which is don't try to get Pennsylvania Senate results before midnight tonight. Anyway, Dasha Burns in Pennsylvania for us. Dasha, thank you. Let's go down to Ali Vitale. She is in Tampa, Florida. And Ali, the thing that keeps in the back of my mind here, particularly in the state of Florida, the early vote looks like Democrats are not showing up. Polling indicates Democrats are fired up. The actuality in Florida doesn't seem to be matching what the polls say. What are you seeing on the ground?
Yeah, it may be a question of just a lack of infrastructure here because, Chuck, even just in the last 2 hours, I've started getting some spin even before the polls have closed from Democrats in the state here. And what they're highlighting is the fact that they think they were doing their jobs, but that national Democrats seemingly abandoned the state of Florida. And what they're pointing to is things like the Democratic Senatorial Campaign Committee putting 10 times the amount of money in 2018 during the last Senate contest here as they did right now for Val Demings, who's challenging Senator Marco Rubio. The same goes on the gubernatorial front. The Democratic Governors Association investing 10 times less this cycle than they did last cycle. And so that's what Florida Democrats are starting to point to, the fact that both Republican incumbents here have been consistently polling ahead. But frankly, what I've heard from both Democrats and Republicans alike here is that in Florida, the Democratic infrastructure has really faltered. And so that's one explanation for why you're seeing high enthusiasm, but not exactly seeing it come out in the polls. Because frankly, Dasha's going to have a late night, but really we could have a very early one here in a lot of these key races.
Yeah, no, and Florida is going to be probably finishing their count and preparing for a hurricane, perhaps before midnight. Ali Vitale, and what looks like a very quiet Tampa behind you there. Ali, thank you. All right, let's go to another former battleground state. And I say former. We'll find out tonight. We're going to go to Youngstown, Ohio. That's where we find Jesse Kirsch. Look, Youngstown, this is sort of the heart of the working class vote, if you will, where Democrats used to own this vote. Tim Ryan, if he, this is his neck of the woods. If he somehow overperforms here, he might pull the upset. What are you seeing, Jesse?
Yeah, and Chuck, for context, right, we're at the heart, you said, of working class. We're at the heart of Tim Ryan's congressional district. So, right, we're looking at all these campaign signs here. This is the hometown Senate candidate. He's up against Republican J.D. Vance. And one of the things that has been a question going back to the primary here is what is former President Donald Trump's influence on this race going to be? And we saw it again last night, the former president stumping one last time on election eve with Vance in the Dayton area. But at the same time, Tim Ryan brags about agreeing with the former president on some issues. And we asked voters here, again, this is Ryan's district, so a Democratic-leaning area. We asked asked them what they thought. One person told us that he thinks it hurts Vance more than it helps him because he views Trump as a, quote, wild card. Another voter said that he doesn't think it makes a difference for him. Both of those people said they were voting for Tim Ryan. Again, he is the hometown candidate here in Youngstown. And here's something that I think you'll get a chuckle out of. We asked people what resonates about Tim Ryan, what they think of when they think of him. And one person told us at the same time that he knows from his parents that they see him as pro-union, so workers. That's obviously something that Ryan has touted in his campaign. But at the same time, he sees Ryan as someone who flip-flops. And that is something that Vance has argued about Ryan. But of course, at the same time, you could argue Vance has flip-flopped on things, including his praise now for former President Donald Trump, someone he used to take swipes at himself, what feels like many moons ago.
It is. It got quite personal here. The line I'm looking, the number I'm looking at is 5. Is the Ryan Vance race less than 5 points or not? We shall see tonight. All right, let's close things out in the state that may take the longest to decide, at least in the Senate race, if it ends up in a runoff, and that is the state of Georgia. That's where we find Blaine Alexander. And Blaine, I want to start with talking about Stacey Abrams and her machine, if you will. Her turnout machine overperformed in 2018. Took a race that a lot of people didn't think she was going to get close in, and she got really close. Clearly, it was opened the door for Democrats to do well in 2020. What's the status of the Abrams machine in 2022?
Well, it's making its closing arguments. You know, Chuck, I think what's interesting is the way that she's spending her final hours of this gubernatorial campaign. She's going around to small places and really kind of popping up and surprising people. You know, it's a stark difference from what we've seen from Republican Governor Brian Kemp. He held a very large rally last night, had people come out, kind of your typical closing argument political fare. What she did is she actually just went to the campus of Georgia State and literally just popped up, started talking to students, taking some pictures, has done the same thing with a number of stores nearby. She did something similar at a Target recently, for example, and a couple of other small stores. I asked her about her approach in the final hours, and she told me that she really is going to places where she feels the voters are underrepresented. One thing that Stacey Abrams has said all along, and she's repeated in these final hours, Chuck, is that the polls are not an accurate representation, she says, of the people who will come out and she believes ultimately get her across the finish line. She says those are the people who are typically ignored by polls, people who don't necessarily get those phone calls, but she is making it her focus to go out and talk to those people and find those people. Something her campaign has told me is that really they're looking at the places where the early voting turnout lagged, and that's where they're being very intentional about sending her. But another thing that really is kind of a factor in all of this race, Chuck, two things really, a couple of clouds that are kind of hanging over Georgia. One, the new voting law, SB 202, something that we've always talked about, and then, of course, the repeated doubts that have been cast on Georgia's election validity, something that election workers are still trying to overcome here, Chuck.
I'm curious here. We heard already in Florida, Val Deming's campaign in particular, making it clear, hey, the National Party sort of abandoned us. There's no doubt the National Party's been all in on Raphael Warnock. Does Stacey Abrams believe she's gotten enough support from National Democrats from the DGA or not?
She certainly hasn't complained about it. I do think one thing that is certainly notable is what she's talked to me and said this time around her candidacy is established. She says in 2018, she really kind of had to fight to show people that she was a legitimate candidate. She didn't have that issue this time around, and that showed in her support, that showed in the fundraising that she's been able to garner as well. And I think it's also shown in some of the big names that have come here to the state to support her candidacy.
Well, there's no doubt, I think, win or lose, the Stacey Abrams political machine is something that many a Democrat probably would like to have access to. Anyway, Blaine Alexander in Georgia for us. Blaine, thank you. Before that, Dasha, Ali Vitale, and Jesse Kirsch. All right, you're looking at live pictures of voters hitting the polls in Las Vegas, hours before the first polls close in the state of Indiana, and results will start to come in. We're live on the ground in the battlegrounds out west of Arizona and Nevada next, and we're going to keep going all night long. Special election night coverage starts at 6 p.m. right here on NBC News Now, featuring live results, analysis, projections all night long. Don't miss it. We'll be doing NBC's broadcast, simulcast right here on NBC News Now. So you can just keep it right here. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
News is happening
now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. But let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least 11.
Why was it important for you to be here? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Right now on NBC News Now, we begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
Stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
What are the resources that people need right now? Can they get basic necessities?
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge.
This is big when we're talking about November.
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground?
What do you think when you see the activism? Do you think this could have happened without social media?
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. As we've been telling you, and as we will keep telling you, it could be days before we know the results of this year's midterms, and as states work to ensure that all ballots are counted accurately, they also face growing scrutiny over the integrity of the results, thanks to a large crop of Republican candidates who have embraced the former president's conspiracy theories about the 2020 election. Just a few hours ago, Carrie Lake, the Republican candidate for governor of Arizona, who has not said she would accept the results of her race, I think it depends on the outcome for her, seemed to stoke fears about election results moments ago after casting her own ballot.
They gotta fix this problem. This is incompetency. I hope it's not malice, but we're gonna fix it. We're gonna win. And when we win, there's gonna be come to Jesus for elections in Arizona. There's gonna be a come to Jesus. You're young. You didn't vote back in the day when I started voting, where you walked up, cast your ballot, they counted it right there in the small precinct, and you knew the results the night of the election.
There have been reports of some issues with the machine counting of ballots in Maricopa County. The chairman of the County Board of Supervisors says they have technicians on the scene, and they assure that no voters have been disenfranchised. But what it really means is that the Arizona count is going to take longer because some of these tabulations may end up at a central center. So think Philadelphia. On that front, just more time for the ballots to be counted. Joining me now is my colleague Erin McLaughlin. She's in Tucson, where Democratic Senator Mark Kelly is canvassing this hour. And Jacob Soboroff joins me from Las Vegas, where he's been speaking with voting officials there. Erin, let me start with you. What have you heard from the Kelly campaign, and what's your understanding of this tabulation issue?
Hey, Chuck. Well, right now, the Kelly campaign is very much focused on getting out that vote. I am here in Tucson outside of what they call a canvas launching site for the Democrats. Minutes from now, we're expecting the arrival of Senator Mark Kelly. He's going to be addressing volunteers who are then going to push out into neighborhoods in Tucson. They're, we're told, armed with publicly available information, lists of voters who've already voted. They're targeting those who have not. They'll be knocking on doors, giving people information in terms of where polling sites are in the hopes of getting out that turnout, because turnout in this race, as you know, Chuck, is absolutely critical. Senator Kelly is currently neck and neck with his opponent, Republican Blake Masters. I've been speaking to political scientists who say that the higher the turnout, particularly with those independent voters, the better things will look for the Democrats. And right now we're speaking to officials here in Pima County, and they say that turnout is on par with 2018 levels at this point in the day. Chuck.
That's fascinating, Aaron, on that front. I'll tell you, it does depend on the state. Sometimes Republicans benefit from a higher turnout. Certainly is something we've seen in the state of Florida. Fascinating to hear that about Arizona. Aaron McLaughlin, thank you. Let me move over to Jacob in Nevada. And Jacob, look, we've gotten, this is election day. There's going to be some things that you hear about, and they end up being sort of, you know, little sparks. They don't turn into fires when it comes to what's going on with tabulations. What have you heard from election officials in Nevada?
Well, Chuck, I talked to Joe Gloria, the county clerk registrar here in Clark County, the man in charge of all voting in the state. He was concerned people would be concerned about election integrity, and he wanted me and all of us to assure people that the votes are counted fair, safe, and accurately, and people should come out. And if there's any evidence that he is right and that what he has said is working, I think if the technology gods will work, we can go to the camera that's right up there, Chuck, and you can see a view of this one centralized voting location. I'm standing next to the American flag. If you can see me, I'm waving to you from down here. And this is one of 128 different vote centers here across Clark County, Nevada, the biggest election jurisdiction in the state. Come back down here and follow me. I want to show you. Look, the line here stretches all the way around towards that department store. And then let's follow me this way. We're in a mall, obviously, Chuck.
I was just going to say, is this what the future of malls? You are now. This is the future of malls. We've all been wondering, what are we going to do with malls? Let's turn them into election centers.
We're going to vote in malls, Chuck. Somehow it's already Christmas in the mall, but look, check this out.
Of course it is. It's been Christmas at Starbucks for 2 months.
It's true. Very true, very true. The line snakes around this room here and then come with me over here. So Joe Gloria's big concern was after Adam Laxalt in 2020 is talking about thousands of illegal ballots, a totally debunked, disproven claim, of course, that people weren't going to show up. They're going to be nervous about the turnout and actually whether their votes would be counted. Check this out, Chuck. The line stretches all the way around from that atrium over there through this room and all the way to the end of the street. So I think it's fair to say, so far, no glitches that we're hearing about. Right. Extraordinary levels of turnout. People have been waiting for around an hour and a half. And I think you and I both, it's a remarkable thing to see. It's an inspiring thing to see here in the Las Vegas area.
Jacob, I'm sure, I know I'm going to ask you to play weatherman here. What have you heard about Washoe and the snow up there, and has it had an impact?
It hasn't been as bad as people have expected, Chuck, is what I understand from people we've talked to that have been up there. We also thought there was going to be bad weather here in Las Vegas, but just looking outside, it looks blustery, but there's no rain. People are not staying away. The folks at the polling place over here were telling me that they might be concerned that the rain would keep people away today. But as you can see, it's looking good here. It's looking good. And that's what, by the way, both parties want it, but the Democrats with the Culinary Workers Union, you know, trying so hard to turn people out, really want to see that high turnout in this area, and they're getting what they want.
Well, it's fascinating. Believe it or not, Democrats in Southern California are rooting for the rain. They think it helps them, particularly in L.A. Mayor. It's fascinating where it depends on where you stand when it comes to the weather these days. Jacob Soboroff in Las Vegas for us. Jacob, thank you. Joined now by our panel today, NBC News senior political editor Mark Murray. Simone Sanders Townsend, of course, a former chief spokesperson for Vice President Harris, current host of Simone on MSNBC, and Rich Lowry, editor of National Review and an NBC News political analyst. There's Gabby Giffords and Mark Kelly right now doing some get out the vote and canvassing. The thing that's in the back of all of our heads tonight, Mark, is whether any of this election denialism or close elections will somehow motivate bad actors to do things. And I guess that is the thing. It's like, what could disrupt this week? It could be that.
Yeah, Chuck, you know, we've covered so many election nights, election afternoons, and you often end up hearing, hey, there are not enough paper ballots, or there's some irregularities at this particular precinct. But those things usually end up working out. There's not any kind of malice. It's just normal kind of snafus that you end up having, and things get rectified. And sometimes the court needs to step in and say, hey, you know, people weren't able to vote because of this, and we're going to give an extra hour or two to be able to be done. I also look back at what ended up happening in 2020, despite all the protests that we ended up hearing from former President Donald Trump. That was actually a really well-held election during a pandemic. It was like
remarkable in hindsight.
Remarkable. Yeah. And so when we're talking about, you know, gosh, we hope that there's not any bad actors and things like, I want to kind of go back and looks like even in 2020, it was a remarkable situation and on just how well election administrators, whether Republican or Democrat, actually ended up doing their jobs.
Apologies, that's probably the 17,000 phone call one you and I have gotten that say, hey, do you have any exit polls? If you're watching, the answer is no, not yet. That's not how it works.
That's the first thing I asked you.
Yeah, I know, exactly. No, it's suddenly, it's the one day that Mark and I are popular with everybody. Simone, what I found interesting there, you know, Kari Lake was doing get out the vote. She was, you know, I do think fear of the election on the Democratic side, it motivates voters, and I think Kari Lake believes it motivates her voters.
Well, you know, and local county officials in Maricopa County have responded. The county recorder in Maricopa County is actually a Republican, and he put out a statement in response to what Kari Lake was saying, because they want people to know that every vote is going to be counted. They want people, they want to be transparent about what is happening, because it is going to be close. In the last elections, federal, Arizona went blue, but the state, local elections were quite red. And so the question is, what's the situation? This go around, every single vote will count.
Rich, if Republicans have a successful night, but it takes 3 weeks for us to know this, do you think this will take some of the air out of that side of this argument, or is Trump going to continue stirring this pot and create these problems?
The ultimate source of it is Trump, and he's not going away. I mean, he may announce as soon as next week, but I do think delays themselves are corrosive, and Republicans are part of the problem in some key states. But Pennsylvania, we're not going to know tonight. We're probably not going to know tomorrow morning, and we all should do it, either the way Florida and other states do. Just count it instantly. Pre-count all the early vote and the absentee, and give people a result.
I can't believe we're going to say this. Florida's the model of how to do elections.
Yeah, exactly.
All right? Like, you know, you have to almost have a debacle sometimes to get it right. And nobody wants, look, all 50 states having the same format might freak people out too. But there's nothing wrong with following this model.
There is nothing wrong with following the model, but I think in Pennsylvania's example, it is the state legislature who said, no, you cannot count the ballots early. And so I do think that there's, you know, everybody's not on the up and up here. It was a political reason. A lot of state legislators I know in Pennsylvania who are Democrats say that it's political as to why the Republican-controlled state legislature would not move to count ballots early. They wanted the delay, a little bit of the confusion. And that's just not good for democracy.
All right, as we prepare for tonight, we decided, Mark, to take a look at the class of 2018, the House members there, because it's a remarkable how short-lived this class is. In, you know, so many of them, a lot of them lost. Here what it was a pretty impressive class. It had a lot of moderate candidates won in some tough districts. And let me show you how many of them are left here at this point. And you could see quite a few are not coming back. And we're going to find out tonight how many of them are going to be here. These were the frontliners that won in 18. Some of them lost in 20. Some of them decided not to run again or got remapped out in here. But it's a reminder that these gains can be short-lived.
Yeah, and Chuck, so tonight we're going to be watching to see if someone like Abigail Spanberger is able to hold on.
Class of 18.
Yeah,
one of the stars.
Elaine Luria, another, Alyssa Slotkin. And, you know, our colleague Mike Mimley ended up following then former Vice President Joe Biden as he campaigned across the country for a lot of these folks. And it will be interesting, you know, whether or not these kind of people who a lot of them were out of the kind of the mold of Joe Biden, much younger, but people who ideologically kind of came from that that kind of more establishment wing of the Democratic Party, can they actually end up holding on? And if you end up having the Spanbergers, the Slotkins, the Lurias all go down, that class of 2018 will be completely diminished.
This has been an interesting theme among Republican operatives following the House really quickly, really carefully. They've actually said, the door's more open in Oregon and California and New York for getting really Biden districts. I mean, some Biden plus 20 districts are under threat, in theory at least, whereas some of these districts that aren't as pro-Biden or maybe Trumpy, it's kind of harder to dislodge an incumbent who is probably there because he or she is a good politician.
Sharice Davids is probably example A, exhibit A to me.
If you're a Republican, you want that seat, though, because you can keep it for decades. You win a plus 20 Biden seat, and it's going to wash out next time.
It's a one-term. Yeah. It's a one-term wonder.
Look, I think also Tim O'Halloran, right? Tom Halloran in another race to watch. If he can hold on, maybe it's looking good in some places across the country.
Simone, what's interesting here, and the same thing happens to the Republican side. The people that lose in the wave are the moderates. And then there becomes this fight. Well, the base says, well, you should have been more progressive. And these guys say, hey, it's the progressive issues that why I lost. What do you think the conversation is going to be tonight?
I think the conversation is going to be the same, and people should have to remember, this is district by district, okay? Nebraska 2 is very different from Indiana's 1st congressional district. Some of the issues overlap, but you have to run specific to the district. In Nebraska 2, Tony Vargas, for example, might be able to dislodge Don Bacon, where you have the incumbent Democratic candidate in 1st congressional district might get dislodged by a black veteran, U.S. Air Force veteran who is a Republican. Who knows?
What's interesting about the scenarios that we've come up with is the fact that 2018 was not a full wave, it was just a House wave. Because
like a trickle.
Right, because the party didn't win the statewide races. That could be what the this could be a wave in the House for Republicans, but not on the state level. Rich.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, the big states, obviously, high-profile states. Georgia, where Brian Kemp very likely is going to win tonight, probably handily. And to defy Trump on the election denial stuff, to destroy Trump's candidate in the primary, and then win this general election, and maybe bring the Senate candidate over the top is quite the political feat.
Look, can I just say, though, on that point, I am quite skeptical. There are 24 million new voters across the country since 2016. 2.5 million people have come out to vote in Georgia alone, early voting. I have to believe that benefits Stacey Abrams in some way.
My curiosity, I agree with you and Brian Kemp. If Brian Kemp ends up with how is he not the model for and how is this not a bigger blow to Trump than maybe we're all, this is a reminder that this party wants to move away from Trump.
Yeah, Chuck, actually look at the state of Georgia. Donald Trump ended up losing several races where he had endorsed candidates, and it wasn't just in that gubernatorial race at all. And probably, I think one of the things was the hangover from those runoffs in 2021, where Donald Trump inserted himself after losing the presidential election. The party ended up going down, and then all of a sudden, his power was not as strong. And you're exactly right. You look at Brian Kemp right now, approval ratings showing him above 50% in that state of Georgia, and probably one of the reasons why is he's doing better with independents who say, well, he's not a Trumpy kind of governor. And I think Rich is exactly right on that.
Simone, if you're the Biden White House and you're dealing with a Republican Congress, you want to try to take control of that situation. What's the first bill you say, hey, let's do something together?
I actually don't think that's where they're going to be. You've heard the White House talk about that if they are presented with a split Congress, immigration is a place where they're going to go.
That's what
trying to put Republicans on their heels so that Democrats can be playing offense a little bit. You want to talk about the border? Let's talk about the border. Here is our bill.
So
what are you going to do?
Go immigration first. I thought maybe they'd go crime first.
No, I think it's very much more likely that they'll go immigration first. It is something that the White House has been previewing, and there's already legislation on the table.
You guys are coming back, so I'll let you think about this, Rich. But I want you to answer the question. What's the first?
I'm getting 20 minutes to think about this.
What's the first bill that they actually want to try to get Biden to sign?
Good. I'm glad you're not asking me that spontaneously.
Yeah, no.
Sources on that.
I'll let you. All right, so you guys are coming back. Up next, tonight's tipping points. Why results in North Carolina and New Hampshire could signal a night of major upsets for either party. We're back at the board. We're live at some polling places next. But before we go to break, we want to share a bit of how the NBC News Decision Desk is going to be collecting and reporting election data tonight. Our team works hard to provide real-time, accurate election results as soon as possible in a process that involves accuracy checks, independent analysis, and independent projections. And NBC only calls a race when the Decision Desk reaches a statistical 99.5% competency rate in a projection. You can read more about how we call elections at NBCnews.com. Take a look. Get to know all the language, too close to call, too early to call. We'll be right back with more Meet the Press Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Right now on NBC News Now, we begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
Stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
What are the resources that people need right now? Can they get basic necessities?
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge.
This is big when we're talking about November.
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground?
What do you think when you see the activism? Do you think this could have happened without social media?
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. There are a lot of battleground states on the map tonight, but results from two of them specifically could signal a surprisingly good or bad night across the board for either party. These are what you might call tipping point contests. One is New Hampshire, where the Republican candidate Don Bolduc faces Democratic incumbent Maggie Hassan. Friends of the Cook Political Report have been rating this race lean Democratic. So Bolduc, who Democratic groups spent money on in the primary hoping he'd be the easiest candidate to beat, he comes out on top. It could signal a very good night for Republicans. For Democrats, it's North Carolina, which leans Republican. But if Sherry Beasley can overtake Republican Ted Budd and flip that seat for Democrats, that would be a disappointing night. Let me just show you how these things sort of mess with the math at this point. So we're already sitting here in our core 6 races, right? And if you start moving, we think Wisconsin is leaning Republican these days. If for whatever reason North Carolina ends up in the blue column, well, then you see what they have to do. They only need 3 of these remaining 5, Arizona, Georgia, Nevada, Pennsylvania. They could afford to lose 2. So that's how North Carolina messes the math in sort of Pat Riley had an expression in the basketball days that a series doesn't begin until the road team wins the game. This would be the equivalent of the road team pulling an upset. Well, same thing here. If New Hampshire ends up Republican, let's move North Carolina back here into our Republican column here. And to show you how that messes with the math, look, they're already at 50. So then Democrats would have to win all these, and they just need to win one. I'm telling you, if they're winning New Hampshire tonight, they're probably going to win Nevada. And then all of a sudden they have control, even if Democrats win Arizona, Georgia, Pennsylvania. So that would be the equivalent of the Republicans essentially winning a road game, and then suddenly this series begins. Let's go to a couple of our correspondents in these 2 potential road tipping point states, if you will. Antonio Hilton is with us from Apex, North Carolina. It's one of the state's swing areas. And in Manchester, New Hampshire, that's where we find Kristen Dahlgren. Well, let's start North Carolina because those polls close first. Antonia, what are you seeing? The question I've had today is, what kind of get-out-the-vote operation has Sherry Beasley been able to build, really without the help or as much help from the national party as other battleground states have gotten?
Well, she's really been all over the place, Chuck, and that's different from most Democrats who invest most of their time in the urban areas of the state. And she's been in all of the rural counties, in most cases, more than once. And she has a team of people who have made hundreds of thousands of voter contacts to pull off the upset that you were just describing here. And some of the early voter data shows that she's having success in rural counties where, you know, a lot of people sat on the sidelines and didn't come out for Biden in 2020. So, you know, we'll see what ends up happening tonight. But her team, the last time I saw her, she was feeling really good. The voters I'm talking to here in Apex, though, are an interesting sort of cross-section of North Carolina, because this is a place with a lot of unaffiliated voters. Most of the people I've talked to today identify that way. They're splitting their tickets. And, you know, they're more focused on issues than they are on actual candidates. They're much more worried about things like abortion and the economy than they would say they are inspired by any particular one person. So it's not really a party affiliation or a really interesting, sort of unusual candidate that's driving a lot of people here. It's sort of the divisiveness, the polarization, and the frustration people are feeling.
Antonia, in fairness, that's sort of the campaign that played out. Beasley and Budd, as individuals, weren't sort of front-facing. It really was sort of the attack ads against the other that was front-facing. Fair?
Absolutely fair. And they're both extremely disciplined candidates. They never, ever steer off of their sort of central message and talking points. I have tried very, very hard in both cases to get them to. And look, I think the upside of that means that when voters are talking about or debating these things, or I'm getting into it with them at events, that it ends up being a bit more substance focused. I mean, they go in depth about how they feel about the cost of living in different parts of North Carolina right now. They talk about abortion stories or their fear about what could happen to their granddaughters in the future. And so that has, in some ways, made the conversation more interesting from sort of substance and issue perspective. But yeah, it has meant that these races have flown under the radar because they're not the flashiest of candidates.
All right. Antonia Hilton in North Carolina for us. Antonia, thanks. Let's move up north to New Hampshire, where we find Kristen Dahlgren. And this is one where it is in previous election cycles, Kristen, when there's a wave, there's always a flip in New Hampshire. So we're going to find out tonight, I think, if there's a wave, if there's a flip in New Hampshire, either one of the two House seats or this Senate seat. What are you seeing and hearing?
Yeah, a lot of people watching this race very closely. You know, we're at Maggie Hassan, the incumbent Democrat senator, at her election headquarters, where they had fully expected to be having a victory party for a long time. That's not where we're standing right now. This is an opponent that the party essentially selected for her, pumping money into General Don Bolduc's primary campaign. He was an election denier, ultra MAGA. They thought he would be the easier candidate. That is not where we're standing. A lot of people here, almost everyone, I'd say 99.9% of people telling me that they are very concerned about the economy. In a state that's about to have a long, cold winter, they're worried about heating fuel costs. Others do say that on top of that, they are also worried about reproductive rights. And those are the two issues that we're hearing the most about. And so a lot of people going to be watching to see which way New Hampshire goes. Polls have to be open until 7. Can't be open any later than 8 o'clock, and then we should hopefully start to get some results in after that.
You would hope, Kristen, that New Hampshire could count fast, but history shows sometimes in the northern part of the state, let's just say, it takes a while. Kristen Dahlgren in New Hampshire for us. Kristen, thank you. Let's move now to Michigan, where we expect a pretty close governor's race there. The issue of abortion is quite literally on the ballot. Voters will weigh a ballot measure that, if passed, would protect the constitutional right to abortion in this state. It is something that the incumbent governor, Gretchen Whitmer, has made a big part of her campaign. Yamiche Alcindor is on the ground for us in Grosse Pointe, Michigan, suburb of Detroit. So, Yamiche, what are you seeing from voters? What are you hearing? Is abortion the driver, or is it the economy?
Well, good afternoon, Chuck. Michigan state officials are saying that this midterm could make history when it comes to voter turnout because they're seeing a higher than expected number of people casting their ballot in these midterm elections. And that, to me, underscores just how important this election is to a lot of people's minds. And it also underscores the fact that these candidates on the Republican side and the Democratic side, their messages as they were campaigning, putting ads, that people were paying attention and listening. I want to turn a little bit just to show people that we're here in Grosse Pointe where people are casting their ballots, they're first checking in and putting in their information, and then they're going over to a secure room where they're putting in their ballots, and everything seems to be going pretty smoothly here. In some ways, I also, of course, have to talk about the candidates in this race. Democrat Gretchen Whitmer is pushing to get reelected. She has made her closing argument centered on abortion, saying that that is a critical part of the state. Of course, as you said, it's on the ballot. There's a referendum asking voters whether or not they want to enshrine abortion rights into the state constitution. Now, her opponent, Republican Tudor Dixon, is saying the exact opposite, saying that abortion should not be something that people should have access to, even in cases of rape and incest. She also told me that really the economy is the #1 concern for voters, and education, talking a lot on the campaign trail about parental rights and what people are being taught when it comes to race and gender. And I should tell you, when we're out on the campaign trail, when we were walking around today, what we've seen is people with local school board signs. That is the thing that's really animating people when you talk to them on the ground, along with abortion, I'll say. I should also note, when I've been talking to voters, they have been talking about abortion, but it's really interesting just to see how the local issues are top of mind for people as well, Chuck.
And it's fascinating. Michigan is the lone major battleground state where there's not a Senate race. Yet this abortion referendum, I think, gave it its own little nationalized flavor, if you will. Will be fascinating to watch if Michigan performs slightly differently than the battleground states that have Senate races in them. And Michelle Sindor on the ground in Grosse Pointe, Michigan. Thank you. Michigan, of course, is not the only state where abortion rights measures are on the ballot. Voters in 4 more states, California, Kentucky, keep an eye on that one in Kentucky, by the way, Montana and Vermont are all set to decide the future of abortion access and reproductive care in their states today. We'll report on those results as they come in tonight as well. After the break, Trump, Biden, McConnell, none of them are on the ballot today. But boy, are their political futures on the line tonight. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
The big variable, the storm surge. Why was it important for you to be here? What kind of training regimen? How you doing, Lester? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Right now on NBC News Now.
As we come on the air, here's what we know.
It has been dramatic, powerful.
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
We're getting out of this area right now because more air raid sirens are sounding.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No. Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
And the House has answered the call to create new gun laws.
The stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing on Capitol Hill.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
A terrifying night of flash floods.
What are the resources that people need right now? Can they get basic necessities?
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge for primary purposes.
It's an interesting race here. I've just never covered anything like it.
This is big when we're talking about November. How many doors do you think you've each knocked on?
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground on this issue?
What do you think when you see the activism that's happening right now? Do you think this movement could have happened without social media?
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Welcome back. You are looking live at pictures of voters casting their ballots in Massachusetts. First midterm polls out of parts of Indiana close in just over an hour. In just a few minutes, we're going to get our first batch of exit polls, at least get a sign of how voters are feeling in this midterm cycle. Probably the first ones you'll see has to do with what issues are top of mind for voters. But the midterms are going to have broader implications beyond who controls Congress in particular. What does it mean for Biden and Trump's political future? And how can it shake up leadership in the House and Senate? Back now is my panel, former senior advisor to the Vice President, Kamala Harris, and host of Simone on MSNBC, Simone Sanders Townsend, and the editor of the National Review and an NBC News political analyst, Rich Lowry. Rich, I got to start with the McConnell stuff. There's a lot of people who have lost political careers betting against Mitch McConnell. So I'm not going to sit here and say, but wow, does he look vulnerable in this moment? I assume the nightmare scenario is not winning the Senate by a seat and Bolduc and Masters losing by a percentage point?
Well, he's really well liked among his colleagues. And the thing is, almost all those colleagues, if they don't deeply dislike Trump, they're dismissive of him. And this is the one election that McConnell could definitely win in the Republican Party right now.
Okay, but let me paint a scenario what somebody said to me, Rich, which is, are these Republicans, the first vote they make with a Republican-controlled Senate is to support Mitch McConnell? The base is going to never forget that. The more public this is, the worse it is for McConnell. Do you agree with that?
I just don't see it as very realistic. What's the alternative? I mean, is Rick Scott? So Rick Scott, who people talk about, his fate is tied up with McConnell, right? So if McConnell wins a majority, Rick Scott is winning a majority. So what grounds does Rick Scott have to shoot?
It's the New Hampshire-Arizona issue, right? That McConnell's...
I mean, taking the blame.
Yeah, right. McConnell, and if Scott went in to bail out Bolduc, I mean, that does seem to be... Yeah, I can see that. But the sheer amount of resources that McConnell has raised and devoted to all the other races, I think are get out of jail.
Now, I never thought I'd find myself defending Mitch McConnell, but yeah, here I am about to do it. The candidate quality issue is an issue that Rick Scott helped bolster and not Mitch McConnell. That is what McConnell would say. Yeah. And I would have to agree with him. So in that sense, these bad candidates, the Senate should not be this close. Democrats should be fighting for their lives in more places than they are.
What kind of message does it send to the Democrats that a candidate they handpicked, if Don Bolduc wins that Senate seat, and the Democratic Party spent money to get that guy the nomination?
It's very problematic, Chuck, and frankly, it bolsters a point that I have made. I think that you have to have a line there. You cannot. I just think that that Democrats, particularly the DSCC and the DCCC, made the wrong calculation in bolstering election deniers, weak candidates. It's one thing to say this is the weaker candidate. Hopefully, this is.
You don't get moral high ground, do you?
You do not. It's a whole nother thing to go in and actively spend money to get that person elected. And now, Maggie Hassan may not keep her seat.
Let's talk about, it's always easiest to blame the White House and the president whenever there's whenever there's one of these moments. He's quickly going to go overseas, which can sometimes be a good thing for a president that loses, but sometimes it leaves a vacuum. What do you sense how the White House is going to manage this if it doesn't go well tonight?
So I think it is notable that the president is not leaving right away. He is going to, in some way, shape, or form, address the American people and the press on Wednesday. So we don't know what that looks like. I doubt it's a full-blown press conference.
But I know it won't be.
Okay, I doubt it's a full-blown press conference. I used to work there, but I do think it's going to be something. I think it's important to note, though, like, I've been asking my former colleagues, like, well, what is bad? Because I don't think you all are bracing for a bad night, and they're not. I mean, bad would be 40-plus seats, 5 Senate seats.
52 plus House seats for Senate seats for because it means you're not winning the Senate 24 either.
Well,
that's the situation.
Yeah, that's bad. I do not think that the White House believes that it is going to be that.
Here's the thing: it may be bad, and we don't know that in 48 hours. For what it's worth, and that's something. This is one of those where we may not know the extent for a few
You were
weeks.
talking about 18 earlier in the House, the House wave for Democrats. At first, it didn't seem much of a wave. I was like, it's nothing. What were they talking about?
You know,
and then 5 days later, it's like, all right.
Forget 5 days. It was Thanksgiving week that we called Mia Love and the 40th House seat.
You're right.
So that was 3 weeks. Rich, I assume the last thing Republicans would want is Donald Trump stepping, you know, but he is, right, the bride at every wedding, the corpse at every funeral, the candidate at every ballot, and apparently the way you're supposed to say it is also the baby at every christening. So you name it. It just complicates the Republican majority, doesn't it?
Of course. I mean, Democrats want him out there more than Republicans do. And for his selfish interest, too, if he's running again, which he is, you want a big field, right? Because maybe you have majority support in the Republican Party, and it's not a question, no one's going to take you down. It's more likely you have plurality of support somewhere, and you want it to break the right way. But instead, he's doing this, not uncharacteristically, this dominance move. I'm going first. I'm daring anyone else to get in.
Strategically, it's smart, isn't it? Because he is in a weak. Look, this is to me is showing he knows he's weak, and he's got to jam the party. That's what he's trying to do, right?
Yeah, but if you, I'm saying rationally, if you're weak, you want a bigger field, right? But the most important person he'd want to jam, and I'm not sure he's getting jammed, is Ron DeSantis, right? I mean, he could win by double digits tonight. He could win Miami-Dade County. Huge moment for him, and Trump wants to step all over that and say, you know what, DeSanctimonious, or whatever ultimate nickname I settle on, don't get in because I'm going to destroy you. That's the main threat to him right now.
Simone, speaking of the 24 speculation, is it important for Biden to just take that off the table quickly? Like, whatever it is, rip the Band-Aid off. If he's running, then open the office in Philadelphia in the next month.
No, I don't think so. Look, I think that the White House is doing what they're supposed to do, and the president will make his final decision known when it is known. I think you should take him at face value, though. The president said he intends to run. He believes he's running, and I think people should believe
and he has said if
going to
Trump
happen.
runs, he's more likely to run. He has said that.
He did beat him last time. I was there. We were all there. There were 20-plus Democrats who jumped into a Democratic primary. Joe Biden emerged as the winner, and it was Joe Biden that beat Donald Trump.
Well, the best political analysis in 2024 may have been a TV ad on SNL over the weekend. If you haven't seen it, go check it out. Simone and Rich,
thank you.
I'm going to enjoy hanging out with you guys on election night. It's going to be great. Thank you all for being with us this hour, but don't go anywhere. You can just stay here all night long because we're not stopping. We're minutes away from our first glimpse of the national exit poll data, and we're just 1 hour away from when the first polls start closing in the great state of Indiana. And we're just 2 hours away from when the first polls close for statewide races at 7 p.m. Hallie Jackson's picking up coverage right after a quick break. The special election night coverage begins at 6 p.m. And like I said, we're going all night long here on NBC News and NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to